He was merely a vocational school student with failing grades in English who could not gain admission to high school, yet he possessed groundbreaking technology for controllable nuclear fusion. She was a PhD in nuclear physics who had returned from abroad, looking down upon him with disdain at an absurd blind date, and a casually handed over technical document unexpectedly unveiled a technological storm capable of altering the fate of the nation. When experts from the Longyan Institute personally visited the vocational school to witness the tokamak device born amidst lathes and welding torches, the entire scientific community was shaken. This artificial sun had indeed emerged from the hands of a student ridiculed across the internet. Chapter 1. A vocational student and a PhD? What a global joke! In the city of Longyan, at a cafe in Wujiacheng, a woman named Ma Yuhua scrutinized the young man before her. Are you Qinyang? She inquired, her brow furrowing. Yes, I am Qinyang, your blind date, he replied with a smile. Yuhua glanced at his attire, her expression souring, before catching sight of the introduction card he had handed her. Her disbelief was palpable. You are from a vocational school? Yes, from Longyan Vocational School, Qinyang affirmed cheerfully. Are you joking? I am a PhD. Do you think someone like you is worthy of a date with me? With that, she grabbed her handbag, preparing to leave. Seeing her attempt to depart, Qinyang swiftly intervened. How can you know if we are compatible without giving it a try? I heard you research nuclear physics. Coincidentally, I have a keen interest in it as well. Shall we discuss? You, a vocational student, think you can discuss nuclear physics with me, a PhD? What an international joke. Ma Yuhua scoffed again. Not necessarily, Qinyang responded with a grin. Isn't controllable nuclear fusion all the rage right now? I happen to have some knowledge on that topic as well. Haha, this is too much. You dare to claim you have knowledge of controllable nuclear fusion? My goodness, who gave you such courage and confidence? Do you even know the processes and steps involved? Her derision deepened as she looked down upon him. While she might have been indifferent about other subjects, when it came to controllable nuclear fusion, she was an expert. Even other institutions in the country would hesitate to discuss nuclear fusion in her presence. No one understands it better than us, she thought. It's merely atomic collisions, fusion releasing energy, and then colliding again to release more energy. And that's it, yes. Controllable nuclear fusion is simply about being able to extinguish it at will, Qinyang stated nonchalantly. Her scorn intensified. Did you look that up on some search engine? Well, I did some research, Qinyang admitted. Don't even mention such a serious and complex subject. Even undergraduate theses rarely utilize encyclopedic data. I suppose you don't even know what CNKI is. Ma Yuhua said with a mocking smile. You haven't even consulted an encyclopedia, let alone foreign literature. English isn't very good. So isn't it normal for a vocational student to struggle with English? She said without mercy. Qinyang found it hard to refute that. He indeed struggled with the subject. English was his nemesis. The sight of it left him bewildered, and hearing it made him feel lost. Due to his poor performance, he had only managed to enroll in a vocational school in the city. Now, as he approached the transition from vocational to college, he still couldn't escape the grasp of English. To avoid the English exam for college admission, he needed to earn a waiver. As long as I can create a tokamak device, I can obtain a waiver and be directly admitted. However, this endeavor was costly, requiring at least 200,000 to 300,000 yuan, even with the system's assistance. Fortunately, completing this blind date would allow him to gather the necessary funds through commission. I have no time to waste like you, she declared, standing to leave. Leaving now? There were still 10 minutes left. He couldn't afford to miss out on the money. The dating service had specified the need for effective communication time, or else he would be penalized. Qinyang grasped her arm. What are you doing? I have some materials on controllable nuclear fusion that I would like to discuss with you. Please. You're just putting on a show, Ma Yuhua scoffed again. Let go. Qinyang was not about to relent easily. With 10 minutes remaining, he couldn't let his efforts go to waste. After a tense exchange that dragged on for over 10 minutes, Ma Yuhua finally reached her limit. All right, I'm in a hurry. I will read it thoroughly once I get back. Is that acceptable? Snatching the materials from him, she turned and fled. Qinyang smiled to himself. 5,000 yuan secured, and the last piece of material is in place. He understood that controllable nuclear fusion technology better than anyone, having even sent documents to the Longyan Institute, the highest scientific body in the nation, yet they had all disappeared without a trace. Who would take seriously a vocational student's writings on controllable nuclear fusion? It was preposterous. He had even been turned away from the Nuclear Physics Research Institute at the Longyan Institute before he could step through the door. With the entrance exams looming and the deadline for the controllable nuclear fusion task from the system approaching, he knew that if he didn't gain recognition soon, the system task would close, leaving him with nothing. The technology system he had previously acquired was now merely in its initial stage. Since you all doubt me, I will build it myself. A vocational student unworthy of nuclear physics? Let me show you. 5,000 yuan received. The intermediary confirmed the transfer. Chunyang beamed with joy. The last material cost him 28,750 yuan. Research truly burns money. This was money he had earned through various means, including selling his blood and participating in blind dates. Ecstatic, he placed an order for the final batch of materials through the school's procurement website. He had prepared only one copy of all materials. Anything he could create himself, he would not buy as a finished product. Tokamak device, here I come. Chunyang's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. He was eager to see what this legendary son would ultimately look like. At the Longyan Institute's Atomic Energy Research Institute in Magic City, a female colleague asked Ma Yuhua, "How was your blind date today? Don't even mention it." I encountered a real oddball. Not only was his appearance and worldview questionable, but his intellect was also seriously flawed. A vocational student dared to discuss controllable nuclear fusion with me? If it weren't for the confidentiality agreement I signed, I would have put him in his place. What? A vocational student discussing nuclear fusion? Has he lost his mind? Nowadays, anyone seems to think they can talk about nuclear fusion. When did our nation's major strategic projects become so trivial? Not long ago, someone submitted a paper on controllable nuclear fusion, claiming it could be done for just 500,000 yuan. I tossed it straight into the trash. This is the Longyan Institute, not a storytelling session, her colleague scoffed. Well, this one not only talked, but even created an experimental plan. Here, take a look. I'm not looking. What does a vocational student know about nuclear fusion? It's utterly absurd, her colleague Yang Shui replied. Dismissively, the document was carelessly tossed onto the experimental table. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, an elderly man entered the laboratory at the Longyan Institute. If anyone were present, they would recognize him as Peng Tianfeng, the head of technology at the Longyan Strategic Bureau. Chapter 2. Controlled Nuclear Fusion Technology Breakthrough. Director Peng's visit today was a timely opportunity to assess the progress of controlled nuclear fusion. While foreign advancements have achieved durations of 500 seconds, our nation, the Dragon Kingdom, lags behind at merely 300 seconds, a staggering shortfall that may seem minor at first glance. Yet the difference is profound. A slight deviation can lead to monumental consequences, and thus, there is a palpable urgency to catch up. As he arrived for the inspection, he intended to evaluate the local conditions. With a background in nuclear physics, he faced no obstacles navigating the environment. His secretary contemplated notifying the laboratory personnel, but Peng gestured to refrain. He then proceeded to enter the facility. Around him, individuals were engrossed in their tasks, and upon noticing the restricted access, they assumed he was merely an academic visitor from another institution, and thus paid him little mind. Peng Tianfeng approached the experimental table, his gaze sweeping across the setup. Satisfied, he acknowledged the Longyan Academy of Sciences as a national academic benchmark, noting the meticulousness and high standards upheld by the researchers. I sensed that with such momentum, we will undoubtedly soon catch up with the United States, Peng remarked with a smile, eliciting a nod of agreement from his secretary. As he continued walking, he unexpectedly spotted an unattended document on the table, furrowing his brow in concern. In the realm of the Atomic Energy Research Institute, all materials are strictly confidential. Each document must be meticulously controlled. To find such a critical document carelessly discarded was a blatant violation of fundamental confidentiality principles. He approached and picked it up. The document was titled Design and Executable Operational Plans for the Tokamak device. Peng's frown deepened. The significance of such a document being left unattended was alarming. His secretary, Fu Jianxing, whispered in disbelief at the lack of discretion. Suppressing his rising indignation, Peng began to delve into the contents. The first page immediately captivated his attention. In summary, this method can thoroughly test controlled nuclear fusion, enabling initiation and cessation at will, thereby facilitating the creation of a miniature sun. Upon reading the introduction, Peng was momentarily taken aback, disregarding the impropriety of the document's placement as he continued to explore its contents. The revelations grew increasingly astonishing, leaving him in awe. Genius. Pure genius, he exclaimed internally. The concept of employing powerful intermediate state transitions to experiment with ultra-high temperature ignition was nothing short of visionary. A stroke of brilliance. Who conceived this? Peng trembled with excitement, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the discovery. Director Peng, are you implying that this plan could genuinely lead to the realization of controlled nuclear fusion? Fu Jianxing, unable to contain his astonishment, inquired. Since the inception of controlled nuclear fusion in the 20th century, it has been the relentless pursuit of scientists. The first to successfully breach this technological barrier would undoubtedly liberate themselves from energy dependence and ascend to the status of a global superpower. A significant hallmark of the transition from ancient to modern society is the replacement of biological energy sources by fossil fuels. However, the distribution of fossil fuels across the globe is uneven, with the Middle East housing major fossil fuel powers, compelling other nations to rely on this industrial lifeblood for their survival. Should controlled nuclear fusion achieve success now, it would undoubtedly liberate humanity from its dependence on these fossil resources entirely. More importantly, these energy sources are inexhaustible and abundant. Just 1 liter of seawater can yield energy equivalent to 300 liters of oil. Crucially, controlled nuclear fusion utilizes the fusion of deuterium and tritium found in seawater, resulting in the production of environmentally harmless water, thus generating no pollution whatsoever, truly a clean energy source. Whoever can master this technology will be the first to step through the door of new energy. Subsequently, Peng Tianfang directly contacted Yuan Dawei, the head of the nuclear energy group at the Longyan Institute. Old Yuan, how long do you intend to keep this from me? You have already made breakthroughs in controlled nuclear fusion. Why haven't you informed me? Peng Tianfang said, a hint of anger in his voice. On the other end of the line, Yuan Dawei was taken aback. Director Peng, what are you talking about? When did we achieve breakthroughs in controlled nuclear fusion? I am not even aware of such developments. How could I report them to you? The tone of Yuan's voice did not suggest deceit. You genuinely do not know? Peng inquired. Of course not. Moreover, I do not believe this is true. Director Peng, have you examined this thoroughly? Are you questioning my professionalism? I would never presume to do so. Director Peng, I merely believe this to be improbable. Based on previous projections, even under optimal circumstances, it would take another 3 years to complete the theoretical design of controlled nuclear fusion. Currently, it can only be sustained for less than 1,000 seconds, Yuan Dawei explained. Impossible. The proposal in my possession is a mature design scheme. I specifically had someone verify several data points, and they are accurate. Furthermore, the overall design is innovative and bold, with a high degree of originality. It is absolutely infallible. Peng Tianfang, known for his strict standards, rarely praised designs. Yet he found no faults in this one. Yuan Dawei was stunned. Could it be that someone in his research group had secretly achieved something significant without informing him? He quickly asked Peng, who designed it. Peng hesitated for a moment, then glanced at the materials in his hand. Finally, on the last page, he saw the author's signature, Shenyang, Magic City Longyan Technical School. At that moment, Peng Tianfang felt as if someone were playing a prank on him. This was undoubtedly a breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion. Moreover, the feasibility appeared remarkably strong, absolutely achievable. However, to claim such documentation originated from a technical school student was beyond his belief. He was resolute in verifying the authenticity of this information. No. The most crucial task was to ensure confidentiality. He promptly made his way to the dean's office and picked up the red phone on the desk. Connect me with the security bureau, Phone Kaishan. The call was quickly answered. Old phone. I need you to dispatch personnel immediately to seal off the Longyan Institute in Magic City at the highest level of security. What has transpired? Huafu has succeeded. The 973 project may be completed ahead of schedule. On the other end of the phone, there was a brief silence. I will arrange it immediately, ensuring not even a mosquito can slip through. Soon, personnel from the Security Bureau arrived, and the entire Longyan Institute was placed under strict control. Observing the sudden tension enveloping the Longyan Institute, everyone was taken aback. All ongoing projects had been progressing steadily without any groundbreaking advances or developments impacting the strategic level of Longyan. A sense of confusion prevailed. Yet it was evident that the security measures had escalated to an unprecedented level. Ma Yuhua and others were particularly stunned, gazing at the guards stationed at the entrance, resembling javelins, completely bewildered. Chapter 3. The Dragon Rider helicopter deploys. Entire school lockdown. They could not comprehend why these individuals had arrived so suddenly. What baffled them even more was that their laboratory appeared to be a focal point of scrutiny, and they were promptly required to sign confidentiality agreements and even hand over their mobile phones. At that moment, Peng Tianfang slowly entered from outside. I believe everyone is curious about what has transpired to warrant such a significant mobilization. The people below could not help but nod in agreement. I can only say that someone at the Longyan Institute may have made history, although I do not understand why he has remained silent. I must convey to that genius in my own way. This is Longyan, our territory. No matter what you wish to accomplish, you need only to act freely. With us here, no malevolent forces can stir the waters, so there is no need for hesitation. With that, I cast a commanding glance over the entire assembly. Witnessing Peng Tianfang's demeanor, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. They were certain that such an aura could only be forged in the crucible of fire and steel. Otherwise, one would not exude such formidable energy. Subsequently, Peng Tianfang's expression shifted, and he turned his gaze towards the somewhat timid Ma Yuhua. Hello. I am Peng Tianfong from the Technology Bureau, and I would like to inquire about certain matters. Please, go ahead, Ma Yuhua replied nervously. I wonder how well you manage confidentiality in your work? Peng Tianfong inquired. Upon hearing this, Ma Yuhua's face fell in shock. Sir, I assure you I have never violated confidentiality principles. My files have always been meticulously organized, and I refrain from discussing what should not be spoken of or taking what should not be taken. And how do you intend to explain this document? He asked, placing the classified material critical to national strategy before her. Upon seeing the document, Ma Yuhua was utterly flabbergasted. You call this a national core secret? This was given to me by my blind date, who is merely a vocational school student. How could he possibly possess such vital national strategic information? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ma Yuhua vehemently denied it. Observing her reaction, Peng Tianfong, sensing no deceit in her words, furrowed his brow. You claim he is a vocational school student? Your blind date? Indeed. He is quite peculiar. I merely complimented him slightly, and he boldly claimed to understand controllable nuclear fusion. He even audaciously asserted that he had manufactured a tokamak device. We have invested an immense amount of human, material, and financial resources into this project, all of which are top-notch nationwide. Yet it has merely lasted for a fleeting 300 seconds, and the critical issues remain unresolved. He audaciously claims to have cracked it. The corners of Ma Yuhua's mouth curled in disdain. As he was leaving, he insisted on handing this to me. If I weren't in such a hurry to return, I would hardly have accepted it. Upon hearing this, Peng Tianfong was momentarily taken aback, surprised to learn of such a tale. Have you reviewed this proposal? A controllable nuclear fusion plan, penned by a vocational school student? Unless one has been struck by a donkey in the head. I have, replied Ma Yuhua. Director Peng, I am not suggesting that you have lost your senses. I mean to say that the methods outlined in this proposal are indeed practical. I have convened experts for validation, and we shall likely have results soon. Ma Yuhua's face was etched with astonishment upon hearing this. Director Peng, you cannot be jesting with me? Do I appear to be joking? Ma Yuhua, intimidated by his serious and piercing gaze, was rendered speechless. Soon, a soldier hurriedly entered, whispering something to Peng Tianfong. Peng Tianfong's eyes lit up with fervor. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, Excellent! Excellent! Blessings upon the Dragon Nation. Relay the orders. Activate Level 1 alert at the Dragon Institute. Simultaneously, requisition the Special Operations Team to immediately seal off Longyan Technical School. Everyone must sign a confidentiality agreement. Those who disobey shall be prosecuted for treason. Ma Yuhua, who was nearby, trembled at this proclamation. The gravity of the situation seemed excessive. Peng Tianfong turned to the astonished Ma Yuhua and spoke slowly. The atomic energy experts have just validated that this proposal is indeed viable and possesses immense executability. In other words, what the gentleman you were set up with stated was not mere boasting. It is, in fact, true. Ma Yuhua was left utterly bewildered by this revelation. Assemble the team. Everyone proceed to Longyan Technical School, directed Peng Tianfong to the crowd. Longyan Technical School, the experimental building. Longyan Technical School is merely a vocational institution, equivalent to a high school. To expect a high school to have such advanced experimental facilities is nothing short of a fantasy. The so-called experimental building is little more than a dilapidated three-story structure, with dusty equipment and many outdated and damaged devices. Meanwhile, in the laboratory on the third floor, Qinyang gazed intently at the experimental setup before him. Conducting experiments is indeed a costly endeavor. Each experiment requires an expenditure of 300,000. It's utterly outrageous. Qinyang couldn't help but grumble. If those esteemed figures researching controllable nuclear fusion were to overhear this, they would surely be incensed. What nation's controllable nuclear fusion research operates on a budget of less than hundreds of billions? 300,000. Is that even sufficient to purchase components? If the experiment fails, it would take over a year to try again. There are not many lucrative opportunities left this time. Qinyang lamented inwardly. For the past 6 months, he had been juggling various part-time jobs, scrimping, and saving to gather funds for purchasing experimental equipment. This wretched system. Why must it assign tasks like this, particularly one as burdensome as controllable nuclear fusion? It is nothing short of torment. Adjusting the apparatus with meticulous care, Qinyang gradually introduced the essential materials required for his ambitious endeavor of achieving controlled nuclear fusion. The process could be delineated into 3 primary steps. First, activating the device. Second, inserting the requisite materials. Third, sealing the apparatus. And finally, igniting it by pressing the switch. Subsequently, the energy harnessed from this nuclear fusion would be converted and stored. The azure liquid, representing deuterium, was meticulously extracted by Qinyang from seawater. Although it had consumed considerable time and effort, Witnessing the culmination of his labor brought a sense of fulfillment. He gently secured the apparatus, yet a wave of apprehension washed over him as he peered inside. Should this experiment fail, how many more matchmaking endeavors would he need to endure to recover his expenses? Silently, he prayed for a successful outcome. Meanwhile, the entire Longyan Technical School was under lockdown. A dozen Dragon Riders helicopters hovered ominously above the institution. Agile figures descended from the helicopters, swiftly securing the high ground. Simultaneously, armored vehicles rolled onto the campus, their presence imposing. Fully armed soldiers, adorned with camouflage paint, surged into the school, with every passageway teeming with personnel. Chapter 4. Let Xinyang no longer contact me. He is unworthy. The students stood in stunned silence, astonished by the unprecedented spectacle that felt more suited for the silver screen than their reality. Whispers rippled through the crowd, and many attempted to capture the moment on their phones, only to discover that there was no signal to be found. Students, please remain calm. We are conducting an anti-terrorism drill. Your cooperation is appreciated, stated the officer in charge, exuding an air of cold authority behind his sunglasses. A drill? I would not believe such a tale. Do you take us for toddlers? One student contemplated voicing their dissent, yet abandoned the thought upon meeting the officer's icy gaze. In the principal's office, the headmaster and his associates were in the presence of a luminary. Michelle, a former student, had soared to stardom. Once the darling of the school, adored by many during her time there, she had emerged victorious in a talent show hosted by the school, gradually ascending the glittering path to fame. Her recent role as the lead in Love Me, Leave Me had catapulted her to the pinnacle of celebrity status. Michelle, upon your return, would you care to meet Xinyang? The principal, Xia Wei, inquired cautiously. Their past romance had been the talk of the town, with everyone aware that Xinyang had enrolled in Longyan Technical School in pursuit of her. It was also Xinyang who had facilitated her participation in the talent show, leading to her current success. Michelle's expression revealed a hint of inner turmoil. Her manager, ever the opportunist, interjected with a smile, Principal, Michelle is no longer an ordinary citizen, but a star. Many eyes are upon her. If Xinyang belonged to a prestigious family akin to the Wang clan, it would be inconsequential. However, alas, in the future, Michelle and I will inhabit entirely different worlds. Do you wish to witness the culmination of Michelle's hard work be dragged down by him? Michelle, do you not agree? The expression on Michelle's face revealed her inner turmoil as she recalled Xinyang's kindness, how he practiced singing for her, bought her breakfast daily, economized to purchase clothes and cosmetics for her, and even rented singing equipment, all while working as a housekeeper for 6 months. It was only after confronting the wretch who initially attempted to take advantage of her that she managed to escape deception. Yet, amidst these reflections, her aspirations in the entertainment industry surfaced. You are a goddess. You must not succumb to earthly desires. Those investors would never support a married woman. The principal, as Kong Jia aptly stated, we are destined to become denizens of separate realms. She then retrieved a card from her bag. I have heard he is tinkering away in the laboratory. Please pass this money to him. Let him create something substantial and face reality, rather than squander his youthful days. Xia Wei's face turned awkward, yet he felt compelled to defend Xinyang. Xinyang's kindness was well known throughout the school, even establishing him as a model boyfriend. And now, to dismiss him with the mere excuse that they are incompatible? Isn't that somewhat heartless and ungrateful? However, Xia Wei refrained from saying too much. He pushed the card back towards her, stating, it would be better if you were the one to give it to him. Michelle is so busy. When would she find the time? If it weren't for a multi-million advertising contract she had to push back, she wouldn't have had time today, remarked her manager, Kong Luan. At that moment, a loud roar from outside startled everyone. Peering out, they saw helicopters flying overhead. Could it be that young Master Wang hired a helicopter to fetch you? Oh, how fortunate. Nevertheless, we must maintain our composure. We cannot let him have it so easily, Kong Luan advised. Outside, Longyan had arrived at the principal's office with several companions. The newcomers halted in their tracks. Miss Michelle is inside. Please wait here, instructed the 2 suited bodyguards stationed at the door. Step aside. I have urgent matters to discuss with the principal, no matter how important your business. It pales in comparison to Miss Michelle's. Wait, they replied. Longyan's gaze turned icy, and with one powerful kick, he sent the obstructing bodyguard flying 3 meters away. The Security Bureau is executing official duties. Those who obstruct will be charged with treason. The bodyguard's face turned pale with fear, collapsing to the ground in paralysis. The other bodyguard trembled, intimidated by the palpable aura of menace emanating from Longyan. Kong Luan, hearing the commotion outside, furrowed her brow. Upon seeing Longyan enter, she immediately shouted, Who are you? Get out. Now. The Security Bureau is executing official duties. Be quiet. Kong Luan interrupted Longyan. You are merely a foot soldier. What are you so arrogant about? Do you doubt that with a single call, I could strip you of your skin? Let all the fans witness how you treat their goddess. At that point, both you and your superior will bear the consequences. Longyan dismissed her with a glance, waving his hand behind him. Take them away. The soldiers following Longyan advanced towards Kong Luan. I will not leave. Who are you? Dare to reveal your insignia, and see if I don't eliminate you. Longyan cast a cold glance at him, causing Kong Luan's face to pale in fright as he retreated repeatedly. Nevertheless, he feigned composure and shouted, Is there such a rogue in the military? I must inquire with your superiors. Please jot down the names of all the individuals you wish to question. I shall contact them one by one shortly, replied Longyan. Upon hearing this, Kong Luan halted his hand that was reaching for the phone, utterly subdued. Though he had encountered various individuals before, none had exerted such an overwhelming pressure as this man before him. Sister Kong, let us depart, Michelle suggested. Take them for isolation and examination. They are not to leave until the scrutiny is lifted. Understood, a soldier responded. Kong Luan initially contemplated resistance, but upon noticing the insignia on the soldier's shoulder, he promptly fell silent. Once they stepped outside, the sight of soldiers stationed every 3 steps and a sentry every 5, along with armored vehicles in the courtyard and helicopters overhead, left them utterly stunned. Sister Kong, what on earth has transpired? At this moment, Kong Luan was too frightened to speak, and only after they reached the isolation room did she cautiously exclaim, Incredible, truly remarkable. This humble Longyan Technical School must have produced someone of extraordinary significance. Michelle, too, was taken aback by the imposing atmosphere, uncertain of the unfolding events. To her knowledge, there had not been any notable figures associated with this place before, nor had there been any incidents warranting such a grand display. Within the principal's office, Xiao Wei gazed at the soldiers before him, his expression one of astonishment. Although he had not encountered them before, it was evident that these individuals were anything but ordinary. Principal Xia, we wish to meet your student Qinyang. We kindly ask for your cooperation, Longyan stated. Who? Qinyang? Xiao Wei responded, somewhat perplexed. What has this boy done to deserve such attention? Is there some sort of misunderstanding? Qinyang is an exemplary student at our school, known for his camaraderie with peers and respect for teachers. He has not engaged in any misconduct, Xiao Wei defended. Principal Xia, there is no need for concern. We are here to invite Qinyang. There is absolutely no intention of coercion, Longyan clarified. That is reassuring. I shall summon him. No need. We will personally invite him, Longyan replied. At Longyan's words, Xiao Wei appeared even more bewildered. Though he was not well versed in military ranks, he could discern that this individual held significant authority. Why then the humble demeanor? Could it be that Qinyang was the descendant of some influential figure? Before he could ponder further, he observed Longyan signaling him to lead the way. Clearly, not only was he to go himself, but he was also to accompany them. I will make a quick call to ascertain his whereabouts, Xiao Wei said, picking up the phone. A minute later, he spoke again. The counselor just informed me that someone saw him in the experimental building. Let us head there. He then added, This boy is a genius, excelling in mathematics and the sciences, yet his English is utterly abysmal. He scored a 0 on the entrance exam. With such results, he was unwelcome at any other school and had no choice but to enroll here at the technical school. Upon arrival, initially enamored with romance, the moment his romantic interest was sent away, he became enthralled with experimentation. He busied himself with an array of peculiar contraptions, oblivious to their purposes. The experimental building, scarcely utilized, became his playground, as long as safety was observed. Upon hearing Xiao Wei's words, Longyan's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Are you implying he conducts experiments here regularly? Indeed, he often frequents this place during his leisure. Initially, the school provided the experimental reagents, but after exhausting the school's research budget, he began sourcing funds independently. This young man possesses remarkable tenacity. I've heard he even ventured into blind dates to earn money, displaying a commendable resolve. Regrettably, his English is abysmal. Otherwise, he could have pursued a diploma, followed by undergraduate studies and eventually a master's or doctoral degree. Xiao Wei's eyes brimmed with regret. It is a rare occasion to encounter a promising student, and one would naturally wish to invest wholeheartedly in their cultivation. However, Longyan Vocational School's resources are rather limited, rendering them incapable of providing substantial support. Here we are, Xiao Wei informed Longyan. As Longyan gazed at the imposing building before him, he retrieved a walkie-talkie. Surround this area. No one is to approach without my command. Intruders will be dealt with lethally. Xiao Wei was thoroughly taken aback by Longyan's menacing tone, unable to comprehend the source of such lethal intent. Meanwhile, not far away, Having just concluded their isolation review, Kong Luan and Michelle, still under quarantine, observed the scene outside the experimental building through the window. The site was heavily guarded. Could it be that a significant figure was within? With a mix of trepidation, Xiaowei led Longyan towards the third floor. Upon entering, they discovered Chunyang engrossed in his devices, which featured an assortment of bizarre buttons. Longyan's countenance shifted from stoic to utterly astonished upon witnessing the apparatus. Xiaowei, however, appeared unfazed. He contemplated approaching Chunyang to summon him, but was restrained by Longyan. Do not disturb him. Stand guard. Now, connect me to the strategic committee. Request a video link. The connection was swiftly established, revealing several elderly gentlemen with graying hair. What is the update? Have you located Chunyang? Did this controllable nuclear fusion device originate from him? The leader, Bai Jingli, inquired of Longyan. They all awaited with bated breath. They had perused the paper on controllable nuclear fusion theory and implementation, and could not help but express their admiration upon its conclusion. Report to the chairperson. I have arrived at Longyan Vocational School and am currently in the presence of Chunyang, who is conducting experiments. However, I cannot discern the specifics and hesitate to intrude. Conducting experiments? Given Longyan Vocational School's experimental standards, it's likely just at a high school level. What more could be done beyond simple theoretical validations? Chairperson Bai Jingli remarked. Longyan's face flickered momentarily before he directed the camera towards Chunyang. His camera was of high definition, superior to the consumer-grade models available on the market. In no time, the scene shifted to Chunyang conducting an experiment. Indeed, he was engaged in a scientific endeavor, and the proficiency displayed by a vocational school student was quite commendable. However, what was peculiar about this experimental apparatus? With a gasp from Bai Jingli, the members present, who had initially seated themselves calmly, were suddenly thrown into disarray. A tokamak. This is undoubtedly a tokamak device. That is an ion accelerator. And over there is the ignition apparatus. And that is the reaction chamber. Good heavens. This reaction chamber is actually a single unit, extracting deuterium directly from seawater, then utilizing rapid ion acceleration. And wait, is that probing device a laser accelerator? Initially performing ion acceleration, followed by high-temperature acceleration via laser, providing ample kinetic energy to the particles in preparation for collision. My goodness! How has he achieved this? Each of these devices is of strategic significance. How did he acquire them? Hold on. Why are there no labels? Why do they appear so rudimentary? Could these all be DIY? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ions are accelerating, and lasers are charging. What is he attempting? Is he planning to initiate controlled nuclear fusion directly within the laboratory of Longyan Vocational School? Madness. Utter madness. I must go to the scene. I need to be there. I want to witness history. And me too. I must be included. Send a plane to fetch me. Quickly. I must rush there at once. If I delay, I will miss it. Expert in nuclear energy control, academician Wu Xian, exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, Longyan felt a surge of overwhelming pressure. However, he dared not exhibit any sign of negligence. Half an hour later, a series of whistling sounds echoed, followed by the sight of beautiful tail fins soaring through the sky. The Xiaolong fighter jet. The fifth-generation Xiaolong aircraft. My heavens, what am I witnessing today? Escorting by the Xiaolong fighter jets. What on earth is happening? Subsequently, a squad of masked soldiers arrived, swiftly taking positions and elevating the security level once more. Chapter 6. As bright as day. Controlled nuclear fusion success. Kong Luan and Michelle were utterly stunned by this spectacle. Although they had encountered various props during filming, those were all obsolete and lacked any real value. Compared to what lay before them, they were utterly insignificant. Before long, everyone witnessed a Longyan fighter jet landing on the campus. Following that, a number of elderly gentlemen with white beards disembarked from the aircraft. Among them was Bai Jingli, the chief engineer of the National Defense Project 973, as well as Wu Xian, who led the atomic engineering efforts. The others were unfamiliar faces, yet their jovial interactions suggested they were all undisclosed luminaries. My heavens, what have I encountered today? Can anyone elucidate what is truly transpiring? The students of Longyan Vocational School stood in utter astonishment at this unfolding drama. Even more shocked were Kong Luan and Michelle. Previously, she had foolishly contemplated reporting the leading figure, Longyan, but now it seemed that merely attempting to intervene would warrant their immediate execution. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Kong Luan and Michelle, the elderly gentlemen with graying beards all proceeded toward the experimental building. Who could it be inside? What could attract such prominent figures? Bai Lao? Wu Lao? Longyan saluted Bai Jingli and the experts who accompanied him. Where are the others? Where are they? Xiaowei stood there, trembling, utterly at a loss for how to react. as the principal of a modest vocational school in Longyan. Even inferior to that of a high school principal, he felt utterly unworthy in the presence of those esteemed academicians who loomed like mountains, currently engaged in experiments inside. I dared not intrude. Well done. Extremely well done, Bai Jingli remarked to Longyan. Then, everyone turned their gaze inward. In the spacious laboratory, only Chen Yang and his apparatus were visible. It appeared chaotic, yet evoked a sense of orderliness. It seemed as though everything was under the control of the young man before them. Upon closer inspection, the academicians were filled with astonishment. Did he create all of this himself? Why have I never encountered such inventions? Xiao Wei, shaking uncontrollably, noticed Bai Jingli and the distinguished guests inquiring, and quickly stepped forward to explain. Indeed, he crafted all of these devices himself. Look at that seawater extraction apparatus. It was assembled from the remnants of our broken liquid phase analyzer, and that acceleration device was handmade by him. He initially sought external assistance for welding, but found the workmanship unsatisfactory. Subsequently, he purchased a welding machine, fabricated his own welding rods, and used specially designed rods to construct this acceleration device. In the process, he even overloaded and burned out our transformer. Xiao Wei incessantly introduced, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Upon hearing Xiao Wei's words, the crowd was utterly dumbfounded. Just then, a booming laughter echoed forth. We are finally approaching the final stage. The outcome of success or failure hinges on this moment. A voice, imbued with confidence tinged with madness, emanated from within. The academicians present fell silent. The air seemingly congealed in that instant, all holding their breath, afraid to exhale loudly. Even the sound of the wind was audible. With wide eyes, they fixated intently on the unfolding scene inside. Chen Yang observed the final reaction entering the reactor. Gazing at the shimmering liquid, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Accelerate. The reaction mixture was instantly dispersed into a mist, glistening within the transparent special vessel, beginning to accelerate wildly. Initially, one could perceive a current flowing rapidly within, but as the speed increased, only a streak of light could be seen soaring swiftly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. This spectacle continued for a full 10 minutes. Even though it was monotonous, they watched intently, not daring to relax or make a sound. Ignite. The laser apparatus, which had been patiently waiting on the sidelines, suddenly illuminated. Despite being at a considerable distance and backlit, the beam remained blinding, even more intense than the sun. As time progressed, the beams intensified, ultimately becoming so brilliant that one could scarcely open their eyes. However, stability was finally achieved. The final step approached. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Release. With Chun Yang's low command, the radiant currents surged forth like a flowing stream, penetrating the laser beam. Bang! A muffled sound reverberated, and the laboratory was illuminated as if struck by a lightning bolt, the brilliance blinding. Boom! An even more thunderous noise erupted, and a beam of light, as fierce as the sun, radiated from a spherical object. Even in broad daylight, the entire laboratory was engulfed in white light, akin to a new day dawning within its confines. This luminosity persisted for over 10 minutes. After this duration, Chen Yang glanced over, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he observed the electrical apparatus. This discharge would suffice for the school for an entire year. Alas, efficient storage eluded them. A better power source must be developed, Chen Yang murmured to himself. He then lifted his finger and pressed a black switch once more. The blazing sun dimmed as though shrouded by a curtain, gradually fading until it was extinguished entirely. Phew! Success at last. Chen Yang exhaled deeply. The investment of over 300,000 was well worth it. It appears that doing everything oneself is indeed more economical, he mused. This sentiment was overheard by Bai Jingli and others standing at the door, nearly causing them to collapse in disbelief. 300,000. This controllable nuclear fusion device cost merely 300,000 yuan, and it succeeded. A groundbreaking achievement. A true turning point. From this moment forward, this young man had tamed the monstrous force of nuclear fusion, much like our ancestors tamed fire. Henceforth, the burdens of energy scarcity would be lifted. Heroes emerge in youth. Heroes emerge in youth. Witnessing this, I felt as though my years had been in vain. The crowd erupted in excitement, with some academicians moved to tears. The Dragon Nation, once thousands of years ahead, had nearly faced extinction in modern times. Since its founding, generations had labored tirelessly to fulfill the monumental task of revival. Now, this grand goal was on the verge of realization. Mastering controllable nuclear fusion would liberate them from the energy crisis, ushering in a complete energy revolution, transforming everything from military to civilian applications, and instigating revolutionary changes across political landscapes. May the heavens bless the Dragon Nation. May the heavens bless the Dragon Nation. Bai Jingli cried out in fervor. Chapter 7. I have written to each of you at this moment. The faculty and students within the school also witnessed the monumental changes occurring in the laboratory. Many were astounded, questioning what transpired. No one knew the specifics. Yet they understood that today was extraordinary. Concurrently, within a 30-mile radius of Longyan Technical School, all signals were lost, and no messages could be transmitted. Posts or information speculating about the white light were completely controlled, with no news escaping. After a considerable time, Bai Jingli finally emerged from his astonishment and excitement, turning his gaze towards Chunyang in the laboratory and slowly making his way inside, trembling with exhilaration, akin to a pilgrimage. May I inquire, are you Mr. Chunyang? Immersed in the elation of his experimental success, Chunyang was startled by the voice emanating from behind him. Upon turning, he encountered a group of elderly gentlemen with grizzled beards, their penetrating gazes fixed upon him, causing him to instinctively retreat in alarm. Who are you? What brings you to my laboratory? Chunyang inquired, his expression one of guarded vigilance. Recalling his experimental apparatus, he reached to detach the laser-emitting device. No. We are benevolent individuals, citizens of Longhua, not here to seize your equipment, Bai Jingli hastily elucidated to Chunyang. They had just begun to comprehend the immense energy of the laser apparatus, capable of accelerating particles to the point of achieving nuclear fusion. A beam directed at a human would instantaneously vaporize everything in its path. Just then, Xiao Wei emerged from behind Longyan. Chunyang, are you not going to lower your weapon? Xiao Wei said, his voice lacking confidence. He approached Chunyang, feigning anger as he shot him a glance. Then turned to Bai Jingli and the other academicians, apologizing, esteemed academicians, please do not take offense. Chunyang is merely anxious, as this is his life's work. He then addressed Chunyang. Chunyang, these individuals are esteemed experts in nuclear physics from our engineering academy, each a national treasure. This is academician Bai Jingli. This is academician Wu Xian, and this is academician Qian Siliang. Upon hearing Xiao Wei's words, Chunyang finally lowered his guard. Yet he retorted with a hint of irritation, now that the apparatus has succeeded, what do you all want? I wrote to each of you in the past. Yet not a single one responded. What purpose does your visit serve now? The expressions of the group shifted to one of astonishment. What? You wrote us letters? Bai Jingli gazed at Chunyang in disbelief. Impossible. How could we overlook such correspondence? How could you possibly take notice? Your arrogance and prejudice lead you to trust only the papers published by developed nations in Europe and America, and you scarcely regard the work of your domestic peers, let alone the writings of a mere vocational school student like me, Chunyang retorted candidly. The faces of the elderly gentlemen flushed with embarrassment at his words. This was indeed true. In selecting papers, they often sought international research hotspots, rarely considering domestic articles for various reasons. Mr. Chunyang, what you have just created is the tokamak device, is it not? Did you not see it for yourselves? Chunyang replied tersely. The elderly men exchanged awkward smiles. First and foremost, I sincerely apologize for our failure to recognize your research in a timely manner. We now request that you return with us to the Longyan Institute to continue, to lead your research, Wu Xian stated earnestly to Chunyang. Upon hearing this, the previously astonished group lost their composure. Wait, how is it that without a word from us? You've already claimed Chunyang for your Shanghai Longyan Institute of Atomic Energy Research? Do you consider us mere decorations? You have all heard. I previously sent you an email that you did not take seriously. However, we have made some discoveries here. Moreover, the most significant point is that Mr. Chunyang is currently quite close to us. I believe Mr. Chun would not wish to travel far to work elsewhere, as he might experience considerable discomfort in a different environment. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Chin? Wu Xian smiled at Chunyang. Preposterous. Mr. Chunyang retorted. You are the only one speculating wildly here. Another academician, Qian Siliang, countered. Rest assured, Mr. Chun, our Northeast Longyan Institute boasts a comprehensive R&D system, with the finest experimental facilities. I guarantee that we can provide you with the best experimental conditions, without fail, Qian Siliang assured Chunyang. Old Qian, that is quite unfair. While your facilities are indeed well equipped for product testing, I possess the most complete laboratories for experimental apparatus. In terms of strength, who among you could match me? If you were to come to our institute, I could resolve all your issues immediately. The elder gentlemen were all vying for attention, as it was evident that securing this talent would mean a monumental leap forward in the quest for controllable nuclear fusion. Once achieved, everything from personnel allocation, funding, to equipment configuration, and even the research level of the institutions involved would become a national priority. Furthermore, success would elevate the standing of the entire research institution on the global stage to unprecedented heights, potentially establishing it as a sanctuary for atomic energy. Such an opportunity is not one to be missed. What are you doing? Have you no shame at your age, engaging in such antics? Bai Jingli chastised the elderly man. I am fully aware of your intentions. However, this is a mutual selection process. It requires not only your approval, but also Mr. Chen Yang's regard for you. Forcing matters is absolutely unfeasible. As a leading figure of this generation, Bai Jingli naturally commanded the respect of all present. With his words, the elder gentleman refrained from further contention and instead turned their eager gazes toward Chen Yang. Chen Yang felt somewhat uncomfortable under their intense scrutiny. Esteemed elders, I am grateful for your recognition and appreciation. I have thoroughly studied your works, and I have read Mr. Wu's articles the most, as they are published in both international and domestic journals in Chinese. I particularly admire his research on the static curve of energy release in controllable nuclear fusion. Unfortunately, the sample size is rather limited, and the statistical analysis methods employed are somewhat inadequate. Consequently, your conclusions tend to diverge from actual values. I suggest you consider utilizing the Glanville-Brown statistical equation and apply transformations after eliminating scalars. Upon hearing Chen Yang's insights, Wu Xian felt as if he had received a profound revelation. Chapter 8. A single word from you is worth more than a decade of study. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Oh dear, recently, I have been deeply contemplating, yet found myself at a loss, channeling all my energy into the experimental procedures, only to discover that the issue lay within the statistical analysis methods. Wu Xian exclaimed in realization. As an expert in physics, he is naturally also proficient in mathematics, and thus well acquainted with the Grant-Broming statistical equation. This is an ancient equation, exceedingly intricate, making it generally unsuitable for such large variable contexts. My research direction aligns with old Wu's. Have you seen my work? Another esteemed academic, Bai Siki, inquired eagerly of Chen Yang. Professor Bai, I have indeed reviewed your research. Your theory on neutron fission has profoundly influenced me. In fact, I have incorporated your model into my device, although it required some modifications. Should you be interested in the details, I would be delighted to share my findings with you. Chen Yang responded with a smile. Upon hearing his words, the academic appeared as a child receiving praise, his face alight with excitement. And mine. Have you perused my paper? Yes, I have. Your publication holds great significance for me as well. Subsequently, the assembled scholars surrounded Chen Yang, inquiring with fervor, particularly thrilled to learn that Chen Yang had employed their theories in the construction of his tokamak device. A genius. A true genius. Esteemed professors, this tokamak device is indeed a product of your collective research, thus representing a collaborative achievement, Chen Yang humbly acknowledged. Hearing this, the scholars were even more exhilarated. Mr. Chen, you mustn't say that. We are but blind men touching an elephant. It is you who has artfully assembled these disparate pieces into a cohesive whole. We dare not claim undue credit. Indeed, while we all delve into the realm of physics, each field diverges significantly, and when one explores a domain to its depths, it often exhausts all intellectual resources. Your ability to probe into each of our specializations so profoundly is a rare gift. I happen to have a question. When your particles are heated to such high temperatures, how does your material withstand it? Bai Jingli queried. Professor Bai, that is an excellent question. This is achieved through a multi-layered application of fluid states. As temperature increases, density diminishes, ultimately transitioning into a gaseous state, yet it remains capable of recycling, Chen Yang elaborated. Upon completion of his explanation, enlightenment dawned upon his audience. Hearing your insights is worth more than a decade of study. The youth are indeed formidable. I too have an inquiry regarding my own research topic. I encountered a similar challenge during my work. You might find my approach insightful. Oh, how could I have overlooked that? Ingenious. This design is truly masterful. Old Bai, it is not that I refuse to follow instructions, but if Mr. Chen does not join my research institute, I shall pursue matters legally until I receive an explanation from the Ministry of Science and Technology. You dream on. Mr. Chen, we are determined to secure your involvement. Another inquisitive academic insisted, prompting a renewed spirited debate among them. If initially the allure was solely the advantages brought forth by Chen Yang's controllable nuclear fusion, I now find myself in complete admiration, even reverence, for his other remarkable abilities. This individual is a treasure, an absolute gem. Esteemed teachers, my proficiency in English is lacking, rather poor, and I fear I might struggle. What does it matter if your English is subpar? I shall serve as your translator. If I find myself pressed for time, I can hire an English translator. My granddaughter specializes in English, making her perfectly suited for the task, an elderly academic remarked. The crowd gazed at the old scholar with disdain. Even his granddaughter is being sacrificed? Observing the elderly gentlemen surrounding Qinyang, their chatter growing ever more absurd and animated, 3 hours swiftly slipped by. Longyan felt a sense of urgency. Xiao Wei, on the other hand, was utterly stupefied. He could hardly believe that their modest Longyan Technical School had indeed produced a dragon, a colossal one at that. Presently, all that remained was exhilaration, ecstasy. With this singular achievement, next year, they would likely have anything they desired. Meanwhile, Longyan felt somewhat dazed. Although he often interacted with these seniors, he was well aware of their temperaments. Many brilliant minds had left their presence questioning their very existence. What prodigies, what geniuses, before them, such labels held little weight. They had encountered countless talents and were themselves once the brightest of the bright. Yet now, in the presence of this young student, their veneration seemed excessive, treating him as an equal. However, upon witnessing the controllable nuclear fusion, he felt a profound sense of relief. Mastering this technology would enable a complete reconfiguration of the global landscape, effectively seizing control of strategic resources. From this point onward, an inexhaustible supply of energy would flow forth. Gentlemen, might we transition to a more suitable venue for discussion? Longyan addressed by Jingli. This is merely a technical school, and such a large-scale operation here would undoubtedly cause significant disruption. It would be prudent to relocate promptly. Bai Jingli quickly grasped the situation. Excellent, excellent. Let us depart at once. How about proceeding to our Longyan Institute's Atomic Energy Research Institute? It is merely a dozen kilometers away, equipped comprehensively. With security measures that pose no concern, it has always been a military-industrial stronghold, housing a battalion of troops on the 10th floor. With the added protection of security bureau guards to ensure absolute safety, Wu Xin stated. Upon hearing this, Bai Jingli instinctively turned to Qinyang. The expressions of those present darkened, yet there were indeed no better alternatives. The only viable option was the Longyan Institute's Atomic Energy Research Institute, where excitement and surprise illuminated Qian Xiliang's face. Qinyang smiled. It appears we must depart today. Remaining here is no longer feasible. He then remarked, I have no objections. I am amenable to whatever arrangements the esteemed teachers decide. Hearing Qinyang's words, the group was once again filled with delight. Subsequently, under the escort of several individuals, Qinyang made his way toward the Longyan Institute. However, before departing, he manually disassembled several crucial devices. As for the remaining apparatus, they began dismantling it here. While he pondered what to do with the rest, such a large contraption, where could it possibly be stored? At Longyan Academy. Our newly constructed Longyan Revival building has been completed and will soon be ready for your use on the 3rd floor. You may transfer all your equipment there immediately. And I assure you that this space will be your exclusive laboratory, untouched by others, Wu Xian stated. Indeed, that location is most suitable, echoed Qian Xilang from the Shanghai Atomic Energy Research Institute. Old foxes. Upon hearing Wu Xian and Qian Xilang, the others could not help but curse silently. However, they had no recourse, as proximity to power often yields the greatest advantages. Chapter 9. Engaging with such individuals will undoubtedly enhance your career prospects after arranging everything. Qinyang bid farewell to the principal and, escorted by the academicians, slowly exited the laboratory building. Meanwhile, in the isolation building across the way, Michelle and Karen, eager to leave, were anxiously waiting. Suddenly, a squad of soldiers emerged, each fully armed and vigilant, exuding an aura that suggested they were willing to shield their charge from any harm. They have finally emerged. Such a commotion for this distinguished individual. I am truly curious about who this person is to receive such treatment. Karen mused, his curiosity piqued. Then a heavy, luxurious, yet understated vehicle came to a halt at the entrance. A few individuals adorned with medals stood guard, while behind them were a group of elderly gentlemen with graying hair. They were undoubtedly recipients of the Azure Dragon Medal, honored posthumously by a military honor guard during their funerals, revered pillars of the nation. Good heavens, who is that striking young man among the elderly? He is exceedingly handsome, surrounded by such influential figures and guarded by so many soldiers, truly a man of destiny. Karen exclaimed to Michelle, unable to contain his admiration. Do you know this handsome gentleman? If one could engage in a romance with such a person, or even spark a rumor, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boost to your career. Karen remarked eagerly. Stars can indeed engage in romance. It largely depends on whom they choose. A figure of this stature would certainly enhance one's career and might even catapult one to stardom. After all, the spirit of heroism resides in everyone. Michelle gazed at the individual at the center, her eyes filled with disbelief. No way. Absolutely impossible. How could this be? Michelle struggled to comprehend the scene before her. Karen, noticing Michelle's reaction, was momentarily stunned before exclaiming, Michelle, Could this be the Chun Yang who relentlessly pursued you and brazenly claimed he would create an invention that would astonish the world? Michelle, lost in her thoughts, nearly collapsed. Overwhelmed by the revelation, her reaction was tacit acknowledgement. Karen was equally astounded. My goodness, he possesses such incredible talent, and you didn't mention it sooner. Did you send him the breakup letter? Have the previous ones reached him? If not, retrieve them quickly. Kong Luan inquired of Michelle. Michelle felt as though all her vitality had been drained away. It's too late, too late. He has already blocked me. Michelle distinctly remembered having messaged him multiple times recently, urging him to cease his entanglements. He had transformed from initial sorrow to a current state of acceptance. There may still be a chance. Perhaps we still have a chance, Michelle said, lost in thought. However, just as she was about to approach, she saw the principal hand the card she had previously submitted to Qin Yang. At that moment, standing there, regret consumed Michelle. She had fervently wished to sever ties with him sooner. Yet now then she witnessed Qin Yang directly return the card to Principal Xiao Wei before getting into a car and departing, never once glancing in her direction. Michelle felt utterly ridiculous at that moment. What a pity, such a pity, if only Kong Luan were by her side, he would say. Shut up. Michelle shouted at Kong Luan. Why are you taking it out on me? You failed to seize your opportunity. Can you blame me? Kong Luan retorted defiantly. Tears streamed down Michelle's face. In the car, Qin Yang gazed out the window, his thoughts tranquil. Through the glass, he had already spotted Michelle. In fact, he had known she was coming the moment she arrived. The entire school was aware that Michelle had repeatedly expressed her desire to sever ties with him. Her coming this time was merely to bring him to complete resignation. After such a lengthy period, the card he gave himself was simply an attempt to buy his silence. After all, no celebrity could bear the stigma and label of a modern-day chinshimi. A rising star? Huh. A heartless courtesan, a disloyal actor. Qin Yang. I just heard from the principal that you are still without a girlfriend. Let me tell you, my granddaughter is currently a senior and seems to be single as well. If you don't mind, old Wu, you can forget it. Have you looked in the mirror lately? How dare you introduce someone to Qin Yang? Another academic bluntly undermined him. A few of my students are quite impressive. Why not come to me, and I will help facilitate something? A different scholar suggested to Qin Yang once more. Qin Yang was somewhat speechless. These esteemed masters, usually revered, surprisingly had such a gossipy side. The security forces departed from Longyan Technical School, leaving the faculty and students with endless speculation. No one knew the true purpose of their presence. It was rumored that the experimental building was heavily guarded today, where only Qin Yang frequently operated. Moreover, the dazzling light emanated from within the experimental building. What do you think? I wonder if this kid has truly concocted something? That is uncertain. After all, he had previously managed to launch the career of a rising female star. Alas, it has come to my attention that this female celebrity has made a special visit today to sever ties with him. To my astonishment, just after their breakup, she was whisked away with such grandeur. How surreal. It seems the actress must be filled with regret. Yet, what is there to lament? A researcher of atomic bombs may not fare better than a vendor of tea eggs. Whether one feels regret is still uncertain. The actress earns billions annually, while a single television drama requires substantial investment. What do researchers earn? After toiling endlessly, how much do they truly gain? It is premature to discuss this. In a year, during the 30th anniversary celebration, we shall discern who truly excels. I have heard that the school has decided to invite Michelle as a distinguished guest. It appears Qin Yang may fall behind. Even if a vocational student were to miraculously enter those research institutions, where master's degrees abound and PhDs are plentiful, he, a mere vocational graduate, might lack even the qualifications to serve as an assistant. If he is summoned now, it is likely due to some specific merit he possesses. Once that value is exhausted, he may find himself of little use. At that point, it would be akin to reverting to a time of liberation. Given Michelle's current trajectory of growth, she may have ascended to become a top celebrity in the country by then, returning to our school as a triumphant figure. How could one even begin to compare? The onlookers nodded in agreement, unable to believe that a vocational student could make significant strides in the realm of research, while Michelle from the entertainment industry has boundless potential. Chapter 10. The dashing young man surrounded by influential figures turns out to be your blind date. Qin Yang was escorted to the Nuclear Energy Research Institute of Longyan University. The institute is now completely sealed off, with security levels elevated to the highest degree. However, for those inside, it is not vastly different. After undergoing isolation checks, they simply resumed their tasks, as this was not their first experience of such a nature. Their close ties with the military often exposed them to situations like this. After Ma Yuhua and others completed the isolation checks, they elaborated on the origins of the controllable nuclear fusion materials and, through technical means, retrieved emails that had been discarded. Ma Yuhua and Yang Shui were utterly astonished. Is it possible that the luminaries within the institute genuinely believe these materials can yield controllable nuclear fusion? Ridiculous. Absolutely impossible. A vocational student, having merely gleaned some information from the internet, dares to claim a superior understanding of nuclear fusion, surpassing even academicians? How can we endure this? Both were incredulous and found the situation laughable. Many others shared their sentiments, eagerly awaiting the lifting of security protocols. However, hours later, the security level not only remained intact, but had, in fact, intensified. It was evident that soldiers outside were changing shifts, and the new arrivals exuded a more formidable presence, instilling a sense of dread. What on earth is happening? After all, he is merely a vocational student. Ma Yuhua, observing the situation, could not help but voice her exasperation. Just then, her phone rang. Mom, I can't go back. It's all you're doing. You insisted I go on a blind date. What? You paid for that blind date? Upon hearing this, Ma Yuhua felt on the verge of a breakdown. I only want what's best for you. Without comparison, there can be no pain. I merely wish to convey that if you continue to avoid blind dates, you may find yourself settling for someone utterly clueless, like a vocational school student. Does that not instill a sense of urgency? Her mother's smug voice echoed from the other end of the line. Ma Yuhua felt her mind becoming increasingly muddled. Yes, I sense a plethora of crises looming. After hanging up, she felt disoriented. At that moment, through the glass of the window, she noticed a convoy of armored vehicles suddenly entering the courtyard. Soldiers armed to the teeth disembarked from the vehicles. In times of peace, such security measures seemed excessive. Ma Yuhua couldn't help but comment internally, then promptly sealed her lips. She observed an elderly gentleman with a snowy beard emerging from one of the vehicles. Good heavens! What is happening today? Is it a festival? Why are all the eminent figures in nuclear energy gathered here? Ma Yuhua's astonishment was palpable. Bai Jingli, Qian Siliang, and Wu Xian, each a name that resonated like thunder, all national treasures and strategic figures, were now congregated here. They were the mentors of her mentors. And the textbooks and research topics she studied were born from their intellect. Encountering even one of them was akin to meeting a deity. Now, to behold them all in one place was extraordinary. No wonder the event held such high prestige. Yuhua, look. Goodness. Amidst all this greenery, there's a splash of red. Beside those old gentlemen stands an extraordinarily handsome young man. Could he also be a master? Look how these esteemed figures treat him with such reverence. These are people of lofty stature. How could they bestow such respect upon that young man? Yang Shui exclaimed, her eyes filled with amazement, her mouth agape in disbelief. Meanwhile, Ma Yuhua was utterly frozen in place. Isn't that the boy I was set up to meet? What? This is the peculiar individual you mentioned? The vocational student who achieved controllable nuclear fusion? Yang Shui asked in astonishment. Indeed, that's him. What on earth? Ma Yuhua's words trailed off, her expression one of sheer shock, as if she had seen a ghost. Simultaneously, Yang Shui also came to the realization and turned to gaze at Ma Yuhua. Could it be? Has he truly accomplished controllable nuclear fusion? They exclaimed in unison. Good heavens, this is utterly insane. It cannot be. Absolutely impossible. They vehemently denied it. The notion was too fantastical to comprehend. A vocational student overcoming a challenge that had eluded the world's foremost scientists. However, after 3 minutes of contemplation, they began to reconcile with the reality. I think it might actually be true. He has indeed achieved controllable nuclear fusion, and the materials he provided are authentic, having even been validated by prominent figures. Although Yang Shui was reluctant to believe it, she could no longer deny that this was the only possibility that could explain the current situation. Subsequently, she hurried to check her emails. Soon, she discovered the email in her spam folder. At the time, she had not even glanced at it, but now, she opened it directly and meticulously read the first 3 paragraphs. My heavens, what have I missed? This is nothing short of a genius concept. Why didn't I take the time to read it back then? I only noticed the term technical school student. This is entirely my fault. Yang Shui berated herself relentlessly. However, just as she was engrossed and could not help but applaud, a sudden urgent sound emanated from her computer. Beep, beep, beep. An urgent alarm rang out. And then a line of text appeared on the screen. This email has been designated as top secret and cannot be accessed without the appropriate authorization. Simultaneously, the door to the laboratory swung open, and 2 security personnel entered. Miss Yang Shui, you are suspected of peering into state secrets. Please return with us for an investigation. I didn't mean to. That email was one I had deleted before, I thought. You can explain in detail when we return, replied the security officer. Hearing this, Yang Shui's face fell. She never anticipated that merely retrieving her lost email would lead to such scrutiny. Nevertheless, She was now even more convinced that all of this stemmed from the paper on controllable nuclear fusion issued by that technical school student. While she was being observed by the security personnel, footsteps echoed from outside once more. Soon, a group surrounded Chunyang as they entered. Among these illustrious figures, destined to be recorded in history, stood a young man younger than her, now at the center of attention like a star surrounded by admirers. All the materials were provided by him. I did not disseminate them nor lose them. He can vouch for me. Ma Yuhua quickly pointed to Chunyang. Otherwise, Yang Shui would have been taken away. Chapter 11. Our mentor? Just this? At this moment, Ma Yuhua was utterly mortified. She had mocked him during their recent blind date. And now, she found herself in a position of ridicule, a disgrace that felt like a personal embarrassment. Hearing Ma Rong's words, the soldier looked at Longyan, who then directed his gaze toward Chunyang. Chunyang, will you testify that this material was sent by you? That I have never tampered with it? Chunyang approached to take a look. Indeed, this is what I sent her, Chunyang confirmed. Upon hearing this, both Ma Rong and Yang Shui let out a long sigh of relief, knowing they would not be subjected to isolation for scrutiny. It seems you truly haven't read it at all. It remains unread to this moment, Chunyang remarked, teasingly glancing at the email. Ma Rong and Yang Shui's faces flushed crimson, unable to refute his statement. Indeed, the soldier backed away. However, at this moment, academician Wu Xian, who had just entered from outside, was no longer calm. He looked at Yang Shui, unable to suppress his anger. I entrusted you with the management of my account to assist in meticulously filtering my emails. Yet you have carelessly discarded such a crucial message into the trash. Furthermore, you have allowed a talent like Chunyang to languish in obscurity until now. I am at a loss for words. Yang Shui trembled in fear, daring not to rebut him in the slightest. Previously, she merely assisted academician Wu in handling certain meetings or other document deliveries, performing only initial screenings. Who could have anticipated that someone like Chunyang would exist, sending such significant information through email in this manner? Nonetheless, this cannot solely be blamed on her, Chunyang remarked calmly. Upon hearing Chunyang's words, Wu Xian ceased his inquiries, continuing, Mr. Chunyang, from now on, we are family. I have selected a laboratory for you, and I will take you to see it shortly. Additionally, I know you may require an assistant. Everyone in my lab is here. Feel free to choose anyone you desire. And I assure you I will not intervene. Upon hearing Wu Xian's words, a smile spread across Chunyang's face. Professor Wu, you are too kind. Just call me Xiao Chun. How can that be? In academia, it is always the accomplished who take precedence. You have conquered controlled nuclear fusion. You are our teacher. How could I dare to call you Xiao Chun? Henceforth, I shall refer to you as Chunyang, and you may call me Lao Wu. Wu Xian replied with a smile. Chunyang chuckled and nodded in agreement. The others in the laboratory were utterly astonished. What? This young man, who is even younger than I am, has achieved controlled nuclear fusion. Is this a joke? Are we in a science fiction story? Although the principle is straightforward, realizing it requires overcoming numerous challenges, the extreme temperatures alone, reaching millions of degrees, are enough to isolate all possibilities. Has he truly managed to break through? As for conducting experiments, it seemed he indeed lacked manpower. Is there anyone willing to join me in research? Chunyang asked the people present. Conducting experiments alone can sometimes be quite challenging. Previously, he had worried about insufficient personnel, but unexpectedly, Wu Xian had resolved this issue for him in an instant. Is it genuinely about achieving controlled nuclear fusion? Someone in a white lab coat inquired. Indeed, it is, Wu Xian affirmed. I want to participate in this project. Me too. I wish to contribute to the nation's new energy revolution. In an instant, the office erupted with enthusiasm. This is a project that could alter the course of history. Who wouldn't want to be involved? It seems the enthusiasm is palpable, Wu Xian remarked with a smile. However, he soon appeared to consider something else. I fear that may not be possible. These individuals each have their own projects. If they all follow you, their respective mentors' projects will likely suffer, Wu Xian stated. Each mentor has recruited their own graduate students, who are expected to assist in their work. If the students abandon their mentors to join Chunyang, the work of the others will go unattended. Should they fail to complete their projects, those mentors may face termination from the university. How about I assign my students to you, and in a few months, you can recruit independently. That won't do. You have numerous projects of your own to attend to. If everyone helps me, won't your own work be neglected? Chunyang declined. It's all right. I have ample time for my projects. Besides, how could my work possibly compare to yours? Wu Xian replied. Yet, despite Wu Xian's reassurances, Chunyang remained steadfast in his refusal. Such a task was beyond his current capabilities. Observing Chunyang's persistence, Wu Xian pondered alternative approaches, asking, what kind of students are you looking for? Obedient and capable of hard work, Chunyang responded with a smile. What about that in turn? Would you find them unsuitable? Wu Xian inquired with an awkward smile. As long as they can work, I have no objections, Qinyang affirmed. Upon hearing the term intern, those nearby couldn't suppress their envy. What a misfortunate time to be alive. The so-called intern was transferred from another institution, while they had performed well at their previous schools. They paled in comparison to the pedigree of Chunyang's students. Such individuals merely sought to enhance their resumes before returning to their original schools. Furthermore, they were all undergraduates. Being involved in such projects as undergraduates would undoubtedly provide a significant boost to their future academic pursuits. Soon, a few individuals approached Wu Xian and Qinyang. What do you think of these students? Wu Xian asked Qinyang. Upon seeing the group, everyone felt a surge of jealousy. All right, let's go with the three of them. Qinyang nodded in agreement. Song Ji, Pan Jun, Zhou Hui. You three listen closely. He will be your instructor from now on, so learn diligently from him. Wu Xian instructed the trio. The three students exchanged incredulous glances at Qinyang. Instructor? Really? He seems younger than us. This instructor is extraordinary. If you follow him closely, you will surely achieve remarkable results and grow into pillars of the nation, Wu Xian assured the students. What? Pillars of the nation? The trio couldn't help but smile bitterly. They were currently preoccupied with their own graduation worries, let alone becoming national pillars. Moreover, this teacher seemed hardly older than themselves. Although they were filled with doubts, they dared not voice them. Being introduced by Wu Xian was an immense honor, and to refuse or argue would be utterly disrespectful. Teacher Chun, is there anything else you need assistance with? Song Ji inquired, unable to contain himself. Not at the moment. Qinyang shook his head. When do you think we can start working? Pan Jun followed up with a question. Anytime you wish, Qinyang replied with a smile. The three interns, Chapter 12, the new laboratory, successful debugging again. Oh, by the way, Qinyang, didn't you mention your English skills weren't very strong? I happen to have a suitable candidate who can serve as your translator, Wu Xian said. Just then, a girl clad in denim shorts and sporting a ponytail, with a fair complexion and lively eyes, entered the room carrying a small bag. The atmosphere in the laboratory immediately stirred at the sight of the young beauty. Regrettably, the young beauty remained oblivious to her surroundings, instead playfully pouting at Wu Xian, saying, Grandfather, everyone else is a disappointment, but you are disappointing your granddaughter. I wish to conduct experiments, to witness magnificent inventions, and to work alongside a scientist as remarkable as you. What does it mean that I must follow this little boy? Little boy? You are unaware of his prowess. Teacher Chun is an exceptionally formidable scientist, Wu Xian replied. I cannot believe it. I refuse to accept that a vocational school student can be a great scientist. Moreover, he cannot even comprehend English. How could he possibly conduct experiments without understanding the literature? Wu Jing pouted, flicking her ponytail as she spoke to Wu Xian. Teacher Chun is different. He is a genius. You will understand once you work with him for a while, Wu Xian asserted. Wu Jing realized she had fallen into a trap, no matter her actions. She could not escape her fate and could only resign herself to it. Soon after, Qinyang arrived at the laboratory with three students older than himself, accompanied by Wu Jing. Though referred to as a laboratory, it was merely an empty room. Upon entering the newly designated laboratory, Wu Jing complained, "This is utterly unfair. How can a laboratory be so barren? There isn't even a decent workbench provided for you? Is this how they treat newcomers?" Despite her doubts about Qinyang, she understood that as a member of this team, she must consider the team's interests. You have misunderstood, old Master Wu. It was my request for them to set it up this way, Qinyang explained. Many of my experiments require hands-on work, so the needs differ significantly from those of other laboratories, leaving ample open space. Upon hearing Qinyang's words, the others looked at him in confusion. Without laboratory equipment, how can we conduct research? Wu Jing inquired of the three. I don't know. I've never seen anything like this, Zhou Hui and the others echoed, equally bewildered. Just then, boxes began to be carried in from outside. Seeing the leader, the group fell silent. Even Wu Jing tempered her demeanor. Teacher Chen, if there are no issues, may I trouble you to sign here? Longyan approached Qinyang respectfully, holding out a document. Qinyang inspected the contents, confirming that nothing was missing and all items were intact. Everything is in order. Thank you, he said, signing his name. You are too kind. It is my duty. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call on me. Longyan replied, bowing slightly before turning to leave. As Longyan departed, the group collectively exhaled. Zhou Hui and the others were intimidated by Longyan's formidable presence, while Wu Jing had personally felt the repercussions of his authority, clearly having been reprimanded by him before. Once Longyan was gone, Wu Jing approached Qinyang and could not help but praise him. You are quite impressive. You managed to handle that cold-faced tyrant. Qinyang smiled, choosing not to respond. Let us lend a hand and set this equipment up, he instructed the group. Before long, the apparatus was assembled. Hey, this equipment is quite intriguing. It appears to be a patchwork of salvaged items, yet when combined, it exudes a unique sense of harmony. Wu Jingjing exclaimed with astonishment. Beside her, Zhou Hui chimed in, Teacher Chun, where did you purchase this experimental equipment? Zhou Hui and the others inquired with curious smiles. I crafted this myself. Qinyang replied. We are the Atomic Energy Research Institute of Longyan University, a key national institution. No one should suffer here. If you desire something, simply procure it. The old man invited you here. Surely he will provide the funding? Wu Jingjing remarked to Qinyang. This is not something that can be bought, Qinyang stated. What sort of equipment are you referring to? It can't be purchased? Zhou Hui retorted incredulously. A tokamak device. Suddenly, the air in the room thickened, and then an eruption of laughter filled the laboratory. Teacher Chen, your sudden jest caught us off guard. The other two could not restrain their laughter, especially upon seeing Chun Yang's earnest expression, which made it even more amusing. Qinyang chuckled lightly, but continued his work. Please, don't jest, teacher. A tokamak is a massive project requiring hundreds of people and billions in investment. This little thing. Teacher, I find your serious delivery of such a joke particularly endearing. They laughed. After a moment, noticing Chun Yang's lack of significant reaction as he continued to adjust the equipment, they grew silent. Teacher, you can't be serious, can you? Wu Jingjing asked, peering over. Qinyang smiled silently, engrossed in his apparatus. Seeing his demeanor, they exchanged bewildered glances, then gazed at the equipment. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With these tools, what can be done? A tokamak device? Controlled nuclear fusion? Are you joking? This completely upends our understanding. 20 minutes later, Qinyang completed the adjustments. Next to him stood a colossal energy storage capacitor. He smiled at them, and then, amidst their astonished expressions, pressed a button. With a thud, a resounding sound echoed, followed by a brilliant white light that burst forth, enveloping the entire laboratory in its brilliance. Their mouths dropped open, forming O-shapes large enough to fit an apple. Upon concluding the experiment and checking the testing device, he noted that just 1 liter of seawater had released 10 million kilojoules of energy, equivalent to 300 liters of gasoline. Qinyang felt a sense of satisfaction. Upon seeing this data, everyone stood dumbfounded. Wu Jingjing could not help but swallow hard. Her eyes filled with awe. Having grown up in an environment steeped in her grandfather's discussions of controlled nuclear fusion, she may not have graduated as a nuclear physics major, but her understanding of the terms and the current state of knowledge was hardly less than that of the professionals, and she grasped the significance of this monumental device. Many dedicate their lives to taming this formidable dragon, yet here stood a seemingly frail youth who had succeeded in slaying it. Time passed, and only after Qinyang concluded his testing did they emerge from their stupor, gazing at him as though he were a deity. Chapter 13. The first system task completed. What have you just done? Wu Jingjing, having recovered from her earlier shock, was the first to react. Among the four, she was the most naive. Although she had often heard of the renowned Little Sun, her understanding of this domain was superficial. She merely recognized its formidable nature and complexity. I just mentioned the tokamak device, didn't I? Qinyang replied with a smile. Thud. The textbook in Zhou Hui's hands fell to the ground, his face pale. Did you really achieve nuclear fusion? Is it that difficult? If I had the funds, I would have accomplished it long ago, Qinyang said dismissively. Without a care for the expressions of the others, he strode towards the exit. What are you doing? Wu Jingjing hurriedly followed him, returning to the dormitory. Haven't we finished work? Qinyang replied. He felt a transformation within the system in his mind and wanted to return to investigate it thoroughly. Moreover, the device was now complete, so there was no reason to linger. Wu Jingjing, observing his departure, quickly pursued him, eager to pose many questions to this boy who was yet younger than herself, but Qinyang rebuffed her. Before long, academician Wu Xian Siliang, and Yuan Dawei from the Institute of Atomic Energy of Longyan arrived, running from outside. What has happened? We just detected a sudden and immense energy fluctuation. Wu Xian inquired of the group. Zhou Hui and his companions had yet to recover from the shock of the nuclear fusion. Yes, it was Teacher Chun. He performed nuclear fusion again, which caused the energy fluctuation, Wu Jingjing explained, regaining her composure. Upon hearing this, the others felt a sense of relief and unconsciously turned their gazes towards the tokamak device. How did he manage that? How could he accomplish such complicated calculations and numerous steps? Qian Siliang could not help but marvel. He had also been involved with the tokamak device and understood its challenges all too well. Despite their team's collaborative efforts, many issues remained unresolved. Yet this young man, perhaps he is indeed a genius, Wu Xian remarked, his emotions complex. Thankfully, this genius is from Longhua. Heaven bless. Yuan Dawei exclaimed. Everyone nodded in agreement. They had all made significant contributions to the development of Longyan, dedicating their lives not for fame or profit, but solely to strengthen their nation. Seeing such promising talent emerge, and so exceptional, brought them joy. Where is he now? Wu Xian could not help but ask again. He mentioned he was returning to the school dormitory because he was tired. Wu Jingjing responded. Why didn't you stop him? I had arranged for him to stay in the family building right next door. Wu Xian shouted. You didn't inform me in advance, Wu Jingjing replied, feeling aggrieved. However, Wu Xian soon received news from Longyan that Qinyang had been successfully settled into his new residence. Upon hearing this, Wu Xian finally felt at ease. It was not often that such a talent emerged. They must ensure nothing goes awry. Let us proceed and deliberate on how to report this situation to the higher-ups. Qian Xiling remarked. Upon hearing this, the others' eyes brightened, and they made their way back to the conference room. 2 hours later, they emerged from the office. And in the hands of the assistant, there was a proposal, a blueprint for the construction of a large controllable nuclear fusion facility. It was evident that this document was intended for the highest echelons of authority. Would they succeed in securing this project? A sense of unease crept in. They had always been in the laboratory phase, and now, skipping the intermediate experiments to proceed directly felt rather hasty, expressed Yuan Dawei, who was also troubled. Although he was the director of nuclear energy, in the presence of these esteemed academicians, he felt like merely a service worker. Despite the procedural haste, the circumstances were exceptional. With the current international tensions, it was imperative for them to demonstrate their capabilities to the world. Although a budget of 10 billion seemed excessive, if they could indeed see this project to fruition, the returns would be monumental, a veritable gold mine, Wu Xian asserted, furrowing his brow. Very well. Since everyone has made a decision, let us report it to the higher authorities. Ensure that Longyan safeguards his safety. Even if I were to take a bullet, that fellow must guarantee his well-being, Wu Xian instructed, then turned to his granddaughter, Wu Jingjing. What do you think? Have I found you a genius? Not merely a genius. It is utterly astonishing. Especially when I witnessed that moment of blinding light. It felt as though he conjured a sun from thin air. She exclaimed, though she feigned modesty, pouting slightly. But this is not genius. It's clearly a freak. Geniuses are known to possess certain quirks. Wu Xian chuckled. You must fully support his endeavors. Should he require assistance, be proactive, he advised. Is this how one treats their granddaughter? My foolish granddaughter, I am not hindering you. I am providing you with an opportunity. Seize it. Unbeknownst to them, Qinyang, who had returned to the apartment building, was entirely oblivious to these developments. He had just entered the dormitory arranged for him by Wu Xian. Although termed a dormitory, it was, in fact, a 2-bedroom apartment, furnished with all essential appliances. While not extravagant, it was neatly arranged and exuded a warm, homely ambience. Qinyang reclined on the bed and slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, an interface appeared in his mind, the multiverse technology system. From initial unfamiliarity to now a semblance of habituation, it was less a system and more an expansive realm. A brightly lit, yet empty room filled with the system's information. Congratulations, host. You have completed the controllable nuclear fusion production task and earned 1,000 technology points. You have acquired the structure for the Interstellar Shuttle 110. Reward, 1 hour access to the future library, as technology points can be exchanged with the system for advancements, theories, materials, and finished products. The emergence of these points has introduced a redemption interface within the system. This interface showcases a plethora of goods, including the perpetual motion machine, interstellar shockwave, quantum channel, elixir of immortality, and X materials. However, upon viewing the prices of these items, Qinyang found himself momentarily bewildered. Even the most affordable interstellar shuttle commanded a staggering 1 billion technology points. The creation of controllable nuclear fusion merely required 1,000 technology points, leaving him perplexed as to how one might accumulate such an astronomical sum. What precisely is this future library? Confusion clouded Qinyang's gaze. The future library is a model constructed by simulating the technological development trajectories of cosmic civilizations, encompassing the myriad achievements generated and experienced by a civilization from its inception to its demise, along with the possible years in which these accomplishments may manifest. Chapter 14. Understanding the Future Library and Undertaking a New Task. Upon reading this explanation, Qinyang felt a surge of doubt. Could it be that Earth had not yet reached the relevant year, yet was capable of simulating the corresponding developmental paths? Suddenly, a realization struck him. He found himself in an extraordinary space, the very future library itself. Contrary to his expectations of shelves lined with books, the space was filled with luminous orbs. These orbs represented energy points that could be directly transmitted to the human brain, allowing one to embed knowledge effortlessly within their mind. thus forming the corresponding neural connections. Upon hearing the system's elucidation, Qinyang marveled at the wonder of it all. The concept of learning seemed to dissolve, as one could simply instill this information directly into their consciousness. He began to navigate between the various offerings: Cancer Technology, 3012, Starship, 2617, Lightspeed Curvature Vessel, 4129, Proton Counter-Electromagnetic Cannon, 2633. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he absorbed the knowledge before him. In addition to books and technologies, there existed other artistic and literary elements. Yet, what astonished him most was the future communication system, which took the form of a diminutive sensor that could be worn on the person. This device facilitated human-machine interaction, utilizing electromagnetic signals and human perception to transmit sound, images, and even sensations. Upon reopening his eyes, he was overwhelmed by the profound advancements of future technology. Regrettably, these innovations felt distant. For now, he resolved to proceed steadily, one step at a time. Once again, Qinyang opened his eyes, his mind now clearer than before. Beyond witnessing the formidable prowess of technology, he also gleaned the perils that lurked within the cosmos. Countless civilizations had perished before they could even thrive. Such dangers would persist alongside technological growth and progress. The technological achievements of Blue Planet, spanning from 2100 to 2490, revealed nearly 4 centuries of stagnation in advancement, while subsequent civilizational outcomes appeared shrouded in uncertainty, drifting ambiguously. Could this be a forewarning of Blue Planet's fate? Qinyang's thoughts were tumultuous. Never mind. There is no need to overthink. It is only the 21st century, and the year 2100 is still a long way off. Why bother with such thoughts? Qinyang reassured himself. Meanwhile, the voice of the system reverberated once more in his mind. System task: construct a small arc reactor. Deadline: 3 months. Materials: to be prepared by the host. Support: a viable plan based on current technology. Upon successful completion, rewards to be determined. Failure to complete will result in task cancellation. Do you accept the task, host? 3 months to create a small arc reactor? He had just managed to achieve controllable nuclear fusion, and now another reactor task? It seemed they were somewhat similar, Qinyang pondered. Since he had little else to occupy his time, he decided to accept it. I will take it, he declared. Ding. Task acceptance successful. Subsequently, a point of light appeared in the recesses of his mind. Almost immediately, a set of plans materialized, a feasibility blueprint for the small arc reactor. Upon reviewing the plans, Qinyang felt a genuine headache, an intense one. The light was far more advanced than the orbs found in the multiverse library. Upon his touch, it took root in his consciousness, and he could distinctly sense the alterations occurring in his neural pathways, an uncomfortable sensation akin to being furrowed by some unseen plow. By evening, as Qinyang stepped outside his room, his garments were thoroughly soaked in sweat, his bedding entirely drenched, and his body was utterly exhausted, as if he had been starved for an eternity. What happened to you? Wu Jingjing, who was out for her evening run, happened to see Qinyang emerge from his home and couldn't help but inquire. I am fine. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Wu Jingjing was horrified. Qinyang, what is wrong? He did not respond. Someone. Quickly, someone. As his voice echoed, 2 soldiers appeared, assessing Qinyang's condition. They promptly lifted him and headed towards the nearby hospital. 2 hours later, Wu Xian, Qian Siliang, Yuan Dawei, Bai Jingli, Longyan, and others stood anxiously outside the hospital room. When the doctor emerged, they hurried to surround him. Old Su, how is the patient? Why did he collapse so suddenly? Has he regained consciousness? Is there anything serious? Did he have any prior ailments? The group bombarded Director Su Peng with questions. Who is this young fellow that has you all in such a tizzy? Su Peng chuckled. He is the spiritual pillar for us old fellows, Qian Siliang replied. He is also the future backbone of our dragon nation, Wu Xian added. Indeed, he must not encounter any misfortune, Bai Jingli concurred. The smile faded from Su Peng's face. If you care for him so much, why did you wait until now to bring him here? Director Su said, somewhat irritated. The group exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Noticing their confusion, Director Su explained with rising frustration, the patient is not in serious danger. He merely fainted due to low blood sugar. Moreover, it is evident that his condition reflects a lack of nourishment for 2 or 3 days. Since you all seem so concerned, how could you not notice this? Wu Xian's countenance darkened as he turned to the side, addressing Longyan. Longyan, how do you explain this situation? Wu Xian exclaimed, his frustration palpable. It is my fault. I failed to protect him, Longyan replied, his face etched with guilt and remorse. A few individuals entered the room, and upon seeing a crowd gathered, Qinyang, lying on the bed, could not help but smile. What a commotion! I apologize. It is my failure to safeguard you, Longyan said, standing there, filled with self-reproach. You cannot blame yourself. I was simply too engrossed in my thoughts and forgot to eat, Qinyang replied. Are there any other discomforts you are experiencing? Perhaps we should conduct a more thorough examination, Wu Jingjing suggested. She had conversed with Qinyang extensively during the day and was aware that he had not gone days without food as Director Su had claimed. No need. I assure you, I am perfectly fine. If it were any other day, it would be different. I merely became too absorbed in my thoughts today, which led to my exhaustion, Qinyang said with an embarrassed smile. Can one truly exhaust themselves with mere thoughts? Wu Jingjing inquired, both amused and incredulous. Typically, that would not be the case, but the complexity of my thoughts was considerable, and I was reluctant to pause midway, resulting in my physical depletion. Qinyang explained with a grin. You truly are remarkable, Wu Jingjing said, giving Qinyang a thumbs up. Qinyang, our controllable nuclear fusion project has been approved. Codenamed Black Dragon. You are the technical advisor for this initiative, which is expected to span nearly 5 years. It seems you will have quite the workload ahead of you, Qian Xiling announced, presenting a document to Qinyang. Startled by this news, Qinyang abruptly sat up. Absolutely not. I cannot agree to this. Chapter 15. I want to build an arc reactor. I do not have time to be an advisor, Qian Xiling, Wu Xian. And the others had already submitted the controllable nuclear fusion project for approval, and to their delight, it garnered significant attention from higher authorities and was swiftly sanctioned. This was undoubtedly due to Peng Tian's coordination. Indeed, much of the preliminary validation had already been conducted when Director Peng received Qinyang's proposal. Now, it was merely a matter of having the review experts examine it again and file it with other departments for project initiation. Moreover, all the experts had previously witnessed the small model of the nuclear fusion reactor constructed by Qinyang. This was a clear demonstration, leaving little room for skepticism. With the project now approved, it was indisputable that Qinyang was to be involved, and as a leading figure at that, expecting Qinyang to accept this with enthusiasm. They were taken aback by his refusal. Rest assured, Qinyang, though you are merely an advisor for this project, we engineers will prioritize your input. And you may lead the initiative entirely if you wish. As for the title of chief engineer, we shall gladly restore it to you once the timing is right in a year or two, Qian Xiling said, hastily adding this clarification. Assuming Qinyang's discontent stemmed from his position. Upon hearing the words of academician Qian, Wu Jingjing, standing beside him, was utterly astonished. Entrusting such a significant project to a youth of not yet 20 years is likely unprecedented worldwide. Wu Jingjing approached Qinyang and advised him. If you have any further requests, feel free to voice them now. I believe that academician Qian and the others will do their utmost to accommodate you. I am not declining out of a desire for the title of chief engineer. Rather, I simply do not have the time, as I wish to pursue other research. Qinyang candidly replied. Furthermore, I am merely a vocational school student and lack the authority to command respect, he added. Despite his initial intention to continue his studies and the desire to qualify for exemptions, he felt compelled to express his limitations. Qian Xiling, Wu Xian, and Wu Jingjing were momentarily rendered speechless by Qinyang's response, unsure of how to reply. After a prolonged silence, Yuan Dawei, who had been standing nearby, finally interjected. Professor Chun, we have collectively assessed that your capabilities have already reached a professorial level. Moreover, your advancements in controllable nuclear fusion technology have made significant contributions to the implementation of our nation's major strategic initiatives, allowing for a remarkable leap forward. In my opinion, we could make an exception and appoint you as a professor. I would like to know if you are willing to accept this offer. If you have no objections, I will commence the necessary arrangements immediately. As for commanding respect, excellence in scientific research speaks for itself. Your achievement in controllable nuclear fusion has earned you universal recognition. Qinyang felt momentarily overwhelmed by Yuan Dawei's words. Professor? At the Dragon Science Institute? This title certainly carries more weight than that of a diploma from a technical school. As a vocational student, will the other faculty members not object to my being granted the title of professor? He inquired with a smile. Certainly not. Furthermore, should anyone have reservations, they may earn the title themselves by achieving breakthroughs akin to controllable nuclear fusion, a technology of national strategic importance. If they lack such capabilities, it is best for them to remain silent, Yuan Dawei assured him. This reassurance put Qinyang at ease, yet he still shook his head in refusal. But that still won't suffice, he reiterated. Why not? Qian Xiling inquired, perplexed. What research could possibly be more significant than controllable nuclear fusion, providing greater contributions to the nation? A small arc reactor, Qinyang declared. The group fell silent, taken aback by his statement. Wu Jingjing, an avid anime fan, suddenly brightened. Her eyes full of intrigue as she looked at Qinyang. What did you say? A small arc reactor? Are you referring to the one from Marvel? Indeed. That is the one, Qinyang affirmed with a nod. What Marvel small arc reactor? I'm afraid I'm not following. Qian Xiling and the others inquired with curiosity. Wu Jingjing turned to them and said, Have you heard of Iron Man? He is the Marvel hero clad in an iron suit, rivaling the gods. Iron Man? The scientist from Stark Industries? Qian Xiling asked. Yes, that's him. Wu Jingjing confirmed enthusiastically. It seems you are not completely out of touch. She smiled, adding, I wouldn't have known either, had it not been for my grandson insisting on that toy. Wu Jingjing promptly retrieved her phone, accessed a web page, and searched for Iron Man casually. She pointed at the glowing arc reactor in his chest, proclaiming, This is the miniature arc reactor depicted in the film. Qian Xiling, Wu Xian, Yuan Dawei, and others, upon viewing the phone, all shook their heads in unison. Such a contraption is purely science fiction. It is impossible to possess such a compact arc reactor in reality, let alone wear it. There is no conceivable method to achieve this. I can solve it. Qinyang's voice abruptly interrupted Wu Xian. The group chuckled, and then turned their attention back to Qinyang. Qinyang, I recognize your remarkable talent and expertise in nuclear fusion. However, this arc reactor clearly contravenes the laws of physics. Its realization is unattainable, much like a person, no matter how skilled, cannot create a perpetual motion machine, as it defies scientific principles. The so-called scientific principles are merely the existing frameworks of science. Yet, given humanity's current understanding and advancement in science, we have merely scratched the surface. Moreover, while this device may not be as it appears in the films, it is not beyond the realm of fabrication, Qinyang asserted. Upon hearing his words, particularly regarding scientific principles, the crowd was taken aback. Isn't science fundamentally about continuous breakthroughs and upheavals? Wu Xian inquired of Qinyang. Perhaps half a year. Qinyang responded confidently. With sufficient materials, 6 months would be ample time to construct that arc reactor. What? 6 months? Mr. Chun, individuals like you are the pillars of the nation. In half a year, you could create numerous miracles for our country. Could you perhaps focus on some scientifically validated research instead? After all, the miniature arc reactor you've proposed is uncharted territory. The risks are considerable, Wu Xian suggested. He believed in Chun Yang's capabilities, but had greater faith in the scientific methodologies established over the years, reasoning that it is improbable for one to make groundbreaking advancements on such an abstract and significant research topic in merely 6 months. Qinyang smiled at Wu Xian's remarks. Rest assured, Mr. Wu, I will not squander my time. I guarantee that this device will astonish you all, and in terms of strategic significance, it is certainly on par with, if not superior to, controllable nuclear fusion. Noticing Chun Yang's reluctance to concede, Yuan Dawei interjected, Professor Chun, we acknowledge your genius. However, you must recognize that an individual's energy is finite. Science is also a gradual process. We believe that continuing your research on controllable nuclear fusion is the wisest course of action. Chapter 16. Geniuses achieve what others cannot. Upon hearing Yuan Dawei's words, the group could not help but nod in agreement. Scientific research is deeply rooted in time and principles, akin to a sapling. No matter how many resources are bestowed upon it, it cannot grow into a towering tree overnight. Some dedicate their entire lives without solving a single conundrum. And individuals like Chun Yang, capable of unraveling the complexities of controllable nuclear fusion at such a young age, are undoubtedly rare prodigies. Indeed, a person's lifetime may appear extensive. Yet in reality, the number of endeavors one can undertake is limited. To excel in a single pursuit is sufficient to leave an enduring legacy and contribute to the world. Wu Xian chimed in, clearly indicating that Qinyang should not entertain distractions at this moment, but rather focus diligently on completing the Black Dragon project. Achieving this would render his life fulfilling. Qinyang smiled, seemingly unfazed by their concerns, and rose from the bed. What are you doing? Qian Xiliang, Wu Xian, and Yuan Dawei all expressed their anxiety, fearing Qinyang might fall again. If I were to injure my head, what would become of the Black Dragon project? If you insist on tethering me to this already breakthrough controllable nuclear fusion project, I might as well return home and tinker with my own pursuits, Qinyang remarked. The others fell silent upon hearing his words, yet as they witnessed his determination to leave, they reluctantly conceded. How about this? You can serve as the technical advisor for the Black Dragon project. Should we encounter any challenges, we would appreciate your timely assistance. Of course, during the rest of the time, you may pursue your own interests. Very well, but the time I dedicate to you must not exceed 1 hour a day. The Black Dragon project, the world's first colossal undertaking, necessitates the involvement of at least 20 to 30,000 personnel. The tasks are manifold, and the project schedule is pressing. Even an additional hour of work each day is minimal. It would be quite difficult to limit my involvement to just 1 hour, Qian Siliang remarked. If it poses a challenge, then forget it. You may seek assistance from others. I still wish to continue developing my arc reactor, Qianyang replied. Qian Siliang and Wu Xian exchanged glances, their faces etched with helplessness. Why was it that others clamored for such projects? Yet it seemed to falter when it came to him. All right then, we will proceed with you as the advisor. If you have someone else in mind. It is perfectly fine if you choose not to participate, Qian Siliang stated, his expression tinged with bitterness. If there were truly others available, would this project have reached its current juncture? Oh, and regarding the arc reactor project I wish to pursue, could you allocate some funding or consider it as an investment? Qianyang inquired with a smile. How much do you require? Qian Siliang asked hastily. This time, it is somewhat substantial. I need 2 million, Qianyang boldly declared. Upon hearing the figure, Wu Jingjing clearly sensed a collective sigh of relief from Qian Siliang and Wu Xian, as if a weight had been lifted. Absolutely. We can accommodate that, Qian Siliang affirmed. Individuals of their stature typically apply for research funding in the billions. A project requiring 2 million is merely equivalent to 2 small national natural science grants. While such funding may pose challenges for lesser academics, it is merely a matter of signing for those of their caliber. Moreover, Qianyang had generously contributed the invaluable controllable nuclear fusion technology, which far exceeds the worth of 2 million in rewards. That is splendid. Should any matters arise regarding your project, feel free to consult me when I am not preoccupied, Qianyang said with a smile. Excellent, excellent. Qian Silang, Wu Xian, and others felt a sense of relief upon witnessing Qianyang's affable demeanor after receiving the funds. Soon, news spread within their small circle at Longyan Institute that Qianyang had declined the position of chief consultant for a pivotal controlled nuclear fusion strategic project. Upon hearing this, Ma Yuhua could not help but exhale with relief. Now, everyone at Longyan Institute was aware that she had rejected a genius capable of breakthroughs in controlled nuclear fusion, rendering her a figure of ridicule. The more exceptional Qianyang became, the more resentment brewed within her, highlighting her own inadequacies. Even though Qianyang had garnered recognition from influential figures, she remained unwilling to acknowledge his brilliance. The idea of constructing a small-scale arc reactor seemed overly fanciful to her, merely the stuff of science fiction. I can't help but voice my skepticism, Ma Yuhua remarked. I find it quite promising, Yang Shui interjected. He single-handedly achieved controlled nuclear fusion while in vocational school. Why should it be impossible for him to develop a small-scale arc reactor here at Longyan Institute? Indeed, geniuses are capable of feats beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Wasn't it Einstein who published 4 revolutionary papers in 1905, all through his own efforts? Another chimed in. Precisely. Furthermore, the concept of the arc reactor is not entirely baseless. It rests on a solid theoretical foundation, and who knows, he might genuinely transform science fiction into reality. For someone with the ability to achieve controlled nuclear fusion, who can guarantee he won't conjure yet another miracle? Chapter 17. Within 3 months. I guarantee your article will be published in the laboratory. Qianyang was diligently preparing materials for his arc reactor. His mind was already brimming with a well-formed design plan. From theoretical underpinnings to precise calculations, everything had been meticulously completed. His current task was to transcribe the ideas swirling in his thoughts. No longer solitary, he was now supported by 3 assistants. While they were not yet capable of making decisions, with a little guidance, they could significantly contribute to various auxiliary tasks. It is essential to assign them specific roles, otherwise, chaos may ensue, hindering project progress, Qianyang contemplated. The first step was to create a small arc model. The second to extract fuel for the arc reactor, and the third to utilize the reactor apparatus to harness nuclear fusion energy and convert it into other forms of energy. At his computer, Qianyang began categorizing the design tasks for the arc reactor, drawing from previously acquired reference materials and existing resources. Just as he was engrossed in his work, the lab door swung open. Song Ji, Pan Jun, and Zhou Hui entered, each carrying an unusual stack of documents. Hello, Teacher Chun, the trio greeted him with smiles. Qianyang regarded them with a somewhat puzzled expression. At that moment, Wu Jingjing also made her entrance. Well, look who decided to study and improve today. You 3 actually showed some initiative, Wu Jingjing exclaimed playfully. Upon hearing her words, the 3 exchanged awkward smiles before presenting their materials to Qianyang. Teacher Chun, these are our original graduation projects. We invested a considerable amount of effort into them. As graduation approaches, while others have made significant progress on their theses, with some nearly completing their projects, the 3 of us find ourselves in a state of anxiety, having made little headway. Thus, we beseech your guidance to swiftly fulfill the graduation requirements set by our institution. Indeed, Professor Chun, We yearn to explore the latest advancements in technology under your tutelage, yet we are also confronted with the pressing realities of graduation. We earnestly hope you can consider our predicament and assist us in resolving our thesis issues. Professor Chun, others have already published several papers. While we have yet to produce even one, we fear we may face delays in our graduation. Please, we implore you to lend us your support. Pan Jun said with a furrowed brow. Initially perplexed by the trio's plight, Wu Jingjing now grasped their situation with clarity. Ah, you three. I thought the sun had risen in the west. You wish to learn, yet you are harboring mischief here. Do you not realize that even within the same department and major, if the research fields differ, the relevance of your topics can vary significantly? Presenting the subjects assigned by previous instructors to Chun Yang for experimental guidance is indeed an unreasonable expectation. Are you intentionally seeking trouble? Wu Jingjing remarked. Jingjing. We do not wish for such a predicament, but the school's regulations dictate that without a thesis, we cannot graduate. We ask for your understanding, Pan Jun replied, feeling aggrieved. But by having Chun Yang review your prior topics, are you not placing him in a difficult position? The disparities between different fields are vast. How could he possibly comprehend them? Not only him, but even other mentors would struggle to understand. You are deliberately creating obstacles, Wu Jingjing asserted. Each field of study encompasses numerous subdivisions. For instance, within mathematics, some focus on prime numbers while others explore topological equations, and none can grasp the other's work. Similarly, in chemistry, there are those who study inorganic chemistry and others who delve into organic chemistry, with distinctions between macromolecules and small molecules being substantial. Even if his grandfather were to examine Qian Siliang's work, he could only borrow some methodologies without any overlap, perhaps even a complete absence of intersection. Upon hearing Wu Jingjing's words, Pan Jun and his companions recognized that their actions had indeed been somewhat excessive. Very well. We shall retract our topics and kindly request Professor Chun to assist us in selecting a viable thesis subject that would allow us to graduate. This diploma is of utmost importance to us. Indeed, my father has exhausted every avenue to see me reach this point. Should I fail to graduate, he would undoubtedly be furious. The three of them declared. After speaking, they began to gather the materials on the table, preparing to conduct experiments. Hold on, Chun Yang, who had been silent until then, suddenly called out to them. Is it merely graduation you seek? The completion of your thesis? Rest assured, I guarantee your successful graduation. Within 3 months, I will ensure that you publish your article and meet the graduation requirements. What do you say? The trio, initially intending to depart, reconsidered their decision. However, they were taken aback by Chun Yang's unexpected remarks. Chapter 18. Anticipating the nature of his proposed topic. Initially, the trio was elated upon hearing Chun Yang's words. But upon reflection, they could not help but smile wryly. Teacher Chun, it's not that we lack faith in you. It's simply that you have yet to serve as a principal reviewer in a core journal and are newly affiliated with Longyan Academy. The graduation standards are clear. When the time comes for data collection and paper publication, we will have nothing. How can we graduate? Zhou Hui expressed. This was precisely why they were eager to align themselves with the prominent figures of Longyan Academy. After all, as long as they were associated with such esteemed individuals, their papers would not face stringent scrutiny during the review process. Publishing papers and graduating would not pose significant challenges. Without data, there could be no papers to write. Just trust me. If the experiments are not completed and papers published within 3 months, I will personally appeal to the dean on your behalf, requesting either Elder Wu or Elder Qian to co-author a paper with you, ensuring your graduation. Given my achievement in achieving controllable nuclear fusion, the dean should be inclined to grant my request. Is what you say truly the case? Pan Jun turned to Chun Yang, astonished. Absolutely. Excellent. It's a deal. Pan Jun and the others exclaimed with excitement. Meanwhile, Wu Jingjing appeared anxious, casting glances at Chun Yang and whispering in his ear, why are you making such grand promises? Aren't you courting trouble by crossing disciplines to write papers? Chun Yang merely chuckled, remaining unfazed. Wu Jingjing, frustrated, stamped her foot. Teacher Chun, should we reconsider our graduation project topic? Show me the materials. Here you go. The three promptly handed over the documents. As Wu Jingjing had surmised, they were somewhat skeptical about Chun Yang's ability to comprehend their topic. Chun Yang glanced at the title, on the correlation between electromagnetic Lorentz flux wave attenuation and the Ohm's function equation. You cannot accomplish this paper. It is certainly unrelated. You may need to revise the title, Chun Yang remarked after a cursory glance at the title, without even delving into the content. Teacher Chun, you must be joking. The group exclaimed. Currently, the mainstream scientific community widely acknowledges that the attenuation and distribution of electromagnetic flux can be modeled quantitatively. And the Ohm's function equation is the closest known equation to this model, albeit with some unresolved dispersion issues. Our project aims to tackle this challenge. And given that this area of research remains largely unexplored, our study holds significant value, Pan Jun stated. He spoke the truth. The mainstream scientific community indeed recognized this equation, acknowledging its imperfections, with some aspects still being refined. However, the overarching direction seemed sound, as Wu Jingjing pointed out to Qin Yang. She was familiar with this topic due to her previous involvement with her father at a military exhibition. Her father was engaged in military research, and electromagnetic weapons had become a focal point. However, the attenuation of electromagnetic flux and energy posed the greatest obstacle for such weapons. And one of the approaches to resolving this issue was through the Ohm's equation. Indeed, Teacher Chun, there is no issue with this topic. Perhaps you might take another look. If this equation is indeed erroneous, how is it possible to rely on this model to fabricate the prototype electromagnetic cannon? Pan Jun quietly countered Qin Yang. The ability to utilize the Ohm's law to create the initial version of the electromagnetic cannon stems from the fact that within a certain range of variables, Ohm's law can closely approximate the Charkov decay curve, thus explaining the phenomenon. Charkov decay curve? What is that? Why have we never heard of it? Pan Jun asked. Visibly perplexed, Qin Yang was taken aback, realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much. He had previously encountered Pan Jun's topic in the future library, where he learned that the Charkov decay curve equation would be developed 50 years later by Professor Charkov at Yale University. At this moment, he was merely a mass of cells yet to be born. I have never heard of it either, Wu Jingjing remarked. Could it be that you misremembered? Zhou Hui inquired of Qin Yang. Whether or not I misremembered, you will come to know in due course. I assure you, your project is fundamentally flawed. Even if results are produced, they will merely be a misapplication, proving nothing in the end. Merely a futile endeavor devoid of significance. Devoid of significance? Teacher Chun, I find it difficult to accept your assertion, Pan Jun replied, his voice lacking conviction. You will come to accept it. But what if we cannot produce results according to your equation? Pan Jun could not help but ask. If results cannot be produced, you need not wait 3 months. I will fulfill my promise ahead of time, Qin Yang stated. Pan Jun, taken aback by Qin Yang's confidence, replied, Teacher, that is not my intention. I meant to suggest that perhaps modifications could be made later. No modifications are necessary. It will definitely be achievable, Qin Yang asserted confidently. Subsequently, Song Ji and Zhou Hui also presented their papers. Qin Yang reviewed each one, identifying design flaws akin to those in Pan Jun's paper, and even fundamentally altered their project foundations. Although Zhou Hui and Song Ji reacted less vehemently than Pan Jun, they too received Qin Yang's assurance. The three, having reviewed their topics, turned to leave. Observing their departure, Wu Jingjing remarked with exasperation, You are rather blunt. Scientific research inherently involves countless trials and errors. Until experimental results emerge, no one can foresee the ultimate outcome. Moreover, their theoretical basis is sound and not as lacking as you claim. Their ignorance does not equate to mine. A mistake is a mistake. Knowing it is wrong yet allowing them to proceed is a waste of time and resources. With that time and those resources, it would be better spent aiding me in achieving tangible results sooner, Qin Yang retorted. How can you be so certain that your experimental design will yield the desired results? What makes you so sure that you are right? Furthermore, by overturning their project foundations, you have offended not only the three of them, but also the mentors who previously guided them, Wu Jingjing pointed out. Qin Yang paused. I must admit, I had not considered that aspect. However, if they become upset over this, there is little I can do, he replied, shrugging his shoulders. Indeed, as Wu Jingjing anticipated, a considerable uproar ensued at the Longyan Institute after Qin Yang dismissed the graduation projects of Zhou Hui, Song Ji, and Pan Jun. Isn't Qin too excessive? I concede that he is a master in nuclear physics, but does he truly comprehend electromagnetic decay? Dr. Feng protested indignantly within Liang Qing's office. As Liang Qing's doctoral student, he was also overseeing Pan Jun's graduation project, a subject he had chosen himself, now entirely repudiated by Qin Yang, leaving him with a sense of injustice. Meanwhile, his mentor, Liang Qing, sat in contemplation, pondering the validity of Qin Yang's assertions. Is it possible he might be right? The Ohm equation could indeed approach the decay curve infinitely within a certain variable range, Liang Qing mused. Boss, you can't possibly think he is correct as well. Doctor, Feng exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 19. Specially appointed professor. Renowned figures set the record straight. Glancing at his disciple, Liang Qing sipped his tea and replied slowly. It is not without merit. A similar scene unfolded with the original mentors of Song Ji and Pan Jun, Chang Chun and Kong, where the anticipated anger and fury were absent, replaced instead with deep contemplation. I find myself rather curious about what kind of project he might devise, remarked Chang Chun. The entire Longyan Institute was taken aback. Qianyang had nullified the projects designated by Professors Liang and Chang, which, despite being supervised by their doctoral students, had been thoroughly reviewed. To completely dismiss the work of both professors was akin to a slap in the face. Many speculated that the professors would react with anger. Yet surprisingly, they remained unperturbed and instead awaited Qianyang's next move with anticipation. Some suggested that the professors were magnanimous, while others speculated they were merely biding their time for Qianyang's potential failure. Meanwhile, Yuan Dawei gazed anxiously at the appointment letter in his hand, Qianyang's professorial title, which he had expedited due to a special endorsement signed by Peng Tianfang. The entire process had been completed in mere days. However, following the controversy surrounding Qianyang within the institute, Yuan felt a twinge of hesitation. There are already dissenters. If I present this to him now, might it not incite division? He pondered aloud. What division are you talking about? You are establishing a model representative, embracing diverse talent. The state entrusted you with the position of Dean of Longyan Institute to lead it through challenges and foster advanced technologies, not to play the role of a mere peacemaker. Retorted Qian Siliang. Go ahead and confer the title. If anyone objects, let them come to me and old Qian. Tell them that should they produce equivalent results, we will advocate for their elevation to higher honors and benefits. Wu Xian chimed in supportively. Hearing their words, Yuan Dawei smiled. With both of you backing me, I feel considerably reassured. 2 days later, the Longyan Institute was once again abuzz. Qianyang, hailing from a vocational background, was swiftly appointed as a professor at the institute. This is astonishingly rapid. A meteoric rise indeed. He has achieved a significant breakthrough in a major strategic project. Not only is it fitting to appoint him as a professor, but even an academician would be justified. However, some contended that this was merely a small model and not a completed construction, thus attributing the credit to him felt unjust. This is unacceptable. What is there to be dissatisfied about? Such a significant contribution, yet it receives no recognition even by a professor's title. This is truly unjust. Indeed, I also believe that Professor Chen should be evaluated for the professorship. If you possess the capability, why not tackle a similar subject yourself? I may not have the ability to conquer it, but I refuse to accept it. I intend to report this. Sure enough, on the very day the announcement was made, the president's office received anonymous letters. Although not numerous, there were a few, and they cited the promotion regulations of the Longyan Institute, presenting well-reasoned arguments. Simultaneously, the Science and Technology Bureau also received calls and letters. Currently, all promotion regulations fail to encompass Qianyang's unique case. According to existing rules, Qianyang is indeed in violation. However, a special exception soon emerged. Just 2 days later, the Longyan Science and Technology Bureau and the Longyan Institute issued announcements almost simultaneously. They had reinvestigated the evaluation process of Qianyang's title, confirming that all procedures adhered to standards, all materials were compliant, and there were no violations. The reports were unfounded, and Qianyang's title assessment remained unchanged. Signed, Peng Tianfang, Qian Siliang, Wu Xian, by Jingli. Upon seeing that series of signatures, everyone gasped in astonishment. The evaluation of Professor Chen required the endorsement of an entire elite team from the nuclear field. This evaluation truly holds weight, stirring excitement within both the Longyan Institute and the Science and Technology Bureau. With so many esteemed figures vouching for you, you possess more prestige than even academicians. Wu Jingjing remarked with a smile directed at Qianyang. I didn't expect this either, Qianyang replied, continuing to examine his computer without raising his head. Only someone with your audacity could remain so unfazed. However, fortune often favors the foolish. With such powerful backing, you can navigate your path with ease in the future. Wu Jingjing said, her expression filled with envy. I shall walk as comfortably as I please, Qianyang responded without hesitation. Noticing his lack of response, Wu Jingjing decided to remain silent. Peering at Qianyang's computer, her eyes widened in surprise. Are you really going to redesign their original project? Didn't they say that the theme and title couldn't be altered? Then I must change the internal designs, Qianyang replied helplessly. But do you understand these concepts? Wu Jingjing couldn't help but ask. Qianyang smiled, but chose not to respond further. Would you like me to assist you in researching the literature? Wu Jingjing inquired. My research does not heavily rely on literature, Qianyang stated. There's a reason why so many have questioned and reported you, Wu Jingjing remarked somewhat exasperatedly. Standing idly by, she felt somewhat at a loss. Half an hour later, Qianyang let out a sigh and stretched. It's completed. Conducting experiments on a fixed topic is truly taxing. Even though I know I'm correct, I still have to expend great effort to prove it, Qianyang remarked. Please help me print these documents, he indicated towards several files. Are you currently working on their graduation designs? Wu Jingjing asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. The charts and text seem relatively normal, but why are there so many calculations? Moreover, many of these calculations are particularly advanced, and she cannot comprehend them at all. Yes, I've redesigned their graduation projects, Chunyang said nonchalantly. Half an hour later, the three of them walked in again, looking at Chunyang with peculiar expressions. They could hardly believe that within just a few short days, this individual, younger than themselves, had been appointed as a professor, garnering recognition from so many esteemed figures. Meanwhile, they were still grappling with their undergraduate thesis. These are the graduation projects prepared for you by Professor Chen. Your upcoming experiments should adhere to these guidelines, Wu Jingjing stated, handing 3 sets of materials to Pan Jun and his companions. Upon receiving the documents, the trio could not help but furrow their brows. Is it really the same topic? Does he truly comprehend it? Has he really altered the entire design in such a brief period? It seems implausible, they murmured softly. With expressions of skepticism, they cautiously began to peruse the experimental plan. The initial sections mirrored their own, with the experimental design bearing striking similarities, showing little change. However, Pan Jun's eyes widened in astonishment. What are these mathematical formulas on the following pages? He exclaimed. The dense array of calculations was utterly incomprehensible to him. Most notably, many of the mathematical tools and theories contained within surpassed the theoretical level of his understanding. Well, do you comprehend it? Wu Jingjing inquired, directing her gaze at Pan Jun. His face flushed with embarrassment. The volume of calculations is rather daunting. I will need to return and validate them. No need for validation. You cannot comprehend it. Chunyang interjected. Chapter 20. Whose masterpiece is this? Pan Jun was rendered speechless by this statement, struggling to muster a retort, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. These mathematical formulas are beyond your grasp. There is no need to exert effort in deciphering them. You only need to remember the conclusions below. When conducting the experiment, follow these steps methodically, collect the data upon completion, and finally, utilize this formula for mutual verification, Chunyang advised. Upon hearing Chunyang's words, Pan Jun felt as though he had been struck by 1,000 blows. Subsequently, Song Ji and Zhou Hui found themselves in similarly dire straits. Their experiments not only involved a plethora of bewilderingly intricate mathematical derivations, but also necessitated the redesign of their experimental plans, leaving them utterly disheartened. You too should refrain from attempting to comprehend these mathematical derivations. It is a futile endeavor and a waste of time. Simply follow my experimental design, Chunyang instructed. The trio exchanged glances, their faces marked by embarrassment and shame, yet their eyes burned with a fervent desire for vengeance. After exchanging a few hurried words, they excused themselves under the pretext of familiarizing themselves with the plans. Once outside, the three were seething with indignation, clutching the documents as though they were holding a certificate of humiliation. How embarrassing! Where did Professor Chen acquire such complex mathematical formulas that we cannot comprehend? It's utterly humiliating. Pan Jun exclaimed. Indeed, we must understand these formulas and reclaim our dignity before Professor Chen. Absolutely. Let us seek out some friends from the mathematics department to assist us in deciphering these. Once we have it figured out, we can return and challenge Professor Chen. Song Ji suggested. Perhaps Professor Chen himself does not comprehend these mathematical formulas. Once we grasp them, we can return and put him to the test. Can you imagine the expression on his face? Zhou Hui remarked with a grin. Upon hearing Zhou Hui's words, the trio could not suppress their delight. At 7:30 in the evening, is your mathematics department truly competent? Pan Jun questioned impatiently, addressing the 7 or 8 students in front of him. After a whole day of effort, you have yet to solve a single formula. Aren't you renowned for your mathematical prowess? How is it that you cannot even comprehend the equations provided by Professor Chen? This mathematical formula is exceedingly complex, replied Gao Chun, who was dubbed the Prince of Mathematics. Weariness etched on his face. Is this really all? Complex? Pan Jun could not help but scoff. You see only a few brief mathematical expressions. Yet these have been simplified, omitting numerous steps in the derivation, which are rather intricate. Enough of the chatter. Simply tell me, are you able to comprehend it? Gao Chen's expression momentarily faltered. This is difficult to ascertain. All I can say is that we will do our utmost, but the calculations involved are overwhelmingly substantial. Where did this come from? I have scoured the mathematics library, and there is absolutely no mention of it. Moreover, the mathematical derivations span several pages, utilizing numerous concepts, some of which I have never even encountered. I suspect this might be a manuscript from some mathematical master. Admitting one's limitations is nothing to be ashamed of. Let's not attribute it to the complexity of the problem. I happen to have a classmate in the mathematics department at Hucking University. I will contact him to assist with the resolution. With that, he reached to take the materials away. Smack! Gao Chen swiftly pressed down on the experimental proposal. Leave the materials here. Meanwhile, the other students from the mathematics department regarded the documents with fervent intensity, akin to being possessed. Clearly, they would not relent until the problem was resolved, and none would dare to take the materials from them. Panjun, startled, took a few steps back. You all go ahead and have your meal. I will make copies for you. The students exchanged glances before speaking in unison. You go make copies. We will wait here. Aren't you going to eat? Panjun, observing their obsessive demeanor, felt a twinge of fear and hastily fled with the documents in hand. Once he had completely distanced himself from the intense scrutiny of the mathematics students, he took a photograph of the materials and sent it to his friend in the mathematics department at Hucking University, thereafter ignoring it entirely. As for the procedures outlined in the experimental proposal, they posed no difficulty. Merely routine data collection followed by statistical analysis and verification, indistinguishable from previous experiments. The plans presented by Song Ji and Zhou Hui were equally unremarkable. A week later, before Panjun could inquire, his friend from Hucking University called directly. Panjun, tell me honestly, from which master did this originate? I wish to consult them. Surely you jest. With so many mathematical experts at your institution, why seek guidance from them when you come to Longyan College? Aren't you afraid of being accused of betraying your mentors and abandoning your roots? In recent days, we have exhausted every possible inquiry, even forming a dedicated group to delve into the matter. Regrettably, we have only just reached the third step of our investigation, and the fourth step has been stalled for 2 days, yielding no clues or progress. Thus, we seek the guidance of the esteemed master. The voice on the other end of the line conveyed sincerity. Panjun, is this truly so difficult? Could it be that the problem itself is flawed, rendering proof impossible? The problem is impeccable, truly brilliant, came the dismissive response. Let me check when our master is available, and we shall discuss it then. With that, the call was abruptly terminated as he prepared to head to the laboratory. For days, he had evaded the situation under the pretext of not having reviewed the proposal. But it seemed he could no longer escape. As he stepped outside, he was confronted by a group of disheveled individuals, their eyes bloodshot, resembling zombies. What on earth has happened to you? Have you been infected by a biochemical virus? Panjun could not help but step back. These individuals, despite their weary appearance, bore fervent gazes. Panjun, take us to see Professor Chun. We wish to consult him regarding the derivation of that mathematical formula, Gao Chun stated earnestly. Why not go on your own? Panjun retorted ungraciously. Professor Chun said he has no time. He's busy, Gao Chun replied, his tone reminiscent of a neglected concubine. Very well. Today he mentioned he would explain the proposal to me. You might as well seize the opportunity to listen, Panjun remarked nonchalantly. Excellent. Gao Chun's eyes sparkled. Let us hurry, urged another student from the mathematics department. Remember, when you speak to Professor Chun, be mindful of your tone and show him respect. He is my teacher, not yours, and is under no obligation to teach you, Panjun cautioned the group. Absolutely, we will be careful and ensure we do not offend Professor Chun. They replied cautiously, their eyes filled with envy as they looked at Panjun. Chapter 21. Examine your mistakes. Panjun observed the urgency in Gao Chun and the others, his expression one of bewilderment. Yet, he found himself compelled to proceed to the laboratory. He had not visited in days, and the fervor of the group offered him no opportunity to decline. They seemed determined to propel him forward. However, upon reaching Professor Chun Yang's laboratory, the group became subdued, their expressions rife with tension and anticipation. I will ask Professor Chun if you can sit in while he explains, Panjun announced. We appreciate your assistance, they expressed gratefully. 3 minutes later, he emerged once more. Let us go. Professor Chun has no objections, Panjun declared, although he could not yet comprehend Professor Chun Yang's experimental proposal. Witnessing the group's cautious demeanor while he moved freely instilled within him an inexplicable sense of superiority. Upon hearing Panjun's words, Gao Chun and the others beamed with delight and slowly made their way inside. Good day, Professor Chun. Gao Chun and his companions gazed at Chun Yang with eyes aglow, as though they were beholding a deity. Teacher Chun, this is a small token of our appreciation. Please do accept it. One of Gao Chun's associates presented a meticulously prepared Starbucks gift box to Chun Yang with utmost reverence. Panjun, observing from the side, was taken aback, astonished that these individuals had gone to such lengths. No need, keep it for yourselves. I do not particularly enjoy coffee, Chun Yang replied with a faint smile. He then addressed the group, saying, I have heard from Panjun that you wish to listen to a lecture. The theoretical derivations may be somewhat intricate. I will present them only once, and how much you comprehend depends entirely on your own efforts. Thank you, Teacher Chun. We will listen attentively, Gao Chun replied earnestly. No need for formalities, Chun Yang responded with a gentle smile before commencing his explanation. Teacher, aren't you going to provide a copy of the plan? Gao Chun inquired. No need. It's all in my mind, Qinyang said with a grin. Gao Chen's gaze was filled with awe, while Pan Jun, standing nearby, wore a look of pride. After all, this was his mentor. As Qinyang began his lecture, the group listened intently, not daring to let their attention waver. Initially, Gao Chun and the others seemed to grasp the material well, but around the 10-minute mark, it became evident that they were growing tense and struggling, their brows furrowed, and their eyes filled with confusion. Meanwhile, their classmates exhibited a similar thirst for knowledge, albeit overshadowed by bewilderment. As for Pan Jun, his expression was rather neutral, as he was utterly lost regarding the mathematical derivations being discussed. An hour later, beads of sweat adorned the foreheads of Gao Chun and his companions, their expressions increasingly pained as they diligently took notes without pause. After 2 hours, Pan Jun was utterly bewildered, having failed to comprehend anything. It was a torment for him. In contrast, Gao Chun and the others felt as though time had flown by. Before they even realized it, 2 hours had elapsed. Well, what I have covered is the theoretical derivation of this mathematical expression. If you are interested, feel free to review it on your own. If there are any uncertainties, ponder them carefully, Qinyang concluded. At this moment, Gao Chun and his companions appeared fatigued yet exhilarated, tinged with helplessness. Time had passed too swiftly. At first, the lecture had illuminated their understanding, but soon they felt overwhelmed, encountering concepts they had never heard of, let alone understood. Nevertheless, Qinyang's explanation was akin to a flash of lightning in the darkness. Though it vanished in the blink of an eye, it illuminated the entire sky, providing them with direction in the night. Thank you, Teacher Chen. Gao Chun and the others bowed respectfully once more. As they departed, Pan Jun could not help but shake his head, reflecting, they say students in the mathematics department are exceptionally intelligent. Is this truly the case? Teacher Chun has imparted his wisdom, yet they remain perplexed. Pan Jun, do you have any questions? Qinyang inquired. I have no questions, Pan Jun replied without hesitation. Hearing this, Gao Chun and the others at the door were infuriated, wishing fervently to enjoy the same treatment as Pan Jun. There were no issues. They could just focus on their experiments. I have already requested the necessary materials from the dean for your experiments, and additionally, I have secured an experimental station for you. You will have only 2 hours each day to work on your graduation project according to the experimental plan I provided. After collecting the required data, the remainder of your time will be entirely at my discretion, Qinyang stated. Pan Jun was deeply moved to learn that Qinyang had specially arranged an experimental station and requested materials solely for the completion of his original research topic. I will certainly heed Teacher Chen's arrangements, Pan Jun expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Thus, Pan Jun diligently commenced his experiments. As he began, Song Ji and Zhou Hui, like Pan Jun, entered the laboratory. Unlike Pan Jun, however, they presented their experimental plan to the mathematics department, only to abandon it after a mere glance. We will need a copy of your data, but we must first fully understand Pan Jun's approach before we can analyze yours, they were informed. Consequently, the two experienced minimal disturbances. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Qinyang inquired of Pan Jun, who had just entered. How did it go? Have you completed today's experiment? I have followed your experimental plan to the letter, Pan Jun replied. And the results? The results are not encouraging. The data obtained in the laboratory diverges significantly from your mathematical simulation curve, Pan Jun admitted. Qinyang's brow furrowed. Show me your experimental records. Pan Jun promptly handed over his notebook. After a brief glance, Qinyang slammed the records onto the table, startling Pan Jun examine it and identify where the error lies. Feeling a weight in his heart and confusion on his face, Pan Jun picked up the records. Despite scrutinizing them for quite some time, he found no mistakes. There appears to be nothing wrong. Everything aligns with the experimental design, Pan Jun insisted. If you cannot identify the error, do not return after today. Qinyang's voice was frigid. Upon hearing this, Pan Jun's expression soured, and he once again scrutinized the records. 3 minutes later, his face turned crimson. Teacher Chun, I apologize. I failed to notice this detail. The previous design specified a left-handed electromagnetic polarity at 60 degrees, but I did not realize yours was right-handed. Next time such an oversight occurs, you are to leave immediately. I cannot afford to waste time on you. Pan Jun's face flushed with embarrassment and anger, leaving him speechless. This scene shocked Song Ji and Zhou Hui, who were conducting their experiments nearby. They had not anticipated that Teacher Chun would exhibit such a temper during experiments. 2 hours passed, and Pan Jun emerged from the lab, astonished, holding his experimental records. How did it turn out this time? Qinyang inquired. This time, the actual values aligned closely with the theoretical values, differing by only 2, Pan Jun said, astonished. Good. Continue with the work tomorrow. Moreover, take a moment to ponder the reason behind this discrepancy of 2. Of course, you may choose not to reflect upon it. Qinyang spoke with a tone devoid of warmth. To Pan Jun's ears, it felt as if this individual, younger than himself, harbored little faith in his ability to comprehend the matter at hand. Today, due to your own experimental error, the data has been compromised. You will need to work an additional 4 hours this evening to rectify the time lost, Qinyang stated with indifference. Pan Jun paused momentarily, instinctively wanting to refuse, yet ultimately acquiesced with resignation. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon project had commenced in an orderly fashion. Wu Xian and Qian Xiliang served as the chief engineer and deputy chief engineer of the project, respectively. At this moment, they found themselves troubled by the project proposal. According to the initial plan, they were to install high-temperature resistant materials and plasma cooling equipment based on the original design. The design of high-temperature resistant materials and the plasma cooling apparatus represented the first critical technological hurdle. However, the scheme proposed by Qinyang consistently failed to yield the anticipated design outcomes, and they could not even complete preliminary testing, let alone subsequent experiments. The high-temperature resistant materials were merely the initial step. Temperatures exceeding hundreds of millions of degrees were far beyond the capabilities of ordinary materials to withstand. The existing high-temperature resistant materials could only endure up to 20,000 degrees. How had he achieved this? The design details seemed rather vague. A project supervisor remarked with a wry smile directed at Wu Xian and Qian Xiliang. Have you all proceeded according to the experimental design? I assure you, there is not a single error. Here is our project schedule. This is the proposal, and there is no discrepancy, the supervisor stated to Wu Xian. Upon comparison, Wu Xian and Qian Xiliang acknowledged that there indeed appeared to be no differences. After reviewing the proposed design, both furrowed their brows. Initially, they had felt that the design was ingenious, believing that it would surely work, but they had not anticipated the failure to replicate it. This issue would likely necessitate consulting Qinyang for a resolution, Wu Xian remarked. To untie the knot, one must first tie it. This problem truly cannot be resolved by anyone else. Hurry and summon Qinyang. Have the Longyan helicopter bring him here, Qian Xiliang instructed. In the laboratory, Zhou Hui and Song Ji presented their experimental records to Qinyang. Although the group wore expressions of defiance, they were reluctant to act recklessly after witnessing Pan Jun's fate. The experiment did not encounter significant issues, but for the next session, each step must be executed with precision, strictly adhering to the proposal. Do not entertain the notion that close enough suffices. In scientific research, a minor deviation can lead to monumental errors. Zhou Hui and Song Ji exchanged knowing smiles. The vocational student is instructing us once more, they chuckled. At that moment, Wu Jingjing entered from outside. Qinyang, come quickly, the Black Dragon project has encountered a problem. My grandfather and Professor Qian are requesting your assistance, Wu Jingjing urged Qinyang. Also, why are you without your phone? The calls have been coming through to me. She chided. Qinyang glanced at her. I am currently reviewing their experimental procedures. Please wait a moment. I will check again upon my return. They are becoming anxious over there, Wu Jingjing replied. Qinyang cast a fleeting glance at her. Wu Jingjing, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze, finally spoke up. All right then. Please try to be quick. Zhou Hui and Song Ji, initially feeling somewhat defiant, found themselves somewhat daunted upon hearing Qinyang's words. Old Chun was displeased that they had kept Old Qian, Old Wu, and a host of scientists waiting. This matter is urgent, Mr. Chun. Perhaps you could. His sentence trailed off as he noticed Chun Yang's expression, prompting him to obediently fall silent. Subsequently, Qinyang resumed his review of the experimental records, pointing out the deficiencies therein. An hour elapsed before they finally completed the task. Wu Jingjing, initially anxious, settled down after making a phone call to her grandfather. Mr. Chun is doing well. We should lend our full support. Just be patient and wait. It doesn't matter how long we have to wait for him to finish. This project has been at a standstill for so long already, Wu Xian remarked. Having received her grandfather's response, Wu Jingjing ceased her urging. As Qinyang concluded his work, Wu Jingjing approached him. It's getting late. Would you like to have a meal before we head over? Qinyang glanced at her once more and replied, with Old Wu, Old Qian, and a group of scientists waiting. Do you think I could possibly eat? Wu Jingjing, frustrated, stamped her foot, feeling aggrieved. Weren't you the one who asked them to wait? Let us go. Old Wu and Old Qian must be getting anxious, Qinyang asserted. Wu Jingjing rolled her eyes. Now you're considering their feelings? Nevertheless, she followed him outside. At that moment, a sleek black helicopter had landed outside, where Longyan and two soldiers stood, wearing sunglasses and tactical gear, standing at attention. Upon seeing Qinyang emerge, they sharply saluted. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Qinyang said, a hint of regret in his voice. You're too kind, Longyan replied. Qinyang approached, while Wu Jingjing watched eagerly from the side. Aren't you coming? She asked. I don't have the clearance, she responded. You are my secretary. How could you lack clearance? Qinyang retorted. He then turned to Longyan. Could you please check her clearance? Longyan nodded, and 3 minutes later, he confirmed, the approval has been granted. She may accompany you. Wu Jingjing was momentarily stunned, hardly believing her ears. She then joyfully leaped up. Nearby, Zhou Hui and Song Ji observed the entire scene. Their hair tousled by the wind from the helicopter's rotors, their emotions in disarray. Zhou Hui, do you think we've been rather oblivious to our good fortune? Have we underestimated old Qin? Song Ji queried, his feelings complex as he watched the helicopter take off. Qinyang's status and the respect he commanded far exceeded their expectations. Zhou Hui pondered for a moment before replying, perhaps. If he can indeed produce ideal results according to the experimental design and publish a high-quality paper, I would concede my admiration. Chapter 23. I need an office. Qinyang and Wu Jingjing boarded the helicopter, and under Longyan's guidance, they quickly arrived at a designated base. As the helicopter descended, a multitude of guards came into view, clearly indicating that this was a clandestine base. Although my grandfather served in the military and my father was an aerospace engineer, I had heard many tales of such places. However, this was my first experience of stepping into a secret facility, especially one with such elevated security measures. Here are the security cards for both of you. Mr. Chun, you are a consultant with high-level access, but Miss Jingjing, your permissions are limited. So please refrain from wandering about, Longyan stated, handing the security cards to Qinyang and Wu Jingjing. Rest assured, I understand, Wu Jingjing replied. Subsequently, the two navigated through multiple checkpoints until they reached the interior. Teacher Chun, you have finally arrived. We have been awaiting your presence. Wu Xian and Qian Siliang exclaimed with delight as they rushed to greet Qinyang. In contrast, the others exhibited a noticeable lack of enthusiasm, bordering on indifference. Unlike Wu Xian and Qian Siliang, they appeared skeptical that this youthful individual, seemingly inexperienced, could resolve issues that had eluded them, especially given his background as a vocational student. Old Wu, old Qian, what seems to be the issue? You could have simply called me. There was no need for such elaborate arrangements, Qinyang remarked. We even dispatched a helicopter to the Long Institute, making it known throughout the entire institution. I apologize for not communicating with you in advance. But we truly had no other recourse, Wu Xian explained, gesturing to the project supervisor nearby. The supervisor approached and handed over the project documentation to Qinyang. Why is there so much? Qinyang inquired, furrowing his brow. This encompasses all the project materials. We wished for you to review the overview to gain an understanding of the entire project, the supervisor responded. No need for that. Simply inform me of the current progress and the challenges encountered, Qinyang stated. The supervisor was taken aback by Qinyang's apparent arrogance. How could one grasp the intricacies of the project without even reviewing the documentation, especially given that this was such a new initiative? Likewise, the engineers nearby, having heard Qinyang's words, exhibited displeasure, particularly those who had already expended several days grappling with the issues at hand, their expressions rife with indignation. Uncertain of who this esteemed individual was that old Wu and old Qian had summoned, Li Ziqing reluctantly complied with Wu Xian's suggestion, despite his inner dissatisfaction. He repeated the report he had previously given to Wu Xian to Qinyang. Upon finishing, Qinyang's brow furrowed once more. Did I not instruct you to employ a laminar cooling method with a gradual temperature decrease? You make it sound simple, yet the materials utilized cannot withstand such immense pressure. During the cooling process, the internal stresses will cause the materials to fracture, ultimately leading to a complete failure and an inability to achieve the desired cooling effect. Li Ziqing retorted, his eyes filled with disdain. Is this all? You fail to grasp the fundamentals and yet aspire to assist us in resolving our issues? Qinyang cast a glance at the design blueprint and then scrutinized the design parameters, his mind swiftly grasping the situation. Mr. Chun, did you encounter this issue while developing that model? Wu Xian inquired. Qinyang shook his head. Then how did you solve this problem? Instead of responding to Wu Xian's question, Qinyang turned to the supervisor. We reinforced the high-temperature resistant materials in the original design, adding more layers than before. Yet, it proved ineffective. No matter how much we added, internal rupture ultimately led to the damage of the fireplace, preventing successful localized cooling and putting the entire fireplace at risk of being burnt through, Li Ziqing explained. This method is certainly unfeasible. Have you tried any alternative approaches? Qinyang pressed further. Alternative approaches? Li Ziqing glanced at Wu Xian and Qian Siliang before addressing Qinyang. We have previously attempted to reduce the inner layer of materials or even substitute them with other options, but no suitable material exists. Currently, there is no material capable of withstanding such extreme temperatures, which is why the issue persists, Li Ziqing stated. Upon hearing Li Ziqing's words, Qinyang furrowed his brows. This problem had not crossed his mind before, nor did it need to be considered, as previous smaller devices had not faced such challenges. Now, confronted with this dilemma, a change was imperative. Mr. Chen, do you have any ideas? Qian Siliang asked. No, Chen Yang replied, shaking his head. However, I can contemplate it. He then turned to Wu Xian and Qian Siliang, saying, now, please arrange for me an office equipped with a computer. You are our project technical advisor. Your office has been prepared for quite some time. Allow me to escort you there, Wu Xian responded. Very well. I will head there now and will strive to devise a solution promptly, Chen Yang said. As Chen Yang turned to leave, the supervisor, Li Ziqing, and the others exchanged glances. Is this feasible? I can't shake the feeling that it's rather unreliable. I even doubt whether he fully comprehends the issue, another engineer remarked. Mr. Qian, is it too risky to place our trust in him? Others questioned Qian Siliang. Do we possess any superior alternatives? Can we rely solely on ourselves? If you could resolve it, why would we trouble him? Qian Siliang retorted without reservation. Chen Yang arrived in the office, sitting alone in the chair, closing his eyes in deep thought. Is there anything I can assist you with? Wu Jingjing asked. Not at the moment. I will call for you when needed, he replied, subsequently shutting his eyes again. Observing his demeanor, Wu Jingjing opted to leave, as she was his secretary and had also been provided with an office. Chen Yang opened his system and revisited the principles of controlled nuclear fusion, ensuring he had not overlooked any details. However, he noted a lack of extensive discourse on high-temperature resistant materials. Subsequently, Chen Yang entered the future library once more. 10 minutes later, his consciousness withdrew from it. Then, he deftly accessed the database and extracted an article. Jingjing, could you assist me in translating this article? Chen Yang inquired. Wu Jingjing approached and cast a cursory glance at the document. Is this a paper on polymer chemistry? Do you really need to read this? Indeed, he replied. Wu Jingjing, somewhat speechless, subsequently translated the article for Chen Yang. Chapter 24, Ladies and Gentlemen, who still doubts teacher Chen's capabilities. It must be said that Wu Jingjing excels in English. Despite the presence of numerous technical terms, her solid foundation in the language, coupled with specialized software, enabled her to deliver an accurate translation in a mere 5 minutes. After reviewing it, Chen Yang, in conjunction with the content he had previously perused in the library and the entire process of controlled nuclear fusion, suddenly had an epiphany. Let us go, Chen Yang declared, rising to his feet. Resolved? Yes. So soon? Is it too quick? As Chen Yang and Wu Jingjing emerged, Wu Xian and Qian Siliang, among others, had yet to depart. Teacher Chen, do you have any further requests? Is there anything lacking in the office setup? I can arrange it immediately, Qian Siliang offered. No requests. Then what is this? I've thought of a solution, Chen Yang replied. What? You've already devised a method? How could that be so swift? Qian Siliang asked, astonished. What is the method? Do share, Wu Xian urged. The other engineers were equally stunned, teetering between disbelief and skepticism. The tokamak device I originally designed is small-scale, hence the material's pressure-bearing issues are not particularly prominent and remain within acceptable limits. However, to transition it to commercial use, the materials must not only withstand high temperatures, but also accommodate pressure concerns. The original materials can no longer meet these requirements and need further improvement, Chen Yang explained. Upon hearing this, the engineers could not suppress their laughter. We are well aware that these materials require enhancement, but improving materials is far from simple. Many critical technical challenges fundamentally stem from material issues, Li Ziqing remarked. I have devised a solution that merely requires the addition of several additives to the original materials. Furthermore, by slightly adjusting 2 parameters during the later forming process, we can achieve the necessary improvements, Chen Yang continued, handing over a sheet of paper. The crowd leaned in with anticipation, but upon viewing the content, they could not help but laugh. This process design is exceedingly rudimentary, featuring only a few chemical formulas and metal elements, along with phrases such as quenching, annealing, cooling times, and material types, as well as flowchart sequence numbers. You call this a material process? Scoffed a materials engineer nearby. Chen Yang glanced at them, fully aware that they would not believe his words, and then turned to Qian Siliang and Wu Xian. Old Qian, old Wu, this is my revised material design proposal. If you trust me, we can commence processing based on this immediately using the original materials. If you do not believe, then I am at a loss, Chen Yang stated. He then turned to Wu Jingjing and said, let us go. Wu Jingjing had not anticipated Chen Yang's assertiveness. Yet, without uttering a word, he followed Chen Yang out. Observing Chen Yang being escorted away by Longyan, the attendees were infuriated. How brazen. The plan has yet to succeed, and he dares to be so dismissive. It is utterly outrageous. Such arrogance. With such a temper, one wonders what skills he possesses and whether this so-called molding process is feasible. An engineer nearby inquired. What on earth is this nonsense? Can it truly be realized? Another engineer expressed skepticism. Subsequently, all eyes turned to Elder Qian and Elder Wu. Qian Xiling and Wu Xian exchanged glances. Let us proceed with the trial. As for this improved process, we can have Xiaoni, who is responsible for material preparation. Take a look first. The group nodded in agreement. In a short while, Ni Qingjiang entered from outside. Upon hearing the situation, he felt an immense pressure. This is the improved plan left by Teacher Chen. See if you can comprehend it, Wu Xian instructed. After reviewing the document, Ni Qingjiang's face turned somewhat awkward. Others could not help but chuckle. You cannot understand it either, can you? Well, you see, the preparation process for this material is rather intricate, comprising a total of 132 steps. I have only recently begun to familiarize myself with it, so I still need to refer to the process manual for verification. Ni Qingjiang replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. You should verify it now, Qian Xiling commanded. Upon hearing Elder Qian's words, Ni Qingjiang ceased to hesitate, promptly retrieving his laptop to begin comparing the material flow. Initially, his expression was tense, but soon it transformed into astonishment, and that astonishment deepened with each passing moment. Yes, all correct, not a single error. Incredible. How could he remember such a complex process with such clarity? Moreover, there was not a single mistake. This seemingly insignificant page encapsulated the essence of the improved process. With this, our improvement plan becomes remarkably clear. Elder Qian, please tell me, who is this genius? I wish to engage in a thorough discussion with him. Witnessing Ni Qingjiang's expression, the others were equally astonished. Are you implying that this paper is not haphazardly written? Li Ziqing inquired. Certainly not. This paper is worth its weight in gold. The original high-temperature resistant material process could withstand temperatures exceeding 100 million degrees. But its strength was inadequate. However, after this modification, I have a premonition that the strength can be significantly enhanced. Furthermore, this process design completely resolves the difficulties encountered during the material preparation and molding process. A master indeed. Ni Qingjiang could not help but exclaim in admiration. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions turned complex, particularly the engineers who had previously questioned Qian Yang. Their faces were now particularly grim. Meanwhile, Wu Xian and Qian Xiling paid little heed to such matters. If we were to follow this process, how long would it take to produce the material? Qian Xiling inquired of Ni Qingjiang. This improved process does not add excessive preparation steps. Although additional materials have been incorporated, they do not significantly impact the overall timeline. Therefore, the time required for material preparation will not differ greatly from the original, Ni Qingjiang explained. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Elder Qian and Elder Wu. 3 days. The first set of materials will be delivered within 3 days at the latest. I will see if I can work overtime to complete the materials in 2 days. All right. I await your news. 2 days later, at the base of the large tokamak device for the Black Dragon project, Qian Xiliang, Wu Xian, and others anxiously awaited nearby. The new materials had been installed, and they were waiting for the test results. The office was enveloped in silence, each person quietly anticipating the outcome. Finally, the office door swung open, and Li Ziqing entered, his face aglow with delight. Old Qian, Old Wu, the tests have passed. Upon hearing his words, the atmosphere in the office instantly brightened, and applause erupted spontaneously. The new materials have shown no issues and can withstand temperatures exceeding millions of degrees. Li Ziqing exclaimed with exhilaration. Has it truly succeeded? This is splendid. With the material issue resolved, we have surmounted our first major hurdle. Relief and satisfaction illuminated the faces of Qian Xiliang and Wu Xian. Is there anyone now who doubts Teacher Chen's capabilities? The crowd exchanged glances. No more doubts. We are utterly convinced. We were mistaken. We must come and apologize. I was short-sighted. Who would have thought that true genius exists in this world? Chapter 25. I came here specifically to consult Teacher Qian Xiliang, and Wu Xian looked at the engineers below, finally allowing smiles to grace their faces. In truth, it was not only the engineers who were astonished. They themselves were equally taken aback. They had anticipated that Qian Yang could resolve the issues, but they had not expected the speed of resolution to be so rapid. It is well known that each project, from the laboratory to practical application, entails a lengthy journey, often prolonged, during which many challenges arise that had not been encountered in the lab. Although they had seen Chen Yang's tokamak model, they still felt uncertain about its practical application. Now, witnessing his swift problem-solving, they felt completely reassured. I believe we can further accelerate our pace. In fact, we may greatly enhance the completion speed, Qian Xiliang remarked. I share the same sentiment, Wu Xian concurred. I suppose we will need to consult Teacher Chen more frequently. Qian Xiliang added, Turning to Wu Xian. This task is entrusted to you. Why me? Wu Xian feigned confusion in response. Did you not sacrifice your granddaughter for this very day? Do not think I am unaware of your cunning, Qian Siliang retorted. And what of it? I relish it. If you have the ability, let your son produce a beautiful and talented granddaughter as well. At the Longyan Institute, Wu Jingjing approached Chen Yang. Her emotions complex as she gazed at the boy before her, younger than herself. Is this the boy who resolved the problems that even the academicians could not? Just moments ago, her grandfather had called to inform her that the issue had been completely resolved, and the improved process devised by Chen Yang had been classified as a national secret. As for the rewards, they would assist in keeping track, and once the project is fully completed, they could be distributed together. Oh, Chen Yang nodded slightly and continued to immerse himself in his experiments. Observing the intricate calculations and the bewilderingly complex procedures before him, as well as the unfamiliar materials he was employing, Wu Jingjing felt a pang of embarrassment regarding her own title of genius. In the presence of Chen Yang, she felt utterly unworthy, at least in her own estimation. How is your experiment progressing? Wu Jingjing inquired of Chen Yang. It's going well. Although the three of them aren't of much assistance, at least they are obedient for now. So I suppose I can make do with them, Chen Yang replied. Oh, by the way, there's a student from Hucking University who claimed to have come from Yanjing and wanted to consult me about a math problem. I'm not a math teacher, and I don't have the time to help him, so I haven't met him. He insists on lingering. Could you check to see if he's still around? I'd rather not have him causing trouble, Chen Yang added. Wu Jingjing found herself at a loss for words. Was Chen Yang's genius truly so influential? Why were students from Yanjing flocking to him? Moreover, as Chen Yang had mentioned, his expertise lay primarily in nuclear fusion, and now he had ventured into material science. When had he developed such profound insights into mathematics? Wu Jingjing was utterly perplexed. But she followed Chen Yang's suggestion and made her way to the reception area of Longyan Institute. Given the heightened security measures in place, entry was strictly controlled without the consent of the personnel inside. Upon arriving at the reception, Wu Jingjing inquired with the staff. There is someone from Yanjing looking for Professor Chen. I'm not sure if he is still here. Not yet. Professor Chen has told him multiple times to leave, but he refuses to listen. If it weren't for his student ID from Hucking University, I would think he was here to cause a disturbance, the receptionist replied. Where is he now? Right there, sitting in the lobby. Thank you. I'm Professor Chen's secretary. I'll go speak with him. Wu Jingjing approached the student. He was a young man, currently engrossed in his work, scribbling fervently at the table without noticing her presence. Wu Jingjing furrowed her brow, feeling a sense of familiarity with his figure. Chang Jiaming? Who called me? Startled by the voice, Chang Jiaming turned around. Wu Jingjing? What brings you here? I'm working here now, Wu Jingjing replied. Aren't you from the Foreign Languages Department? What are you doing here? This isn't even your field. Chang Jiaming asked with a smile. It's my choice. It's none of your business, Wu Jingjing retorted, a hint of pride in her tone. Now, tell me what is going on. Why did you come all this way to linger here? Wu Jingjing pressed. I came specifically to consult the master, he replied. Consult? On what? You are a genius from the mathematics department of Hucking University, a source of pride for your institution. My grandfather often says that you will surely be a star in the mathematics of Longhua. The esteemed professors at Hucking University hold you in high regard. What problems could there possibly be that you couldn't solve there? Do you not think it will sadden those elderly folks if they find out? Wu Jingjing remarked. Chang Jiaming had garnered considerable renown. Even before his schooling, he exhibited exceptional mathematical talent, clinching the first prize at the International Olympiad and securing a place at Hucking University. Yet, he chose to forego this opportunity in favor of taking the college entrance examination, ultimately entering Hucking University as the top scorer from Yanjing that year. While others gravitated towards finance, economics, or the Guanghua School, he opted for mathematics, creating quite a stir at the time. She and Chang Jiaming were classmates in middle school. Thus, she was quite familiar with him. Although they had lost touch over time, his illustrious reputation made it difficult not to know of him, as he was often mentioned by mothers throughout Yanjing as the exemplary child. I have consulted my professors, but none could provide me with a satisfactory answer. Not even a hint of a solution. Thus, I have come to seek your assistance, Chang Jiaming stated candidly. What? No one in the entire mathematics department at Hucking can solve it? Are you certain you are not jesting? How could I possibly joke about such matters? Chang Jiaming replied earnestly. Show me your problem. He presented his printed materials. Wu Jingjing, upon reviewing them, was both amused and exasperated. Isn't this the mathematical derivation from Chen Yang's student's graduation thesis? How do you possess it? A junior asked me for guidance, and I acquired it from him, Chang Jiaming explained. Wu Jingjing was somewhat speechless. Just days prior, a group of students from Longyan University, engrossed in mathematics, had sought Chen Yang's elucidation on the same materials. Ultimately, During his explanation to Pan Jun, they were mere observers, and he had explicitly stated he would teach them only once. I did not expect you to return. Teacher Chun has already instructed you to return whence you came. He is under no obligation to teach you, she asserted. Chang Jiaming's expression darkened. After a prolonged silence, he finally declared, I have come solely for this mathematical conundrum. If I do not receive a solution, I shall not leave. Your stubbornness is of no use. His obstinacy surpasses yours. He will not yield, Wu Jingjing remarked. How do you know? I am his secretary. How could I not know? What? You are his secretary? That is splendid. Please intercede on my behalf. I will be exceedingly grateful, Chang Jiaming implored. Uft, I have no interest in your gratitude, and I advise you against it. I recall that in middle school, your aspiration was to become a great scientific translator, aiding in the translation of foreign scientific works into Chinese. And your idol was Fu Lei. Coincidentally, I possess the manuscript of Mr. Fu Lei's posthumous works. I wonder if it might pique your interest? Wu Jingjing, initially inclined to refuse, found herself rendered speechless. How could you possibly have that? It was only last year that Chang Kuan of the Chang family acquired it for a staggering 12 million. How could you have it? He is my father, she responded. Wu Jingjing returned to the laboratory, wrestling with her desire to decline the offer, but the conditions proposed by Chang Jiaming were simply too compelling to refuse. 10 minutes later, she returned once more. Teacher Chen mentioned he had no time, yet he had previously explained everything to Gao Chun. If you have any questions, you may temporarily seek his guidance. If you can comprehend the first 7 steps, you may consult him again, Wu Jingjing remarked. Upon hearing her words, Chang Jiaming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you. Thank you. I will have my father package that item and deliver it to me, ensuring you receive it by tomorrow morning. Wu Jingjing gazed at him, as though he were a fool. Your father spent 12 million to acquire that. Are you really just going to give it away so casually? Won't he be furious when he finds out? Not at all. I seldom ask him for anything. This is the first time. Moreover, although that sum is considerable, it is not overly burdensome for my father. Truly, the foolish son of a landlord. Is it worth it, just to solve a math problem? This question lingered in Wu Jingjing's mind for 3 days, until she finally grasped the reason why both Gao Chun and Chang Jiaming were willing to invest such immense effort and resources into studying the mathematical formulas of this experimental design. 3 days later, Gao Chun returned to Teacher Chen's laboratory with a document in hand. Teacher Chen, my paper has been accepted. It has been accepted by math. At this moment, Gao Chen's face flushed with excitement, his eyes gleaming, and his hands trembled as he clutched the document. Nearby, Pan Jun, Song Ji, and Zhou Hui, who were conducting experiments, were startled by his declaration, momentarily believing they had misheard. This math is regarded as the most influential journal in the field of mathematics, held in the same esteem as Nature, Science, Cell, and The Lancet. Any article published in these 5 journals is a milestone achievement, a benchmark within its domain, representing the pinnacle of scholarly excellence. A scholar can take immense pride in having even a single article published in one of these journals throughout their lifetime. Achieving such recognition guarantees both fame and fortune, a feat that even most professors at Longyan Academy have yet to attain. And now, Gao Chun, still a student in the mathematics department, has already accomplished such a remarkable feat, undoubtedly positioning him at the forefront of his field in the future. Wu Jingjing was well aware of the challenges associated with publishing in this journal. Since its inception, all who have succeeded in publishing there were over the age of 30. Thus, Gao Chen's achievement of publishing before turning 28 is exceptionally rare. Impressive. I am in awe. Gao Chen, you are remarkable. Setting aside everything else, with this paper, there would be no issue for you to remain at Longyan Academy and be promoted to professor. Pan Jun's voice brimmed with envy. However, Gao Chen approached Teacher Chun and bowed deeply. Teacher Chen, I apologize for publishing your findings without your permission. I hope you do not take offense, but rest assured, my article lists you as the corresponding author. I merely requested to be the first author. What? You gave him the corresponding author's credit and asked for his forgiveness? Are you out of your mind? Pan Jun inquired incredulously. According to international conventions, the corresponding author is the rightful owner of the intellectual property of a paper, while the first author merely serves as the executor of the work. Therefore, when Gao Chun bestowed the title of corresponding author upon Qin Yang, it was perceived as a monumental gift, leaving others in a state of gratitude, rather than seeking forgiveness. Was he perhaps out of his mind? Silence. Gao Chen exclaimed angrily at Pan Jun. If it weren't for Professor Chen's elucidation, how could I possibly comprehend this previously uncharted mathematical theory? How could I distill this theory into a manuscript suitable for a journal as intricate as math? It is impossible for me to enrich existing branches of mathematics. All the credit belongs to Professor Chun. I merely transcribed his work, Yet I find myself honored with the title of first author, which I accept with great humility. Gao Chen stated. Upon hearing his words, Pan Jun and the others were momentarily taken aback. Discovering a new mathematical theory? What a jest! Contemporary mathematics encompasses myriad branches, and making significant contributions within each is an arduous endeavor. To claim that a single paper's mathematical derivations contain an entirely new branch of mathematical theory is absurd. With such an accomplishment, one could establish their own school of thought. The incredulity among the group deepened. However, Gao Chen paid no heed to their expressions and turned his attention back to Chen Yang. Professor Chen, according to international norms, this newly discovered mathematical equation ought to bear the name of its creator. Thus, I took the liberty of referring to it as the Chen Yang equation when submitting it. And the journal Math responded affirmatively, agreeing to this nomenclature. I wonder if you have any objections? Gao Chen inquired. Pan Jun and the others were left speechless, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. Meanwhile, Wu Jingjing was equally taken aback. After spending an entire day crafting 3 design proposals, a new mathematical theory had emerged, along with a mathematical equation named after oneself. Was this not excessively extravagant? Was it truly that miraculous? Why did the paper seem so ordinary? Resembling a mere transcription of my own work? Pan Jun couldn't help but throw cold water on the situation. If you continue to spout nonsense, do you believe I won't retaliate? Gao Chen, who had initially shown utmost respect towards Chen Yang, was now furious at Pan Jun's words, berating him vehemently. In Gao Chen's eyes, Chen Yang was nothing less than an idol, a deity. To insult him in his presence was nothing short of provocation. Chapter 27. The small-scale arc reactor is ready for testing. Pan Jun, witnessing Gao Chen's sudden ire, felt his own expression shift. Why are you shouting at me? If I hadn't shown you the materials, would you have ever encountered these concepts or achieved such success? Gao Chen was momentarily at a loss for words, but soon retorted defiantly, one matter must be distinguished from another. I will express my gratitude where it is due, but I cannot allow any disrespect towards Professor Chen. Otherwise, do not blame me for being uncivil. Pan Jun regarded this impetuous youth with exasperation, ultimately deciding to ignore him. Where is your paper? Let me have a look. Chen Yang chose to disregard the dispute between the two and addressed Gao Chen directly. Upon hearing that Chen Yang wished to review his paper, Gao Chen's face lit up with delight. He promptly handed over the pre-printed document to Chen Yang. However, upon inspection, Chen Yang's brow furrowed with concern. Did he not realize my struggles with English and present me with an English paper? Professor Chen, I apologize, I hadn't considered this earlier. I will return to translate it anew, Gao Chen said anxiously. There's no need for that, Chen Yang replied, turning to Wu Jingjing behind him. Could you kindly assist me with the translation? Wu Jingjing, secretly pleased, smiled and discreetly translated the paper on the spot. In less than 5 minutes, she had completed the translation of the essential content. After reviewing it, Chen Yang nodded appreciatively. Well done. The essence of this graduation project lies in the digital simulation of the decay of this equation alongside electromagnetic flux. However, the challenge lies in deriving this equation. To grasp it to this extent in such a short time is commendable. Upon receiving Chen Yang's praise, Gao Chen, who had been agitated during the earlier dispute with Pan Jun, now appeared somewhat bashful, scratching his head as he replied, Professor Chen, your words make me feel a bit ashamed. I merely organized what you had taught me. You have done exceedingly well, Chen Yang smiled. I sense that I still have much to learn. You have explained so much to me, yet I still struggle to fully comprehend this set of equations, Gao Chen admitted. Feeling embarrassed, the derivation of the latter part involves other mathematical concepts. You may come over during dinner, and I will explain it to you. But, as per our usual arrangement, I will only explain it once, Chen Yang stated. Really? I never expected such delightful news so soon. Thank you, Professor Chen. I will definitely come over this afternoon and promise to listen attentively. Nearby, Pan Jun and the others watched as Gao Chen, having merely studied the equations in his graduation project, received accolades for publishing in a top-tier journal, exceeding graduation requirements, and could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Professor Chen, I would like to listen as well. There's no necessity. You won't understand a word, Wu Jingjing interjected, unable to suppress her laughter. Professor Chen, my middle school classmate has traveled specially from Huaqing University to seek your guidance. Would it be possible for him to audit the session? Wu Jingjing seized the opportunity to inquire. Oh, I had completely forgotten about him. If he comprehends the first part, then he may join us. The others need not come. They would only waste time as they would not understand, Chen Yang replied. Thank you, Professor Chen. I will inform him immediately. I am certain he will be thrilled. After Gao Chen and the others departed, the laboratory returned to its tranquil state. Chen Yang remained at his computer, silently calculating. confronted by the complex and obscure formulas that were nearly indecipherable. Meanwhile, Pan Jun, Song Ji, and Zhou Hui exchanged complex expressions. "How is your experiment progressing?" Pan Jun asked the two of them. "Smoothly, remarkably smoothly. It feels less like conducting exploratory experiments and more like performing confirmatory trials, perfectly aligning with the outcomes Professor Chen predicted. During my previous research project, I conducted a background investigation, and in the current academic realm, there is no figure more avant-garde or persuasive than Professor Chen," remarked Song Ji to Pan Jun. "I feel the same way. The experimental results are so flawless that they seem fabricated, causing me to doubt my own abilities." Zhou Hui added from the sidelines. "Is it possible that our topic is too simplistic, leading to such outcomes? I have no idea. Let us not overthink it. As long as we can acquire data and publish papers, what more is there to consider? Do we truly wish to spend our lives confined to the laboratory? Exactly. What success can one achieve in the lab? Individuals like Gao Chun, who publish in top-tier academic journals, are merely fortunate." Just after work in the afternoon, Gao Chun and Chang Jiaming had already arrived outside Professor Chen Yang's laboratory, although Gao Chun has already published articles in prestigious international journals. A single publication has sufficed to establish his academic standing, with numerous research institutions extending invitations, including renowned foreign universities. However, he declined each and every offer. His future plans were crystal clear. He intended to remain with Chen Yang. Even a slight guidance from him proved immensely beneficial. After finishing his meal, Chen Yang ceased his explanations. Observing the two individuals, who appeared eager yet troubled, he declared, "We shall conclude today's discussion here. How much you can absorb and digest depends on your own capabilities." "Thank you, Professor Chen," Gao Chun and Chang Jiaming said, rising to bow respectfully. Despite Chen Yang being a vocational school graduate and younger than them, in their eyes, he loomed large, evoking a sense of reverence akin to gazing up at a towering mountain. Time passed gradually, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. Throughout this period, Chen Yang diligently focused on resolving the design of his arc reactor. The small reaction ring had been successfully fabricated, and the radioactive radium fuel for the reactor was also prepared. The device for converting the controllable nuclear fusion energy into other forms of energy had been thoroughly completed. Currently, it could convert energy into electricity, laser energy, and electromagnetic pulses. He hoped that in the future, it could be transformed into even more forms of energy. Nevertheless, at present, it was already sufficient, Chen Yang mused. The remaining tasks involved assembling and debugging the equipment, and he hoped for a successful outcome on the first attempt. After completing all preparatory work, Chen Yang called Wu Jingjing. "Could you please help me find a testing site? I need to evaluate the results of my recent efforts." Wu Jingjing had just finished showering, applied a facial mask, and was about to retire for the night when she received Chen Yang's call. Initially intending to scold him, she promptly forgot her irritation upon hearing his words. Shocked, she exclaimed, "What do you need a testing site for? Could it be that your small arc reactor has truly come to fruition?" Chapter 28. An urgent meeting at Longyan Institute. This is entirely the realm of science fiction. How could it be possible for Chen Yang, with merely 2 million in funding, to achieve success so effortlessly? Furthermore, it cannot even be deemed a success yet, as testing has not yet occurred. Nonetheless, I sense we are nearing that point. I believe the experiment should proceed without issue. I have utmost confidence in myself, Chen Yang declared with unwavering assurance. "When do you plan to conduct the tests? What requirements do you have for the testing site?" "The sooner, the better, ideally, tomorrow morning. As for the testing grounds, they need not be excessively large. However, I do hope for sufficient safety measures. While I am confident in my abilities, I would prefer a remote, desolate location for the test. After all, should an accident occur, it could be akin to a detonation equivalent to 1 million tons of TNT, potentially obliterating half of Magic City." Upon hearing this, Wu Jingjing felt overwhelmed. "You are utterly insane. Such a perilous experiment. And you intend to conduct it at Longyan Institute in Magic City? If something goes awry, wouldn't it lead to the demise of everyone involved?" Wu Jingjing expressed her frustration. Nevertheless, she proceeded to inform her grandfather of the situation in its entirety. "What? He intends to conduct a small-scale arc reactor experiment? Has he succeeded? It remains unclear. He wishes to test it as soon as possible." Wu Xian had already recognized the gravity of the situation. "Old Xian, rise and summon our old comrades. We must head to Longyan Institute immediately," Wu Xian instructed over the phone. He promptly got out of bed, donned his clothes, and called for his secretary. "Let us go to Longyan Institute." Noticing Wu Jingjing's lack of response, he paused, his expression one of disbelief. "Why aren't you changing your clothes?" "Me?" Wu Jingjing pointed to herself. "I'm going to. Of course. Didn't Professor Chen instruct you to find the testing site by tomorrow morning?" As his secretary, Isn't that your responsibility? But it's already 11 o'clock. Old man, Wu Jingjing replied, her face displaying reluctance. These matters cannot afford delay. Regardless of whether it is 11 o'clock or 2 in the morning, one must rise immediately to address them. Change your clothes at once and come with me, Wu Xian commanded in an authoritative tone. With no choice left, Wu Jingjing complied, changing her clothes and accompanying the elder Wu Xian to Longyan Institute. At Longyan Institute, 10 floors underground, in a secret conference room, Qian Siliang, Wu Xian, Yuan Wei, and others were seated. Before them loomed a massive screen, displaying personnel akin to those from the previous controlled nuclear fusion meeting, including by Jing Li and Yuan Tianfang. Old Wu, why have you summoned everyone in the middle of the night? What is the matter? Inquired one elderly academic with graying hair. Is it possible that the Black Dragon project has encountered some issues during construction that necessitate a collective discussion? Another elder questioned. The Black Dragon project is currently progressing smoothly. We have encountered some minor issues along the way, but we have devised solutions for them. For those we could not resolve, we have enlisted Chun Yang's assistance. And as it stands, there are no significant concerns with the project. If all goes well, it should be completed ahead of schedule within a few months, Wu Xian stated. Chun Yang is indeed a rare talent. I have heard that the equations in the graduation project proposals he guided were extracted by students from the mathematics department and published in a globally prestigious mathematical journal. An academician asked, somewhat enviously. Indeed, it was his project design, and the derivations of the formulas were also his work. Gao Chun from the mathematics department organized those equations and published a paper in math. Truly impressive, Qian Siliang remarked. I always said that your Longyan Institute at the Shanghai Nuclear Research Center had struck gold, and it now seems you have found a veritable treasure trove. We had no idea that Professor Chun was so exceptional. Not only does he possess profound expertise in physics research, but he is also a genius in mathematics. Wu Xian's face could hardly conceal his pride and satisfaction. Enough of your boasting. If you keep it up, your mouth will split from ear to ear. The reason for gathering everyone here at this late hour is primarily due to matters concerning Professor Chen. What about Professor Chen? Is he dissatisfied with your Longyan Institute and considering a change of scenery? I have heard that no one there is willing to assist him, which is simply blind foolishness, exclaimed academician Yu from Yinjing Huqing University. Come to our place. We will provide him with a dedicated team. Another academician chimed in. I heard that Professor Chun is embarking on new research, for which you approved 2 million. Come to our institution, and we will allocate 200 million without requiring a single cent from the state. Any results will belong to the nation. Moreover, we can offer a dedicated research building, along with a team of talented young scholars and PhDs to assist him. As Chun Yang casually guides a student from the mathematics department to publish in such a top-tier journal as Math, his value has surged to an even greater height. Mathematics is the foundation of all disciplines, whether it be physics, chemistry, biology, or life sciences. None can exist without mathematics. A proficient mathematician can catalyze numerous significant outcomes. 200 million is an absolute bargain. Wu Xian and Qian Siliang exchanged glances, observing the distorted atmosphere of the meeting, unable to suppress a sneer. Do not think I am unaware of your ulterior motives. Let me assure you, Professor Chun is quite comfortable here. Everything is splendid, and he is very satisfied. Not only has he guided students in the mathematics department to achieve significant breakthroughs, but he has also made substantial progress in research that bears great significance for both the military and civilian sectors in Longhua. With Wu Xian's words, the meeting room buzzed with excitement once more. What new major discovery has emerged in such a short time? Someone inquired. A portable small-scale arc reactor, Wu Xian replied. A portable small-scale arc reactor? What on earth is that? Some academicians were puzzled. Jingjing, enlighten these elders, Wu Xian directed his granddaughter. Wu Jingjing nodded and proceeded to play a meticulously edited video segment regarding the small reactor, presenting it in its entirety. Subsequently, Wu Xian paused the video and pointed at the glowing arc reactor on Iron Man's chest with a laser pointer, addressing the audience. This is it. The miniature arc reactor. Chapter 29. Approval from the God of War. Activation of test base number 1. Wu Xian gazed at the radiant circle on Iron Man's chest, his eyes sparkling with excitement. If, according to his granddaughter's assertion, this technology could indeed be developed, it would revolutionize the power systems in Dragon Country, providing an immense boost to its military-industrial sector, and might even enable them to stand toe-to-toe with the United States. This concept is merely a figment of science fiction. Is it truly feasible? An elderly academic scrutinized the video, skeptical of its authenticity. I find this quite challenging, another added. Though Professor Chun has resolved the issue of controllable nuclear fusion, this does not imply that we can advance unimpeded in nuclear energy research. Indeed, The theoretical foundation for controllable nuclear fusion has existed for decades. Yet the significant hurdles lie in high-temperature materials and ignition, both of which are not inherently linked to nuclear energy research. Absolutely, I concur. This appears rather audacious. Is there any documentation available? It is prudent to conduct preliminary evaluations to mitigate any potential risks. I share the same sentiment. We should assemble a team to assess this project. We witnessed the actual model of controllable nuclear fusion last time. Yet now we have nothing but a foreign science fiction film, another expert remarked. The experts were exceedingly cautious, with almost no one agreeing to proceed with the experiment. Witnessing this scene, Wu Jingjing's expression turned grim. Esteemed professors, I understand your concerns, but Chunyang has devoted himself entirely to the development of the miniature reactor. From theoretical calculations to energy conversion simulations, he has meticulously repeated each process, spending countless hours in the laboratory, truly neglecting his own well-being. Moreover, he strives for perfection in every step he takes, possessing absolute confidence in his abilities. Thus, I hope you will also place your trust in him, Wu Jingjing implored. Jingjing is correct. Chunyang is an exceptionally diligent and responsible individual. It is said that he achieved success on his first attempt with the controllable nuclear fusion experimental model. His research acumen and foundational skills give us reason to have faith in him, Qian Siliang stated to the gathering. However, such a perilous nuclear experiment must be conducted at test base number 1, and the complexity of the activation procedures, along with the multitude of involved parties and the extensive implications, should be apparent to you. Ultimately, the results and reports must be presented to the higher authorities. If nothing materializes, how shall we justify this to other departments? An academic interjected. Upon hearing this, the room fell into silence, as everyone understood the magnitude of the decision required to activate base number 1. They exchanged glances, pondering the weight of the matter. Wu Jingjing observed the assembly before turning her gaze to her grandfather. Wu Xuan clenched his fist and addressed the crowd, stating, in experimentation, success is accompanied by failure. No one can guarantee absolute success. You have all contemplated the aftermath of a failed experiment, pondering how to report to your superiors and subordinates. However, have you considered that this time, success could very well be within our grasp, yet we may forsake monumental achievements due to our trepidation here? In this era of escalating competition, what repercussions might this have on the international standing and influence of our nation? Wu Xuan cast a determined glance over the assembly and continued. I have faith in Chunyang's capabilities. He is a prudent individual who will not act recklessly. I am willing to vouch for him. Should any issues arise, I shall bear the responsibility. The crowd looked at Wu Xuan, astonished by his conviction. Count me in. I too believe in Teacher Chun and am prepared to vouch for him, stated Qian Siliang. Exceptional individuals undertake extraordinary endeavors, and one cannot measure them by ordinary standards. I also have faith in Teacher Chun and am willing to act as his guarantor, echoed by Jing Li, the chairman of the Nuclear Energy Committee. With 3 prominent figures standing as guarantors, the weight of their endorsement was significant. Director Peng, considering that the 3 of us are willing to vouch for Chunyang, can we expedite the approval for his reactor experiment? Bai Jingli inquired, directing his attention to Peng Tianfang on the screen. As the head of the Science and Technology Bureau, Peng held substantial authority over the utilization of such critical experimental facilities. That is not feasible. According to the regulations governing the use of Test Site 1, the endorsements of 3 individuals do not meet the criteria for facility activation. Upon hearing this, Wu Xuan, Qian Siliang, Bai Jingli, and Wu Jingjing all wore expressions of dismay. However, Peng Tianfang added, if I also express my trust in Teacher Chun and am willing to act as his guarantor, I will report to the committee of Test Site 1 and request special approval. What? You would vouch for him? The crowd gasped. Fully aware of the grave implications and immense responsibility that such a guarantee entailed, if any issues arose, Peng would be the primary accountable party. Experiments inherently carry risks, and this particular expedited trial presents even greater uncertainties. If we seek substantial outcomes, we must inevitably pay the price, Peng elucidated. Thank you, Director Peng. Wu Jingjing exclaimed excitedly toward the screen. No, it is I who should thank you. It is your quiet contributions that bolster the strength of our nation. Your efforts are commendable, Peng Tianfang replied to Wu Jingjing. You work even harder, she responded with admiration. Well then, I shall not detain you further. Old Wu, kindly draft a proposal. I will prepare the special approval process on my end, striving to finalize the approval by tomorrow morning so that we can officially commence the experiment at Test Site 1. Understood, I will send it to you in 2 hours. For many citizens of Longhua, that night was merely ordinary and unremarkable. Yet, for the experts at the Nuclear Energy Committee, it was a night devoid of sleep. as it was for Peng and his colleagues. The following day, shortly after 10 in the morning, Wu Jingjing, with red-rimmed eyes and a fatigued visage, burst into the laboratory, clutching the approval documents. It's approved. Your experimental application has been granted. You may proceed with the testing. Wu Jingjing presented the experimental approval document before Qinyang. Qinyang cast a glance and was taken aback. Upon that modest piece of paper, there were more than a dozen seals, each one vividly red. And they belonged to formidable entities, including the emblem of the Dragon Kingdom's military. Moreover, the signature line bore the imposing characters, approved. Signed, Grand Marshal Long Jiuxiao of the Dragon Kingdom. Qinyang's pupils contracted. He never anticipated that such a trivial experiment would attract the attention of so many departments. Even that of the legendary dragon god, Long Jiuxiao. Chapter 30. Such a spectacle seems excessive. Wu Jingjing wore an expression of exhilaration. This was a direct endorsement from the god of war. How splendid. The god of war even conveyed a message for you to proceed unreservedly. Such an honor is indeed rare throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Prepare yourself. Let us proceed, Wu Jingjing instructed Qinyang. He nodded in agreement, gathering the small-scale arc reactor, energy converter, and various other testing apparatuses into boxes, ultimately collecting 4 large crates. Once completed, Qinyang placed a call to Longyan. Half an hour after hanging up, the familiar roar of helicopters filled the air once more. This time, it was not 1, but 3. The helicopters landed, and a dozen fully armed soldiers disembarked. 2 stood guard at the entrance while the others accompanied Longyan into the laboratory. Teacher Chun, reporting in. How may I serve you? Longyan entered with utmost seriousness, offering Qinyang a formal military salute, then awaited his command. He had received orders to ensure the absolute safety of Teacher Chun. Please take these supplies upstairs. Qinyang instructed Longyan. With a wave of his hand, Longyan signaled to his comrades, and all the equipment was swiftly loaded onto the helicopter. Let us depart. Once the gear had been transferred, Qinyang turned to Wu Jingjing. Indeed, she replied with equal solemnity. Meanwhile, behind Qinyang, Zhou Hui, Pan Jun, and others gazed on, their faces filled with anticipation. Although they held no fondness for the research and lacked confidence in it, the spectacle before them indicated that they were undoubtedly embarking on something significant. Teacher Chen, if Jingjing can go, can we not accompany you as well? Zhou Hui inquired with a smile. Yes, Teacher Chen, we could assist you, Songji added, looking equally eager. There's no need for that. Your primary focus should be your graduation thesis. Complete your own projects before considering anything else, Qinyang replied before turning to leave. The helicopter roared to life once again, and the powerful gust from its wings left the 3 in disarray, their thoughts tangled. Teacher Chen doesn't intend for us to be deeply involved, Songji remarked, unable to suppress a hint of disappointment. If we're not participating, so be it. Who cares? What is the point of conducting these trivial experiments all day? Zhou Hui retorted with a scoff. Exactly. In today's world, those studying atomic bombs are no better off than those selling tea eggs. This sentiment holds true even now. Pan Jun chimed in with a laugh. The 2 then made their way toward the laboratory. Song Ji gazed at the helicopter gradually fading into the horizon, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. 20 minutes later, Longyan returned to the Black Dragon base with Qinyang. Mr. Chun, due to the high-risk nature of your experiment, we have secured the number 1 test base for you. Please take a moment to rest here while preparations are underway. Once everything is ready, they will escort you there, Wu Xian remarked with a smile directed at Qinyang. Understood, Qinyang replied, taking a seat in Wu Xian's office. The number 1 test base was established at the inception of our nation for the development of atomic weaponry. Subsequently, it was decommissioned for a time due to the Global Alliance Treaty. 20 years ago, for various reasons, this base was reactivated. The area within 1,000 kilometers of the test site is a military no-fly zone, and only significant projects with a certain level of risk are conducted here. Each experiment requires the approval of at least half of the committee's experts before it can be submitted to the Technology Bureau. Following approval from the Special Operations Office of the Bureau, it must then be passed by the military for final authorization from Longdu. Each experiment necessitates strict airspace control within a 1,000-kilometer radius, with 36 military satellites on constant surveillance and the rocket forces on standby to prevent any high-altitude monitoring. Thus, it is rarely activated, but when it is, the impact is monumental, Wu Xian explained to Qinyang. He had not intended to place additional pressure on Qinyang, but he feared that the gravity of the situation might be lost on him. Thank you, Mr. Wu. I will not let anyone down, Qinyang stated earnestly. Do not burden yourself too much. It is not that failures are unacceptable, but rather that failures must hold value, Wu Xian advised. I understand, Qinyang replied. A few minutes later, Longyan and Wu Jingjing re-entered the room. Everything is ready, We are prepared to board, Wu Jingjing announced. Qinyang stood and addressed Wu Xian. Mr. Wu, await my good news. Indeed. I look forward to your next masterpiece, Wu Xian replied with a smile. Qinyang nodded and proceeded outside. A vehicle was parked at the entrance, and he climbed in, heading towards the airport. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the Black Dragon Base airport. At that moment, a gray-green military transport aircraft was stationed on the runway. As per protocol, all experiments at the number 1 base are conducted using transport aircraft. Longyan explained to Qinyang. Qinyang nodded in acknowledgement. Boarding and takeoff. The aircraft ascended smoothly into the skies, and simultaneously, 2 voices echoed in the passenger cabin. Xiaolong 037 reporting for escort duty. Please rest assured. Xiaolong 061 reporting for escort duty. Please rest assured. Qinyang peered through the porthole, observing 2 fighter jets flanking the transport aircraft, and his heart raced. The sight of the aircraft's sleek design left him utterly astonished. These were the latest 6th-generation fighter jets, just entering service. This seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? Qinyang remarked to Longyan and Wu Jingjing. Wu Jingjing, too, gazed at the fighter jets in amazement. She had previously only heard of the high security level at the number 1 test base, but never expected it to be elevated to such an extent. Any experiment conducted at the first test base is of paramount importance to the nation and must not be disclosed to outsiders lightly. Thus, the levels of confidentiality and security are of the utmost degree, Dragon Zhan stated to Qinyang. In addition to what we have witnessed, the ground missile forces, space reconnaissance, and maritime surveillance units have all received orders to maintain vigilance, ensuring that the experiment proceeds without any external interference. Upon hearing Dragon Zhan's words, Wu Jingjing, who had been relatively calm, now felt a twinge of panic. She had never anticipated that such a trial would require such immense manpower, resources, and finances. Now, she somewhat understood why so many experts had hesitated to submit their reports the previous night. The specifications were simply too high. Unable to suppress her gaze, she turned to Qinyang, who, at that moment, appeared serene and relaxed, seemingly admiring the scenery outside the porthole. Aren't you at all anxious given the gravity of this situation? Wu Jingjing silently exclaimed in her heart. Nevertheless, she thought, there's no turning back now, having come this far. One can only hope for the success of your experiment. Chapter 31. Readiness of Land, Sea, and Air. The experiment commences 2 hours later. The transport aircraft carrying Qinyang arrived at the first test base. As the hatch opened, Dragon Zhan and his team completed the ground security protocol. Qinyang then descended from the plane. This was a large, modernized base, replete with surveillance cameras and numerous sentry posts. It was evident that everything here was under military management, with security measures far stricter than in other locations. After passing through multiple security checks, Qinyang and his team finally qualified to enter the base. Professor Chen, I am Liang Sheng, the researcher assigned to assist you. Should you require anything during your time at the base, please do not hesitate to contact me, greeted a middle-aged man wearing glasses with a warm smile. Hello. I appreciate your help over the next few days, Qinyang replied. That is my duty, Liang Sheng responded courteously, then glanced at Qinyang once more, remarking, Professor, you truly are a prodigy. I did not expect you to be so young. You flatter me, Qinyang humbly replied. Liang Sheng smiled and proceeded to complete the security verification process, including fingerprint and iris scans. Professor Chen, you have been assigned to Laboratory 46. You will have access for 3 days. Given that your experiments will emit significant electromagnetic waves and potentially seismic waves, please inform us in advance so we can prepare accordingly. This will help minimize the impact of radiation and prevent any potential leaks. Understood. I will certainly notify you should there be any significant disturbances. Qinyang nodded in agreement. In order to facilitate your efficient use of the equipment in the test base and help you acclimate to the surroundings, we have arranged for 2 assistants to support you in your tasks. They are well acquainted with this location, so feel free to approach them directly for any assistance you may need. Of course, you can always reach out to me as well, Liang Sheng added. Thank you, Qinyang said, then turned to look at the 2 assistants beside him. Hello, Professor. I am Fong Mei, one of the girls, who appeared gentle and wore glasses. Introduced herself to Qinyang. Greetings, Professor Chen. I am Li Weiman. Another young man in his mid-20s addressed Qinyang. Hello, Qinyang greeted the 2. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qinyang began to set up the experimental equipment. Time was of the essence, and there was much to accomplish, so they had to act swiftly. Having gained a better understanding of the base, he was now even more cautious. He could not afford any recklessness, nor could he allow for failure, especially considering the scale of the operation. He wished to avoid causing unnecessary trouble for others. I heard that Professor Chen is attempting to construct a small arc reactor? Fong Mei inquired while assisting Qinyang in arranging the equipment, her tone laced with curiosity. Indeed. I found it fascinating in the movies, so I thought I would try my hand at building one. Qinyang replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Is it really something one can just build for fun? Fang Mei exchanged a glance with Li Weimin, both sharing a somewhat wry smile. They had been here for a while, and every individual who came to conduct experiments was typically filled with anxiety and gravitas. In fact, some, upon witnessing the stringent security and somber atmosphere, felt panic and even contemplated leaving. Yet here was Qinyang, who, upon his arrival, remained carefree and even found time for humor. He was truly a first. Professor Chun, all the equipment has been placed in Lab 46 as per your instructions. Additionally, some of the experimental devices you requested have already been calibrated, while others are in the approval process and should be ready for use shortly, Fang Mei informed Qinyang. Thank you, Qinyang replied gratefully. He then slowly entered Lab 46. This laboratory was significantly different from the previous one. It was equipped with numerous sophisticated analytical instruments and external devices capable of sending samples for examination. It also facilitated the transmission of materials generated here, such as lightning and vapor, and included energy measurement devices to directly assess the magnitude of energy produced. The configuration of the first experimental base is indeed impressive, even surpassing that of the Dragon Institute, Qinyang remarked with admiration. Professor, your experimental apparatus appears quite intricate, and given its considerable value, I fear I cannot assist you in assembling it. I would be worried about accidentally damaging it. Fang Mei expressed her concerns to Qinyang apologetically. Upon hearing this, Qinyang smiled gently and replied, I can manage it myself. I estimate it will take 2 to 3 hours to calibrate. Could you please assist with the application process? We aim to commence testing at 10 o'clock tonight. Testing at 10 o'clock? Isn't that a bit too rushed? Will they be ready? Qinyang inquired. Not at all. They are on standby and ready at any moment within these 3 days. I am merely concerned that you may not be familiar with this place. Generally, critical tests are scheduled for the following day, unless one has prior experience, Li Weimin explained to Qinyang. That's all right. I have a rather extensive agenda. We will proceed with one test tonight, Qinyang stated. Very well, we shall make the necessary arrangements, Li Weimin confirmed. At 10 o'clock that evening, in the control room of the experimental base, the commands were issued. Aircraft in position. Artillery array in position. Tianji Star Reconnaissance in position. Tianshu Star Reconnaissance in position. Tianxian Star Reconnaissance in position. Yuhing Star Pacific positioned. Atlantic positioned. Antarctic positioned. Space Station positioned. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief. All preparations are complete. Please provide instructions. Supervisor Zhou Qing reported to a stern and resolute man in the main control room. Please maintain continuous vigilance. Commander-in-Chief Shui Gang instructed. Understood. Subsequently, Commander-in-Chief Shui Gang picked up the phone. Everything is ready. We may commence the experiment. After hanging up, Shui Gang gazed at the screen, scanning for a moment before he slowly lifted his teacup and took a sip. Commander, is this experiment concerning the arc reactor? Deputy Commander Wang Jian inquired. Indeed, and remarkably, the designer is under 20 years old. I heard he recently achieved controllable nuclear fusion. I wonder where he finds such energy, Shui Gang remarked. It is indeed exceedingly rare. The Nuclear Energy Commission did not approve his application. It was only with the endorsement of several academicians and Director Peng from the Science and Technology Bureau that it was granted. I hope this failure will inspire him and foster his growth, Wang Jin added. You seem rather skeptical of him. Old Shui, do you truly believe he can succeed? That is hard to say. I heard that his previous controllable nuclear fusion was developed in a technical school. Now that conditions are ripe, it is uncertain what he might achieve, Commander Wang Jin stated. If he truly succeeds, I shall personally go to the airport to welcome him next time. Wang Jian said with a smile. Ha ha, Shui Gang laughed heartily. Clearly, none of them believed that Qinyang could succeed on his first attempt. Chapter 32. Experiment successful. Power sufficient to propel a nuclear submarine. Fang Mei and Li Weimin received a call from the control room to convey to Qinyang. Teacher Chun, everything is ready. You may begin. All right, thank you. Subsequently, Qinyang continued to manipulate the equipment he had assembled. Fang Mei and Li Weimin observed the devices packed in boxes, which seemed far removed from the grandeur of the arc reactor. Is this feasible? The two exchanged glances, speechless, feeling somewhat absurd that so many personnel and equipment from land, sea, and air were all focused on these few simple boxes. Having conducted numerous experiments, even the smallest teams comprised more than a dozen individuals, including those controlling the computer systems, installing and debugging equipment, and preparing materials. Each person was tense, particularly the project leader, who bore the brunt of the stress. The difficulties in securing the venue, the complexities of research, and the uncertainty of results all placed immense pressure on the leaders. causing some to falter in their command duties due to overwhelming anxiety. Yet, in stark contrast, this individual appeared excessively composed, seemingly less anxious than students conducting experiments at school. Such a mindset is remarkable, Fong Mei mused. The two quietly watched as Chunyang busied himself, initially expecting the process to take a long time, only to find that within 10 minutes, everything was completely resolved. Teacher Chun, what experiment shall we conduct first today? Fong Mei inquired. Let us commence with the initial experiment tonight, to observe whether this reactor operates correctly and how the actual energy released compares to the theoretical expectations, Chunyang replied. Chunyang completed the assembly of all the equipment, and his expression grew solemn. Fong Mei and Li Weimin felt a surge of tension upon witnessing Chunyang's demeanor. Nearby, Wu Jingjing also felt her heart race. Jingjing, come here and help, Chunyang called out. Huh, me? Wu Jingjing asked, somewhat bewildered. You are my secretary and assistant. Who else could it be? Chunyang replied. But I don't understand, Wu Jingjing said, a hint of insecurity in her voice. It seems unreasonable to ask someone from the humanities to assist in such a crucial experiment. Just follow my instructions, and you need not worry about anything else. Chunyang assured her. But no buts. If I say you can do it, then you can, Chunyang asserted with authority. Wu Jingjing, feeling helpless, approached with a sense of impending doom. Fong Mei and Li Weimin exchanged glances, bemused by the situation. Meanwhile, in the control room, the chief commander Shui Gang and others observed the proceedings with peculiar expressions. It was one thing for this young man to assemble the DIY equipment himself, but now he was summoning an untrained individual to participate in the experiment. Her demeanor suggested she had received no prior training. This is absurd. Absolutely ridiculous. Vice Commander Wang Jian exclaimed, visibly agitated. Shui Gang's resolute face flickered with a hint of internal conflict. Old Shui, bringing in untrained personnel for the experiment is a serious violation. This could lead to significant consequences, Wang Jian insisted. Shui Gang furrowed his brow, fixated on the screen, struggling to make a decision. We cannot delay any further. We must halt the experiment immediately, Wang Jian urged. After a moment of silence, Shui Gang replied, wait a moment. I need to make a call. He then walked to the communication room. Bai Jingli, what are you doing? How could you allow someone like this to conduct an experiment? Are you certain he is working on the arc reactor and not merely playing house? Shui Gang spoke into the phone. Ha ha ha. Old Shui, didn't I tell you before? This is an extraordinary talent. You cannot judge him by common standards. 5 minutes later, Shui Gang re-emerged from the communication room and addressed those in the control room. Professor Chen's experiment will proceed. We simply need to focus on our own tasks. Wang Jian was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Shui Gang's leniency towards the young man. I cannot understand this. I will report today's events accurately and document them in the base's experiment log as per regulations, Wang Jian stated in a formal tone. At the Longyan Institute, Wu Xian and others sighed in relief as Bai Jingli ended the call. Finally, we have stabilized the situation again. This fellow is truly a handful, they remarked. They had anticipated such scenarios and had waited outside for the call from the #1 experimental base, which indeed arrived. This guy, Chunyang, never ceases to surprise. Wu Xian chuckled. In laboratory number 46 of the #1 experimental base, Chunyang had already placed the fuel into the reaction ring, which was now situated within the reaction controller. All that remained was to initiate the ignition sequence, while at one end of the reaction controller, it was connected to Chunyang's homemade energy converter. Listen to my command. You will initiate the reactor switch, Chunyang instructed Wu Jingjing. All right, Wu Jingjing replied, wiping the sweat from her palms, her voice lacking confidence. Chunyang meticulously reviewed all the equipment protocols once more and, upon confirming their accuracy, established real-time communication with the control room. The reactor is ready. Is the auxiliary department prepared? Chunyang inquired. All other departments are ready, Shui Gang responded. All departments. Heed my command. Prepare. Chunyang's expression was solemn. 3, 2, 1, ignite. Chunyang bellowed. In the laboratory, upon hearing the command, Wu Jingjing trembled as she pressed the reactor's start button. As the button was engaged, the previously silent reactor erupted with a resounding bang, followed by a blinding light that pierced the eyes, rendering them unable to open. Simultaneously, the energy meter accurately registered the converted electrical energy. On the central control screen, a green energy column shot up instantaneously. Everyone in the control room was left astounded, staring blankly at the scene before them as if caught in a dream. After a moment, the energy observer's trembling voice broke the silence. Report. The reactor has released an electrical power of 1 megawatt. Expected duration, 10 hours. Bang. Shui Gang slammed his palms on the table, biting his lip tightly, fixating on the screen, unable to utter a word in his excitement. Is it successful? Has it truly succeeded? Wang Jian murmured nervously, staring at the screen, feeling as though he were in a trance. The others around them were equally stunned. They could hardly believe that this unassuming device could yield such abundant power. 1 megawatt. A full megawatt. It could meet the electrical demands of 10,000 people, providing power for a small nuclear submarine. Moreover, a dozen such devices would be sufficient to propel a conventional aircraft carrier. A revolution in energy. This is a revolution in energy. Clap, clap, clap. Then, everyone in the control room rose to their feet, applauding. Salute. Professor Chen, congratulations. Shui Gang, regaining his composure, exclaimed excitedly to Qin Yang. Thank you for taming a celestial dragon for Dragon Country. Chapter 33. The reactor must be terminated immediately in the control room. Jubilation erupted as everyone stood and clapped to celebrate Chun Yang's achievement. In Lab 46, Wu Jingjing heard the sounds from the control room and stood there in a daze. Is it successful? The fantastical elements of a science fiction film have truly been realized. This is utterly unfathomable. She felt as though she were dreaming. Yet it was she who had just pressed the start button. Thank you. But it is still too early to declare success, Qin Yang remarked. Isn't it already a successful reaction, and the reaction state stable? Are there not other metrics? Shui Gang asked Qin Yang. Qin Yang smiled, but did not respond. Instead, he picked up the intercom again and said, all departments, please note that the experiment has only just begun. Your continued cooperation is essential. He then glanced at Wu Jingjing. Adjust the reaction state to level 2. All right. Wu Jingjing displayed a remarkable proficiency this time, deftly twisting the red button to adjust the reaction state to level 2. With a resounding boom, the light intensified, becoming so brilliant that even those wearing glasses felt a sharp glare. As Wu Jingjing completed the adjustment, the previously stable green energy column surged once more, reaching a height more than double its earlier level. Gulp. Witnesses to this spectacle found themselves unable to suppress their astonishment, clearly struggling to comprehend the scene before them. At that moment, the energy monitoring station relayed the tremulous voice of the operator. Current rated output power is 25 megawatts. Power supply is stable, and the expected duration is 3 hours. As the announcement concluded, an eerie silence enveloped the main control room, punctuated only by the sound of hurried breaths. The gathered individuals exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting nothing but sheer astonishment. If the earlier output of 1 megawatt had been within the realm of acceptance, this staggering 25 megawatts far exceeded their wildest imaginations. For context, the largest American nuclear submarine, the Virginia class, boasts a mere 32 megawatts of power. This singular apparatus could sustain that submarine's operations for 3 hours. Moreover, it appeared that the fuel within the reactor core was not yet at full capacity. Just imagine the potential power output if fully loaded, and the profound transformations it could bring to strategic assets such as aircraft carriers and submarines. Excellent. Remarkable, exclaimed Shui Gang, his excitement palpable as his body trembled with anticipation. I initially thought we would need to increase the number of reactors to form a reaction matrix to meet our requirements, yet it turns out just this one set suffices. Professor Chun, you have brought a formidable force to the military industry of Longhua. From now on, we shall no longer fret over the issues of power and supply for our submarines, aircraft carriers, and cruisers. Shui Gang earnestly promised Qin Yang. This is merely my duty. Qin Yang replied with a light chuckle. He then turned to Wu Jingjing. Raise the reaction level again. To level 3, he commanded with unwavering determination. Wu Jingjing was taken aback. Are you certain? We are already nearing capacity. Absolutely, Qin Yang asserted. The personnel in the control room, upon hearing his words, became increasingly agitated. The previous output had been formidable enough to power an aircraft carrier, and now there was talk of a third level. Shui Gang quickly seized the microphone. Attention, all departments. Attention, all departments. We are about to conduct a higher energy state test, with power output exceeding the previous level. Please prepare accordingly. Report to the commander. Professor Chun, requesting 5 minutes for preparation to recalibrate the equipment. Granted, came Qin Yang's voice in response. 5 minutes later, report to the commander, Professor Chen. Preparation complete. Please advise. Professor, all departments are ready. Please proceed to the next step. Received, Qin Yang acknowledged, turning to Wu Jingjing and then to the equipment. His expression grew increasingly serious. He had absolute confidence in the first 2 energy levels, yet the third level left him with an uneasy sense of uncertainty. Attention, all departments. 3, 2, 1. Activate. Wu Jingjing trembled once more, her hands quivering as she pressed the activation button. Boom. A resounding roar erupted, followed by a blinding white light, as if she had plunged into a world of pure whiteness. Everywhere was dazzling brightness, piercing her eyes with agony. Even the individuals in the control room found it utterly impossible to open their eyes. Ah! Wu Jingjing cried out in anguish, her hands shielding her eyes. Tears streaming down her cheeks. Her body lost balance, nearly collapsing to the ground. Qinyang swiftly rushed to support her. The blinding white light persisted, albeit with diminished intensity. Nevertheless, it remained impossible to fully open her eyes, even with glasses on. Let us go, Qinyang urged, assisting Wu Jingjing. No, I must terminate the reactor, otherwise there could be peril. There's no need. At level 3 energy, it can only last for 2 minutes. I just checked the equipment, everything is intact. We should allow it to cease naturally, Qinyang reassured Wu Jingjing. Upon hearing his explanation, she began to feel a sense of relief. Medical team, hurry. Shui Gang and others in the control room had heard Wu Jingjing's cry and felt a tightening in their hearts. Hold on. Everyone, stay still. Deputy Commander Wang Jian shouted to the group. Tester, report the radiation levels in the laboratory. Report. A significant number of varying frequency waves detected in the laboratory. No radioactive particles found. The environment is safe. Open the door. Rescue her. Shui Gang commanded into the microphone after receiving the report. The door to Laboratory 46 swung open, and Wu Jingjing was carried out. Close your eyes and rest for 10 minutes, Qinyang instructed her. I'm fine. You must hurry to the control room. They need you there. I'll come find you shortly. With that, Qinyang headed straight for the control room. At this moment, chaos reigned in the control room, where the team detected that the reaction intensity was still increasing uncontrollably. We must terminate the reactor immediately, otherwise, if it exceeds its load capacity, it could result in an uncontrolled violent reaction, akin to dropping an atomic bomb on the base. Wang Jian exclaimed to Shui Gang. A look of struggle crossed Shui Gang's face once more. It cannot be stopped. Qinyang entered the room. We are at the final stage of the reaction. The fuel in the reactor is nearly depleted. There is no need to forcibly terminate the experiment now, he argued. But if the reaction in the reactor goes out of control, even for a second, our entire base will be doomed. Wang Jian shouted at Qinyang. Qinyang fell silent. He knew Wang Jian spoke the truth. There was indeed a risk. However, based on his calculations, he felt confident that everything would hold. I am aware of the risks we face, but I am equally confident in my abilities. I trust my design is sound. Please, grant it time, Qinyang asserted to Wang Jian and the others. The team looked at Qinyang, this young prodigy, younger than many among them, gazing into his resolute eyes and confident demeanor. Somehow, the panic that had just gripped them dissipated entirely. Shui Gang turned to Qinyang, paused in silence, and finally said, I believe in you. We all believe in you. Proceed. We will wait here. You can do it. Keep going. The crowd's gaze was resolute, and emotions surged passionately. Thank you. Qinyang bowed to the assembly. These scientists were deserving of his admiration. He then turned his attention back to the large screen. At that moment, the laboratory display revealed nothing but a blinding white light, with several cameras having succumbed to complete failure. Everyone awaited in anticipation. Time passed slowly. Finally, indistinct images flickered back to life on the screen. Clearly, the earlier intense light had inflicted considerable damage, even if it had not entirely broken down. Its functionality was severely compromised. Has the reaction ceased? Someone murmured. The energy wave from the power tester had vanished. The crowd turned their eyes towards the display. Just then, the voice of the energy monitor re-emerged. Report, energy monitoring complete, with the peak power reaching 4 megawatts. Duration, 73 seconds. Energy output is stable. The monitor's voice trembled as it spoke. With a crash, the cup in Shui Gang's hand fell to the floor, shattering into pieces. Beside him, Wang Jian sat in a daze on his chair. Everyone around them was stunned. Time seemed to freeze at that instant, and the air felt as though it had solidified. Everything appeared to be frozen in time. After a prolonged silence, clap, a researcher could no longer contain himself and began to applaud. Subsequently, others joined in, and soon the entire room erupted in applause, the sound resonating like thunder. The atmosphere was electrified. Some individuals embraced each other, tears glistening in their eyes. We have broken through. We have succeeded. The nuclear-powered aircraft carrier has hope. 5 megawatts. Sufficient to propel the entire carrier. Not only that, but the Heavenly Palace project can also be fully realized. Clap. Shui Gang rendered a solemn military salute to Qinyang. Professor Chen, thank you. You are too kind. Qinyang returned the gesture. Had it not been for their support, especially the guidance and cooperation of Commander Shui, his success would not have been possible. Professor Chen, can your research be applied immediately? Shui Gang inquired earnestly. Not yet. Qinyang shook his head. As you just observed, this small arc reactor provides power for compact devices. However, the recent light radiation was excessively intense, severely impairing its operational performance and significantly diminishing its energy efficiency. I will continue to refine it, Qinyang stated. Yet, this is already a groundbreaking invention, meeting the necessary requirements for use. Shui Gang replied eagerly. There is still room for improvement. How long will it take? Shui Gang asked again. Approximately 2 weeks. Shui Gang rubbed his ears, suspecting he had misheard. Excuse me, how long did you say? 2 weeks? Well, if all goes smoothly, it might be resolved in 10 days. Shui Gang was elated. Excellent. What do you need in terms of support? We will do everything in our power to assist. Shui Gang exclaimed excitedly to Qinyang. You've already provided substantial support. I don't require anything else for the time being. Qinyang smiled. No, it is imperative. Otherwise, we would feel embarrassed to utilize your results. Shui Gang insisted. Professor Chen, I noticed you have come alone this time. Do you require an assistant? What sort would you prefer? I can select one for you. Anything you desire can be taken without any formalities. Is funding an issue? I have heard that you currently lack a dedicated budget. This is unacceptable. We shall provide 1 billion. Furthermore, for a scientist of your caliber, how can security measures be inadequate? I shall allocate a special operations unit for you. Shui Gang addressed Qinyang. Commander Shui, I appreciate your kindness, but I am quite comfortable at the Dragon Science Institute. What you propose is not necessary at this time. Qinyang politely declined with a smile. Professor Chen, you need not harbor any reservations. We also have our own research team. Unlike the Dragon Science Institute, which is purely academic, our focus is primarily on enhancing military capabilities. And scientists here will receive the utmost respect, Shui Gang reiterated. Qinyang smiled once more. Commander Shui, it feels rather distant to refer to you by your title. Simply call me Lao Shui. Lao Shui. I still prefer the relaxed lifestyle at the Dragon Science Institute. Although I believe that coming here would grant me considerable freedom, I find it difficult to act independently in an environment where everyone strictly adheres to discipline and rules. Even if I am not reprimanded from above and my comrades do not complain, I would still struggle with my own conscience, Qinyang expressed. Seeing Qinyang's unwavering stance, Shui Gang refrained from further persuasion. Very well, should you change your mind, do not hesitate to inform me. The Dragon Engineering Research Institute will always welcome you. Oh, by the way, upon my return, I shall request that you become our visiting professor. Although you won't receive a formal title, you will enjoy the same privileges. Additionally, in the future, for matters concerning the #1 experimental base, you may apply directly to our Dragon Engineering Research Institute without going through the Nuclear Energy Commission and the Science and Technology Bureau, Shui Gang informed Qinyang. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by Shui Gang's overtures. They knew him to be a serious man who, while showing the utmost respect for scientists, typically maintained a certain distance. This proactive attempt to engage and offer promises was indeed unprecedented. However, considering the small reactor that Professor Chen had recently developed, they were all in admiration. One individual could rival an entire division. Thank you, Qinyang said to Shui Gang. It would be rather ungrateful to continuously decline such generous offers. Half an hour later, Qinyang arrived outside Wu Jingjing's hospital room. How is her condition? Qinyang inquired of the doctor. Currently, the patient's condition is stable. However, her eyes were suddenly exposed to intense light and require a period of rest. We cannot ascertain the situation yet and must await tomorrow's recovery progress, the doctor replied gravely, clearly not optimistic about Wu Jingjing's condition. Qinyang stepped inside. Teacher Chen, is that you? Wu Jingjing asked calmly. I apologize. There was a flaw in my previous design, and I did not anticipate such a significant energy conversion into light. Qinyang said, his voice laden with remorse. It's all right. One cannot expect 100% success in experiments. You have performed remarkably well this time. Wu Jingjing smiled. At this moment, she lay on the bed, her eyes covered by an eye care device, her expression serene, a tranquil smile gracing her lips, exuding a unique beauty. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety, Qinyang declared solemnly. Chapter 35. The birth of a super laser weapon. I believe that anything you set your mind to can be accomplished, Wu Jingjing said with a smile directed at Qinyang. Upon witnessing her smile, Qinyang felt an even deeper pang of guilt. Sensing his emotions, Wu Jingjing reached out her hand. Do not be disheartened. You have vital tasks ahead of you. She smiled once more, adding, if I am not there to assist you tomorrow, you must take good care of yourself and avoid any further injuries. Qinyang replied with a firm nod. Exiting the hospital room, he contacted Shui Gang again. I need a laboratory. Not a problem, Shui Gang responded readily. Everything available at the Long Science Institute can be found here, and even what they lack, we possess. Thank you. It is we who should express our gratitude. I understand that your assistant's injury weighs heavily on you. I can only assure you that the best doctors will attend to her. But I also hope you can adjust your state of mind to prepare for tomorrow's experiment. I will. After hanging up, Chen Yang was escorted to a large laboratory. Professor Chen, please inform me of any deficiencies you may have. Additionally, these are researchers from our Military Research Institute, eager to assist you, Feng Mei said with a smile. Very well, I shall not hesitate then. Professor Chen, please do not hold back, otherwise, it would seem you look down upon us. We are here to learn from you. One middle-aged man remarked with a grin towards Chen Yang. Please begin by calibrating these devices according to my specified parameters, and also prepare these materials. Chen Yang handed several pages to Feng Mei. Understood, I will attend to it right away. However, may I inquire what these materials are for? For today's experiment, energy dissipation has been excessively severe, resulting not only in energy wastage and low power output, but also in additional harm. I hope to make improvements. As I do not wish for anyone to be injured again in tomorrow's trial, Chen Yang stated with resolute determination. But the experiment is scheduled for tomorrow. Will there be enough time? If it were solely up to me, it would undoubtedly be too late. However, with your assistance, we might just make it, Chen Yang replied. Seeing Chen Yang's confidence instilled a sense of assurance in everyone. They soon began to work diligently, initially lacking seamless coordination due to the novelty of their collaboration. But after 2 hours, they had managed to synchronize well under Chen Yang's guidance, significantly enhancing their efficiency. Is he still in the laboratory? Late at night in Shui Gang's office, he inquired of his subordinate. Yes, he is still hard at work, although no one is quite sure what he is creating. I have observed that the scientists assisting him are all quite pleased, as though the tasks they are engaged in excite them. Do you think I should send them home now? It is already 3 in the morning, and they have not slept all night. If this situation persists, it will severely impact their condition for tomorrow. If you are not afraid of being torn apart by them, you may as well give it a try, Shui Gang remarked with a smile. These individuals are currently engrossed in their work. If interrupted, they are bound to explode. Upon hearing Shui Gang's words, the person recoiled, hesitant to speak further. At 10 o'clock the following day, it was finally complete. Chen Yang gazed at the device he had hurriedly assembled overnight, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. Professor Chen, what is the purpose of this? This is the improved reaction controller I developed. It better regulates the reaction speed without altering the effective contact surface, thereby controlling the degree of reaction. Will this reduce the power? No, although the reaction degree is lowered, the effective reaction level is elevated. In this reciprocal situation, not only will efficiency not diminish, but it will actually be slightly superior to before, Chen Yang asserted confidently. Then let's proceed with the test, someone urged Chen Yang. He nodded, instructing, please place this reaction auxiliary device beneath the reactor as per the original design. And prepare as arranged yesterday. No problem, the crowd replied, their spirits high despite a sleepless night, brimming with energy and sparkling eyes. In the control room, Wang Jian had also heard about the events of the previous day. Old Shui, I know it may not be appropriate to speak out now, but I feel compelled to mention that allowing them to continue the experiment might not be suitable. The deputy commander, Wang Jian, spoke with a hint of uncertainty. From the outset, he had harbored doubts about Chen Yang's experiment, attempting to intervene multiple times to halt it, ultimately seeking to terminate it forcibly. However, the results proved Chen Yang's capabilities were indeed commendable, while his actions had diminished his own authority and leadership. You make a valid point, and I share your concerns. Yet, look at them now. Who could persuade them otherwise? It would be better to let them conduct the experiment thoroughly and resolve the issues sooner, allowing them some much-needed rest. Shui Gang replied. Wang Jian refrained from further argument. Subsequently, with the assistance of the crowd, the preparations for the experiment were swiftly completed. However, during the final step concerning the testing instruments, some individuals could not suppress their confusion. Professor Chen, why haven't you connected the electric energy tester today? We are not testing energy conversion today. We are switching to something else. What will that be? Laser. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. Laser? The distance parameters you just provided were set for lasers? Professor, you must be aware that while laser technology is applied in many fields today, a laser emitter capable of meeting the requirements of your reactor has yet to be developed. Moreover, achieving long-distance laser transmission as you designed is even more unattainable. The energy dissipation along the way is too severe, making effective transmission impossible. The distance you've designed is already at the level of laser weaponry. Laser weaponry stands as a pivotal project for their military researchers, not only in the Dragon Kingdom, but across numerous nations globally. However, to date, no country has succeeded in developing an effective and operational laser weapon. Thus, such technology remains confined to the realm of science fiction. Consequently, within the military-industrial sector, it is merely a conceptual weapon, one that may possibly be realized in the future. Yet, at present, significant challenges remain in advancing laser technology. Please proceed with the predetermined setup for the target. As for the laser emitter, I have constructed it myself, and it merely requires connection to the energy converter. Chen Yang remarked with a smile. What? Professor Chen, are you suggesting that your device can directly convert nuclear energy into a laser for emission? The researcher gazed at Chen Yang incredulously. Indeed, Chen Yang nodded. The laser I originally designed was capable of transmitting energy over a distance of 3,080 kilometers. I am uncertain if the addition of this auxiliary reactor will yield a superior performance. Chapter 36. He is a natural military genius. What? 3,080 kilometers? Professor Chen, you cannot be serious. A nearby individual expressed disbelief. Even the most advanced laser weapons today have an effective strike range of merely 10 kilometers. This revelation is simply astonishing. Chen Yang smiled, choosing not to elaborate further as he began inspecting the equipment. Everything was in readiness. In the control room, Chen Yang stood beside Shui Gang, assuming command in his stead. Activate. Understood. After yesterday's trial, they had grown more familiar with the reactor, and someone had devised a simple remote control button. As Chen Yang's command was issued, a soft thud resonated, and a blood-red beam of light shot forth from the laboratory, resembling a sword. Everyone anxiously focused on the energy monitoring data displayed on the screen. It was the target receiver located 30 kilometers away. Beep, beep, beep. Almost instantaneously upon emission, the target receiver's energy gauge emitted a sharp alarm. They all gazed intently. 5 million watts. The power had astonishingly reached 5 million watts. It had exceeded the upper limit of the laser signal receiver. 100,000 watts could obliterate guided electronic components. 1 million watts could destroy missile casings. And 5 million watts could directly annihilate tank armor. This surpassed the United States and positioned them at the forefront globally. This power was undeniably the greatest. With an astonishing range of 30 kilometers. Professor Chen, was that truly a laser you just emitted? An onlooker questioned, staring at Chen Yang in disbelief. The entire laboratory was in awe. The initial activation test had produced such a potent energy beam. If I recall correctly, the United States' most advanced solar weapon can only emit a maximum of 150,000 watts, correct? As the crowd marveled, Chen Yang pressed the button once more. Intensity level 2 activated. Boom. A sound even more powerful than before reverberated, followed by a beam of light that seemed almost tangible, akin to a spear piercing through the heavens, launched into the distance. Boom. A target receiver located 50 kilometers away has successfully captured energy from a laser beam. Report. Target distance, 50 kilometers. Laser power, 3 million watts. The personnel in the laboratory are now rendered numb with shock at this revelation. Quickly, let us advance to the third level of experimentation, exclaimed Shui Gang, unable to contain his excitement as he spoke to Chen Yang. At this moment, he felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. Laser weaponry. The coveted laser weaponry. The American solar laser cannon may be globally dominant, but in comparison to the nuclear energy laser converter before them, it appeared merely child's play. Half an hour later, the third-level nuclear energy conversion laser experiment concluded. 80 kilometers. The laser power reached an astounding 2 million watts. It remains capable of penetrating aircraft and other high-altitude vehicles. Professor Chen, on behalf of the Military Research Institute, I once again extend an invitation for you to join us, to lead us in forging a formidable sword for the Dragon Nation's military. Shui commanded. Professor Chen, if you continue to address me as Commander Shui, do not blame me for growing anxious. Call me Old Shui. Chen Yang sighed in resignation. Old Shui, did we not come to an understanding previously? Why bring it up again now? I was previously blind to your greatness. Shui Gang stated candidly. It would be a tremendous loss for us, and a grave oversight on my part, if someone of your caliber did not lead military technology to greater heights. Seeing Shui Gang's determination, Chen Yang could not help but chuckle. Let us set aside such matters and continue with the experiment, he suggested to Old Shui. Very well. You continue with the experiment. I have some matters to attend to and shall return shortly, Shui Gang replied to Chen Yang. He then turned to Wang Jian. Old Wang, I have a task for you. Whatever Professor Chen requires, we must fulfill, even if he demands we blow up this base. We shall procure explosives for him, understood? Certainly. Wang Jian responded loudly, fully convinced at that moment. Old Wang, while I am away, you must keep a close watch on him. If he goes missing before my return, I shall hold you accountable. Rest assured, I guarantee he will remain here, compliant in the base until your return, Wang Jian assured him. Nonsense. I instructed you to ensure he stays, not to confine him. Shui Gang retorted with irritation, before striding purposefully towards the exit. General, where are you headed? His personal guard Lu Heng inquired. Where else would I go? Clearly, to the command center. Such a treasure cannot be squandered among the old-timers at the Dragon Academy. 20 minutes later, Shui Gang arrived by helicopter at a residence. Chief, That Xinyang is a gem, undoubtedly a significant asset. Previously, I claimed that this lad is worth an entire division. I was mistaken. He is worth 10 divisions. Nonsense. Among the scientists of the Dragon Nation, only the late Qian Lao could be compared to 10 divisions. What merit does a young lad, not yet 20, have to stand alongside Qian Lao? The old commander glared, his eyes fierce yet composed. Yes, Qian Lao is our military research institute's deity, unmatched by anyone. While this young man may not equal Qian Lao, he is at least worth 9.5. Shui Gang addressed the old chief once more. To achieve such remarkable and illustrious accomplishments at such a young age is indeed a rarity, a testament to his extraordinary talent. However, it is essential to recognize that his current visit to our #1 experimental base for testing was sanctioned through the endorsement of several academicians from the Nuclear Energy Committee, alongside Director Peng from the Science and Technology Bureau. This indicates that within the Longyan Institute's Science and Technology Bureau, he is held in high regard and significant attention. Should we forcibly retain him at the Military Research Institute at this juncture, it might incite the ire of those elder statesmen, leading to challenging times ahead for us. The old chief chuckled as he spoke. Yet, he has achieved controllable nuclear fusion, developed a reactor potent enough to propel an aircraft carrier, and created a laser cannon capable of penetrating any aircraft from a distance of 80 kilometers. Such brilliance is a gift from the heavens. A military genius we cannot afford to lose. Shui Gang implored the old chief. After a moment of silence, the chief murmured, "How I wish to have such talent within our base. However, we cannot afford to offend those at the Longyan Institute, as our future weapon upgrades and the subsequent infusion of elite military talent rely on them. But let us not dwell on buts. From your description, this young man possesses a heart filled with unwavering loyalty. If he indeed produces what the nation requires, he will not hesitate to contribute. Thus, there is no necessity to confine him to our Military Research Institute. Let us proceed with your previous suggestion. Award him the honorary rank of second lieutenant. Grant him special access to the base and allocate an additional 1 billion in funding. Should he produce further innovations, we may revisit the prospect of securing him." The old chief articulated. Chapter 37. I shall provide you with a long knife. You will wield it for me. Second lieutenant, is that not too modest? Shui Gang inquired of the chief. Not at all. For someone with no prior military background, being awarded the honorary title of second lieutenant is quite significant. However, his achievements could directly lead to the creation of world-class nuclear-powered aircraft carriers and high-energy laser cannons. These innovations are still in the experimental phase, and once they come to fruition, we can certainly elevate his rank further. Moreover, he is still under 20 years of age. Time is on his side. Rest assured, we will provide him with everything he deserves. Chief Liu, known as Old Tiger, reassured. Indeed, Shui Gang responded. While this honorary title may not be lofty, it is nonetheless a considerable acknowledgement. As the chief rightly stated, the future stretches far ahead. At that moment, a man rushed in, visibly agitated. Chief, the U-7 high-altitude aircraft has once again infiltrated our territory, conducting reconnaissance on our side. Again, these Americans are exceedingly audacious, the old chief remarked. Before he could elaborate, Shui Gang, unable to contain his anger upon hearing this, retorted. Seeing Shui Gang present, the man seemed to find a breaking point, erupting with fervor. Shui Gang, how can you still speak so boldly? Every time we gather and send you the flight observation data, you have yet to produce a viable solution since the very first instance. Upon hearing the man's words, Shui Gang's face flushed with embarrassment. This is the most advanced U-7 reconnaissance aircraft from America, capable of soaring to an altitude of nearly 80,000 meters, far beyond the reach of missile defense systems, let alone fighter jets that can only ascend to just over 30,000 meters. Strictly speaking, this aircraft is nearing the realm of space shuttles. How could we possibly develop countermeasures so swiftly? Spare me your words. If you need personnel, then ask for personnel. If you require funds, then request funds. Yet you can't even shoot down a mere aircraft. What on earth are you all doing? Feng Paozhong, what are you clamoring about? Aren't we intensifying our research? One retorted. This is America's 7th-generation reconnaissance aircraft. Who knows where they acquired such technology, capable of overwhelming us so decisively? America possesses only 4 of these planes, each costing over $1,000 billion. They embody the pinnacle of American technology, a genuine weapon of mass destruction. If it were so easy to defeat, America wouldn't remain America. As it stands, not only we, but even the Russians find themselves utterly powerless. Feng Bin exclaimed in frustration. Are we to simply allow them to trample over us? We will expedite our research. Nonsense. You've repeated that phrase to me 800 times. Feng Bin retorted angrily. It's infuriating that our fighter jets can't reach them. Otherwise, I would personally take it down. The altitude is far too high. Our fighter jets are simply outmatched. I'm not even asking for you to develop artillery that can accurately strike them from the ground. If you could produce a 10,000-meter-long sword, I would take it down myself. Feng Bin, what absurd nonsense are you spouting? Where on earth could you find a 10,000-meter sword? Cease your foolishness and get out of here. The old commander, Lu Laohu, scolded with a fierce glare. Upon hearing the commander's words, Feng Bin recognized he had overstepped and fell silent. However, Shui Gang, upon hearing Feng Bin's outrageous claim, stood there as if struck by lightning. What did you just say? Feng Bin, noticing Shui Gang's reaction, quickly realized his words had been too harsh. Old Shui, I was just speaking out of turn, don't take it to heart. What did you just say? Shui Gang pressed again. Feng Bin, now somewhat intimidated, thought. Has this fellow truly been provoked by my words? You said if I gave you a long sword, you could take it down? Feng Bin glanced at the commander, feeling a bitter taste in his mouth. Could I have genuinely provoked him to madness? Old Shui, don't be angry. I was wrong, and I apologize. No need for apologies. Just provide me with a long sword, and you can take it down for me. With that, Shui Gang pulled Feng Bin towards the exit. What are we doing? I'm getting you that long sword. Feng Bin, with a pained expression, looked at the old commander. Commander, you must see this. This rascal is pretending to be mad to swindle me. Shui Gang slapped Feng Bin on the head. Enough chatter. Hurry up. You are the one pretending. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Base 1. Professor Chun, what you mentioned on the phone just now, is it truly the case that your laser is ready for use? Indeed. After yesterday's modifications, I can confirm there are no issues, Qin Yang affirmed with unwavering confidence. Excellent. Wonderful. Shui Gang exclaimed joyfully. He then turned to Feng Bin, saying, Old Feng, weren't you yearning for that long sword? Now that I have located this long knife for you, if you do not bring down that vile creature in the sky, I shall not spare you. A long knife? Are you certain this weapon is functional? If it is not, I shall twist your head off and use it as a ball. Shui Gang declared. Very well. If this is indeed a functional long knife, and you manage to slay that creature, I shall acknowledge you as my elder brother. Hurry up. That fellow is returning. The old commander said to Feng Bin. Subsequently, Feng Bin turned to Professor Qin Yang, who stood nearby. Professor Chen, please enlighten us on how this weapon should be utilized. We have never encountered such advanced armaments before. When you were on the phone, we placed this equipment into a portable case. When the time comes, simply press the button, and the nuclear energy from the reactor will activate the laser trigger through the energy converter. The laser will then be emitted from this launch container. At that point, one only needs to track the aircraft using the phased radar scanning to strike the enemy utilizing the laser's rapid response capability, Qin Yang explained. Excellent. If this long knife can indeed sever that colossal entity, I shall recognize you as my elder brother, Feng Bin remarked to Qin Yang. He had been feeling quite frustrated lately, with the U-7 reconnaissance aircraft periodically hovering above them, leaving them helpless against it. Everyone await my news. With that, Feng Bin took the equipment and headed to the Air Force Base. Within the U-7 reconnaissance aircraft, pilot Brooke and co-pilot Jason wore expressions of ease. They were piloting the most advanced aircraft, gathering an abundance of data. Equipped with high-definition cameras that could clearly capture the movement of a watch's hands even at an altitude of 80,000 meters. Previously concerned about missile artillery, they found that after enhancing stealth capabilities, even ground radar could no longer clearly detect them, and the only threat had vanished. This sensation was truly delightful. It felt akin to a vacation. Let us make another round. We should be able to ascertain the meteorological, geographical, and topographical details, as well as equipment specifications, Brooke suggested. As the two conversed, a green dot appeared on the display screen. It seemed there was a fighter jet below. Jason remarked. A fighter jet? Merely a trivial toy. It cannot even reach our toes, can it? Ha ha ha, Brooke said with a scornful smile. What is it doing? It appears to have slowed down. Matching our speed, Brooke said with a hint of curiosity. Adjust the camera angle. Let us see what it intends to do. Soon, the high-altitude camera captured the image of the fighter jet. What could it be up to? What is that black box on the launch rack of the fighter jet? At that moment, they clearly saw a box ejecting from the aircraft, and in the center of the box was a circular device resembling a large lamp, its purpose unknown. Could this be a newly developed weapon by the Dragon Kingdom? Don't be ridiculous. Our scientists have stated that this U-7 is at least 50 years ahead. Not only is there no threat posed by any weapon they could develop, but they lack even the concept of a countermeasure, Brooke confidently asserted. At this moment, a voice from the Pentagon echoed in Brooke's communication device. What happened? Why adjust the camera angle? Nothing much, just discovered a toy plane from Dragon Country. Rather amusing. Don't take too long. You have other places to attend to. Understood. Just as Brooke was about to retract the view, He noticed that the toy on the Dragon Country fighter jet had suddenly begun to illuminate. What is that? Brooke frowned. Chapter 38. The Unparalleled Sword. A single strike, the light intensified, instantly transforming to a crimson hue. The previously light-hearted Brooke and Jason suddenly altered their expressions, panic flashing in their eyes as they sensed an ominous premonition. Whoosh! A formidable beam of light, as tangible as a sword of fire, pierced the sky. Beep, beep, beep. The once steady U-7 cockpit was now in turmoil, the needles of various instruments oscillating violently. Beep, beep, beep. Alarms blared chaotically in the cockpit, only to fall silent soon after. Even the alarms malfunctioned. It's on fire. Quick! Extinguish the flames. The communication equipment is down. The engine system has failed. Hurry! Manual control. Ah, my eyes. Help! Help! Calling headquarters. Calling headquarters. My God! We are finished. On the ground, Fongbin stood in the command room, accurately witnessing through phased array radar and aircraft radar the scene of the sword eviscerating the U-7. At the moment, the laser sword wreaked havoc on the aircraft. The ground-based phased array radar captured the U-7's image with greater clarity. Good. Well done. Fongbin clenched his fist tightly, slamming it on the table. Report. The U-7 aircraft has exited the airspace and is expected to crash into the Pacific Ocean. Excellent. Splendid work. Fongbin could not contain his exuberance, cheering aloud. At the number 1 test base, ever since Fongbin departed, everyone had been waiting in anticipation. 2 hours later, under the clear sky, the roar of an aircraft resonated, followed by a blood-red beam shooting up into the atmosphere, resembling a long sword. The sword glimmered for 2 or 3 dozen seconds. Then, the sky fell silent once more. Did that rascal Fongbin actually hit the target? Shui Gang murmured anxiously. The old commander sat there, sipping tea incessantly. Another 2 hours passed. The sky had darkened. Finally, a rumble echoed, and soon a Xiaolong helicopter approached, its sound deafening. Then, a man leapt from the helicopter before it even came to a halt. It was Fongbin. He dashed towards the office. Upon entering the office, he found the old commander, Qin Yang, and Shui Gang all present. Fongbin turned to close the door, finally unleashing the excitement and exhilaration he had been holding back. Hit! Hit! A single strike. The sword. It truly is a sword. We have eviscerated it with one stroke. Old Shui, you're amazing. Fongbin trembled with excitement. Now, in front of the old commander, I apologize to you. I retract my previous words. You are indeed remarkable. It is said that the Russians are utterly helpless against the U-7, allowing them to roam freely in our skies. You have truly brought us pride this time. I wonder if they will dare to come again. It would be best if they did. We shall bring them down once more. Upon hearing Fongbin's words, even the composed old commander, seated in his chair, could not suppress his trembling body. Shui Gang was even more exhilarated, unable to resist giving Qin Yang a hearty embrace. After a while, he composed himself and turned to Fongbin, saying, Fong Paozhong, steady yourself. How can you, an air marshal, behave so boisterously? It was merely the downing of a small aircraft. Must you make such a fuss? Fongbin replied, however, I must tell you, you should not be thanking me. Rather, you ought to extend your gratitude to Professor Qin. To be frank, that laser launching apparatus was entirely developed by him, and today, it has only just begun its trials. Yet you have already employed it in actual combat. Shui Gang addressed Fongbin. Upon hearing this, Fongbin was momentarily taken aback. Then, astonished, he asked, Are you certain you are not jesting? Of course, I am not joking. Professor Qin is a natural-born genius in military technology. Recently, he single-handedly made a breakthrough in controllable nuclear fusion. In less than a month, he has successfully produced an arc reactor, achieving not only the portable application of immense energy, but also the conversion of nuclear fusion energy into both electrical power and highly destructive laser energy. The laser you utilize today is a testament to his achievements. Hastily, Fongbin approached and grasped Qin Yang's hands, overwhelmed with emotion, and after a moment, he slowly uttered, Professor Qin, you have allowed our Air Force to hold its head high. On behalf of the Dragon Nation Air Force, I salute you. With a crisp salute, he stood before Qin Yang like a javelin. During this time, no one had felt more constrained than they did, watching foreign aircraft circle above them. Witnessing their audacious data collection, yet feeling powerless to take action, the helplessness and humiliation had deprived him of sleep. Today, a sort of victory has allowed them to finally stand tall. Qin Yang quickly returned a somewhat unrefined salute. General Fong, your dedication to protecting our homeland is even more commendable. I have merely done what I could, he replied. At that moment, the old commander also stood up. Heroes emerge from youth. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. He then turned to Shui Gang, his expression turning stern. Shui Gang, With such an exceptional individual as Professor Chun, why did you not inform me sooner? Shui Gang, bewildered by the old commander's anger, thought to himself. Did I not inform you? I have been nearly shouting in your ear. Yet what could he do? If he dared to retort, he feared the commander's cane would soon find its mark upon him. Such outstanding talent should be recruited to our military research institute. The old commander declared. Professor Chun, I now formally invite you to join our military research institute to forge a steel sword for the defense of our dragon nation. Thank you for your kind offer. Old commander, but I am quite content at the Dragon Academy and do not wish to leave, Qinyang replied with a smile. Rest assured, everything available at the Dragon Institute is also present here, and what is absent at the Dragon Institute will likewise be found here. After speaking, he turned to Shui Gang beside him. How did you negotiate with Professor Chun previously? What conditions are you planning to offer him? Shui Gang glanced at the old commander and replied, We are prepared to provide Professor Chun with an annual research fund of 1 billion, accompanied by a professional research team, priority access to the laboratory, and additionally, we will confer upon him the honorary rank of second lieutenant. Nonsense. The old commander, Lu Laohu, erupted in fury. A military genius like Professor Chun, capable of equaling 10 divisions, is offered merely the rank of second lieutenant? How can you utter such words? I, Shui Gang, widened my eyes in astonishment, watching the old commander's performance, feeling somewhat disoriented. An annual research fund of 3 billion, a professional research team, a special security detail, and a luxurious 800 square meter villa. Furthermore, we shall promote Professor Chun to the rank of captain. Pausing for a moment, he turned to Qinyang and inquired, Oh, by the way, Professor Chun, you haven't started dating yet, have you? Just so happens, the girls from our cultural troupe are quite fond of prodigies like you. I guarantee you'll find a suitable match. Qinyang, Shui Gang. Chapter 39, Mission Accomplished, Reward, Second Generation Arc Reactor Technology. Shui Gang was left speechless. He could hardly believe the old commander's disregard for decorum. Yet now, he felt like a mute eating bitter gall, unable to express his grievances. Feng Bin, on the other hand, looked at Qinyang with eager anticipation, if he had previously held some disdain for this young scientist. Witnessing the power of his laser weapon had completely won him over. One man could indeed match 10 divisions. He wholeheartedly agreed with that sentiment. While the U-7 reconnaissance aircraft circled above, numbers would prove futile. Ultimately, it was the young man's sword that delivered the lethal blow. Professor Chun, as long as you join us, we will do our utmost to meet any research requirements you may have, without any hindrance. Anyone who dares to trouble you shall not escape my wrath, Feng Bin declared. Qinyang looked at the three men and smiled, expressing gratitude. I appreciate your trust, Commander. And the three of you. However, I have just arrived at the Dragon Institute and am still acclimatizing. I wish to work there for a while longer. I am quite particular about my environment, and I fear that a sudden move here might not only hinder my research speed, but also disrupt my existing projects. The three men, initially eager for Qinyang to conduct experiments at their facility, exchanged glances filled with regret upon hearing that it might affect the research progress. They tried to persuade him further, but ultimately acquiesced to his wishes. Very well, however, rest assured that what you are entitled to will not be diminished. All those resources still belong to you. Furthermore, according to the regulations of the Dragon Kingdom, for individuals of your stature, to prevent any threats to your safety and to avoid disturbances, a security detail will be assigned to ensure your protection. A security detail? That seems excessive. I would prefer to work alone, Qinyang replied. That is unacceptable. Even from the perspective of confidentiality, your security measures must not be delayed in the slightest. Here's what I propose. I shall select a person for you, and this special guard unit will be dedicated to your safety. They are currently engaged in training here, but can be deployed at any moment when needed, the old chief, Lu Laohu, decisively stated. Upon hearing the chief's words, Qinyang had no choice but to acquiesce. Whether it be controllable nuclear fusion or a compact reactor, these have ascended to the status of national treasures, should they attract the envy of other nations. One could indeed find oneself in dire straits. Very well, I shall heed the chief's arrangements, Qinyang replied. Half an hour later, Qinyang bade farewell to the old chief and others and proceeded to the hospital. Upon seeing Wu Jingjing lying in bed, a pang of sorrow flashed across his face. How is her condition? Qinyang inquired of the doctor. The patient's situation is not optimistic. Her retinal nerves have suffered significant stimulation. Currently, she can see, but her vision is quite unclear, and she will need to recover gradually, the doctor explained. Recover gradually? What does that mean? Is there no treatment available? Qinyang asked, his voice tinged with frustration. To be candid, the optic nerves are exceedingly intricate, their network rivaling that of the brain itself. As such, with current techniques, we are unable to ascertain the specific nature of the patient's ailment, and consequently, we cannot provide treatment, the doctor concluded, leaving Chun Yang's expression even grimmer. Teacher Chun, is that you? A voice emerged from the hospital room, Wu Jingjing's voice. Chun Yang stepped inside slowly. Jingjing, it is I, he replied, his gaze filled with guilt. Had he not been so careless before, Wu Jingjing would not find herself in such a predicament. Do not be disheartened. I heard that the laser cannon you developed shot down the most advanced reconnaissance aircraft in the world. How incredible. It's a pity I couldn't witness it. That moment must have been exhilarating, Wu Jingjing said, her face brimming with anticipation. Jingjing, I am so sorry. It's all my fault. If not for me, you would not be in this situation, Chun Yang lamented. You need not feel sorrow or guilt. I'm fine. The doctor said I will recover in due time. Wu Jingjing reassured him. Indeed, you will undoubtedly be fine, Chun Yang affirmed with unwavering conviction. After conversing with Wu Jingjing for a while longer, Chun Yang returned to his office. All experiments had been completed successfully. Previously, the conversion efficiency of the nuclear energy converter was rather low. However, following his improvements, the efficiency had seen a substantial enhancement. It could be said that the current compact reactor had achieved the goals he had envisioned. Based on the performance of the laser cannon and the energy converter, with slight modifications, or even without any, these could be directly utilized in combat, albeit with a somewhat unappealing appearance. Therefore, barring any unforeseen circumstances, preparations would commence for his return tomorrow. Yet, thoughts of Wu Jingjing weighed heavily on his heart. I will never allow you to return in this state, Chun Yang vowed silently. Upon his arrival, she was a radiant beauty, but now, as he prepared to return, she had become blind. Not only would the old master Wu Xian be unable to accept this, but Chun Yang himself could scarcely bear it. Upon entering his laboratory, Chun Yang promptly shut the door and reclined on his chair. To the casual observer, it may appear as though he is merely resting with his eyes closed. However, at this moment, he has delved deep into the recesses of his mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the first generation of the small arc reactor within 3 months. Task accomplished. Rewards: 3 hours of access to the future library and the technology for the second generation arc reactor. Note: the second generation arc reactor is significantly more efficient, more convenient, and utilizes cleaner, more environmentally friendly fuel. You have also received 1,000 technology points and a blueprint for the interstellar shuttle at level 110. Total technology points: 2,000. Interstellar shuttle blueprint at level 210. Upon seeing this, Chun Yang's expression did not exhibit overwhelming surprise. Instead, he turned to the system and inquired, "Can you treat Wu Jingjing's eyes?" "Yes, but it will require the expenditure of technology points, which is not very cost-effective. Please consider carefully. Would you like to proceed with the transaction?" "Transaction. As long as it can restore Jingjing's sight, I am willing to pay any price," Chun Yang declared resolutely. He understood that the system possessed a degree of autonomy. He had merely been testing the waters, yet was astonished to find it truly viable. In order to proceed with the treatment, a diagnosis must first be conducted. Diagnosis? How do I conduct a diagnosis? After a brief exchange, Chun Yang grasped the procedure. He then made his way to Wu Jingjing's hospital room, where she lay asleep. Chun Yang gently entered. "What must I do?" he asked. "Place your hand on the patient's face. The system will use your arm as a detector to scan the patient's condition." Upon hearing the system's instructions, Chun Yang extended his hand and delicately caressed Wu Jingjing's cheek. "Can I begin the scan now?" 3, 2, 1. Scan complete. The system is generating the diagnostic results. Diagnosis complete. The 172nd nerve point in the eyes is damaged and requires the use of a special neurorepair medication for restoration. The formula and preparation process for the neurorepair medication have been stored in the host's mind. Please check. The system's voice echoed once more in Chun Yang's consciousness. Chapter 40. 1,000 points for neuroregeneration medication. Upon hearing that the system had completed the scan and provided the treatment method, Chun Yang slowly withdrew his arm. "Jingjing, rest assured. I will restore your sight in no time." He spoke with unwavering confidence before gradually exiting the room. In his elation, he remained oblivious to the fact that Wu Jingjing's face had turned as red as an apple. After he departed, a charming smile graced her lips, curving into a beautiful arc. At 11 o'clock that night, the entire experimental base had descended into profound silence. In his temporary office, Chun Yang sat in a daze, his expression one of bewilderment. He had received the treatment diagnosis for Wu Jingjing's eyes from the system. The retinal nerve had been subjected to intense light exposure, resulting in nerve damage. Under normal circumstances, it would take 3 years for a full recovery, and even after recovery, the previous damage would likely impair her vision, potentially condemning her to a lifetime of living in a blurred world. neuroregeneration medication, specifically designed for the treatment of nerve damage. Upon perusing the introduction to the medication, I felt a wave of astonishment. This substance is not merely capable of remedying damage to the optic nerve. It also holds potential for the treatment of various other neural injuries. No wonder it swiftly consumed 1,000 of my technological points, lamented Qinyang. Nevertheless, he promptly resumed his studies on the preparation of this remedy. Although the process of concoction was not particularly arduous, it involved a foundational theory that would not experience a breakthrough for another 30 years. Thus, the actual advent of this medication would not occur for at least 3 decades. Regardless of such considerations, I shall first acquire the knowledge, Qinyang mused. 2 hours later, at 1 o'clock in the morning, Qinyang finally comprehended all the processes and preparation techniques, even grasping the underlying principles thoroughly. Old Shui, could you provide me with a biological laboratory? What? A biological laboratory? What on earth do you need that for? If not, then forget it. No, we do have one. What level do you require? The highest I have is a P3 level laboratory. If you need a P4 level, I will have to arrange for it elsewhere tomorrow. That will suffice. A standard one will do, replied Qinyang. 10 minutes later, Shui Gang called to inform him that the biological laboratory was ready. I have some experimental materials. Please assist me in preparing them, as I require them urgently. In the laboratory, Qinyang addressed Zhang Yuan, the assistant assigned to aid him. Upon receiving the list of requested items from Qinyang, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Although many of the items Qinyang requested were rather costly, the laboratory had them readily available. Moreover, cost was the least of their concerns here, and she quickly gathered the necessary materials. Next came the preparation. Despite the existence of a well-established process, many of the steps still demanded considerable time. At 6 o'clock in the morning, what? Professor Qin did not sleep at all last night, Shui Gang exclaimed, springing from his chair upon hearing the report from his subordinate. Is this fellow made of iron? In just a few days here, he had spent the first night engaged in experiments until the wee hours, and the second night improving the experimental equipment, successfully achieving all his tests. Even the laser cannon he constructed had made significant contributions on the battlefield. I had thought he would finally get a good night's sleep last night, only to find he had once again retreated to the laboratory. Such a routine would wear down even the sturdiest of individuals. Isn't he a nuclear physics researcher? Why is he now engaged in biological experiments? Shui Gang inquired of his subordinate. I'm not certain. However, based on his experimental methods and the design of the procedures, he does not appear to be a novice in biology. He must have had prior exposure, though the extent of his expertise remains unclear. Not a novice in biology? Shui Gang felt his mind swirling in confusion. A person like this is worth 10 battalions. Not only is he a master of military industry, but now it appears he may also possess considerable knowledge in the biological sciences. How on earth is this individual so gifted? Was he always this energetic? At 8:30 in the morning, after a night of relentless effort and countless failures, Qinyang finally concocted the desired miraculous serum for nerve regeneration. Professor Chen, we have arranged a flight for you at 11 o'clock. We will pick you up then, while your secretary, Wu Jingjing, will continue her treatment here. A soldier informed Qinyang. No need. She will leave with me, Qinyang replied. Leave together? But her eyesight will be restored shortly, he added with a smile as he headed toward Wu Jingjing's hospital room. Upon reaching the ward, he noticed the esteemed elder, Commander Lu Laohu, along with Shui Gang and Feng Bin, present. He greeted them warmly. Qinyang, the secretary you found is remarkably talented, very courageous. Without her assistance, we likely wouldn't have produced that laser cannon so swiftly, the elder commander assured him. Rest assured, we will ensure she receives the finest medical care, restoring her beautiful eyes. He continued. Thank you, Commander. I'm fine. I merely did what I ought to do, Wu Jingjing replied from her bed. You may not realize. Professor Qin sacrificed a sleepless night yesterday, requesting a biological laboratory from Shui Gang specifically to research the medication for your treatment. His intentions are commendable, though his approach may be somewhat misguided, the elder commander chuckled, directing his words at Qinyang. Indeed, Professor Qin, each profession has its specialization. You are a genius in nuclear physics. However, in the realm of medicine, you remain an outsider. Moreover, compared to nuclear physics, medicine is far from simple. How could you expect results by diving in without expertise? Shui Gang chimed in, also smiling. Exactly. Focus on your military research. We will engage world-class specialists to treat Miss Wu Jingjing's eyes, Feng Bin added. Hearing that Qinyang had stayed up all night to develop the medication for her sake filled her with an indescribable sense of gratitude, yet also concern. She then addressed Qinyang. The commander is right. Matters of medicine should be left to medical experts. Do not waste your time. I am fine. Observing the consensus among them, Qinyang smiled. I have already developed a specialized remedy for nerve damage. With that, he produced a small, transparent glass vial. The onlookers were taken aback, staring incredulously as Chunyang earnestly retrieved the glass vial from his pocket. Professor Chen, are you serious? This looks like tap water, they exclaimed. Chapter 41. The cure is in the medicine. Vision improves. The onlookers were astonished at the vial presented by Chunyang. It bore no resemblance to any medicine they had ever seen, with its packaging and the liquid within appearing as if he had merely filled it from a tap. Jingjing, would you like to give it a try? Chunyang asked Wu Jingjing with a smile. Is this the result of your labors since last night? Yes. I just went with my instincts. I'm unsure of its efficacy, Chunyang candidly admitted. The chief physician nearby was left in disbelief, feeling as though he was caught in a fantastical tale. In the realm of medicine, any pharmaceutical must undergo a convoluted series of procedures before it is deemed safe for human use. This journey typically spans several years, commencing with animal trials, followed by phase 1, 2, and 3 clinical trials. It is indeed a rarity for a substance to be hastily concocted in a laboratory, as was the case yesterday, and subsequently administered to a human. Such actions seem rather reckless and have significantly undermined the established protocols of experimentation. Professor Chen, this is a matter of treatment. We should exercise caution, remarked the chief physician to Chunyang. I have contacted experts in neurology and ophthalmology from Yanjing, and they will arrive shortly. I believe their involvement will yield favorable results. Indeed, Professor Chen, I understand your concern for Miss Jingjing's well-being. However, matters of science must adhere to scientific regulations. Shui Gang interjected. Old Chief Chen Laohu observed Chunyang in silence, his expression inscrutable. Trust me, I believe in you, Wu Jingjing said with a smile directed at Chunyang. Please, instruct me on how to proceed. The chief physician glanced between Chunyang and Wu Jingjing, thinking, these two are reckless. While applying medication to skin or other areas might be forgivable, the eyes are exceedingly delicate. A misstep could lead to irreversible blindness. I shall administer the medication, Chunyang replied with a grin, gently removing the mask from Wu Jingjing's eyes. Her fists were clenched tightly as her beautiful eyes fluttered nervously. Do not be anxious. Trust me, Chunyang reassured her with a smile. Okay, Wu Jingjing gradually relaxed her grip, widening her eyes. Though her vision was merely a blurred haze, she was acutely aware of the presence of the young man before her, even able to hear his breath. Chunyang carefully lifted the mask and readied the glass vial in his hand. Old Chief, you must stop him. This is perilous. He may inflict irreversible harm upon Miss Wu Jingjing, the chief physician implored. Old Chief Lu Laohu smiled. Since Professor Chen is so confident, and Miss Wu Jingjing trusts him implicitly, why should we not wait and see? The chief physician was nearly beside himself with frustration in his many years of practice. He had never encountered such individuals or such unorthodox medical methods. This primitive scenario was reminiscent of ancient times when science was underdeveloped. A desperate gamble akin to treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Yet, we are not at that juncture today. Chunyang carefully administered the drops into Wu Jingjing's eyes. Although it appeared to be a substantial amount, it was merely an optical illusion. He had already utilized nearly half of the solution on her first application. Unlike other medications, this particular solution absorbed rapidly and did not spill over once it entered the eye. Now, cover your eyes and take a good rest. I shall return to check on you in 2 hours, Chunyang said with a smile. He gently positioned Wu Jingjing's head upon the pillow. Rest well. You should return. There are surely numerous matters awaiting you at Longyan Institute, Wu Jingjing suggested. I will wait here for you. Otherwise, I cannot be at ease, Chunyang replied. Wu Jingjing felt a wave of sweetness in her heart before obediently closing her eyes. Let us step outside. We shouldn't delay her rest here, Chunyang remarked to the others. Very well, let us go, the old leader replied. Upon reaching the door, a soldier was already waiting outside. Report, preparations are complete, and we can now proceed with pre-boarding arrangements. Chunyang turned to the old leader beside him. Sir, could you assist in making a slight adjustment? I wish to leave with her once she is well. If we depart now, I fear unforeseen circumstances may arise in the air, Chunyang expressed. Of course, Feng Bin. Arranged to extend the air traffic control for another day? Yes, Feng Bin responded and left. Professor Chen, rest assured, should we be unable to depart shortly, we are more than willing to accommodate you here, the old leader assured. Thank you, sir, Chunyang expressed his heartfelt gratitude. 2 hours later, Chunyang and the others returned to Wu Jingjing's room. How are you feeling now? Chunyang inquired. The chief physician, observing Chunyang's earnestness, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, pondering how a mere glass bottle filled with water could resolve a neurological issue that even medical experts struggled to mend. Wu Jingjing slowly opened her eyes, revealing a clear visage before her. She then turned to the old leader, Shui Gang, Feng Bin, and others. I see. I can see. Qinyang, I can see. My eyes are healed, Wu Jingjing exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion. I thought I would never see again. She embraced Qinyang, tears streaming from her eyes. During this time, although she appeared untroubled, she had been suppressing her feelings, too afraid to confront the possibility of loss. Now, with her vision restored, all her pent-up emotions surged forth, overwhelmed with relief. It's all right now, it's all right. We can go back, Qinyang remarked. Surprised by Wu Jingjing's fervent reaction, yet feeling a deeper sense of guilt for the strain she had endured to keep her focus. How many fingers do you see? The chief physician, astonished by Wu Jingjing's words, found it hard to believe. How could it be that simple to cure? 3, Wu Jingjing replied, slightly embarrassed as she released her embrace with Qinyang to respond to the doctor. And now? The chief physician extended 4 fingers. 4. And now? 2. What is that in the distance outside the window? A signal transmission tower. The chief physician, Chun Ming, was utterly stunned. You are truly healed? Yes. I can see clearly now, Wu Jingjing affirmed. Chun Ming was left completely dumbfounded. Chapter 42. Wu Xian, the old fox. As a wonderful granddaughter, Chun Ming gazed at Qinyang with an expression of incredulity. Professor Chun, what is the name of the elixir you developed? And how is it produced? I recall you mentioning that it is called neural repair elixir. Does this imply that it is applicable to other forms of nerve damage as well? In theory, yes, Qinyang nodded in affirmation. However, you are correct in your earlier assertion. This is a medication that must undergo rigorous testing. Moreover, given the limited sample size, I am concerned about potential side effects. Therefore, I am still hesitant to promote its use, Qinyang remarked. Professor Chun, I acknowledge my mistake and sincerely apologize for my previous lack of understanding. I earnestly seek your forgiveness and request a sample of this potion. Rest assured, I would never attempt to appropriate your findings. My sole intention is to administer it to a few of my patients as well. It is not a matter of fearing theft, to be frank, if I were to hand this medication over to you. The current analytical methods are incapable of identifying its active ingredients, let alone replicating it. Since you wish to experiment, take it and proceed. However, be aware that its shelf life is quite limited, and it will lose efficacy in 2 hours. You should use it immediately, Qinyang advised. Upon hearing Qinyang's words, the chief physician cautiously accepted the vial. Thank you, Professor Chen. I will arrange for it right away. Additionally, how should this medication be administered? It is best to apply it directly, targeting the affected area to minimize loss. For instance, in the case of a leg, first apply a layer externally, followed by a muscle injection for repair. Thank you, Professor Chen. Chun Ming's face was filled with gratitude. And then he shyly asked Qinyang, Professor Chen, could I have your contact information? In case I have further inquiries, I would like to consult you again. I am not fond of using the phone. You may contact her directly, Qinyang replied. Miss Wu, could you kindly provide me with your mobile number? I may need to reach out to you again in the future. It's no trouble at all. Wu Jingjing shared her number with Chun Ming. Subsequently, under Chun Ming's arrangements, Wu Jingjing underwent further examinations, all of which returned normal results. Old Chief, Old Shui, General Feng. I have been here for quite some time, and it is time for me to return. Please assist me in arranging a flight, Qinyang stated. Professor Chun, have you truly considered working at our military research institute on a long-term basis? Previously, I merely admired Qinyang's talent. But witnessing him effortlessly create a miraculous neurorepair medication has utterly transformed my perspective. I prefer the environment at the Longyan Institute. I appreciate your kind offer, Old Chief. Qinyang replied. Well, our military research institute's doors will always be open to you, whether for experiments or employment. You are always welcome, the Old Chief said. Half an hour later, Qinyang boarded the plane. The Old Chief, Shui Gang, and Feng Bin personally saw him off. Why can't we retain Professor Chun with such favorable conditions? Shui Gang expressed his bewilderment. Indeed, if such a genius were to join our military research institute, he would undoubtedly elevate our technology to unprecedented heights. Feng Bin lamented. The Old Chief gazed at the departing aircraft, his expression tinged with regret. Talented generals are hard to come by. Wu Xian, that old fox, has a wonderful granddaughter. Let us hasten to examine the neurorepair medications that Chun Ming used. We must ascertain their efficacy. Yes, no one comprehends the value of this medicine better than they do. Presently, the reattachment of severed limbs is achievable, and even organ transplantation has become a reality. However, when it comes to the more intricate matters of the nervous system, we remain woefully ignorant. This ignorance has resulted in numerous disabilities and chronic ailments. Especially on the battlefield, many valiant warriors, even if they are fortunate enough to maintain the integrity of their bodies after injury, suffer from nerve damage that renders their arms unusable or leads to permanent disabilities. inflicting lifelong consequences upon many soldiers and significantly impacting the combat efficacy of the Dragon Nation. If we could truly utilize this miraculous nerve repair fluid to completely heal these individuals with nerve injuries, it would be akin to granting the soldiers a second life. Before long, the trio arrived at the office where Chun Ming was situated. "How are things?" inquired the old commander, Lu Laohu, addressing Chun Ming. Due to the limited supply of the medication, sufficient for only 2 individuals, it was decided to administer it to just 2 soldiers for the time being. Following Professor Chin's earlier instructions, after the application of the drug, a minimum waiting period of 3 hours was required. 10 minutes had just elapsed since its administration. Several more hours were still necessary. "Gentlemen, why not return for now? I shall report to you once the results are in." "No, I shall wait right here," declared Commander Lu Hu resolutely. Witnessing the old commander's steadfastness, Chun Ming ceased to press the matter further. Time ticked by, each second stretching into eternity. An hour passed, then 2, followed by 3. Commander Lu Hu and the others incessantly sipped water, while Chun Ming frequently stepped outside to monitor the condition of the 2 patients. Finally, the moment arrived as previously outlined by Qin Yang. "Commander, the time has come. We may proceed now," announced Chun Ming. "Let us go." "Swiftly," commanded the old leader. Rising at once. Soon, they arrived at the ward. The first patient was a Dragon Group operative and the foremost disciple of the Dragon King, Luo Tianqian. During a mission, he was betrayed and ambushed by the enemy, resulting in his spine being brutally severed and his nerves shattered, leaving him completely paralyzed from the waist down. Chun Ming explained. The second patient, Xiong Baohua, had his arm blown off during a mission. Although it could be reattached, both of his arms were rendered utterly useless, and they were both on the brink of retirement. Upon seeing Chun Ming and the old commander approach, the 2 men saluted. "Now that the time has arrived, Tianqian, can you feel any sensation in your legs?" "Baohua, try to move your arm," instructed Chun Ming. Everyone stood by, watching intently. Luo Tianqian appeared momentarily dazed, but he gradually attempted to engage his legs. Perhaps it was due to sitting for too long or the lengthy absence of his legs, but try as he might, he felt nothing. "Stand up." Luo Tianqian commanded his legs, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet there was no response whatsoever. "Ah, why can't I stand? Why? I still seek vengeance. I must slay the enemy." Luo Tianqian cried out with a heart-wrenching wail. Alas, it was to no avail. Chapter 43. Arrange a private jet for me at once. I will personally demand the return of our people. Beside him, the renowned marksman Xiong Baohua also bore a visage of profound anguish, his arms devoid of any sensation. Even as he drew a blade across his skin, blood gushed forth. Yet he displayed no response whatsoever. The old commander observed this scene, his countenance etched with disappointment. It appeared that this miraculous nerve repair medication was not universally effective. Shui Gang sighed deeply and remarked, "Is there something we have overlooked?" Chun Ming murmured to himself. He then promptly dialed Wu Jingjing's number. "Miss Jingjing, is Professor Chen available? May I kindly request him to take the call?" "Certainly, please hold for a moment." After a brief interval, the line connected. "What is the situation?" "Professor Chen, I have administered the serum as per your instructions, yet both individuals remain unresponsive. Are you certain their disabilities stem from nerve damage?" "Absolutely," Chun Ming affirmed. The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment. "How long have they been disabled?" "One for 3 years, and the other for 2. Another pause ensued before Professor Chen continued. "Perhaps their nerves are merely dormant. Try applying electrical stimulation. If that yields no results, call me back." "Understood," Chun Ming exclaimed. Enlightenment dawning upon him, he swiftly beckoned to the nearby doctors. "Hurry. Employ the electrical apparatus for nerve stimulation." Soon, electrodes were affixed to their legs and arms, and all preparations were complete. Chun Ming took a deep breath. "Begin." He pressed the button. A crackling sound of electricity filled the air. "Ah, my limbs." Luo Tianqian's anguished cry echoed. The current ceased. Everyone stood frozen, and Luo Tianqian was left speechless. After a prolonged moment, tears streamed down Hu Mu's face. "I can feel my legs. Stand up. Stand and walk." Trembling, Luo Tianqian cautiously gripped the handrail and slowly rose to his feet. This time he steadied himself. He was standing. The once great soldier of Asia, Luo Tianqian, had risen once more. "Take a few steps." Quickly, with great effort, he lifted his feet, and finally, they met the ground with a thud. The first step, a triumph. He lifted his foot again, but faltered, crashing to the floor. Tears streamed down Luo Tianqian's face. "I am standing again. I, Luo Tianqian, can stand once more." Meanwhile, his previously limp arms, after a single click, were reactivated, and he too was swept with emotion. Tears cascading down his cheeks. The old commander, Shui Gang, and the others could not help but be moved as they witnessed the revival of two former heroes. Shui Gang, attend to me. Immediately arrange a private jet. I must depart for Yanjing at once. I will personally present our case within the Red Walls. Professor Chen must be ours. No one shall take him from us. Yes. At the Dragon Science Institute, when Chun Yang and Wu Jingjing finally arrived, a throng had already gathered below. Professor Chen, you have finally returned. Gao Chen exclaimed with joy. Professor Chen, we have been waiting for your return with great anticipation. Chang Zijian echoed, equally elated. The crowd surged forward to greet Chen Yang. Wu Xuan and Qian Siliang made their personal appearances. We thought you had been detained by them. That fellow Shui Gang is nothing but a bandit. Wu Xuan sighed in relief. Old Shui is quite amiable, and even warmly encouraged us to stay a little longer. Wu Jingjing remarked. Nonsense. You were sold off, and now you're aiding them in counting their gains. Wu Xuan couldn't help but retort. Meanwhile, Chen Yang's 3 students stood there, appearing somewhat out of place. Let us go inside to discuss, Wu Xuan said to Chen Yang, who then followed the others into the interior. How did it go? Was the experiment successful? What were the results of your miniature nuclear reactor? Wu Xuan inquired. It was highly successful. Not only did it succeed, but it has also been put into practical use, directly assisting in bringing down a U-7 reconnaissance aircraft that was flaunting its power over us. After hearing the elder's words, Wu Jingjing immediately boasted. What? It has been put into practice? Pray tell, what transpired? Wu Xuan's interest was piqued. Qian Siliang, standing nearby, listened intently, eager not to miss a single detail. Have you heard of the American U-7 reconnaissance aircraft? It can conduct reconnaissance from an altitude of 80,000 feet. And our current weapons and equipment are utterly ineffective against it. Even ground-based phased array radars cannot monitor it. Then, following our successful experiment, they used this rudimentary nuclear-powered laser cannon to shoot the aircraft down, Wu Jingjing declared proudly. What? You mean they utilized the laser weapon developed by Chun Yang to destroy the world's most advanced U-7 reconnaissance aircraft? Indeed. Wu Jingjing nodded. No wonder, no wonder. The news from America these past few days has been reporting that they lost a weather aircraft, now somewhere over the vast Pacific Ocean. They must be searching for it, Wu Jingjing said with satisfaction. Excellent. Wonderful. Qian Siliang addressed Chen Yang, acknowledging the reputation of our Dragon Academy. Every time our personnel utilized the #1 experimental base, it was as though we were taking advantage of them. But now they understand our might, Qian Siliang remarked. However, Wu Xuan's expression bore a hint of concern as he finally asked Chen Yang. With Shui Tuzu's opportunistic nature, didn't he attempt to keep you? Chen Yang glanced at Chen Yang, taken aback. No wonder he is referred to as the old fox. Indeed, he did mention it, but I declined, Chen Yang replied. Merely mentioned? Wu Xuan couldn't help but press further. Chen Yang felt somewhat awkward, akin to being caught red-handed in an affair. The old leaders granted me the honorary rank of major and allocated a modest experimental budget annually, and they also planned to assign me a security company. Chen Yang disclosed all the conditions offered by the old leaders. He expected them to be upset, yet upon witnessing the astonishment on Wu Xuan and Qian Siliang's faces, he was taken aback. Was it the old leader, Lu Laohu, who personally made the promise? Yes, Chen Yang nodded. My goodness, the esteemed Mr. Lu Tiger holds the utmost admiration for the renowned figure of the 2 bombs, 1 satellite project, Mr. Qian, who is reputed to possess the prowess of 10 divisions single-handedly. Now, with such generous conditions being presented to you, it appears they still believe you alone can equate to 10 divisions, thus elevating you to the highest echelon. Wu Xian could not help but exclaim. Have you truly declined? Qian Sailang inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Indeed, I find this place quite agreeable. Hence I have no desire to be in that heavily guarded environment. Although the old chief has assured me I need not adhere to those regulations, I do not wish to be seen as an outlier, Chen Yang replied with a smile. Upon hearing his words, both Qian Sailang and Wu Xian nodded in agreement, their lips curling into smiles. Grandfather, Uncle Qian, have you completed your inquiries? If so, please allow Chen Yang to return home. He has gone several days without sleep. Do you realize how arduous it is for him to be alone there? Wu Jingjing pouted, feigning annoyance towards the 2 men. Chapter 44. The benefits bestowed upon you. Wu Xian and Qian Sailang were momentarily taken aback by Wu Jingjing's demeanor, but soon their faces broke into joyful grins. Very well. Very well. Chen Yang, you have toiled enough these past few days. Hasten back to rest. Though the work here is pressing, it can afford a brief pause. Mr. Wu. Mr. Qian, I assure you, I am fine, Chen Yang insisted. How can you claim to be fine when you have not slept for days? You must return and rest. Even if the sky were to fall, you must prioritize your well-being, Wu Jingjing declared with an air of authority. All right, Chen Yang relented, complying with her wishes. As he observed the two departing, Wu Xian's smile widened, almost reaching his ears. Huh, huh, huh. I could tell you were up to no good. And it seems my suspicions were well-founded. What are you rambling about, old man? Qian Xiling retorted, feigning ignorance. You should keep your mouth shut and quietly enjoy your little triumph at home without being a nuisance here. Rising from his seat, he kicked the cabinet in mock frustration. Grumbling, why on earth do I not have a clever, beautiful, and gracious granddaughter? Laughter erupted from within the room, and even before the door was fully closed. Wu Xian could not suppress his mirth, humming a little tune. However, before he could finish his melody, the phone rang. Yuan Dadu, what is it? What is the matter? Wu Xian answered, recognizing the call from the dean of Longyan Institute, Yuan Dawei. Mr. Wu, the Yinjing Science and Technology Bureau, is on the line, requesting your presence along with Mr. Qian. When? Wu Xian's tone shifted to one of gravity. Right now? What is the matter? The specifics are unclear. Understood. Mr. Qian and I will be at Longyan Institute. Have your personnel summon us upon arrival. 3 hours later, Wu Xian and Mr. Qian arrived at the Science and Technology Bureau, where Director Peng and Bai Jingli were also present. What urgent matter has summoned us from afar? Why was it not discussed over the phone? The situation is as follows. The Military Industrial Research Institute is experiencing a shortage of personnel and wishes to recruit additional staff. Thus, we would like to consult with you regarding the candidate list. Ah, I see, Wu Xian replied. It turns out that the matter at hand revolves around a particular individual. As long as they are not engaged in crucial research projects, why not simply recruit them without all this fuss? Mr. Qian remarked. Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Xian kicked him from below, prompting Mr. Qian to close his mouth. Who exactly are we considering? Wu Xian inquired, addressing Bai Jingli and Director Peng. There are no particularly significant project personnel among them. Here is the list. Take a look. If you agree, we can proceed with the transfer procedures on our end. Director Peng stated, handing over a list. Wu Xian accepted the document, which contained over 30 names. After scrutinizing the list, he furrowed his brow. Who is this Chen Yang? Wu Xian asked. He is the technical school student who recently achieved controllable nuclear fusion, Director Peng replied with a smile. According to the military personnel, his performance at Base 1 was truly remarkable, hence the desire to transfer him. I believe he has not yet undertaken any significant projects in your facility, as he is currently conducting research in your laboratory. With your consent, there should be no issues. Upon hearing this, even a fool could comprehend the underlying motives. The request to transfer a few individuals served merely as a pretext. The true target was Chen Yang. With a resounding slap, Wu Xian struck the table. Old by Director Peng. Do tell us what benefits the military has bestowed upon you to compel you to assist outsiders. There are no benefits. My considerations are solely for the sake of national service. I have heard he has recently developed a compact arc reactor as well as a high-energy laser cannon, contributing significantly. Director Peng defended. Such talent belongs in the Military Research Institute. Nonsense. Are you aware of his research at Longyan Institute? He is merely supervising 3 students on their graduation designs, and the mathematical derivations within their projects have already aided the mathematics department in publishing a paper. I've heard a second paper is forthcoming. Who among you possesses such caliber? Moreover, each of the 3 graduation designs he leads will undoubtedly create seismic impacts within the field. You wish to cast such a talent aside to the Military Research Institute? Wu Xian exclaimed, his anger palpable. Upon hearing Wu Xian's words, Peng Tianfang's expression darkened. Noting this, Wu Xian sneered. What benefits have they offered you to betray our Longyan Institute of Nuclear Energy in Magic City? Old Wu, do refrain from slandering. What do you mean by benefits? Even if there are benefits, they pertain to the entire Science and Technology Bureau, Peng Tianfang retorted. What exactly have they offered? Wu Xian pressed. Research funding of 20 billion, 1 ton of rare research materials, and additional perks exclusive to the military, with certain quotas provided, Director Peng enumerated. Is that all? Wu Xian queried. Is that not sufficient? You are short-sighted. He replied angrily. I do not agree. I will not sign this transfer letter. Wu Xian declared. Peng Tianfang could only look on helplessly. Old Wu, compared to Longyan Institute, the Military Research Institute needs him more. At that moment, a team of individuals clad in tactical attire approached from outside, led by the imposing figure of the esteemed General Liu. General Liu. General Liu. Everyone greeted the old leader warmly. To be candid, we are in dire need of this young man, not only for military research, but also for our pharmaceutical studies. The old leader addressed the crowd in the same vein. He had personally come to Yanjing, putting his esteemed reputation on the line, and even offered numerous incentives, all in an effort to secure Chen Yang's departure. While the others were amenable, Wu Xian adamantly opposed. The crux of the matter was that Wu Xian was indeed a pivotal figure, and seeing that negotiations faltered, He had no choice but to intervene personally. What? Pharmaceutical research? Wu Xian and others were perplexed. Indeed, as you may know, the current research in neuroscience remains shrouded in uncertainty for many scientific institutions. And even minor nerve damage has proven difficult to rectify. Yet, Professor Chen managed to create an extraordinary elixir capable of rapidly repairing nerves within mere hours in the laboratory. Not only did it restore Miss Wu Jingjing's eyesight, but it also rehabilitated a veteran who had suffered from disabilities for many years. Upon recounting the incident where Miss Wu Jingjing sustained an eye injury during the experiment, Wu Xian's expression shifted dramatically, filled with foreboding. However, when he learned that Qin Yang had devised the remedy in just a few hours, effectively resolving a conundrum that had plagued the medical and scientific communities for decades, he was utterly astounded. Thus, the Military Research Institute found itself in even greater need of Professor Chen. I implore you, Academician Wu, to grant us this favor. The old leader beseeched, standing before Wu Xian with a tone of earnestness. Wu Xian quickly supported the old leader, his face betraying a struggle within. The onlookers remained silent, taken aback by the fact that Qin Yang had stirred the old leader to take such personal action. Yet, upon hearing the old leader's words, they gained a deeper understanding of Qin Yang's esteemed position in their hearts. Old leader, your words have reached a critical juncture. Logically, I should relent. But I feel compelled to express my thoughts. A talent like Qin Yang is a rare gem in a century. He has achieved controlled nuclear fusion while still in technical school, and shortly after joining the Longyan Institute. Not only did he develop a miniature arc reactor, but he also assisted those in the mathematics department in making significant breakthroughs, culminating in publications in globally renowned journals. Furthermore, his other 3 articles are poised for major advancements as well. The Longyan Institute boasts the most comprehensive research system, allowing his talents to flourish to their fullest extent, thereby enabling him to contribute immensely to our nation. Perhaps, as you suggest, the Military Research Institute requires him, yet such talent is equally essential for the Longyan Institute. And moreover, it is a more fitting environment for him. You must understand that a nation's strength cannot be solely measured by its military prowess. Wu Xian articulated with conviction to the venerable old leader. Following Wu Xian's remarks, those nearby could not help but nod in agreement. Shui Gang and others furrowed their brows, seemingly contemplating the implications of Wu Xian's statements. After a prolonged silence, one finally remarked, "If I interpret your words correctly, you are reluctant to let him go." Wu Xian paused momentarily and remarked, "Such talent is not something anyone would willingly part with. I will not sign the transfer letter you provided. But I fully respect Qin Yang's personal choice. As long as he is willing to go, I will certainly not impede him." Hearing Wu Xian's words, the old leader, Lu Laohu, could not help but burst into hearty laughter. "Wu, you truly are a master of strategy. That girl Jingjing is quite remarkable." The others present, taken aback by this seemingly unrelated comment, exchanged puzzled glances. What does this mean? Is there a hidden story here? Well, since no one is inclined to force the issue, we shall grant them the utmost freedom to better showcase their talents. Since we cannot monopolize Professor Chen, we hope to provide him with a workstation. The Military Research Institute will also afford him a suitable working environment and team. A workstation? Isn't that a privilege reserved for academicians? At present, only academicians are qualified to establish a workstation outside their own place of work, thereby enhancing their leadership capabilities. And now, Qin Yang, a mere associate professor, has been bestowed such an honor? Nevertheless, the assembled crowd showed no signs of disapproval upon hearing this. I believe this is a worthwhile arrangement, as it will enable Qin Yang to better guide the relevant work, Wu Xian stated. Upon hearing this amicable conclusion, Peng Tianfang, who had been standing quietly at the side, finally broke into a smile. Since all parties are satisfied, we congratulate the old leader on adding another brilliant talent to the ranks. We hope Professor Chen will contribute significantly to military technology and bolster our national strength. Thank you, the old leader replied. Peng Tianfang paused for a moment before smiling again at the old leader. Old leader, as you can see, we have now arranged for Professor Chen to work at the Military Research Institute, as per your previous vision. We have made quite the sacrifice. And perhaps it is time to fulfill the promises you made earlier? Old Peng, you are being rather ungracious. Professor Chen is part of our Longyan Institute in Modu. Even if this is a trade, it should involve us, Qian Xiling interjected, turning with a smile to the old leader. Old leader, as you know, Professor Chen's time is extremely valuable. He produces many significant results daily. Now he must also find time to work with you. Shouldn't we discuss some form of compensation? The old leader looked at Qian Xiling and replied, What? Do you all think of us as easy marks? All wanting to ask something from me. Old leader, if you feel it is inappropriate, then let it be. Later, I shall speak with my great-niece and advise her to be mindful when relaying messages to avoid disrupting Professor Chen's work. Who is your great-niece? Wu Jingjing. The old leader's expression changed. I too believe we should provide you with some compensation. The specific plan has already been prepared by Shui Gang. Unbeknownst to Qin Yang, who was resting in bed for over 20 hours, he had been sold for a handsome price. He had been utterly exhausted, and upon lying down, his body instantly relaxed. As I opened my eyes and glanced at the time, I realized it was already past 9 in the morning. Rising to my feet, I noticed a delightful breakfast laid out on the table. Soft and creamy rice porridge, refreshing pickled melons, golden fried dough sticks, a lovingly made sunny-side-up egg, and several vibrant green vegetables. Hurry and wash up for breakfast. A gentle voice beckoned. Who else could it be but Wu Jingjing? What are you doing here? Qin Yang inquired. I have a key to your place. Besides, as your secretary, I am here not only to assist you in your work, but also to take care of your daily life, ensuring you can work more comfortably and with peace of mind. Qin Yang chuckled, feeling a bit shy, yet he still rose to wash up briefly before starting his breakfast. This tastes delightful. Chapter 46. I originally intended to create a planetary engine after finishing his meal. Qin Yang returned to the Dragon Institute. The perception of him among the staff had dramatically shifted. Being acknowledged at Base 1 and favored by its commander marked him as a figure of almost mythical status. Such recognition was rare, even for the esteemed scholars within the Institute. Professor Chun, our second phase of mathematical derivation has been completely finalized. I have organized it into a paper. Here's the Chinese version, and here's the English version. Could you please take a look? Gao Chen rushed to Chun Yang's office, eager for guidance upon hearing of his arrival. Qin Yang glanced over the paper in his hands. This step in the derivation is incorrect. Revise it when you return. Furthermore, while this result is accurate, the logic is flawed. Reorganize it accordingly. He scrutinized the document briefly before addressing Gao Chen directly. Upon hearing Qin Yang's remarks, Gao Chen's expression shifted in dismay as he examined his paper, perplexed about the mistakes. Especially since his results were indeed correct. He wished to inquire further, but was interrupted by Chang Zijian, who stood nearby. Professor Chen, here are my derivation results. Could you please review them? Like Gao Chen, he had not returned after attending Qin Yang's previous lecture and was eager to present his findings now that Qin Yang was back. He sought Qin Yang's guidance. And judging by the data and results, his derivation seemed equally impressive, perhaps even greater than the last. Qin Yang did not pause, but instead proceeded to review the paper on the spot. A minute later, he remarked, this step is incorrect. Verify your calculations. Additionally, although the calculations here are right, like before, the logic is flawed. You both should engage in mutual verification and discussion. This way, you will ultimately arrive at the correct conclusions. No one should withhold knowledge. Qin Yang stated to the two of them. Hearing this, both felt a wave of embarrassment. One was a mathematical prodigy from the Dragon Institute, while the other was a top achiever from Hucking University, both being elite figures with their own pride, firmly believing in their correctness. Now, it seemed that only Qin Yang's words could resonate with them. Return and verify thoroughly, mutually inspire and elevate one another. Do not allow narrow-mindedness to diminish your joy in scientific exploration, Qin Yang reiterated. Upon hearing his words, the two felt a profound sense of shame. As if enlightened by a sudden revelation, they bowed deeply to Qin Yang, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Chen, for your guidance. Observing their departure, Wu Jingjing could not help but give Qin Yang a thumbs up. Only you can keep them both in check. I've heard they have begun to independently undertake their own projects, and even their mentor can provide little guidance on their research topics, merely offering suggestions. It is a rarity that you can foster their collaboration. Moreover, I particularly admire your previous statement about not allowing one's narrowness to obstruct the ultimate joy of scientific inquiry. Qin Yang smiled. I simply lacked the time to guide them, so I concocted a grandiloquent excuse. What will you do next? Wu Jingjing inquired. The previous arc reactor has numerous issues that need addressing. We hope to achieve the results we desire. However, from their perspective, it already appeared as a remarkably perfected reactor. I've even heard that the nation has initiated a project for it. Undoubtedly, you will serve as the chief designer and commander, Wu Jingjing remarked. Me as the chief commander again. Surely you jest. Qin Yang replied. What's wrong? No one dares to underestimate you now due to your qualifications and experience. So you may freely pursue your endeavors. Let us not entertain that notion. I simply do not have the time, and the arc reactor has already been completed. It offers little challenge or interest to me. I wish to engage in work that truly captivates my attention, Qin Yang stated with a smile. Soon, he embarked on the development of the second-generation arc reactor. Meanwhile, Zhou Hui, Pan Jun, and Song Ji had successfully completed their theses, with experimental results that impeccably validated the initial experimental design. Not only were they impressed, but even Professors Liang Qing and Chang Chengkong, who initially guided them, were profoundly astonished. They had never witnessed results aligning with the designs so flawlessly. The data seemed almost inscribed. The trio was overjoyed, believing that this data would undoubtedly merit publication in a top-tier journal. They were now utterly compliant with Chun Yang's directives. A month passed swiftly. Teacher Chun, graduation is approaching. Yet our papers remain unfinalized. When shall we begin to organize our theses and submit our articles? Pan Jun inquired of Qin Yang. Anytime you wish. Do you not wish to delve deeper? Qin Yang responded. Not particularly. We simply want to obtain our diplomas now, Pan Jun replied, scratching his head. Qin Yang smiled. Indeed. You are like mud that cannot be molded. Go back and write your papers. If you encounter any issues, come to me. Really? You no longer need our assistance with experiments? They asked in disbelief. Not at all, Qin Yang chuckled. After the two departed, Qin Yang could not help but shake his head in confusion, wondering why they would squander their time here if they were not interested. However, he was not at all concerned about the staffing issue. Old Shui, didn't you mention that someone wanted to learn from me? Are they still interested? Indeed. Since witnessing your exceptional skills, those in the lab have turned their noses up at others. Would you like to come over and guide them? I won't go. Let them come to me, Qin Yang replied. Very well. It is a privilege for them to learn from you, wherever it may be, Shui Gang responded. As long as they are earnest in their studies, I assure you they will reap significant rewards. With the staffing issue resolved, Qin Yang began to contemplate his upcoming tasks. The second-generation arc reactor had been completed, yet its sole function remained as a backup power source, while the only practical application thus far was the laser cannon. Grandfather and Elder Qian had already submitted the proposal for the laser cannon and the small reactor, and it was expected to receive approval soon. This project would involve not just our Dragon Science Institute, but also the Military Research Institute. Sounds good, Qin Yang nodded. What do you plan to do next? Wu Jingjing asked Qin Yang again, knowing that he was reluctant to engage in trivial matters. This, Qin Yang pointed to an image of an engine in a magazine. Addressing Wu Jingjing, you wish to develop an engine? What type of engine? Let us start with something simple. I think I'll design an aircraft engine. Qin Yang replied with a smile. An aircraft engine? You call that starting small? Aircraft engines Haven-T even surpass the speed limits of Earth. Isn't that just a regular engine? I initially intended to work on a planetary engine, Qin Yang chuckled. Chapter 47. Professor Chun, you truly lack consideration. Why didn't you invite me? The aircraft engine is one of the critical technologies currently hindering Dragon Country. Having fallen behind due to a late start and being outpaced by America, despite significant progress over the years, there remains a considerable gap in capabilities, whether for fighter jets, reconnaissance aircraft, or transport planes. Particularly, America's U-7 reconnaissance aircraft can conduct surveillance at altitudes of 80,000 meters, without Qin Yang's laser cannon. Confronting the U-7 would have been utterly futile. Are you truly intent on developing an aircraft engine? Wu Jingjing inquired, looking at Qin Yang. Yes. Qin Yang affirmed with a nod. The reason for not initiating engine research previously was the unresolved energy issue. Now that the energy problem has been addressed, the next step is to convert energy into power. The most direct approach to achieving this is through engine design. The aircraft engine, being the pinnacle of engines and the crown jewel of industry, is naturally the first challenge to tackle. Moreover, there are system rewards to consider. Why not pursue the aircraft engine? However, developing an aircraft engine necessitates comprehensive wind tunnel testing and various equipment. To assemble a complete engine, especially for a turbofan, requires the cooperation of thousands of categories and trades. Are you certain you wish to undertake the development of an aircraft engine here? Wu Jingjing could not help but ask Qin Yang. This aviation engine is the result of a harmonious collaboration across various industries. Should any single component falter, the desired outcome remains unattainable, ultimately compromising the engine's performance and quality. This is why, among over 200 nations globally, only a select few possess the capability to manufacture aviation engines, and only a handful can achieve optimal performance. What you refer to are traditional turbojet or turbofan engines, which merely represent a rudimentary and crude utilization of air thrust for propulsion. Even with contemporary advancements, such engines yield a thrust-to-weight ratio of merely around 20. With maximum thrust barely exceeding 30 tons, Qin Yang remarked with disdain. Only a thrust ratio of 20? A mere 30 tons of thrust? My dear friend, if you can produce such an engine, I assure you the Science and Technology Progress Award will be yours this year, Wu Jingjing retorted. Her father is involved in military research, making her well-versed in these critical national instruments that can distinctly differentiate the capabilities of nations. I disdain the creation of such toys. Toys. Wu Jingjing felt her intellect falter. She then turned her gaze back to Qin Yang. Qin Yang, are you jesting? Not in the slightest. How confident are you? About 80 to 90%, Qin Yang replied. 80 to 90%. Wu Jingjing's eyes widened in astonishment. I will immediately inform my grandfather and have him allocate funds for you. You no longer harbor doubts? Qin Yang inquired with a smile. If anyone else had told me this, I would surely doubt it. However, since it is you, I completely believe. You possess the capability to accomplish this. And you will execute it exceptionally well, Wu Jingjing affirmed with a smile. Qin Yang couldn't help but touch his nose and smile. Surprised by the girl's unwavering trust in him. What do you require? Tell me, and I will ensure everything is arranged. Wu Jingjing offered. Aren't you afraid they might refuse? Do they dare refuse? Setting aside other matters, simply your achievements in controllable nuclear fusion and the arc reactor would dispel any lingering doubts. Besides, who can confidently assert that their experiments will succeed? Wu Jingjing responded with a smile. As expected by Wu Jingjing, once she presented this idea, Wu Xian immediately concurred. Professor Chen, are you truly pursuing this aviation engine? Indeed, Qin Yang nodded. Excellent. I shall prepare the materials at once. What do you require? Wu Xian inquired of Qin Yang. I need a wind tunnel laboratory for engine testing, a thrust laboratory, an anti-jamming laboratory, and a series of other facilities. Qin Yang replied candidly. Very well. We will prepare these promptly. Is there anything else you require? Wu Xian asked. I have instructed Jingjing to compile a list. Just prepare everything on that list for me. Qin Yang directed Wu Xian. Understood. We will prepare everything immediately, Wu Xian assured. Though Qin Yang's current endeavor was entirely different from his previous projects, he firmly believed in his ability to transcend disciplines. The miraculous neurorecovery serum in medicine has indeed been developed, and an advanced aviation engine has emerged as well. Does this not seem rather unreasonable? Meanwhile, the esteemed elder leader, Lu Hu, stationed at Base 1, also received the news that Qin Yang was initiating the research and development of the aviation engine, prompting him to hastily dispatch Shui Gang. Professor Chun, you truly lack consideration. Why are we at the Long Engineering Research Institute not included in such a remarkable project? Shui Gang couldn't help but voice his grievances to Qin Yang, akin to a neglected young bride. Old Shui, this is merely a minor project. I had no idea you all held it in such high regard, Qin Yang replied. What? A minor project? Surely you are unaware of the immense desire we at the Long Engineering Research Institute harbor for advancements in engine technology. To put it plainly, our aviation engine R&D department dreams incessantly of catching up to the performance of those advanced engines from America, especially following the creation of the U-7 reconnaissance aircraft. This urgency has become even more pronounced. If we cannot achieve breakthroughs in the short term, we shall be left at the mercy of others, Shui Gang asserted. Just tell me, how much funding is required? We are prepared to double our resources. We only wish that when the aviation engine is successfully developed, our Long Engineering Research Institute is credited as a contributing unit. Do you genuinely believe I can accomplish this? I do not doubt others, but I absolutely trust you. Thank you. I hope to meet your expectations, Qin Yang responded. I will ensure that the necessary materials are expedited, and all personnel will be dispatched as well. You may utilize them freely, and should you require more, I will allocate additional resources, Shui Gang assured. Thank you once again, Qin Yang expressed his gratitude. He had not anticipated that this request for resources would be even easier than the last. However, a day later, Wu Xian, Qian Xiliang, and Wu Jingjing all arrived, visibly disheartened as they looked at Qin Yang. Professor Chen, are you certain you haven't written the parameters incorrectly? Qian Xiliang inquired once more. Old Qian, this material is intended for the aviation engine. Every detail must be precise. How could I possibly miswrite the parameters? Qin Yang answered with a smile. Yet, if the parameters are correct, how can the material specifications you provided exhibit carrying capacities and performance metrics that surpass the best materials currently available by such a significant margin? For instance, this steel plate boasts superior ductility, yet materials with high ductility typically compromise on strength. Both cannot coexist. We have scoured the nation for steel, and none meet your specifications. Thus, please verify whether the parameters were indeed written accurately. I can assure you, there is absolutely no error in this one, Qin Yang declared. Simultaneously, Shui Gang, having arrived via helicopter, entered with a group of individuals. Professor Chun, the steel materials you specified under these conditions simply do not exist, not even in America or Russia. Upon hearing Shui Gang's words, Wu Xian exhaled deeply. To speak candidly, he genuinely feared that he might not find the necessary resources on his end, only for Shui Gang to uncover them on his side. In such a scenario, it is conceivable that Professor Chun might have to relocate his office there. Is that not the case? Qin Yang's brow involuntarily furrowed. What materials are lacking? We are missing the special steel number 354, electromagnetic converters, and sealing rings. Wu Xian listed a plethora of items. After finishing, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Out of over 800 types of materials, we are deficient in 400 to 500, and not only that, but there are also no purchasing channels for these materials. The fact that we managed to prepare over 300 types is already quite commendable, Qinyang remarked with a smile. Beside him, Shuigang also felt a sense of awkwardness. We are in a similar predicament as old Wu. We have scoured all warehouses and contacted suppliers worldwide, even those in the United States, but none could provide the materials you require. They stated that, given the current technological capabilities, it is utterly impossible to fabricate materials with such performance. They asked for confirmation, wondering if you might have made an error in your specifications, Shuigang said, somewhat lacking in confidence. There's no mistake. Perhaps my expectations are simply too lofty, Qinyang replied with a smile. Professor Chen, considering the current situation, do you still intend to pursue your research on the aircraft engine? The aircraft engine, a culmination of the most advanced technologies across the entire industrial spectrum, is inevitably constrained by the limitations of its era. The advancement of the entire industrial system is essential to ensure the realization of the final product. In light of the current inability to procure these materials, the entire plan is bound to falter. The myriad components involved in the engine are far too extensive for any ordinary company or institution to surmount. If these materials remain unavailable, I shall have to resort to crafting them by hand, Qinyang stated. Uft. Wu Xian sputtered water onto the ground. Qian Xiliang and Shuigang exchanged incredulous glances, questioning the reliability of their hearing. Professor Chen, you cannot be serious. This pertains to the entire industrial system. It is not something that can be achieved through individual effort. Wu Xian urged. The materials Qinyang referred to are not products of the present, and many of them cannot be manufactured at this time. The implications are vast, some requiring sophisticated testing instruments such as electron microscopy, spectral analysis, and electromagnetic scanning. Not only are the materials absent, but even if they were available, it would be impossible to ascertain whether they meet the required standards due to the inadequacy of current testing equipment. Each of these challenges cannot be resolved by one person alone. Every significant product is a product of its time, and all achievements are inevitably bound by the constraints of their era, Wu Xian conveyed to Qinyang. Rest assured, I am well aware of the situation, Qinyang replied with a smile. However, this endeavor will likely require the collaboration of many individuals to come to fruition, he added. Are you truly intent on pursuing this? Wu Xian asked Qinyang once more. Indeed, if we cannot produce the engine, neither controllable nuclear fusion nor a compact arc reactor can realize their full potential. Much like attempting to burn gasoline as firewood, we cannot unlock its utmost value, Qinyang concluded. Upon hearing Qinyang's words, Wu Xian, Qian Xiliang, and Shuigang exchanged glances before responding. Very well, since you are determined to pursue this, we shall support you wholeheartedly. How many more personnel do you require? Shuigang inquired once again. Given the current pace, to complete the design and manufacture of the planetary engine within 6 months, we will need an additional 30 engineers. Moreover, we require specialized teams for steel, polymers, optics, and chemistry, with each needing a laboratory and workshop. Additionally, we will need one high-precision lathe and research funding amounting to 3 billion dragon coins, at the very least. Qinyang replied. 3 billion for an aviation engine? Professor Chen, are you referring to dragon coins or U.S. dollars? Naturally, it is dragon coins, Qinyang clarified. Dragon coins? Only 30 billion? If all goes smoothly, that should suffice. However, if complications arise, we might need to increase the budget, though it should not exceed 40 billion. Qinyang asserted confidently. Noticing the expressions of the others, Qinyang felt a bit embarrassed. Is it perhaps too costly? Previously, I spent 300,000 on a controllable nuclear reactor and 2 million on a small arc reactor, but this time, the leap to 30 to 40 billion dragon coins makes me feel somewhat uneasy. Not at all. It is not expensive in the slightest. It is exceedingly reasonable. Wu Xian replied. Currently, we are investing 7 billion in the development of the turbofan engine, while the United States has expended 1.5 billion. Even with such expenditures, success is not guaranteed. Your budget pales in comparison. Fearing that Qinyang might feel pressured, Wu Xian quickly reassured him. Indeed, you need not worry. It is merely 30 billion. Within my authority, our military research institute will cover the costs. Hey, what do you mean by that? Do you intend to monopolize this? Let us not forget where you are. Professor Chun is part of our Longyan Institute. What do you mean by saying you will cover it all? Do you think our Longyan Institute is impoverished? I assure you, this is our project. And we can certainly handle 30 to 50 billion, Wu Xian asserted. Old Wu, do not wield your influence so recklessly. Last time in Yanjing, we agreed that Professor Chun is also part of our military research institute. We must be involved in this project. Wu Jingjing, observing the unfolding situation, was somewhat taken aback as both the Longyan Institute and the Military Research Institute vied for the project and the funding. This rivalry was perhaps unparalleled throughout the entirety of Longyan. There is no need for competition, since this is entirely a military research institute endeavor. Let us have old Shui handle the rest. This way, coordination will be much simpler. Understood. I assure you that the task will be completed. Shui Gang responded with great enthusiasm. He then turned to Wu Xian, beaming with pride. Old Wu, see, Professor Chen has more faith in our researchers. Wu Xian's expression soured as he shot a disapproving look at his beloved granddaughter. Wu Jingjing rolled her eyes at him, but soon approached Chen Yang, signaling for him to consider giving her grandfather a concession. Understanding her intent, Chen Yang smiled warmly at Wu Xian. Elder Wu, the individual in question belongs to their Military Research Institute. I kindly ask you to assist me in covering the expenses. In due course, the results will be shared. Upon hearing this, Wu Xian's previously stern expression instantly transformed into one of radiance. Excellent. No problem at all. Chapter 49. Professor Chen undeserving of you, a mere PhD? How absurd. Wu Jingjing, observing the scene, was rendered speechless, having never witnessed her grandfather behaving so embarrassingly. If you continue like this, you won't be my grandfather anymore. How shameful. She pouted, slightly irked. Do not be upset. You are my wonderful granddaughter, Wu cheerfully replied. Once the collaboration plan was solidified, the entire project swiftly commenced. This time, they intended to execute a significant undertaking discreetly, without reporting to the authorities in Yanjing. Shui Gang, true to the prowess of the Military Research Institute, immediately assembled a team of 50 scientists and engineers, surpassing Chen Yang's original request. If this is insufficient, do not hesitate to inform us. We can readily mobilize more personnel. We are determined to provide unwavering support, Shui Gang assured Chen Yang. Simultaneously, a staggering sum of 1 billion was directly transferred to the new account established by Chen Yang. Concurrently, Wu Xian vacated the entire experimental building designated for Chen Yang, removing all others. This building would henceforth serve as Chen Yang's exclusive domain. On what grounds? Why must we relocate? Ma Rong expressed her discontent upon learning that her laboratory was to be displaced, her voice brimming with grievances. He accomplished controllable nuclear fusion single-handedly, developed a compact arc reactor, engineered a high-energy laser cannon, and created a miraculous neurorepair drug to expedite recovery from neural injuries. If you possess such capabilities, the Institute would grant you an independent laboratory, and I would personally assist you. If not, silence yourself. Acknowledging the excellence of others does not diminish your worth. Only jealousy does. A colleague of Ma Rong rebuked her. During this time, they had heard countless tales of Chen Yang's legendary achievements and endured Ma Rong's incessant complaints, which ultimately culminated in an explosive confrontation, offering her no quarter. A genius like Chen Yang, coupled with his monumental contributions, warranted not just a building, but even the entirety of the Nuclear Research Institute in the Magic City, as a testament to his merits. However, this Ma Rong, who had previously been set up with Chen Yang, incessantly buzzed in their ears, slandering him to an unbearable extent. Indeed, we know you were not chosen during your previous matchmaking. There is no shame in that. After all, merely having the opportunity to be matched with such a genius is a rare experience. We still envy you. But it is entirely inappropriate to belittle him simply because the match did not succeed. Exactly. Professor Chen is not only exceptionally talented, but also quite charming. I fail to understand why you continually attack him. A colleague finally erupted, unable to contain their frustration any longer. I was rejected? Am I jealous? Am I slandering? I am a PhD. He is merely a vocational school student. How could he possibly be worthy of me? She retorted, revealing her true insecurities. Indeed, Professor Chen, at such a young age, has already attained the status of professor. Is it truly the case that the talents coveted by both the Dragon Science Institute and the Military Research Institute are unworthy of you, a humble doctoral graduate? Such a notion is utterly ludicrous. The crowd could not help but ridicule. At this moment, Ma Rong was seething with fury. Yang Shui approached her and quickly offered consolation, saying, enough of this anger. After all, what they say is not without merit. Ma Rong felt as if she might explode with indignation. Let us leave quickly, she urged. If it were not for Professor Chen's generosity, given his current influence and stature at the Dragon Science Institute and the Military Research Institute, a mere utterance from him could have dire consequences for us. Ma Rong was perplexed, unable to comprehend how matters had reached such a state, where a mere vocational school graduate could rise to a position that overshadowed her. Yet it was evident that this had become an irrevocable reality, one that could not be altered. Another fortnight passed. The research team had expanded to 108 members, whimsically dubbed the 108 Generals. Through this period of collaboration, the departments had begun to synchronize their efforts with increasing harmony. Professor Chen Yang had designed all the necessary materials, testing instruments, molds, and more, producing an impressive volume of documentation totaling tens of thousands of pages, with nearly 8,000 or 9,000 pages dedicated solely to blueprints. Initially, the participants felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, but upon delving into the content, they were overwhelmed with joy, setting aside other considerations. Simply viewing these blueprints felt akin to opening a new door, ushering them into a realm of fresh possibilities. It was profoundly enlightening. The design was exquisite. I dare say that even the United States could not conceive such an astoundingly intricate design. The use of electromagnetic waves combined with radio waves to scan material cross-sections was nothing short of brilliant. How did Professor Chen accomplish this feat with such precision? My heavens! This approach allowed the materials to achieve a flawless nanoscale. Every scientist who arrived here had been meticulously selected from the Military Research Institute, each a genius in their respective fields, possessing extraordinary expertise. They had long admired Chen Yang's brilliance, marveling at his small-scale arc reactor and laser cannon. Upon hearing that Chen Yang intended to assemble a team to develop an aircraft engine, potentially designing the fabled planetary engine, anticipation surged among them. They eagerly awaited the project's design and execution. Previously, they had unleashed their imaginations, yet upon witnessing Chen Yang's design concepts and proposals, they could not suppress their astonishment. The designs transcended their wildest expectations, surpassing the constraints of contemporary times. They were creations that should not have emerged in this era. I now possess greater confidence in Professor Chen's ability to produce this aircraft engine. After reviewing the material design proposals he crafted, I am certain that once these materials are manufactured, they will undoubtedly outperform all existing materials in terms of performance. Initially, all participants were bewildered by the design, but as they received their respective components, they became filled with confidence for the project. For creating these missing materials and instruments would be sufficient to alter the world. Moreover, Professor Chen's design has the remarkable ability to seamlessly integrate all these materials into the form of an engine. During the ensuing days, the entire Building 6 was aglow with lights. The security measures for Building 6 were elevated to the highest level, thanks to special authorization from the elder leader. On this particular day, after Chen Yang had just concluded a discussion with the materials team regarding the next steps in material manufacturing and design, he observed Wu Jingjing entering the room. Following her were 5 individuals, 3 interns who had been shadowing Chen Yang, along with the diligent Gao Chun from Longyan Institute, who persistently sought Chen Yang's guidance on mathematical inquiries, and Chang Zijian from the mathematics department of Hucking University. Chapter 50. Acknowledgement in prestigious journals? I hold no interest. At this point, the entirety of Building 6 had been sealed off. Otherwise, outsiders would have found it impossible to enter, and even the provision of meals was specially catered. This situation caused considerable distress for Pan Jun, Zhou Hui, and Song Ji, who were eagerly anticipating graduation, as well as Gao Chun and Chang Zijian, who were anxious to verify their mathematical results with Chen Yang. When Wu Jingjing finally appeared, it felt as though a savior had arrived, and they promptly followed her inside. Professor Chen, we are delighted to see you again. Here are our papers. Could you kindly take a look to see if they are suitable for publication? And mine. Mine is here too. The 3 of them presented their papers, which they hoped to publish before graduation, to Chen Yang. He took the documents and, after a cursory glance, could not suppress his disappointment. Aside from Song Ji's commendable effort, Pan Jun and Zhou Hui's submissions were utterly lacking in coherence. They had reliable data and solid formulas, yet they failed to reference them appropriately. Their narratives were chaotic, and their logic was profoundly muddled. If their Chinese was this poor, how could they possibly excel in English? Chen Yang remarked. Professor Chen, our expectations are modest. We merely wish to graduate. I have inquired about the journal we intend to submit to, and it seems that paying the publication fee is nearly sufficient, Zhou Hui explained. Mine is similar. I do not have high standards for the paper, Pan Jun concurred. What a waste of potential. Do you grasp the value of this data? Gao Chen exclaimed, exasperated. What use is a well-written paper if it cannot be published in Nature or Science? Let us be realistic, Zhou Hui retorted. Indeed, Pan Jun echoed. And you? What are your thoughts? Chen Yang inquired of Song Ji. I aspire to submit to a reputable journal, Song Ji replied, somewhat sheepishly. Then return and write diligently. Do not be misled. At your age, you should know what is worth learning and what is not. Chen Yang scolded Song Ji. Hearing Chen Yang's words, Pan Jun and Zhou Hui wore sullen expressions, itching to retort, but upon noticing Long Zhan standing behind Chen Yang, they prudently held their tongues. Return to your tasks. You will graduate smoothly. As for your papers, since you have no specific aspirations, I shall ensure they are appropriately arranged, Qinyang assured them. Really? Thank you, Professor Chen. They exclaimed. Off you go. Qinyang dismissed the two, barely sparing them another glance. After sending the trio away, Gao Chun and Chang Zijian presented their recent research findings. Professor Chen, please take a look at this. It is the result of our recent re-evaluation. I have already verified it with Zijian, and we found no issues. We kindly ask for your assistance in reviewing it once more, Gao Chun said in a subdued tone. In the presence of Qinyang, they maintained utmost reverence. Scarcely daring to breathe, Qinyang took the materials they presented and began to peruse them. A few minutes later, he nodded. Indeed, this time there are no apparent problems. In the future, for such matters where you have conducted thorough evaluations and are 100% certain, please exhibit a bit more confidence and refrain from being overly deferential. As if you were guilty of theft. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged startled glances before responding in unison. Yes. Professor Chen, do you believe this mathematical achievement is ready for publication? Gao Chun and Chang Zijian inquired of Qinyang. After all, this accomplishment was fundamentally Qinyang's, granting him the ultimate authority over its dissemination. While they might typically refrain from asserting themselves over a standard paper, this particular one was different. For doctoral students who had yet to graduate, possessing a solid publication was indispensable for establishing a foothold in the academic realm and securing future opportunities. Achieving a high-quality article of this nature was a rare fortune. A single paper could potentially yield a lifetime of prosperity. How could they not strive for it? Of course, the possibility of publication hinged on whether Professor Chun cared to proceed. If you wish to publish, then do so. Since this is a collaboration between the two of you, you shall both be credited as authors. Thank you, Professor Chun. The two exchanged joyful glances. This time, do not list me as the corresponding author. You both shall be co-first authors. Manage the correspondence yourselves, Qinyang stated. Upon hearing this, their expressions shifted dramatically. No. This cannot be. That would be akin to plagiarism. We cannot do this. In academic writing, the first author is typically the primary executor, while the corresponding author is the project leader and mentor, as well as the ultimate holder of intellectual property rights. By relinquishing his role as the corresponding author, Qinyang was effectively bestowing such a significant research achievement upon the two, an overwhelming gift they felt unworthy to accept. Do not be so modest. To be frank, I have little interest in such accolades. I do not require publications for promotions or funding, but you do, Qinyang said with a smile. The two, witnessing his resolute stance, were filled with profound respect. Thank you, Professor. All right, enough with the sentimentality. Hurry back to publish the paper, and once it is done, come and assist me. I am in need of 2 mathematicians to help with my work. As for wages, I cannot make any guarantees, but if you perform well, you might even earn the title of a top mathematician globally, Qinyang remarked nonchalantly. A top mathematician globally. At this, both felt a tremor of excitement coursing through them. Such a title was immensely desirable. Had anyone else said such a thing, they would have dismissed it as folly, but coming from Professor Chun, they believed it wholeheartedly. He possessed the capability to make it happen. 3 days later, Zhou Hui and Pan Jun successfully obtained their paper, fulfilling the requirements for graduation. Meanwhile, Song Ji was diligently revising his paper. Song Ji, do you genuinely believe that simply refining your work will yield a remarkable article? It would be far better to follow our path, graduating early and earning a living sooner. Song Ji paid no heed to their remarks. A week later, he finally completed his paper and resubmitted it to Qinyang. This time, it was commendable. The logic was coherent and the data appropriately selected. Although the prose lacked elegance, this flaw did not overshadow its merits. As long as the editor possessed discernment, your article would undoubtedly be accepted, remarked Qinyang. Which journal should I submit to? Song Ji inquired with a hint of trepidation. It's up to you. You can choose either Nature or Science. Both are excellent options. Song Ji was taken aback. Professor Chen, are you suggesting I submit to either of those prestigious journals? Indeed, there are no journals more authoritative than these in the world. They are your only options. Song Ji felt bewildered, having never encountered such an unconventional rationale for submission. Chapter 51. Professor Chen possesses a remarkable ability to transform the mundane into gold. Directly to Science or Nature? Song Ji questioned his own hearing. These journals are the pinnacle of academic publishing. Anyone fortunate enough to be published therein is undoubtedly a scholarly luminary. Not to mention, even seasoned researchers with years of expertise in a particular field find it exceedingly challenging to publish their work here. Every article represents the forefront of its discipline, embodying substantial academic value and significance. Furthermore, the prestige associated with these publications is immense. regardless of one's previous research institution or country. Having an article published in these journals guarantees that any university worldwide will welcome you with open arms, treating you as an expert. Now, with such esteemed journals, is Professor Chen mistaken about my capabilities, or does he misjudge the journals themselves? Professor Chen, is this not somewhat overambitious? Song Ji queried Chen Yang, his confidence wavering. Although he had observed the ingenuity of Chen Yang's experimental design and the successful data collection that aligned perfectly with the original expectations, the simplicity of the process left him feeling insecure. It was precisely this simplicity that made him doubt the intrinsic value of his work. Being informed that this could be submitted to a top-tier journal felt almost like a jest. It is not a matter of overestimating oneself, but rather recognizing their worth. Chen Yang replied with audacity. Were it not for the lack of superior journals, they would not be entitled to publish this article. Song Ji found himself at a loss for words. Should I seek further assistance for refinement? After all, my English is not particularly strong, and I have heard that these journals have high standards for linguistic expression. No need. There is no requirement for extravagant embellishments. Just send it as it is. If you're still anxious, let Jingjing take a look. If there are no significant issues, there's no need to waste time on revisions, Chen Yang remarked. Hearing Chen Yang's unwavering confidence, Song Ji ceased to insist. After all, trying it out wouldn't cost anything. All right. I will submit the article according to their submission guidelines right away, Song Ji declared. A week later, a banner hung at the entrance of the Dragon Institute of Technology. Congratulations to Gao Chun for publishing in math, striving to scale the heights of mathematics. The entire institute was abuzz, and even the broader mathematical community in Long Country felt the tremors. To publish 2 papers in math within 3 months was a pace that even the most distinguished mathematicians might envy. The focus of the mathematical community in Long Country shifted entirely to the Institute of Nuclear Research at the Dragon Institute of Technology. What they did not realize was that, among the numerous Dragon Institutes nationwide, while the research capabilities and academic prowess of the Magic City's Dragon Institute were commendable, it was far from the pinnacle in theoretical mathematics, merely occupying a middle ground. Whether it was the Northwest Dragon Institute of Mathematics, the Northeast Optoelectronics Institute, or the Yanjing Dragon Institute, the mathematical prowess of these institutions far surpassed that of the Magic City's Dragon Institute. Yet, it was perplexing that none of these esteemed research units had managed to publish in such premier journals, while the Dragon Institute somehow succeeded. How could they not feel a sense of injustice? Those at the Dragon Institute, privy to the reality, were utterly astonished. It was truly remarkable. Merely researching theoretical formulas in graduation design could lead to publication in top-tier journals? Professor Chen indeed possessed a seemingly alchemical ability. Whether this alchemical talent truly existed would soon be revealed. It was said that he had encouraged undergraduates to submit their graduation theses to those 2 prestigious journals, which should have already been sent off. It remained uncertain whether there was any news from them. To be candid, if Professor Chen Yang were to conduct experiments himself, publishing in such journals would not be out of the question. However, merely being an intern who had yet to graduate, even with a commendable thesis, was still just that, commendable. To aspire to publish in journals like Nature or Science seemed somewhat fanciful. Nonetheless, I admire his audacity, someone remarked with a peculiar tone. The Dragon Institute submitted a limited number of articles to Nature and Science each year. This year, due to allegations of foreign plagiarism, the submissions had dwindled to fewer than 10, with only 5 ultimately making it through. The Magic City's Dragon Institute had not a single submission. Gao Chun and Chang Zijian were among the first to bring their acceptance notifications to Chen Yang, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Chen. Thank you for your support. We got accepted. They bowed respectfully to Chen Yang. To say that 2 papers in math would be sufficient for Gao Chun to leave his mark in the annals of mathematics in Long Country would be an understatement. Understood. Chen Yang replied nonchalantly, as if he were merely listening to an everyday occurrence. Publishing articles on this platform holds little merit or pride. If you desire more, I can readily provide you with additional pieces. Producing 1 each day is hardly a challenge. The 2 individuals were taken aback by Chen Yang's words, their eyes widening in disbelief. Should other researchers catch wind of such remarks, it could spell disaster. What do they take the world's leading mathematical journals for? Do they not care for their reputation? However, the act of publishing these articles serves little purpose, as it does not address the underlying issues at hand. To achieve greater heights in mathematics, one must learn to apply mathematical reasoning to solve the various problems encountered in experimentation. After you publish your articles, do not return. Join the project team instead, as we currently lack talent in the mathematical domain, and your presence would fill this gap, Chen Yang asserted. Indeed. Thank you, boss. The 2 replied, bowing with uncontainable excitement. Chen Yang returned to the laboratory, observing the industrious military researchers at work, and could not help but inquire. Is there anyone in urgent need of articles to solidify their standing? Upon hearing Qin Yang's call, the crowd paused momentarily before shaking their heads. It was not that they did not require articles, but rather that the urgency was not pressing. Moreover, even if they needed them, what could be done? Did he know the prominent reviewers who could intercede on their behalf? Professor, I feel the need for such an article. If you have any connections, please assist us in obtaining one. I too desire an excellent article for my professional evaluation. Very well. I happen to have 2 unpublished papers. If you are interested, you may take them at any time, Qin Yang declared, waving his hand. Chapter 52. The future of humanity is the stars and the sea. The papers Qin Yang referred to were, of course, the graduation project topics previously assigned to Zhou Hui and Pan Jun. Now, both topics had yielded remarkable results. Qin Yang had initially intended for them to write diligently and publish their findings, but he was taken aback to discover their lack of ambition. Unable even to present the most basic logic coherently, to entrust such data to them was a sheer waste. Zhang Jie and Pang Lijuan were momentarily stunned by Qin Yang's words. Professor, may I inquire what these 2 papers are about? I wonder if they relate to our field of study. One investigates electromagnetic attenuation, while the other examines micro-nanoalloys. I specialize in electromagnetics and possess a foundational knowledge. Zhang Jie stated. I work with polymer materials. However, I can certainly learn about micro-nanoalloys, Pang Lijuan added. Very well, it will be the 2 of you. It is not particularly difficult. Having hands is sufficient. What matters is your attitude, Qin Yang responded. Professor, where do you plan to publish these 2 articles? In Science. As it is a reputable journal. The world's leading journal is merely described by Qin Yang as acceptable. The 2 understood his temperament and, while skeptical, held on to a glimmer of hope. Professor, what must we do? Return and familiarize yourselves with these proposals once more, reorganize the data, and present it logically. Have Jingjing review it for you, and then it can be published. Professor, will you not review it for us? The 2 pressed. Jingjing can take a look at it. Qin Yang remarked. The 2 exchanged glances and agreed. All right, we shall heed Professor Qin's arrangements. Although they had their doubts, the individual before them was a creator of numerous miracles. Perhaps this time would yield another. Moreover, should their manuscript face rejection, they could always submit it to another journal. You may treat this paper as an occasional pastime, but do not let it interfere with the construction of the engine, Qin Yang instructed them. Understood. The entire revival building was abuzz with activity. Unlike the quietude of other research facilities, this edifice resonated with sound. They could even hear the whirring of electric saws and drills. One might think they were about to weld an entire street. Qin Yang had assumed the role of the project's chief commander, overseeing every detail meticulously. Each simple cut and material addition was executed with utmost caution. These individuals were indeed research elites. As soon as Qin Yang presented the experimental plan, they adhered to it rigorously, ensuring that data and processes remained under control. It became evident that their professionalism was unparalleled, far surpassing that of the likes of Zhou Hui and Pan Jun, observing the seamless progression of various stages. Qin Yang felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Professor Qin, please take a look at this alloy material. It consistently fails to achieve a strength of 100,000 MPa and cannot reach a melting point of 200 million degrees, an assistant reported to Qin Yang. One of the most critical factors in engine construction is indeed the material. It serves as a bottleneck for many performance enhancements. What is the maximum performance we can currently achieve? Qin Yang inquired. The maximum strength is 50,000 MPa, with a melting point of up to 1.5 billion degrees. A materials expert responded. Although this fell short of the anticipated design requirements, he was not disheartened. On the contrary, he felt a surge of excitement, nearly bursting with enthusiasm. A strength of 50,000 MPa and a melting point of 1.5 billion degrees. What kind of celestial material is this? Perhaps it rivals the legendary Rui Jingu Bang, the magical staff, of the Dragon King. It is worth noting that the strength of current aerospace-grade materials typically ranges between 1,000 to 2,000 MPa. Even the renowned American god-tier Chemilo alloy, famed for its strength, reaches only a rare 9,000 MPa, and its high-temperature resistance is significantly lacking. Thus, it is only suitable for the most advanced U-7 reconnaissance aircraft, not for broader aviation applications. Even so, the god-tier Chemilo alloy remains the highest-strength alloy globally. Yet now, it is no longer unrivaled. For Qin Yang had just crafted an ultra-high-strength alloy, surpassing the Chemilo alloy by several folds in strength, and even more importantly, it exhibited extraordinary heat resistance, truly a marvel among marvels. Strength of only 50,000 MPa and a melting point of a mere 1.5 billion degrees. Qinyang furrowed his brow. Only? The word left researcher Lin Ming feeling a mix of emotions. This is unacceptable. We are designing an ultra-high-strength engine. You must envision the thrust this engine must generate to elevate the entire building. What immense force is required, and how much counterforce must this engine endure? To generate such immense force, what magnitude of energy is required? An abrupt release of such energy necessitates an extraordinarily high temperature, Qinyang countered Lin Ming. The thrust produced by the engine, can it truly elevate the entire revival building? The revival building stands at a height of 34 stories, weighing no less than tens of thousands of tons. Professor Chen, can you really lift our entire revival building? Isn't that somewhat fantastical? Lin Ming chuckled. Ha ha. The others joined in laughter, treating Qinyang's statement as a mere jest. Fantastical? It's merely about lifting a building. What is so incredible about that? This engine is but a miniature version of a planetary engine. In the future, we aim to construct an engine capable of lifting the entire Earth. Crash. The materials in Lin Ming's hands fell to the ground as his mouth gaped open, his eyes wide with astonishment. Clearly, Qinyang's words struck with overwhelming force, leaving him momentarily dazed. Much like Lin Ming, those nearby wore expressions of sheer shock. All right, snap out of it. Expand your horizons and embrace a larger vision. Do not dismiss the extraordinary. If we regard ancient technological civilizations as mere infants, today's technological advancements are akin to a toddler just beginning its journey. The potential for future growth is vast. Humanity's destiny lies among the stars and oceans, and each one of you present here is a pioneer on this magnificent journey. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Just as they began to regain their composure, Qinyang's words reverberated through them once more, stirring their very souls. Stars and oceans, pioneers of a grand journey. Me? Is it truly possible? Yes, you can. You all can. I will lead you forward, guiding humanity along a path that reaches into the future and delves deep into the cosmos. Qinyang reiterated to the assembly. They lifted their heads. Their gazes ignited with fervor, akin to blazing torches illuminating the path for this planet racing through the dark universe. Qinyang observed these individuals, a faint smile gracing his lips. These individuals are astute researchers, sharp-minded and exceptionally intelligent. However, they are constrained by the limitations of their era. Their perspectives have yet to expand, and they require a potent catalyst to shatter their old notions and constraints upon entering the revival building. It seems, at this moment, that there is a slight effect taking shape. Chapter 53. Professor Chen, I hold you in esteem. The entire laboratory had been enveloped in silence for an extended period. All right, great pioneers, let us commence our work. Qinyang clapped his hands, calling out to the crowd. Upon hearing his voice, everyone awakened from their reverie. They resumed their tasks. Everything seemed as it had been before, yet there was an undeniable shift in the atmosphere. Let me review the process once more to ascertain if there might be any issues, Lin Ming addressed Qinyang. How many times have you gone through this process? Qinyang inquired. From the beginning until now, I have conducted it no fewer than 10 times, Lin Ming replied. Then there is no need to repeat it. Continuing would only lead to further repetition of failure. What should we do then? Shall we cease our efforts? That cannot be. Our objective is too significant for such quick resignation. I understand, and I certainly will not give up, Qinyang reassured Lin Ming. We merely need a shift in perspective. Change. How so? The alloy design itself harbors certain flaws and issues. In truth, to be precise, these cannot be termed as flaws, but rather limitations dictated by conditions. Limitations dictated by conditions? Lin Ming's face was a canvas of confusion. Our endeavor to create micro-nano alloys requires us to work at scales even smaller than nano, thereby crafting materials with superior performance at the atomic level. However, prior to my experimental design, I scoured every element on Earth and meticulously examined all substances listed in the periodic table, yet none met the requirements. The inherent electronic orbitals of atoms lead to micromagnetic fields within the electron clouds that disrupt the alloy's performance. This disruption, while negligible at the nano level, becomes profoundly significant at the micro-nano level, potentially determining success or failure. Qinyang addressed Lin Ming. What then? If such a substance does not exist, does that mean this alloy cannot be produced? While it may not exist on Earth, it does not imply its absence in the cosmos. According to the Pudelsler dual electromagnetic rotation model, there should exist a substance in the universe characterized by a dual atomic nucleus, akin to a double yoke or binary stars, where the dual atomic nuclei interfere with one another. Consequently, the micromagnetic fields within the electron clouds cancel each other out, creating a remarkable state of equilibrium. Lin Ming, having just grasped this concept, found himself utterly bewildered once more. Professor Chen, what did you just say? A substance with a dual atomic nucleus? The Pudelsler what model? Lin Ming was completely flabbergasted. Since his early education in physics, he had adhered to one fundamental theory. Every atom possesses a single atomic nucleus, which contains one positively charged proton and several negatively charged electrons. Now, he was suddenly informed that they must locate a cosmic element characterized by a dual atomic nucleus, resembling a double yoke. Moreover, what was this electromagnetic rotation model? What on earth was that? I have obtained a doctorate, though my studies focused on materials science. These foundational principles of physics and chemistry are still my basic skills, integral to fundamental research. How could I not comprehend this? Why do I feel like an ignorant child? This dual atomic nucleus substance, also referred to as a paired element, may be scarce on Earth, yet the cosmic explosion produced a notable quantity, accompanied by distinctly observable characteristics. What characteristics? You wouldn't understand even if I explained. You'll grasp it once you see it, Qinyang stated. What is this Pudelsler model about? Who exactly is Pudelsler? I have never heard of him. Qinyang felt an urge to chastise himself for inadvertently revealing too much. According to the technological simulations of the future library, it would take 300 years for Earth to produce an individual like Pudelsler, who, based on the mathematical advancements, astronomical observations, and the foundation of physical development of that era, derived the Pudelsler dual electromagnetic rotation model. However, to empirically validate this theory would require an additional 350 years. Where could one find such evidence now? Even tracing back to the ancestors of ancestors would yield nothing. As Qinyang remained silent, Lin Ming cautiously approached him. Professor Chen, you wouldn't happen to be the one behind the Pudelsler model, would you? Did you derive this model? Qinyang gazed at the astute individual before him, momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing Qinyang's silence, Lin Ming felt even more convinced and developed a profound respect for him. What a remarkable person, not driven by fame or fortune, but solely dedicated to guiding humanity through the dark cosmos. Professor Chen, I admire you, Lin Ming said earnestly. Rest assured, I will keep your secret. Unless absolutely necessary, I will never reveal that Pudelsler is you. Qinyang shook his head in resignation. All right, enough with the daydreaming. Pack up. We're going to Yinjing. To Yinjing? For what purpose? My micro-nanoalloy material is not yet complete. Sharpening the knife does not delay the work of chopping wood. Without the original material, no matter how hard you toil, you will not succeed, Qinyang asserted firmly. Lin Ming paused, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, I will prepare at once. At that moment, Wu Jingjing approached. Dressed in a sleek black blazer and a refined professional skirt, she exuded an air of elegance and competence. Her slender figure enhanced by her poise. Already attractive, her appearance was further elevated by her impeccable style. The article from Song Ji has been published today. These two are from Zhang Jie and Pang Lijuan. I have reviewed them, and there are no issues. Here is the Chinese manuscript for your perusal. Qinyang took the manuscript, glanced through it, and nodded appreciatively. Indeed, this caliber is truly incomparable to Pan Jun and Zhou Hui. Your words are quite flattering. Zhang Jie has pursued a seamless academic trajectory at Huaqing University, and Pang Lijuan has completed her undergraduate studies at the Longyan University of Science and Technology, followed by her master's and doctorate at Huaqing University. Which of them doesn't surpass the two you mentioned? Your comparison seems to echo the sentiment that a hero's origins are inconsequential, Qinyang remarked. However, Wu Jingjing wanted to argue that academic qualifications largely reflect a person's capabilities. Yet, upon witnessing the extraordinary individual before her, she prudently chose to remain silent. If qualifications were the absolute measure of ability, this person should not even be in the room. There are no issues. Let them proceed with publication. Great. I shall inform them at once, Wu Jingjing replied. Are they no longer resistant to publishing in science? Not merely unresistant, they are eagerly anticipating it. They have conducted their own background research. And this article is undoubtedly of epoch-making significance. Now, we look forward to your prompt review so they can publish it soon. They mentioned that if science dares to reject it, they will submit it to Nature and then release an open letter to reveal the fact that the main reviewer of science is blind. Chapter 54. We cannot afford to lose the reputation of our aerospace community. Qinyang finished reviewing their articles and called Wu Xian and Yuan Dawei. You are heading to the Yinjing Aerospace Research Institute. Wu Xian asked in astonishment. I require a unique material, one that does not exist on Earth. It is likely to be abundant in the cosmos, particularly within the meteorites and extraterrestrial substances housed at the Aerospace Center. I wish to venture there in hopes of discovering it, Qinyang candidly expressed. Wu Xian paused in silence for a moment before replying. Must we go? Indeed. I must see this material to recognize it. At present, I can only speculate its existence. Therefore, We must proceed, Qinyang affirmed. After a brief silence, Wu Xian conceded. Very well, I shall make arrangements for you. Given your significance to the nation, your travels are of utmost importance, and I will ensure your security is meticulously organized. I am merely an ordinary person. I hardly embody the weight of national significance. Please do not trouble yourself, Qinyang responded to Wu Xian. However, Wu Xian was undeterred and sought out Longyan, who was in charge of security. Arrange a dedicated aircraft for the journey, with a full ground escort. Additionally, a contingent of security personnel must be present at the airport, Wu Xian instructed Longyan. There is truly no need for such measures, Qinyang sighed wryly. Yet, no matter how Qinyang resisted, Wu Xian remained resolute, and Longyan continued to accompany them throughout the process. You should inform Shui Gang at the Aerospace Research Institute of your visit. If old Tiger Lu is willing to make an introduction, your endeavor may proceed more smoothly. Wu Xian suggested to Qinyang. Are they unwilling to assist? Qinyang inquired. The difference between active cooperation and passive compliance is substantial, Wu Xian replied. Qinyang nodded and promptly dialed Shui Gang's number. Are you planning to visit the Aerospace Research Institute? Shui Gang asked, his tone laced with caution. Yes. I am in need of materials, and it seems that the Aerospace Research Institute is the only place likely to provide them. Qinyang reiterated his necessity for the visit. Very well, I will make the necessary arrangements, Shui Gang assured him. 2 hours later, Shui Gang called back. Everything is set. They will fully cooperate. However, when you arrive, try to refrain from discussing engine matters too extensively. Why is that? Qinyang questioned. I fear it may provoke them. You understand that once provoked, complications often arise. Shui Gang explained. In Yinjing, the vice president of the Aerospace Research Institute sat in his office, his expression grim. In the realm of aerospace, they were the foremost authority. Other institutions barely merited consideration. This had always been a point of pride for them, including the so-called technological genius from the Longyan Institute. However, upon hearing of Chun Yang's remarkable achievements, he found himself unsettled. He picked up the phone and connected with Chief Engineer Lu Minqing. This young man seems to be a polymath. Has he truly made significant breakthroughs in engine technology? Vice President Hu Yueming inquired over the line. Absolutely impossible. Engine technology is fundamentally different from nuclear technology. It involves far too many complexities, and there are no shortcuts, came the definitive response. Just as we made significant strides in nuclear technology shortly after the founding of our nation, leading to the rapid development of formidable nuclear weapons, we have, over the years, found ourselves constrained in the realm of engine technology. In fact, even the engines of our automobiles and motorcycles remain far behind those of other nations. This disparity illustrates the importance of technological accumulation. Without sufficient progress, it is impossible to catch up. When we compare ourselves to the United States, Japan, and various European countries, the contrast is stark. The same can be said regarding the Long Institute relative to our own capabilities. After years of dedicated research in engine technology, how could we possibly be surpassed by a newcomer? Lu Minqing reassured Director Hu. Indeed, you make a valid point. I was overly concerned. If that were the case, it would be a disgrace for us aerospace professionals, Hu Yueming responded thoughtfully. He paused before continuing. In truth, deep down, I hope they succeed in creating engines that surpass those of the West. Over the years, we have strived to catch up, yet our progress feels agonizingly slow. While their advancements are rapid, certainly, in another 20 years, we will not only catch up, but may even surpass them. I eagerly anticipate that day when our aircraft possess superior capabilities, soaring freely above them, while they remain powerless. I envision our planes marking our borders wherever they go, leaving outside forces too intimidated to intrude. If that happens, I would find peace even in death, Lu Minqing declared. He then inquired. Regarding that young man coming here to collect materials, what are your thoughts? If he seeks to acquire them, we must fully support him. Just the fact that he has independently developed those materials and willingly contributed them to the nation is commendable, and his contributions rival, if not surpass, our own. Such individuals deserve our utmost support. However, we must not allow our Aerospace Research Institute's prestige to wane, nor can we diminish the legacy built by the hard work of the previous generation. If he desires materials, he must demonstrate corresponding capabilities. If he claims to be working on engines, we should test him with our engine technology. Should he genuinely possess the talent that Shui Gang speaks of, he might achieve breakthroughs. If he is merely toying with the idea, then I'm afraid he will need to offer something in return for those precious materials. I hear he has developed a promising small-scale arc reactor. We should enlist his help in constructing one for us as well, ensuring he doesn't leave empty-handed. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to those who have passed, such as Qian Lao. Indeed, you are right. We must not make it too easy for him. Lu Minqing concurred. After a brief pause, Hu Yueming added, however, it should not be overly challenging, lest it dampen his enthusiasm and motivation. After all, he is still young and remarkably intelligent. If he truly wishes to pursue a career in the aviation field, he might indeed become a formidable asset to our industry. Rest assured, I know how to strike a balance, Lu Minxing replied to him. Upon landing in Yanjing, Chen Yang was promptly greeted by personnel from the Aerospace Research Institute waiting for him. Professor Chen, I have long admired your reputation. I am Lu Minxing, the one responsible for receiving you, Lu Minxing said with a smile. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback. Lu Minxing? Which Lu Minxing? Upon a closer look, he immediately stood in respectful awe. You are the chief designer of the 6th-generation Xiaolong fighter jet, Chief Engineer Lu. It is an honor. I am unworthy of such a reception. You are truly diminishing my lifespan by coming to greet me in person. Not entirely for your sake. I happened to be passing by after a meeting and thought I would stop here. Moreover, I have recently heard of your remarkable achievements and am quite curious about the talent capable of achieving such excellence in a short span of time. Chief Engineer Lu, you flatter me. Compared to you and the predecessors, without your contributions to the nation, we could not enjoy such a favorable living environment. Nor could we pursue our studies with peace of mind. Chen Yang spoke earnestly, his words reflecting genuine gratitude. He understood that without the sacrifices of those who came before, none of the current accomplishments would be possible. Even though he had achieved some success himself, he felt a profound respect for those pioneers. They were the vanguards of national technological advancement and the artisans safeguarding the Dragon Kingdom. Hearing Chen Yang's words, Lu Minxing was momentarily taken aback. He had received many expressions of admiration, yet the sincere praise from this young genius, who had developed controllable nuclear fusion and a compact arc reactor, touched him deeply. He could see that Chen Yang's words were not mere flattery, but heartfelt commendation, which filled him with genuine joy. It is often said that when youth achieve success, they can become arrogant, especially in an era where many children boast of their superiority. Yet, this humble young man stood in stark contrast. The national defense is a collective endeavor built by every predecessor at the Aerospace Research Institute, every colleague, every soldier, and every citizen. I dare not claim credit, Lu Minxing said with a modest smile. Let us proceed. We can converse on the way. Lu Minxing gestured. Please, Chief Engineer Lu, Chen Yang insisted. You are the guest. Please go ahead. No, you are the guest. Please lead the way. Haha, let us dispense with formalities and go together then. Very well, I shall follow your lead. Chief Engineer Lu, Chen Yang replied with a smile. Wu Jingjing observed Chen Yang's poised demeanor, his unassuming yet confident presence, and the way he engaged in light-hearted conversation with the esteemed Chief Engineer Lu. In that moment, she felt a fleeting sense of daze, realizing that this young man, slightly younger than herself, possessed a certain charisma. I hear you are working on an engine? Chief Lu is not one to indulge in superficial pleasantries. Upon entering the vehicle, he immediately cut to the chase. So, you are working on an engine project? Are you focusing on turbofan engines or civilian turbine engines? Lu Minxing inquired. Their project is a collaborative endeavor between Longyan Institute and the Military Research Academy, and they have not sought financial assistance from the state. Therefore, as a member of the National Strategic Science and Technology Review Committee, he had not encountered Chen Yang's research topic and was unaware of the specifics. He only knew that Longyan Institute was developing an engine, but the details regarding the type, funding sources, and personnel allocation were all unclear. We are not pursuing either of those. We are preparing to develop a nuclear-powered ion engine, Chen Yang replied candidly. Ion engine? Are you planning to utilize them in space? Lu Minxing furrowed his brow. The development of ion engines has reached a certain foundation and is known for its operational convenience. However, it possesses a significant drawback. Its thrust is minimal. Thus, it is primarily used for attitude adjustments of various spacecraft in the vacuum of space, where even a small force can achieve such adjustments. However, within the atmosphere, where gravitational forces are significantly stronger, the applications for ion engines are exceedingly rare, virtually non-existent. We intend to apply it to the space shuttle, Chen Yang stated. Applied to the space shuttle? The previously jovial Lu Minxing's expression shifted dramatically. If a student of his had suggested such a notion, he would have likely lost his temper by now. Was this not sheer folly? Yet, considering that this was a prodigious young talent, perhaps there was a unique perspective at play. He forcibly suppressed his irritation. Tell me about your overall design. Our design does not differ markedly from current ion engines. However, with the incorporation of a small arc reactor as the power source, we can provide significantly greater thrust, producing a denser ion beam at speeds tens of thousands of times that of current ion propulsion systems. Lu Minxing's fists clenched tightly. Even with the nuclear energy from the arc reactor, Had Qinyang considered the high-performance materials required to withstand such high-speed ion beams and immense acceleration magnetic fields? Just the demands for high-temperature and high-pressure resistance could potentially render this project unfeasible. Qinyang's eyes sparkled. Chief Lu, you truly are perceptive, immediately identifying the core issue. If not, you should consider leaving the Aerospace Research Institute and joining our Longyan Institute in Shanghai. Together, we can develop a new type of engine. Lu Mingsheng, already fuming, found himself on the verge of laughter at Qinyang's audacity. You young rascal, you're quite bold. While others are merely undermining their foundations, you are attempting to uproot the very ground beneath us. Do you believe I would let you in only to keep you trapped? Not a chance. Qinyang retorted. You, esteemed sir, are too fond of talent and committed to serving the nation to take action against me. Ah, I see you have quite the thick skin. Lu Mingsheng chuckled. Am I not merely emulating my predecessors? I have heard that in your youth, you were similarly relentless in your pursuit of knowledge from the great Russian masters. Haha, you've got spirit. I admire that, exclaimed Chief Lu with a smile. Subsequently, the conversation took a turn. By the way, young man, do you have a partner? Would you like me to introduce someone to you? Ahem. Sitting in the passenger seat, Wu Jingjing could not help but cough a few times. Inwardly scoffing. You are the esteemed chief designer of the Falcon fighter jet and a technological hero, yet you engage in such trivial matchmaking. However, Qinyang's response further infuriated her. Initially, Qinyang spoke confidently, but upon hearing Lu Mingsheng's words, he shyly scratched his head, admitting, not yet. Ha ha ha, splendid. If I come across someone suitable, I'll set you up. However, let me give you a word of advice. When seeking a wife, make sure it's someone local. No international romances, please. If I discover you're pursuing a foreigner, I won't let you off easily. Qinyang awkwardly chuckled. You seem to be thinking too far ahead. I haven't even made a start. We wholeheartedly support your research on engines and believe that with time, you will achieve great things. However, let me be clear, our resources are not freely available. Apologies to the esteemed predecessors of aerospace. Thus, if you wish to obtain anything from us, you must pass certain tests. If you succeed, the materials are yours. If not, you may find yourself bound to repay in service. Lu Mingsheng said with a smile. He genuinely liked this young man. Old Shui, old Wu, since you are sending him to me, do not blame me for being unceremonious. Should he choose to stay willingly, do not hold it against me. He had already resolved that, should Qinyang agree to his earlier words, he would certainly put this lad through challenges, ensuring he would struggle to exit the gates of the Aerospace Research Institute. Chapter 56. From now on, this land shall be our guardian. Under Lu Mingsheng's guidance, Qinyang arrived at the Aerospace Research Institute, located somewhat off the beaten path in the western suburbs, occupying a vast expanse of land. With the Yanqing Garrison Command not far away, after disembarking and undergoing security checks, Qinyang entered the institute. This place serves primarily as our research and development base. Given the abundance of educational institutions in Yanqing and various research organizations, it facilitates collaboration. In contrast, the testing facility in the northwestern city of Wolf City is where you will conduct tests once you develop an aircraft engine. Are the various cosmic samples and meteorite specimens we collected all here in Yanqing? Indeed, the majority of key research institutions are located here, and aerospace engineering involves interdisciplinary collaboration, which cannot be effectively addressed by our institute alone. Therefore, most samples are stored here, but for safety reasons, we also maintain backups at the Wolf City facility, which is typically not accessed lightly. If you need materials, you must come here, Lu Mingsheng explained. Understood, Qinyang nodded. Come, let me show you around our facilities. It's not something you can easily witness elsewhere, Lu Mingsheng stated proudly, his face beaming with satisfaction. The aerospace projects of every nation are state secrets, often surpassing even nuclear tests in their significance. Indeed, nuclear testing requires not only technical prowess, but also the ability to navigate and surpass the constraints imposed by international nuclear control agreements, which, in contemporary times, presents an even greater challenge than the former. Thank you, Chief Engineer Lu, Qinyang remarked with a smile. Such formality. Just call me Old Lu, Lu responded amiably. How could I dare? Qinyang quickly waved his hand. No need for formality. If you insist on being formal, there's no reason for us to continue. You might as well head back. Very well, then I shall take the liberty of addressing you as Old Lu, and you may call me Xiao Chun, Qinyang conceded. Haha, now that is more like it. Lu Mingsheng chuckled, leading Qinyang into a laboratory. This was the engine prototype casting room, in the realm of modern turbofan engines. To ensure they can withstand greater forces and maintain structural integrity, holistic casting combined with localized cutting is typically employed. What do you think? Chief Engineer Lu proclaimed with pride etched upon his face. Qinyang, Witnessing for the first time this sacred space, felt a surge of emotion. Realizing Lu had genuinely welcomed him as one of their own. Impressive. Truly impressive. 30 years ago, we were utterly destitute, reliant on imports. Now we possess a complete production line, and have even crafted 6th-generation fighter jets that rival those of the West. I recall the initial attempts to acquire production lines and technology, only to be met with the Russians' refusal, claiming that our nation did not require their engine casting technology. Citing our inability to meet technical standards, they offered us only obsolete, retired aircraft, with engines that were surplus and often in need of repair, all at exorbitant prices. You and a dedicated team resolutely decided to forge our own engine production line. When faced with a lack of resources, you sought knowledge relentlessly, delving deep into research. I remember how you, in pursuit of answers to engine-related queries, even took on the role of a housekeeper for 6 months at your professor's home while studying abroad. You endured scorn without retaliation, and yet, the solutions you discovered were often more brilliant than those offered by your esteemed mentor. It was then that you realized your mission was complete and returned home early, after 5 years of diligent research. The first batch of engines with wholly independent intellectual property rights emerged from our nation. Thus, we liberated ourselves from the embarrassing predicament of being beholden to foreign powers for aviation technology. While the United States took 80 years, Russia 70 years, and European nations 60 years to progress from their 1st to 6th generation, we accomplished this in merely 30 years. Chief Engineer Lu, your tireless efforts, along with those of your fellow aerospace engineers, have been monumental. This engine casting technology is remarkable. Without your contributions, we would remain under the shadow of foreign aircraft overhead. How could we ever hope for self-sufficiency? Upon finishing, Qinyang noticed the respect and admiration reflected on the faces of Lin Ming and Wu Jingjing behind him. While the accompanying personnel regarded Lu Minxing with profound respect, they were aware that Lu had traveled great distances to pursue knowledge for the sake of his country as fighter jets, unaware of the trials he endured, including encounters with an eccentric professor and the injustices he faced. Contemplating such a towering figure, they had only seen his glory, not realizing the myriad struggles concealed behind it. Qinyang couldn't help but applaud, and soon those around him joined in a chorus of applause. Lu Minxing appeared to be reminded of his past grievances by Qinyang, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Subsequently, he clapped Qinyang heartily on the back, exclaiming, "You little rascal." While others shower praise that elicits laughter, you manage to evoke tears. Confess, have you been investigating me? Indeed, not only did I delve into your background, but I also scrutinized Dean Hu. He, alongside the former dean, relinquished their prestigious titles as academicians of the American Academy of Engineering and forsook exorbitant salaries in the United States to return home, laden with books to establish the Aerospace Research Institute. I also investigated Professor Li Chong, a satellite designer who, even when the president of Yale attempted to retain him and amid an FBI investigation, refused to yield. He risked his life to return clandestinely, nearly suffocating on the journey, and endured abduction for nearly 100 days without relinquishing his desire to return to his homeland. Furthermore, I looked into Chief Engineer Wang Tao, who never set foot abroad but, with his brilliance, attracted the attention of the United States, yet he remained unmoved, stating that he would prefer even a handful of soil from his homeland over a fortune abroad. He was allergic to foreign air. It is because of individuals like you that the aerospace sector of our dragon nation has, within mere decades, surpassed Europe, outshone Japan, and caught up with both Russia and the United States. You are the pillars of our nation, holding up the sky of the dragon nation, Qinyang proclaimed once more. Applause erupted. Wu Jingjing's eyes were red as she clapped uncontrollably. The dragon nation, having risen from the depths of despair, stood tall, thanks to these extraordinary scientists. Nearby, even the staff members who were present from the beginning, many of whom were hearing these revelations for the first time, felt their eyes moisten with emotion. Lu Minxing seemed to be transported back to those arduous times, his eyes stinging with unshed tears. The reason we undertook such sacrifices was simple. Our dragon nation could not continue to suffer in silence. We could endure hardships, but we must not allow our children to endure the same. We cannot permit the forces of foreign powers to rampage across our own soil. We must make it known to the world that we are not to be trifled with. The dragon nation is not a place where one can come and go as they please, Lu Minxing declared. Applause resounded again. Qinyang could not contain his enthusiasm and clapped fervently. Salute to our predecessors. Salute to all those in aerospace. Qinyang stood tall, saluting from the heart. Resolute in his determination. You have protected this land for so long. Now it is our turn to safeguard it. Chapter 57. Oh, you young lad. You are still too naive. All right, You've led me astray. In the future, spare us the flattery. Instead of indulging in our stories, it would be more worthwhile to delve into some literature. Lu Minxing chuckled. You and all the predecessors are heroes. Your heroic deeds should be well known, inspiring generations of youth to learn from you. Stop right there. Lu Minxing quickly interjected. If you keep talking like this, I might just take you to the sample library to choose specimens. Be vigilant. Be vigilant. You must keep him engaged. Ensure this young man stays for good. Do not let his sweet words distract you. Lu Minxing reminded himself. Now, let us inquire about the materials required for these engineering castings, particularly regarding this process. Lu Minxing remarked. It is indeed a challenging question. I am not an expert in turbofan engines. However, based on my understanding, the most complex aspect lies in the overall casting process. Any cracks within, even as minuscule as the diameter of a hair or even at the micron level, could inflict significant damage upon the engine's performance. It would hinder the completion of crash tests and thrust tests. Well, that answer is somewhat acceptable. But anyone with a few days of physics education could articulate that, Lu Minxing responded, clearly unwilling to let Qinyang off the hook so easily. If cracks were to appear, what issues might arise? He inquired. There are numerous factors that can affect the final product. Broadly speaking, it boils down to the purity of the alloy used in casting, the presence of impurities, inadequate temperature control, improper placement of the casting fill sand, and external vibrations. Additionally, operational conditions such as temperature, humidity, and atmospheric pressure, all these factors that influence the physical and chemical properties of the materials, ultimately impact the performance of the turbofan, Qinyang explained. Upon hearing this, Lu Minxing's eyes gleamed with interest, though he quickly subdued his emotions. We happen to have records of several failed castings, and we have yet to identify the causes. Would you assist us in examining them? Lu Minxing offered with a smile. This was his true ace in the hole. Then I shall boldly take a look, and should I err in my observations, I welcome your guidance, Qinyang acknowledged, aware that this was Lu Minxing's true test. Before long, they arrived in a room adorned with a massive screen on the wall. In defective sample number 43, bubbles were formed. Here is the relevant data. Sample number 67 contains a crack approximately 50 microns in length. Sample number 89 exhibits uneven alloy density. Lu Minxing detailed as he presented a total of 7 defective samples to Qinyang. Peruse this data. If you can identify the answers and solutions for these defects within 3 days, I shall acknowledge your expertise, and you may select samples from our repository at will. However, should you fail to ascertain the reasons or provide incorrect explanations, while we shall still support your access to samples, you must offer something in return, perhaps a few small modular reactor units or serve as free labor for several months, Lu Minxing stipulated. Upon hearing Lu Minxing's words, the engineers behind him visibly paled, eager to speak, but were silenced by a glance from Lu Minxing. Nearby, Wu Jingjing furrowed her brow. She had heard her father mention that the production of each aircraft engine demanded immense resources, typically necessitating collaboration among numerous departments for extensive investigations. It was a formidable challenge to expect Qinyang to identify these defects within a mere 3 days, and not just any defect, but multiple issues. Lao Lu, don't you think your conditions are a bit too stringent? Wu Jingjing said cautiously. Lu Minxing turned to look at Wu Jingjing, without responding to her words, but instead retorting. So you are the granddaughter of old Wu, daughter of Wu Weiguo, and Qinyang's assistant? Yes, Wu Jingjing nodded. Indeed, indeed. In a transaction, I can set the price. And you may negotiate, Lu Minxing remarked. 10 days? No, 1 month. Wu Jingjing insisted. 1 month. I must deliberate on that. Lu Minxing feigned reluctance. In truth, this suited him perfectly. With a month at his disposal, he had ample time and means to maneuver, confident that Qinyang would eventually be unable to resist staying. Little girl, you've fallen into my trap. No need to haggle. 3 days it is. Moreover, there are many matters to attend to at the revival building of Longyan Institute. We simply do not have the luxury of time, Qinyang interjected. 3 days? Little Chun, are you certain it will only take 3 days? If you cannot resolve it, you may find yourself here as free labor, Lu Minxing said, unable to suppress a smile. The audacity of youth. Not only Qinyang, but even he had taken at least a week, and sometimes up to a month, to address such flaws. Given the diverse craftsmanship of those seemingly 7 products, which required thorough assessment of the underlying techniques, Lu Minxing was convinced that there was hardly anyone in the world capable of identifying the defects within 3 days. Once I speak, my words are binding. If I lose, I shall honor my promise, Qinyang declared. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming and Wu Jingjing exchanged worried glances. Professor Chun, I believe Jingjing is right. A month is a month, Lin Ming urged. Are you hoping to linger here so that old Lu can find you a match? Wu Jingjing retorted, her frustration evident. What? Lu Mingxing and Lin Ming exclaimed. Realizing her words were ill-considered, Wu Jingjing's face flushed crimson. Do as you please. Suit yourself. With that, she turned and fled. Qinyang, bewildered by Wu Jingjing's sudden change, glanced at Lin Ming. What happened to her? Lin Ming, who had previously regarded Qinyang with reverence, felt his confidence return upon witnessing Chen Yang's naive response. Heaven is fair. When it gives you something, it inevitably takes something away, Lu Mingxing remarked, chuckling at the sight of the fleeing Wu Jingjing and the perplexed Qinyang. Ah, youth, how beautiful. Little Chun, if you have no objections, let us agree on 3 days. During this time, you may review any materials here. All right, 3 days it is. I will return for inspection then, Qinyang affirmed. Satisfied, Lu Mingxing departed. As he closed the door, he could not help but burst into laughter. Ah, young lad, you are still too green. Lu Mingxing even hummed a little tune. Chapter 58, so devious. However, I appreciate that Lu Mingxing, upon exiting the data room, proceeded directly to Dean Hu Yueming's office. How did the assessment go? Hu Yueming could not resist inquiring of Lu Mingxing. A promising talent. Absolutely a remarkable find. With him on board, we old-timers can rest easy for the next 30 years. But what? But he is a bit too audacious. Ha! Audacity is good. Youthful exuberance. Is it not the essence of youth? In our days, who among us was not recklessly ambitious, dreaming of propelling our nation's aerospace endeavors to surpass even the Russians? Hu Yueming chuckled. Yet, this fellow is excessively bold. Bold enough that I feel he would take a bamboo pole and dare to poke the heavens. Subsequently, Lu Mingxing recounted that Qinyang needed to identify the reasons for the 7 defective products within 3 days. If he fails to uncover the causes, I'm afraid he will be confined to our Aerospace Research Institute, Lu Mingxing remarked with a smile. Cunning. Quite devious. Why are you so wicked? What? Do you have a problem with that? No. I actually like it. Hu Minghua laughed heartily. It's good to be cunning. Let him know the difficulties. Let him realize that only here at our Aerospace Research Institute can he truly maximize his potential. After a few months of serving as our free labor, we can offer him something else, and then it will be a natural progression for him to stay. As for returning to the Longyan Institute in Magic City, let him handle the paperwork here first, and then he can come back to guide us under the guise of collaboration. Oh, wait, they have money at the Longyan Institute. Don't we have some as well? We could set up a nuclear fusion laboratory for him, which would conveniently address our energy research issues. What a win-win. Hu Ming remarked to Lu Mingxing. The two engaged in lively conversation, akin to two mischievous uncles scheming to deceive a young lady, feeling on the verge of success. Shall we have a drink? Is there any? If so, let us indulge, Lu Mingxing replied. Just as they were conversing, the phone rang. Who? What are you trying to do? This is quite unscrupulous. We merely wish to borrow some materials. If you want to lend them, do so. If not, that is fine too. Why resort to tricks and deceit? Came an irate voice from the phone. Hu Yueming felt as though his ears were ringing from the outburst, and he rubbed his ears. I say, old boy, what are you talking about? What do you mean by tricks and deceit? We must speak with integrity. Integrity? Nonsense. How dare you speak of integrity? Another voice interjected. Old Wu, what is the matter? Did your precious granddaughter tip you off? If she has informed you, she should have made it clear that this matter was prearranged. There is no deception or trickery involved. Old Hu, have you no shame? Do you not believe that I could prevent you from obtaining anything from the Longyan Institute? Wu Xian shouted into the phone. Old Wu, is that how you speak? We've taken items from the Longyan Institute, and you have taken plenty from our Aerospace Research Institute over the years. Haven't you? Very well. In that case, let us part ways amicably. Henceforth, we shall have no dealings with each other, lest someone from your side be swayed by that old scoundrel Lu Mingxing. Old Wu, I cannot accept what you have said. I swear on the lamp, I have never engaged in human trafficking. Lu Mingxing chuckled as he spoke into the phone. You better shut your mouth. If I see you again, I will give you a good beating. How dare you say you want to find a partner for Qinyang? If you dare meddle, I will demolish your house. Hu Yueming, according to the rules of our world, one should not bring harm to family members. You are behaving unethically. What nonsense. Stop talking, we don't want your stuff. Just release our Qinyang immediately. Look, you've exposed yourself. When did he become your Qinyang? It doesn't matter when, just know he belongs to my family. Old Wu, you are being unreasonable. Nonsense. Old Wu, I have some matters to attend to. So I will hang up now. Don't hang up. Let me finish my words. Click. Lu Mingxing hastily ended the call, letting out a sigh of relief as he wiped the sweat from his brow. This is troublesome. From Old Wu's tone, if we truly dare to detain someone, he will indeed come and demolish your house. One must accept the consequences of their bets. Young Chun cannot deny it. Besides, a duck that has landed cannot simply fly away. Right, the duck must not escape. Let Old Wu demolish it. Consider it work-related injury. For every unit he demolishes, I will compensate you with 2 more. I'll even replace my share. Haha, with your words, I feel reassured. Come, let us drink. At around 6 in the evening, the workday ended. Let us go. We should have dinner with Chun. After all, we will be colleagues, so we should foster our relationship, Hu Minghua proposed. Good idea. The two had a small cup of liquor, but despite drinking all afternoon, they hadn't finished it. What they were doing could hardly be called drinking. It was merely sipping. However, upon arriving at the data analysis room, they found Chen Yang still seated there, his brow furrowed in concentration. Wu Jingjing had already gone to the cafeteria to bring back food. Is there still steamed egg custard in the cafeteria? Hu Minghua inquired. I made this myself. Wu Jingjing replied. Oh, young Chun, how is it going? Any leads? We still have time. Let us eat first. Today is your welcome dinner. Hu Minghua said with a smile. No need, I will eat here. Time is pressing. Otherwise, I truly might not complete the task, Chen Yang stated. Upon hearing this, Lu Miching couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Don't say you're not wasting time. Even if you don't eat or sleep for 3 days, you still want to finish. Let us go. Resolving issues is not confined to this moment. Your health is paramount. Eat well and drink well to work effectively. No. You all go ahead. Come on. The director has personally invited you. Thank you for the kind offer, but I really want to go. If I must, and I fail to complete the task, I will not take responsibility. All right then, continue focusing on your work. Lu Miching released his grip on Chen Yang's arm. Turning to Wu Jingjing and Lin Ming, he continued, since he isn't going, you two should join us for dinner. You won't be of much help here anyway. The two exchanged glances, speechless. What kind of talk is that? Thank you for your kindness, but we will stay here with him. Perhaps we can assist in some capacity. Wu Jingjing replied. Upon witnessing the unwavering determination of the two individuals, Hu Yueming and Lu Mingsheng decided to relent. After finishing their meal, they returned to find that Chen Yang had consumed only the steamed egg custard, leaving the other dishes untouched, as he remained engrossed in his documents. What was going on? Why hadn't he eaten? Hu Yueming inquired, a hint of frustration in his voice. This was typical of him. When he immersed himself in work, he neglected both sleep and sustenance. This is unacceptable. It is detrimental to his health, Hu Yueming expressed, casting a concerned glance at Chen Yang. He is a candidate for the next generation of leaders. How can we account for any misfortune to our esteemed predecessors in aerospace? Touching the now cold dishes, he commanded, Xiao Wu, go instruct the kitchen to prepare a fresh meal for Xiao Chun, tailored to his southern palate. Understood, Xiao Wu replied. Xiao Chun, take a break from your work, Hu Yueming urged Chen Yang. Meanwhile, Lu Mingsheng wore a worried expression. A robust physique must not be so recklessly compromised. I'm fine. You should eat, Chen Yang replied, his gaze fixed on the screen. 20 minutes later, a spread of 4 dishes and a soup was served. Steamed fish, boiled shrimp, Shanghai greens, stir-fried beef with celery, and a steaming bowl of northern-style meatball soup. Xiao Chun, stop looking at the screen. Eat your meal, Hu Yueming ordered. If you don't eat and faint again, I will declare you the loser, Lu Mingsheng added. I'm all right, Chen Yang responded, fatigue evident in his bloodshot eyes. Nonetheless, he complied and paused his work. Hurry and eat. Wu Jingjing placed the meal before him, ladling out a bowl of meatball soup. This meatball soup is quite delectable, Chen Yang remarked appreciatively. Indeed, our chefs are of 5-star caliber, some even contributing to state banquets, Hu Yueming proudly declared. What do you think? Would you consider dining here regularly? The meatball soup is unlimited. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, remaining motionless. Hu Yueming assumed he was intimidated, but then saw Chen Yang set down the soup and rush back to the computer, flipping through the reports repeatedly. Found it. Chen Yang's face lit up with excitement. Hu Yueming and Lu Mingsheng exchanged astonished glances before hurrying over to Chen Yang's side, only to see him shutting the interface and furiously typing on the keyboard. Could he have truly resolved the issue? They pondered, uncertain of which diagram he had just scrutinized. Yet, after much discussion, they still could not ascertain whether Chen Yang had indeed found a solution. At 11:30, after an intense session of typing, sketching, and toggling between screens, Chen Yang finally stretched and halted his fervent activity. I've managed to solve another problem, he announced with a smile. Then he patted his stomach. I'm a bit hungry. Turning to check the dishes, he noted, they're still warm. Where did I leave off? Just now? You've had your meal reheated 4 times. What do you mean by just now? It's already 11:30. Hu Yueming replied, somewhat exasperated. Time has flown by so quickly, Chen Yang exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Hurry and eat, or you may truly find yourself stranded here. Chen Yang swiftly devoured his meal before turning back to the computer screen, leaving Hu Yueming and Lu Mingsheng in a state of astonishment. Is this how he usually works? Hu Yueming inquired of Wu Jingjing. Indeed, Wu Jingjing nodded, her gaze filled with a mix of compassion and concern. Others only recognize his brilliance. Yet who comprehends the sacrifices and hardships he endures behind the scenes? In his realm, research eclipses all else, Wu Jingjing lamented. How can this be permissible? For the sake of the nation, he must also care for his health. Otherwise, how can he contribute to the construction of Longwa for 20 years? You ought to supervise him, take him out for leisure. At merely 20 years of age, how can he be more ascetic than we, a bunch of septuagenarians? Upon hearing Hu Yueming's words, Wu Jingjing felt her cheeks flush once more, fidgeting with her fingers and softly murmuring in acknowledgement. After Hu Yueming and Lu Mingxing departed, Qinyang continued his diligent work. You should return. I can keep an eye on him, Wu Jingjing assured Lin Ming. That's out of the question. You must be tired as well. No worries. I can endure, Wu Jingjing replied. Lin Ming remained silent for a moment before nodding and leaving. In the data analysis laboratory, Qinyang occasionally furrowed his brow, and at times, his face lit up with a smile, seemingly lost in his own world. Wu Jingjing watched quietly from the side. She understood that regardless of the circumstances, Qinyang would not rest until every problem was resolved. The following day, shortly after 8 o'clock, Qinyang abruptly awoke, rising from the table to see Wu Jingjing approaching with a smile. The breakfast in the kitchen isn't ready yet. So I've prepared some milk and a boiled egg for you. Eat a bit first, and I shall bring over the breakfast once it's done. Wu Jingjing said softly. Thank you, he replied, glancing up at Wu Jingjing. Did you stay awake all night as well? Not at all. I went to bed quite early. Still lying, you have dark circles under your eyes. Upon hearing this, Wu Jingjing hastily set down the milk and egg, covering her face and turning away. Am I particularly unattractive? Haha, not excessively so. You're all right, Qinyang replied bluntly. Then I am still ugly. Oh dear, how embarrassing. I just ran into the kitchen and saw so many people. Wu Jingjing spoke with a quivering voice. It's fine, you're not too ugly, you're presentable. You hush and focus on your materials. In the office, Hu Yueming wore a worried expression. Is that fellow still poring over the materials? Indeed. He paused. I've heard he even reduced his water intake to lessen trips to the restroom. Uffed. Hu Yueming spat out his drink. Is he disregarding his life? Who works themselves to such an extent? Even a miser wouldn't he do this. Let us go. We must check on him, Hu Yueming said with concern. When they arrived, they found Lin Ming and Wu Jingjing hurriedly printing and preparing documents. Has Qinyang taken any breaks? Not yet, when he feels tired. He simply rests his head there for a while, Wu Jingjing replied, filled with worry. Stop. He must cease immediately. If he refuses, we'll cut off the power. Hu Yueming shouted. I have witnessed madness, yet I have never encountered such extreme insanity. This is truly reckless. No need. I have completed my calculations. Qinyang spoke in a hoarse voice. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, his beard unkempt, his skin darkened, his frame emaciated, and his eyes were bloodshot. Old Lu. Dean Hu. I have identified the causes of these defective issues and found solutions. He then rose from his seat, saying, they are all right here. Feel free to take a look. Qinyang, with cracked lips, smiled at the two. However, as he stood, he suddenly felt darkness engulfing him, and his body collapsed to the ground. Qinyang, are you all right? Wake up. Quickly, wake up. Wu Jingjing, who was organizing materials, rushed to support Qinyang as he stood, but unfortunately, she was a moment too late, and he fell directly into her arms, causing her to tumble to the ground as well. Lu Mingxing and Hu Yueming, who were standing nearby, gasped in shock. Quick, get him to the infirmary. Contact Dinyi. Chapter 60. Exchange for medicine. Enhance physical qualities. Hurry, someone come. Quickly take him away. Lu Mingxing shouted. As Qinyang fell, the entire data analysis room erupted into chaos. Madman. This fellow is nothing but a lunatic. Hu Yueming could not restrain her exclamation. Qinyang was transported to a nearby aerospace hospital. Dinyi, how is Qinyang? Hu Yueming inquired of Dinyi. The child is fine, but he should play fewer games. There have been too many cases of sudden death from gaming. He was fortunate this time, but we cannot guarantee he will be next time. Dinyi Junliang replied to Hu Yueming. Gaming? How could this possibly be due to gaming? Hu Yueming was at a loss for a response. The patient is not in serious condition. He is merely fatigued, with slightly elevated blood pressure and low blood sugar. Everything else is normal, Dinyi Junliang informed Hu Yueming. Make sure to rest next time, he advised. Are you certain there are no issues? None. Dinyi confirmed once more. He then administered a nutritional infusion to Qinyang, replenishing some nutrients. Before long, Qinyang regained consciousness. Why did I collapse again? Qinyang could not help but smile wryly. My body is still too weak. Although I acquired the technology through the system, implementing all of it requires a considerable amount of energy. Furthermore, the problem posed by Lu Mingxing, while I have relevant records and summaries in the system's future library, and many refined manufacturing methods. Connecting those improvements to current manufacturing processes demands a significant expenditure of energy. You constantly overexert yourself. I doubt you will be able to stand again after your next collapse. Wu Jingjing reproached Qin Yang with a hint of melancholy. I am young and full of vitality. I merely collapsed for a moment's rest, Qin Yang replied with a smile. Why are your eyes so red? Noticing Wu Jingjing's slightly reddened eyes, he could not help but inquire. My eyes are a bit itchy. I rubbed them, and they turned red, she replied. Oh, then you should check to see if you have conjunctivitis. Since we are in the hospital, you can conveniently get some medication, Qin Yang expressed his concern. You should take care of yourself, Wu Jingjing retorted with irritation. Then he turned and walked out. Hu Yueming and Lu Mingxing couldn't help but smile at Chun Yang's foolishness in daily life, which brought them a sense of balance. Old Lu, old Hu. I have identified the issues concerning the defects in the engine manufacturing and have devised a solution. Let me first share the first one. Stop right there. You must cease all thoughts and focus on your recovery. We shall discuss everything else upon your discharge, Hu Yueming said with irritation. Indeed, I have never seen anyone so eager to show off. Immediately lie down and rest properly. If you dare to entertain any more wild thoughts, I will revoke your eligibility to select materials from the sample library. Old Lu, you are being unreasonable. I am indeed being unreasonable. What can you do about it? Qin Yang was at a loss for words. If old Lu truly was being unreasonable, he had no countermeasure. With no other option, he lay there obediently, forcing himself to rest, even though he yearned to address those pressing issues. However, it was futile. Even if he went, he would likely still be denied access to the data room. After lying down, his consciousness reconnected with the system. System detects that the host's physical condition is subpar and unable to handle the increasingly demanding tasks. 1 bottle of the first-generation life stimulant is available for purchase at 100 technology points. This can enhance the host's physical condition to 3 times its current state, increase stamina to 3 times, and accelerate recovery speed to 3 times. Duration, 6 months, with no adverse side effects. Would the host like to purchase? Life stimulant? 3 times the energy, 3 times the endurance. Does this mean I could stay awake for 3 days without collapsing? If my recovery speed is tripled, does that imply that after 3 consecutive nights of staying up, I could recover fully with just 1 day of sleep? The host has interpreted this correctly. But it only lasts 6 months? Isn't that a bit short? After all, 100 technology points is quite a sum. The first-generation life stimulant has a relatively short duration. The second-generation life stimulant can more effectively detoxify the body and rapidly restore bodily functions. 1 bottle lasts for 3 years and costs 5,000 technology points. The host is currently unable to purchase this. All right, I'm broke. I'll buy it. Qin Yang confirmed with his consciousness. Upon confirmation, a blue light resembling a sparkling point appeared in Qin Yang's awareness. After purchase, it is to be used immediately. Please accept. Then, Qin Yang felt a refreshing sensation wash over him. All fatigue vanished, and every trace of drowsiness dissipated, rejuvenating him instantly. Hey, what a remarkable effect! Qin Yang exclaimed. Can I gift this to someone else? No, this is an exclusive benefit for the host. Others are not qualified to use it. Such strict regulations. In light of the host's busy workload, there is now a neural stimulus factor available that can significantly enhance the host's brain, increasing the number of neurons and boosting computational and analytical abilities by 5 times, priced at 500 technology points. Would the host like to purchase? Why is it so expensive? The host has the right to refuse. Is there room for negotiation? Already the maximum discount. All right, I will buy it. Qin Yang gritted his teeth and said. As his consciousness acknowledged this, a red dot of light once again descended into his mind, illuminating it like a beacon in the sea, instantly igniting his entire brain. Ah! Qin Yang screamed in agony, his veins bulging, his face contorted in pain, soon drenched in sweat. Damn it! Did you not say there were no side effects? Qin Yang cursed while enduring the pain. The system only stated that the life stimulation factor has no side effects. It did not guarantee that the neuron stimulation factor is without repercussions. Besides the pain, what other side effects could there be? The newly established neurons require a complete pathway with other neurons in the mind. Thus, the central nervous system and facial nerves will experience temporary impacts. You must be kidding. Qin Yang fainted from the pain. Those who had previously felt reassured rushed back upon hearing his cries, witnessing him drenched in sweat and suffering, each one alarmed again. Half an hour later, Qin Yang underwent a series of urgent examinations. How is he? Did you not say it was merely fatigue? What just happened? Hu Yueming questioned Dinyi. At this moment, Yi Junliang was also taken aback, uncertain as to why this situation had arisen. I just checked. His cardiopulmonary function and blood parameters are normal. Quickly tell me. However, we detected abnormally active brain waves. Chapter 61. 1,000 years is too brief. Only seize the day. Why is this happening? Upon hearing Dean Ye's words, Hu Yueming's heart sank, and he quickly inquired. I am not quite sure why, but generally. Dean Ye paused. Generally what? Generally, individuals with brain issues exhibit such conditions. Upon hearing this, Hu Yueming and Lu Mingsheng were momentarily blank. This was their heir, a rare genius. And you are telling me there is something wrong with his brain. Currently, it cannot be confirmed. We must wait for him to awaken for further tests. Just then, Qin Yang, lying down, suddenly awoke and began to shout frantically. Damn it, why didn't you tell me? Are you trying to make me suffer? If you do this again, I swear I will end you. Qin Yang abruptly opened his eyes, his head tilted, mouth agape, glaring at the oxygen tank before him. His crooked mouth rendered his words nearly unintelligible. This expression, this demeanor, resembled that of a foolish landlord's son. Seeing him in such a state, Yi Junyang, with a heavy heart, said to Hu Yueming, It is now nearly certain that there is a significant issue with his brain. You must prepare yourselves mentally. Upon hearing this, Hu Yueming and Lu Mingsheng were left dumbfounded. Standing nearby, Wu Jingjing's tears streamed down like pearls from a broken string. As she wept, she blamed herself. It's all my fault. I should have taken better care of you. Unable to restrain herself, she approached and embraced Qin Yang tightly, assuring him, Rest assured. I shall ensure your recovery, and I will summon the finest physicians to restore your health. Qin Yang felt as though he was being suffocated. Hearing Qin Yang's disoriented words, Wu Jingjing's expression grew even more sorrowful. How could he have deteriorated so drastically since her arrival? Finally, Qin Yang managed to find a sliver of space. Are you trying to suffocate me? He slowly lifted his head, noticing two round objects obscuring his view. You? Wu Jingjing, upon hearing Qin Yang's coherent logic, halted her sadness and inquired, Are you truly all right? If you continue to smother me like this, something might indeed happen. Initially surprised, Wu Jingjing then became acutely aware of their current position, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What on earth? Wu Jingjing exclaimed, unable to contain herself, as she stomped her foot and fled, covering her face. Meanwhile, Hu Yueming and Lu Mingsheng, standing nearby, were oblivious to the romantic entanglement unfolding before them. Qin Yang, do you recognize me? Hu Lao inquired. Of course, how could I not know you? Qin Yang responded with a chuckle. That's splendid. It's good to know you remember. Hu Yueming replied, visibly pleased. How many fingers am I holding up? Lu Mingsheng extended 5 fingers towards Qin Yang, testing his awareness. You think I'm a fool? Isn't this 5? Qin Yang replied impatiently. Haha, he is still sharp, not foolish at all. Lu Mingsheng remarked jovially. Pray tell, what is happening here? I merely took a nap, and you treat me as though I am simple-minded? Qin Yang expressed his dissatisfaction. Director Yi has just conducted a brain examination, revealing significant abnormalities in your brainwaves, distinct from a normal EEG, leading to concerns about potential injuries, Lu Mingsheng explained. I feel perfectly healthy, quite well, in fact. Qin Yang retorted. For safety's sake, I advise you to continue resting and remain under observation, Lu Mingsheng insisted. That is unnecessary. I do not have the luxury of time. Qin Yang replied. There are numerous matters that require my attention. Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, Hu Yueming and Lu Mingsheng exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Their eyes filled with admiration. To their knowledge, despite Qin Yang's considerable contributions and some hidden honors, he had yet to receive substantial rewards. Yet, he continued to strive with such fervor. What other explanation could there be for such dedication, other than patriotism? Regardless of your urgency, Director Yi is correct. You should focus on your recovery, Hu Yueming advised Qin Yang. Over the years, countless heroes have fallen at their workstations on the technological avenues they themselves paved, all in pursuit of national supremacy in this domain. A millennium is too brief. We must seize the day. There is so much to accomplish. It is best you return. Qin Yang insisted. Absolutely not. Hu Yueming, seeing Qin Yang's stubbornness, commanded him with a stern expression. Haven't you fainted once at the Military Research Institute? It has barely been a while, and you have collapsed again. Should we not be vigilant? Hu Lao, please allow me to leave promptly. If I cannot locate that original artifact, I will find no motivation for anything, Qin Yang implored the group. Ultimately, there was no alternative but to send Qin Yang back once more. I must inform you that after locating the material, regardless of whether he remains at the Aviation Research Institute, he must spend a few days in Yanjing before returning. Do you understand? Hu Yueming spoke to Qin Yang. The deeper the interaction, the more he admired this young man, and the more he cherished him, fearing he might overexert himself. Rest assured, old Hu. I am well aware of my limits, Qin Yang replied with a smile. After completing the discharge formalities, It was already past 6 in the evening when they arrived at the Aviation Research Institute, initially intending to have a meal first. Qinyang resolutely dragged them to the data analysis room instead. The cause of the issues with the 7 defective components had already been identified. Qinyang addressed Hu Yueming and Lu Miqing, among others. Are you certain? Absolutely. Please elaborate. Hu Yueming replied dismissively. He was skeptical that Qinyang could uncover so many issues in such a brief time frame. Let us begin with the defect in component 67. This crack occurred due to uneven heating of the sand. The overall temperature of the casting sand was not entirely uniform. Although the other casting sands had not undergone heat treatment, the casting process for this engine component had adjusted the rotation speed of the casting material, resulting in insufficient shear force. Consequently, the uneven heating of the casting sand was exacerbated, ultimately leading to the emergence of this crack. Is that correct, old Lu? Qinyang inquired of Lu Miqing. Lu Miqing's eyes widened in astonishment. That is indeed correct. However, we only identified this issue after 3 thorough investigations. How did you manage to pinpoint the cause in such a short time? Lu Miqing asked. From a procedural perspective, there were no issues at any step. The temperature of the casting sand was within the standard range, and each process was flawless. However, the design of the procedure failed to consider that amplifying all temperature ranges could lead to errors, which is another reason for the problem. I observed that the engine casting is made of titanium-magnesium alloy, and in this scenario, such a composition would lead to uneven temperatures in the casting sand, resulting in gaps in the alloy. Lu Miqing stood there, like a statue, his gaze fixed on Qinyang, filled with awe. The technicians nearby were equally astonished. Their mouths agape as if they could accommodate an apple. Chapter 62. If only everyone could be rolled up like a pancake. Indeed. Remarkable. Professor Lu. Your insights alone equate to a month's worth of work from our several departments. Lu Miqing remained silent, while behind him, a technical supervisor responsible for quality control could not help but exclaim. Lu Miqing suppressed his inner astonishment. Your response was excellent. You have indeed identified the root cause. Yes. Once the source of the issue is found, resolving it becomes relatively straightforward. Before each casting, it is essential to ensure that the casting sand reaches uniform internal and external temperatures, which indeed significantly enhances the yield rate, Lu Miqing stated. What is the next issue? Lu Miqing feigned calmness. Old Lu, in addition to achieving uniform temperature for the sand, we could also consider modifying the casting process for the alloy. Improve the alloy process? Indeed, primarily involving magnesium-titanium steel, the carbon content of the steel can be correspondingly reduced, while the magnesium content may be increased by 15, and the titanium content augmented by 8. Additionally, we could incorporate one of nickel. However, the formulations you mentioned, I have previously experimented with. Once the carbon content diminishes and the titanium and magnesium levels rise, the hardness of the castings significantly declines, failing to meet the fundamental requirements of impact testing. This issue arose from the inappropriate sequence of material addition in the original process, compounded by insufficient temperature and heat treatment after material incorporation. I have made adjustments to the entire process, all of which are documented here. Wu Jingjing timely presented the printed materials. Lu Miqing and those behind him leaned in closer. This process has never been attempted before. Indeed, it appears quite unfamiliar, and I have not encountered it in the literature. Should we proceed to the laboratory and attempt to produce a sample? The technicians, upon reviewing Qinyang's materials, displayed expressions of astonishment. Go take it and try. Lu Miqing instructed the laboratory supervisor. Soon, the individual departed with the documentation. Lu Miqing gazed at the young man before him, his eyes filled with amazement. Even if the information ultimately proves ineffective, such capability is truly unprecedented. Old Lu, let us continue with our discussion. Qinyang addressed Lu Miqing and Hu Yueming. Yes. All right, let us proceed. The defect of engine number 43 still pertains to material issues. The metals cannot fully melt. In a fluid state, the shear force is insufficient. Akin to making noodles, due to inadequate folding, the noodles lack elasticity, resulting in this material problem. To save time, if you do not interrupt, I will directly present the solution. You may also test this second set of engine solutions in the laboratory. Regarding the third engine, here is the solution. I have once again enhanced the design process. This is for the fourth engine, the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh. Standing there, Qinyang expounded upon the issues of all 7 engine processes in one breath, with each issue accompanied by corresponding solutions and designs. What shocked Lu Miqing the most was that these solutions diverged from their original designs, representing a comprehensive improvement of the entire process ratios and workflows. It amounted to an overall upgrade of the 7 engine design processes within 3 days. Although the extent of performance enhancement post-upgrade remains uncertain, The ability to develop these processes without significant flaws is an extraordinary feat. Lu Mingxing's face was a canvas of astonishment, and the surrounding technicians, including several technical supervisors, were left utterly numbed by the impact. They had never encountered such an extraordinary individual. It was truly remarkable. If this were to be implemented, it would be as if everyone was rolled into a pancake. Even though Chun Yang had meticulously organized all the questions, the process of narrating everything consumed over 2 hours. Throughout this duration, Lu Mingxing and the others remained in a state of shock, hardly asking any questions, yet the intricate details involved were numerous, leading to a significant expenditure of time. Are there any questions? Chun Yang inquired of the group. Lu Mingxing stood there, somewhat dazed, thinking to himself that today had indeed been enlightening. Do you have any questions? He turned to ask those behind him. Everyone shook their heads in unison. No questions? The process has already been sent to the laboratory for testing to see if we can achieve substantial improvements in the materials based on the new technique, Lu Mingxing stated. You've already exhausted yourself today, especially after just coming out of the hospital. You must rest early. No need, I'm not tired. Aren't you all? If you're not fatigued, let us head to the lab to see if the experiments are proceeding smoothly, Chun Yang replied with vigor. Absolutely not. You must rest today. No more work. Lu Mingxing commanded. Jingjing, ensure he goes back to rest. This is an order. He must be compelled to take a break. Lu Mingxing insisted. Hearing Lu Mingxing's words, Chun Yang felt somewhat helpless and looked towards Wu Jingjing, hoping she would advocate for him. Don't look at me. I believe Chief Lu is right. You need to rest now. You shouldn't do anything. Wu Jingjing remarked. How can you turn against me? We are on the same side, Chun Yang retorted, while Wu Jingjing's face flushed. Who said we are on the same side? Come on, back to rest. Go to sleep. With that, before Chun Yang could react, she dragged him toward the lounge. Upon reaching the lounge, he asked, Aren't you leaving? Looking at Wu Jingjing, who was seated there. I will leave after you fall asleep. There is no need for that, Chun Yang said, feeling exasperated. It's necessary. I must ensure you get your rest, Wu Jingjing asserted resolutely. Fine, Chun Yang conceded. After taking a shower, he lay down on the bed. Within 5 minutes, he was sound asleep. This was also due to the efficacy of the life-stimulating factors, which allowed his brain to enter slumber rapidly and restore his energy optimally. Wu Jingjing gazed at Chun Yang, who lay on the bed, her expression filled with concern. You say you're not tired, yet here you are. Fast asleep within 5 minutes. You must be utterly exhausted for this to happen. Observing his resolute yet still somewhat youthful face, she couldn't help but smile. She walked over, gently covered him with a blanket, turned off the lights, and left. The following day, Wu Jingjing rose early once more. Upon opening the door, she found that Chun Yang was already awake and had completed his morning routine. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? There is nothing pressing. No more sleep. We have important matters to attend to. We need to quickly check if the improved process is effective. If it is, we must hasten to select the materials. Chun Yang replied. Then let us head to the cafeteria together. Very well. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they noticed everyone was looking at them with expressions akin to that of encountering a marvel. Chapter 63. Chief Lu, we have made a breakthrough. We shall no longer be outdone by the United States. In the cafeteria, everyone is abuzz with discussion, pointing fingers at Chun Yang. It is he. Despite his tender age, he has achieved controlled nuclear fusion and developed a compact arc reactor. Truly a prodigy. Not merely a genius, but also a workaholic, a research zealot. In just 2.5 days, he immersed himself in the data room, foregoing meals, and identified 7 manufacturing process issues, devising alternative methods. Word has it that Chief Engineer Lu and his team are currently testing these findings. Look, all personnel from the process and casting departments are absent. They have all gone there. Are those who are smarter than us also more diligent? Must it be this intense? What intensity? Let us not be so narrow-minded. He is striving for the betterment of our nation. Indeed, I heard that the controlled nuclear fusion, the compact arc reactor, and even that miraculous neural repair serum were all donated to the state, without charge. How impressive. He is the man of my dreams. Then why not pursue him? Just look at the girl beside him. She might hurl her dish at you. As the crowd continues to chatter, Wu Jingjing casts a peculiar glance at Chun Yang. Am I really that intimidating? Chun Yang touches his nose, declining to respond to such a perilous inquiry. In the laboratory, report to Chief Engineer Lu. According to Professor Chun's new process, the first batch of samples has been prepared. Lu Yunsheng abruptly rose from his chair, and others turned their gaze toward the speaker. Report the results. Yes. After testing, the hardness of the alloy material is 4 times that of the original. The impact toughness is 5 times greater, and the high temperature strength has doubled, with various comprehensive performances increased to 5 times the original. If the power is sufficient, engines made from this alloy can withstand the speaker, overwhelmed with excitement, momentarily lost his words. Withstand how much? 40 tons. It can endure a thrust of 40 tons. The individual, regaining composure, exclaimed to Lu Yunxing. What? 40 tons? Lu Yunxing could scarcely believe his ears. Indeed, it is 40 tons. Chief Engineer Lu. The 20-ton ceiling for turbofan engines has been surpassed by Professor Chun. The speaker reiterated with fervor. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunxing sank back into his chair. And after a long pause, he finally clenched his fist and pounded the table. Excellent. Excellent. The others were equally stunned, left in a state of disbelief, questioning whether this was merely a dream. Currently, the best turbofan engine designs globally typically boast a thrust of 15 to 20 tons. Despite years of development, no breakthroughs have been made, with some speculating that 20 tons is the limit for single-engine thrust. Meanwhile, the engines of Longyan are smaller, offering only 10 to 15 tons of thrust. It is not that the power is insufficient, but rather that the materials cannot endure the immense stress and disintegrate under such force. Now, Shenyang has managed to double the material performance, theoretically achieving a stress capacity of 40 tons. With this material, a powerful engine is on the verge of creation. How could this outcome not be exhilarating? At this moment, report to Chief Engineer Lu. According to Professor Chun's new process, the alloy steel for engine 43 has also been prepared, with comprehensive performance enhanced fivefold, nearing theoretical limits. According to the professor's technique, the reconstituted 104 alloy steel has seen a threefold enhancement in comprehensive performance, a parameter that has surpassed the latest reported thrust capabilities of America's F-56 fighter jet. If this can be utilized effectively, our fighter jets could indeed exceed those speeds. Report to Chief Engineer Lu. A threefold increase. Report to Chief Engineer Lu. A fivefold enhancement. As these messages flooded in, Lu Yunxing and his team sat in disbelief, as if their ears had deceived them. Can it truly be manufactured? Have we genuinely improved and upgraded the process? Have we resolved a problem that has plagued us for decades in less than 3 days? Lu Minxing pondered, his expression a blend of disbelief and astonishment. We have achieved a breakthrough. We have truly surpassed expectations. Chief Engineer Lu, we shall no longer be outpaced by America. Professor Chun, in merely 2.5 days, identified the issues solely through technical documentation and completely upgraded the alloy's performance. We have caught up, reported the supervisor, his voice trembling with excitement. At that moment, Lu Yunxing appeared dazed, as if a lifelong aspiration had suddenly materialized before him, leaving his mind momentarily blank. Gradually, he regained his composure and approached the newly crafted alloy materials, tears glistening in his eyes. Have we truly caught up? Is this reality? Even now? He could scarcely believe it was true. At that moment, the chief engineer, Professor Chun, is approaching. A supervisor informed Lu Yunxing. Upon hearing that Shenyang was coming, everyone immediately stood in reverence, their eyes filled with respect. Lu Minxing quickly wiped his eyes and adjusted his emotions. Please, do come in. Unable to contain their admiration, everyone set aside their tasks and moved toward the entrance. The door swung open, and Shenyang entered. Lu Minxing had already positioned himself with the others on either side. Salute. Lu Minxing commanded, leading everyone in a unified salute toward Shenyang. Startled, Shenyang paused in his tracks as he entered. Lu Minxing strode forward and grasped Shenyang's hand firmly. Professor Chun, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for helping us overcome this hurdle. The aerospace sector of Longyan has made significant strides forward because of you. You are a true benefactor of Longyan's aerospace achievements. Shenyang, taken aback by Lu Minxing's fervent gratitude, felt somewhat at a loss. I merely assisted a bit. I truly did not anticipate such a reaction. Lu Minxing, momentarily at a loss for words in response to Shenyang's modesty, stood silent. Now, since you have conducted experiments based on the newly improved processes, should you not take me to see those samples? I urgently need to locate the samples. Otherwise, I will be unable to proceed with my engine design, Shenyang said. Your engine? Lu Minxing pondered. Just at this moment, we possess a comprehensive manufacturing system and production line, along with a pool of specialized talents. Why not consider remaining with us? We assure you that everything the Longyan Institute can offer, we are equally capable of providing. Moreover, anything beyond their reach, we can also deliver. After all, we are the true experts in the realm of engine manufacturing, Lu Minxing said to Shenyang. Old Lu, I sincerely appreciate your invitation. However, I have already prepared everything at the revival building of the Longyan Institute, and the people there are eagerly awaiting my return, Shenyang replied. Lu Minxing made several more attempts to persuade Shenyang, but regrettably, Shenyang remained resolute, leading Lu to concede. Very well then. Let us set aside the matter of your stay for now. We shall first visit the sample room to select materials, Lu Minxing declared. Chapter 64, A Modicum of Knowledge? I find that hard to believe. Lu Minxing then escorted Chen Yang to the sample room, which was constructed underground. The first sample room contained specimens that were radioactive. The second room primarily housed samples collected from within the solar system. The third room featured samples from the 9 planets of the solar system. While the fourth room contained numerous unknown elements, likely sourced from beyond the Milky Way, deriving from meteor showers or the remnants of comet tails, Lu Minxing elaborated, presenting each room in turn. Which sample room would you like to begin with? The primordial material possesses dual protons and an internal microelectronic cloud, rendering it incapable of emitting radiation. Furthermore, in a radiative environment, preservation becomes exceedingly challenging. Thus, we can rule out the first sample room. Given the enduring radiation from the sun, the moon or near-Earth bodies are also unlikely to harbor such materials. The only plausible candidates would be substances from extraterrestrial galaxies, with the highest probability being materials derived from comet tails. Therefore, the fourth sample room is the most promising, Chen Yang mused aloud. Very well. Let us access the fourth sample room, Lu Minxing responded. Consequently, the fourth sample room was opened. Though termed a sample room, it resembled an entire floor, intricately designed like a labyrinth filled with black box-like compartments. In order to preserve these materials to the greatest extent, they had been stored in such a manner, Lu Minxing noted. This method of preservation is not only necessary, but remarkably insightful, Chen Yang exclaimed. Subsequently, Chen Yang, wielding his homemade detector, began to scan beside each storage box. Is this capable of detecting anything? It should be, he affirmed. What principle does it operate on? The primordial material consists of dual protons and a microelectronic cloud, which absorbs and reflects specific wavelengths differently, Chen Yang elucidated. Upon hearing this, Lu Minxing focused intently on the detector in Chen Yang's hand. Suddenly, the detector emitted a series of beeps, illuminating with activity. I found it, Chen Yang shouted joyfully. The box was opened to reveal a small fragment of stone. Typically, a standard stone would reflect electromagnetic waves at this wavelength. However, this primordial material alters the surrounding substance's absorption of waves, rendering the detector incapable of receiving its reflected waves. Chen Yang chuckled. What? If it cannot be detected by its reflected waves, does that not imply it can evade radar, achieving perfect invisibility? Lu Minxing seemed to have a sudden realization, his heart jolting as he spoke. Indeed, this is one of his inconspicuous little traits. Inconspicuous, you say? This material holds the potential to develop a fully stealth aircraft. Lu Yuxing exclaimed in astonishment to Chen Yang. Stealth aircraft? That's rather exaggerated. Within the current radar waves, introducing a high-frequency pulse wave would make detection quite effortless. Chen Yang replied with a smile. Is this high-frequency pulse wave easy to create? The technical supervisor inquired of Chen Yang. Quite simple. Look, I produced it in just one night, Chen Yang said, waving the detector in his hand. Upon hearing this, the technical supervisor felt a twinge of disappointment. If it were that easy, it wouldn't offer much of a technological advantage, implying it could be readily deciphered by others. However, Lu Minxing remained composed. Chen Yang, how long did it take you to achieve controllable nuclear fusion? It was quite a considerable amount of time, totaling several hours, Lu Minxing responded. What is your point? I merely wish to gauge the scale of simplicity you reference. Now, I understand, Lu Minxing stated, turning to the project supervisor. Do not heed Professor Chen's nonsensical claims. He is hardly a normal person. Just because he says it's simple, does that mean it truly is? If it were that simple, why don't you demonstrate it for me now? The individual, taken aback by the retort, fell silent. After Lu Minxing's prompting, he realized that the person before him was the one who had tinkered with controllable nuclear fusion while still in technical school, completing the workload of several aerospace departments in merely 2.5 days. Whoever takes his claims of simplicity at face value is truly a fool. You claim it's simple, don't you? In a moment, leave us this little device and kindly share how to produce it. We too wish to see if it can detect stealth aircraft. Lu Minxing declared. Old Lu, since you had Chen Yang enhance the radar, is it possible to provide a bit more of this material? Wu Jingjing interjected opportunely. Certainly, as long as you find it useful, take as much as you like. Then I shall express my gratitude, Wu Jingjing replied to Lu Minxing. Seeing Wu Jingjing's demeanor, Lu Minxing chuckled at Chen Yang. I was initially concerned that someone like you might be easily deceived, but it appears with Jingjing around, swindling you won't be so simple. Wu Jingjing blushed. Old Lu, what are you saying? Ha ha. Lu Minxing laughed even louder. Hearing the exchange between Wu Jingjing and Lu Minxing, Chen Yang smiled, thinking he had just acquired another material for free. I also took material number 34. I had my eye on it already, but felt a bit hesitant to ask. Now, I feel more assured. These materials were painstakingly gathered by the pioneers of aerospace. Each piece taken diminishes the collection. I shall update the radar system as a service. You can update the radar system? I have a rudimentary understanding, Qinyang modestly replied, scratching his scalp. A rudimentary understanding? I'll believe that when pigs fly. Soon. Qinyang retrieved the 2 meteorite pieces from the warehouse. Both were uniformly grayish-brown, appearing indistinguishable. Yet, Qinyang knew the extraordinary value of these items. Fortunately, this item is not used frequently. Otherwise, it would indeed be quite difficult to gather. Qinyang remarked. The meteorite No. 54 was a remnant of a colossal meteor that fell into the atmosphere. The United States shattered it with explosives, leaving us with a small fragment, while they collected a portion approximately 20 times the size of our piece. Lu Minxing elaborated. At this juncture, a spark of insight illuminated Lu Minxing's mind. He suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, I understand. I understand. Shortly after the United States collected this meteorite, the B-2 bomber was conceived. Could it be that its capability for complete stealth is indeed due to the materials derived from this meteorite? Lu Minxing, well versed in the annals of global aerospace history, swiftly connected these two occurrences. Although the B-2 bomber was renowned for its exceptional performance and stealth capabilities, its production had been limited due to cost concerns, dwindling in quantity. However, 2 decades ago, through the Comet Capture Program, a considerable amount of meteorite material was collected from the tail of a comet, leading to the rapid development of various stealth-capable aircraft and bombers within just a few years. Professor Chen, I urge you to commence the radar enhancements immediately and integrate this new pulse signal device into the radar's construction. Once accomplished, our Aerospace Research Institute will indeed become your home. Professor Chen. Chapter 65. Demonstrating the feasibility. Xiao Chun has indeed succeeded. There can be no doubt. Old Lu, there is no need for such formality. It is merely a trifling task, Qinyang replied with a smile. He then turned to Lin Ming. You are responsible for transporting the materials back. I have prepared the processing techniques. You may proceed with the construction according to those methods. Jingjing, and I will join you later after modifying the radar. Understood, Lin Ming nodded. Qinyang then addressed Lu Minxing. Old Lu, I require an office and a radar processing workshop. Certainly. There are vacancies available right now, Lu Minxing responded generously. Jingjing, as per our usual arrangement, please prepare the necessary documents. We shall commence work shortly. Observing Chun Yang's urgency, Lu Minxing could not help but inquire. Xiao Chun, should we not take a break? After all, you have just completed the modifications on those engines. Isn't tackling the radar too exhausting? Not at all. It's merely a minor addition. And it will be finished swiftly, Qinyang asserted. A minor addition? Finished swiftly? Lu Minxing felt a bitter taste in his mouth. This fellow is quite extraordinary. To him, anything is merely a trifle. Soon, Qinyang received the pertinent information regarding the current radar and plunged into intense work. Around 6 in the evening, Lu Minxing and Hu Yueming arrived to invite Qinyang to dinner, but he declined. At 10 o'clock, they returned to urge him again, only to be rebuffed once more. By midnight, he was still laboring away. At 4 in the morning, Qinyang stretched and yawned. At last, it is complete, he exclaimed, gazing at the substantial stack of blueprints before him, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The life-stimulating factor and neuronal stimulation agent are indeed extraordinary. After working late into the night for so long, Qinyang felt no fatigue at all. The stimulation of his neurons had exponentially enhanced his processing speed, analytical abilities, and memory, proving advantageous for his work. Turning around, he noticed Wu Jingjing asleep nearby and gently covered her with a jacket before stepping outside with the blueprints. There, he found Lu Minxing and a group of people waiting for him. What brings you all to wait here? Qinyang inquired. How could we dare to sleep when you are single-handedly improving our radar equipment? Lu Minxing chuckled. Though, I must admit, I dozed off for a moment. I'm getting old and can't compare to your youthful energy. Have you completed the task? Yes, I have. After reviewing your radar manufacturing techniques and considering your existing production facilities, we can implement these improvements without the need for extensive renovations. Are you suggesting that we can commence production immediately? Indeed, Qinyang affirmed with a nod. That is splendid. Old Zhang, proceed forthwith with Chun Yang's improvement plan and upgrade the workshop for the fastest possible production. Lu Minxing commanded. Chief Engineer, shouldn't we validate this first? Validate what? Little Chun has already accomplished it, so there is no doubt. Let us move directly to production. We cannot afford to delay. Lu Minxing replied. Old Zhang, initially perplexed by Lu Minxing's words, soon grasped the situation. Understood. I will initiate production immediately to ensure we meet the deadline. Qinyang, observing their secretive demeanor, chose not to pry. After dining with Lu Minxing, he and Wu Jingjing boarded a private plane back to the bustling metropolis. Once Qin Yang departed, Lu Minxing, momentarily lost in thought, promptly made his way to Hu Yueming's office. What? You intend to take Qin Yang's air defense radar to participate in the military expo in Yanjing? We are still unfamiliar with its performance and specifications. How can we showcase it? The capability to scan for stealth fighters should suffice. Yet, we cannot ascertain its effectiveness. Hu Yueming countered. That is precisely why we must attend. I believe IKIT would greatly benefit from this technology, and it would test its performance thoroughly. But what if we still cannot detect the B-5 stealth bomber? In that case, we will attribute it to technical flaws and return for repairs. After all, no one worldwide has cracked the technology behind American stealth aircraft, and IKIT has suffered immensely. Now that we have a lifeline, do you think they will not seize it? After a moment of contemplation, Hu Yueming slammed the table. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. We will price this radar at 200 million for the initial launch. We will offer a special discount of 10, pricing it at 20 million dragon coins, with a limit of 1 unit per buyer. Upon hearing this, Lu Minxing couldn't help but give a thumbs up. 3 days later, in Yanjing at the military expo, an individual clad in a white robe and headdress, an IKIT figure with a bushy beard, was introduced by acquaintances and acquired a set of phased array radar, reputedly capable of detecting stealth aircraft, for the remarkably low internal trading price of 20 million dragon coins. Following the purchase, the radar was swiftly routed through secret channels back to the war-torn IKIT. As a significant oil power in the Middle East, IKIT is beset by envy due to its strategic position and abundant oil resources, with nations coveting its wealth, particularly the United States, which seeks to devour it. At this moment, King Abdullah II finds himself in a dire predicament. He had anticipated leveraging the wealth accumulated over the years to confront the United States. Yet he never imagined that the formidable fighter jets procured from France and Germany would prove utterly ineffective at the critical moment, as their systems had been tampered with, rendering them incapable of flight. Had it not been for the strategic cruise missiles and radar systems acquired from the Dragon Country and the Russian Bear, it might have already been reduced to rubble. However, those two weapons have now also failed. The United States has deployed the B-5 strategic bomber, reputed to be the most advanced and the only one capable of stealth, which has already obliterated half of the cruise missiles and radar guidance systems in its first strike, and a third of them in the second, with a third assault imminent. Yet, there is no recourse against the B-5 bomber, as it eludes detection by radar. Even with strategic cruise missiles, without precise radar guidance, they are rendered blind. The only hope now lies in the promising news from his brother Agub and uncle Amosher. Abdullah II murmured, "If they do not possess superior weaponry, surrender will be the only option. Your Majesty, Ministers Agub and Amosher have returned," a guard reported to Abdullah II. "Please, let them in quickly." Abdullah II instructed the guard, moving eagerly towards the entrance. "Gentlemen, have you found a means to counter the B-5 bomber?" Abdullah inquired urgently. "Sire, during my visit to the Russian Bear, I met with the chief scientific advisor and the Minister of Defense, who both affirmed that the B-5 is the most advanced strategic bomber in the world, possessing unparalleled stealth capabilities, making it nearly impossible to threaten without fighter support. And no missile can pose a danger to it. However, they have promised to assist us in mediating," Amosher reported to the king. Upon hearing Amoshi's words, King Abdullah sank heavily into a chair, his headscarf slipping from his brow due to the weight of the moment. Even the Russian Bear, with military prowess second only to the United States, is powerless against their B-5 bomber? Chapter 66. The siege has begun. As the king of Ikt, Abdullah is now in a state of panic. He is acutely aware of the United States tactics. The day the city falls will be the day he meets his demise. No, it could be even more horrifying. Those who have fallen into the hands of the United States over the years have all suffered agonizing tortures before their tragic ends. Sire, the B-5 is the most advanced bomber in the world, possessing the strongest stealth capabilities. No country's radar can detect its presence, not even that of the United States. This was the exact assertion of the Russian Bear's Minister of Defense. Sire, let us pursue peace talks, with the Russian Bear mediating. The United States will not dare to act excessively, Amosher urged Abdullah. A look of struggle crossed Abdullah's face. Peace talks? Mediation? Is it truly possible to negotiate? Will they not suddenly change their stance? Aguo watched the king with a pained expression and said, "Your Majesty, during my recent visit to the Dragon Kingdom, a dear friend of mine introduced me to a phased array radar system, which they claim can detect the presence of stealth aircraft." The king laughed heartily. "My nephew, do you truly believe such nonsense? Even the chief scientist of the Russian Bear has stated that no nation can achieve that. Do you think the Dragon Kingdom can succeed where others have failed? Moreover, your radar is remarkably inexpensive. You have been deceived by the Dragon Kingdom." Before returning, Amoxi had already informed himself of Aguo's findings in the Dragon Kingdom. I trust my friend. The Dragon Kingdom has always valued its reputation in military procurement, Agua replied. Hearing this, King Abula II paused indeed. In all transactions, the credibility of the Dragon Kingdom surpasses that of France, Germany, and even the Russian bear. Your Majesty, why not give it a try? A flicker of struggle crossed Abula's face as he recalled the formidable strategic cruise missiles purchased from the Dragon Kingdom. His expression hardened with determination, and he clenched his fist. Very well. Let us proceed. I hope the Dragon Kingdom does not disappoint. How long will it take to utilize the equipment? To synchronize with the original phased array radar from the Dragon Kingdom, it will require only 2 hours. As the operational procedures are identical. Excellent. Prepare for immediate deployment. Abula commanded Agua. Yes, Your Majesty. 2 hours later, Abula and Agua emerged from the concealed underground facility and arrived at the temporary central control room. Report to the king. The radar has been installed and calibrated. Shall we activate it? Activate. Abula replied, his voice trembling. This was his last hope. If this failed, he would have to seek mediation from the Russian bear. Abula crossed himself and closed his eyes in prayer, hoping to locate the Phantom in the skies. Several of their underground facilities had been obliterated by the B-5 Phantom bomber's penetrating munitions. If they allowed it to continue its bombardment, their nation would perish, even without surrender. Everyone anxiously gazed at the green screen, none daring to leave. At that moment, the head of intelligence approached. Your Majesty, according to information provided by the Russian bear. A.U.S. B-5 bomber has taken to the skies once more, target unknown. Panic flashed across the faces of Abula and his aides. It has come. Is it finally returning? Abula forced himself to remain composed, turning his gaze back to the radar system screen, praying once more, find this Phantom. We must locate this Phantom. May the divine grant us favor. An hour passed, yet there was no sign. 2 hours went by, still silence reigned. 3 hours later, the stillness continued. Just as despair began to settle among them, a sudden, urgent alarm pierced the air. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone jolted, and Abula stood up abruptly. Report to command. Report to command. An unidentified flying object has appeared in the southwest, approaching rapidly. Should we proceed with tracking and locking on? Abula clenched his fists. The despondency among the others was swept away, replaced with exhilaration. Could it be that the radar had truly detected the silhouette of the B-5 bomber? Lock onto it. Quickly. Secure a lock. Abula shouted. Yes. Radar tracking initiated. 20 seconds later, beep, beep, beep. Radar has locked on. Requesting missile destruction. Requesting missile destruction. The operator's voice trembled with excitement at that moment, a feeling unprecedented in intensity. Locked on. Finally locked on. This marks the first time since the onset of hostilities. Destroy it. Obliterate it. Launch missile number 1. No, not number 1. That belongs to the Russian bear. Use number 4. Launch the number 4 strategic cruise missile. That was procured from the Dragon Kingdom. It's reliable. Abrala shouted, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. Yes. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. 500 kilometers away. In a concealed location, the missile silo erupted, and a strategic cruise missile soared into the sky like a fire-breathing dragon, emitting a series of roars. Inside the cockpit of the B-5 bomber, Paul urged, pay close attention. After this, Riactor will likely surrender, and we may never again relish such a breathtaking view. Oh, what a pity, sighed co-pilot Maddie, a look of regret etched on his face. The B-5 bomber, renowned as the most advanced strategic bomber globally, not only possessed unparalleled capabilities, but also incurred the highest costs, seldom deployed lightly. Thus, the opportunity to soar in the B-5 was cherished intensely. Beep, beep. Suddenly, the radar system emitted a sharp alarm, startling both men. What is happening? Is there a malfunction with the radar? They initially feared a failure in the aircraft's radar, as no ground radar could detect them. But then, oh no, we've been locked on. Maddie screamed in horror. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We are piloting the B-5. The world's most advanced stealth bomber. No radar can find us. Paul shouted in defiance. Beep, beep. The alarming sound intensified. An unidentified flying object is approaching us. Oh my god. That's a cruise missile. It's a cruise missile. Return. Quickly return. Headquarters. This is B-5. We've been locked on. Requesting assistance. Requesting assistance. Headquarters acknowledges. Headquarters acknowledges. Please confirm once more if you are indeed locked on. This is no jest. I'll jest your sister. Ah, it's here. It's here. My god. Ah, boom. In the stratosphere, a burst of flames erupted. The once dominant B-5 bomber was struck as if by a flying sword, obliterated in an instant. In the underground control room of Riactor, Abrala watched the 2 signals vanish from the green screen, his fists clenched tightly. Report. Target destroyed. Target destroyed. the reporting officer said. His voice choked with emotion. Tears welled in his eyes. After enduring so long, today he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. As Abrala and his colleagues gazed at the screen, the control room erupted in jubilant cheers. Chapter 67. For he, like us, harbors an immense love for this nation. 2 hours later, the wreckage of the B-5 was transported to Abrala's subterranean chamber. The specter has been vanquished. At last, the specter has been vanquished. God bless. May the divine bless us. This time, we owe it all to the Dragon Kingdom. They are our true friends. Abrala reflected, a goodbye. Please extend my heartfelt thanks to your friend. Moreover, promptly cancel my itinerary for next month. I must travel to the Dragon Nation for an official visit. Additionally, let us procure 20 more units of the Divine Eye radar. They claim that the original price of this radar is 200 million. With the first unit offered at a friendly price, but the subsequent units will revert to the original cost. A fair return. We must not allow our friends to suffer a loss. In the Dragon Nation, at 3 a.m, within the Aerospace Research Institute, Lu Minxing and Hu Yueming were struck by news from the intelligence department as if hit by a bolt from the blue. They collapsed into their chairs, unable to collect themselves for an extended period. After a while, Lu Minxing murmured to himself, the B-5 Phantom bomber has been shot down, discovered by our radar and subsequently intercepted by our cruise missiles. How is this possible? How can this be? He had only taken half a day, barely half a day. Lu Minxing felt as though his mind had short-circuited. Was this what he referred to as a mere trivial task? Was this the little gadget he mentioned? Hu Yueming, too, found himself at a loss for words, never before having experienced such profound shock. Suddenly, he turned to Lu Minxing, asking urgently, where is he now? Has he arrived at the Dragon Institute yet? Quickly, summon him. If he cannot be invited, then seize him. If he cannot be seized, then incapacitate him and bring him back. Our Aerospace Research Institute needs him, desperately. Qin Yang, having achieved his goal, soon returned to the Dragon Institute. Upon witnessing his safe return, Wu Xian's face lit up with joy. Those at the Aerospace Research Institute are nothing but a band of ruffians. They merely wanted to borrow something. Yet they attempted to keep him, utterly shameless. Wu Xian exclaimed indignantly. Next time, they shall not set foot in our Dragon Institute. It was merely a jest from old Hu and old Lu. Qin Yang replied with a smile. A jest? You have no idea of their cunning and deceitfulness. Wu Xian cautioned. In any case, be vigilant. Do not allow these wolves to devour you, he reiterated. At that moment, the secretary entered and whispered a few words into Wu Xian's ear. What? They still have the audacity to come here? Wu Xian remarked. Let me see how thick-skinned he can be. He then stepped outside, much like the previous encounters with Shui Gang and Old Tiger Lu. This time Hu Yueming and Lu Minxing had come for Qin Yang, offering a far more substantial proposition, 100 billion dragon coins. If you agree to transfer Qin Yang to our Aerospace Research Institute, we are willing to pay the Dragon Institute 100 billion in fees. Additionally, we are eager to collaborate on developing space projects, Lu Minxing stated to Wu Xian. Upon hearing the figure of 100 billion, Yuan Dawei was momentarily stunned. It was said that the Aerospace Research Institute was wealthy, but now they truly comprehended what it meant to be affluent. To make such a generous offer of 100 billion was simply extravagant. Although the Dragon Institute had numerous research funds, the entirety of the research budget at the Shanghai Dragon Institute did not amount to 100 billion. If they could indeed secure that 100 billion, how many young scholars' research could be supported, and how many innovative results could be cultivated? Are you aware that the phased array radar, which Qin Yang casually developed for them, shot down the so-called world's most powerful American B-5 stealth bomber yesterday? This triumph has helped Ikit stabilize the situation in an instant, and furthermore, Ikit has decided to urgently procure 20 units, each costing 200 million. That amounts to a staggering 4 billion. This is merely the result of a single day. These individuals are astute. Do you think they cannot comprehend the implications of this? Wu Xian said indignantly. Wu Lao, impressive indeed. Such swift intelligence. Hu Yueming and Lu Minxing exchanged glances, somewhat taken aback at Wu Xian's insight. Is it any surprise? Do you think my son is idly passing time? Wu Xian retorted. Clearly irritated, Hu Yueming suddenly realized, having forgotten this detail, Wu Xian's son, Wu Weigua, specializes in military industry. How could the remarkable performance of Shinmu and Ikit fail to capture their attention? They had only known Wu Weigua as an industry professional, but were unaware of his elevated status and rapid access to information. Enough idle chatter. Allow me to make it clear. Qin Yang is affiliated with our Dragon Institute of Nuclear Energy Research in Modu, and none of you should harbor any designs on him. If you wish to invite him for consultation, that is acceptable. The advisory fee is tentatively set at 10 million each time. Further pricing can be determined based on circumstances. Wu Xian declared with an air of authority. Hu Yueming found himself speechless. He had initially thought he possessed significant leverage, only to realize that, in the eyes of the opposition, it was merely an open card. What was there to negotiate? Wu Lao, I implore you to assist us. We are in urgent need of Chun Yang's expertise to enhance our aerospace endeavors. You must understand that whoever holds air superiority wields the initiative in warfare. Although we have made progress in recent years, we still lag significantly behind the United States. Qinyang could expedite our advancement, so I kindly request your leniency. Spare me the flowery words. You speak more sweetly than a song. When Lu Laohu and Xue Dunzi made similar appeals, they insisted that your military research institute needed him. And so did the Aerospace Research Institute. Should we not require him as well? Let me be clear, there is no chance of transferring Qinyang. Any future consultations must be accompanied by a consulting fee. That is final. With that, Wu Xian assertively ended the video call. Observing Wu Xian's resolute demeanor, Qian Xiling and others looked on with envious admiration. Old Wu, you are the only one speaking so decisively. Indeed, who wouldn't? Given that our precious granddaughter is so close at hand? Hearing Wu Xian's words, Qian Xiling felt a mix of jealousy and frustration. Damn it. Comparing oneself to others can be infuriating. When I return, I must give my son a good thrashing. Why couldn't he have given me a well-behaved, charming, and intelligent granddaughter? Wu Xian regarded the two with a smug expression. All right, enough of that. Remember these rascals. If they ever return to our Dragon Institute, we shall break their legs first. With that, he strode out, hands behind his back. Meanwhile, in Yanjing, Hu Yueming and Lu Mingxing wore grave expressions. After witnessing Wu Xian's audacious termination of the video call, they exchanged glances filled with bitterness. It seems that enticing him to work for our Aerospace Research Institute is now impossible. We can only consider a collaborative approach. Emulating the Military Research Institute, Lu Mingxing remarked. Will this fellow agree to such terms? Hu Yueming expressed his concerns. Will he accept? Why? Because he, like us, harbors an immense love for this country. Lu Mingxing replied earnestly. Chapter 68. Delivering our local specialties to Qinyang. Lu Mingxing was confident that Qinyang would acquiesce. Though his interactions with this youth, who was decades younger, had been brief, he could distinctly sense the fervent patriotic spirit emanating from him. Very well. You shall handle this matter. Remember, we can mobilize all available resources. Understood, Lu Mingxing responded. Oh, by the way, don't young people usually fancy those high-performance sports cars and yachts? Make sure to purchase something for him, leaving aside everything else. Simply the intellectual property reward for the Shenmue radar alone warrants several $100 million. And, aside from the sports cars, let us also gift some of our local specialties. Perhaps a private jet or a helicopter. Let's arrange for everything we can offer, Hu Yueming suggested. Is that feasible? It must be feasible. Did you not see how old Wu was willing to send his precious granddaughter away? The Military Research Institute has bestowed a major rank, a security battalion, and an 800-square-meter villa. If we do not present something substantial, on what grounds can we expect cooperation? Hu Yueming asserted. Upon hearing Hu Yueming's words, Lu Mingxing nodded in agreement. All right, I will make the arrangements immediately. In our nation, no other research institution rivals our aerospace sector. We are first, and no one dares to claim second. Just the revenue from communication satellites is astronomical. Not to mention assisting other nations with satellite launches and the export of various space vehicles and radars. These are all high-tech, high-profit industries, generating wealth primarily from foreign clients. Take, for instance, the radar Shenmue that Qinyang has modified. Since it is merely an inherent upgrade of the existing radar, there have been no changes to the production line, and the additional transformation costs are negligible. As for the radar's cost, it has long been established on a complete production line, with expenses kept below $5 million. Selling it for $20 million would be a substantial profit. Now, we are selling it for $200 million. It's akin to driving a truck to collect money. No, it's not merely collecting money. Foreign clients are lining up to pay us. Not only has Riactor placed an order for 20 units, but other nations have also followed suit. We have already received orders for a total of 100 units. That equates to a staggering $2 billion. Is it not right to bestow some sports cars or planes upon our great benefactor? Upon returning to Modu, Qinyang immersed himself in his work at the Longyan Institute's Fuxing building. The original material, as Lin Ming had processed and refined according to Qinyang's previous guidance, turned out to be in liquid form. Gazing at the gray liquid contained within a jade vessel, Lin Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that after purification, it would manifest in such a manner. Professor Chun, we extracted a small sample for a preliminary test and discovered its properties to be quite unique, exhibiting characteristics of both metallic and non-metallic elements. Indeed, this original material is fundamentally different from the elements listed in our current periodic table, he acknowledged. It is precisely because it is distinct that it can endow other substances with unique characteristics, Qinyang remarked with a smile. Now, in accordance with this ratio, we shall enhance the original metallic alloy process, and at the 54th step, we will incorporate this original material into the titanium-magnesium alloy at a ratio of 100. 000 to 1, Qinyang stated. Indeed, Lin Ming replied earnestly. At this moment, in his heart, Qinyang was an undisputed authority. Everything he did was deemed correct. Having resolved the most challenging material issue, if all goes well, the entire process will require merely 3 days. After 3 days, these materials will be fabricated, and subsequently, the primary components of the engine will be produced. The personnel responsible for manufacturing have already prepared the engine molds and lathes according to Qinyang's prior designs. Concurrently, Qinyang has also completed the nuclear-powered reactor specifically for assembling the engine. Unlike the previous generation of arc reactors, which would undoubtedly fail to meet current demands, the upgraded second-generation arc reactor poses no such issues. Following the original design, the arc reactor has been crafted into a more stable spherical shape to better accommodate the engine, thus preventing gravitational shifts due to changes in posture. When the time comes, this reactor will be housed within the energy chamber, where the nuclear reaction energy will be converted into vast amounts of electrical power, ionizing the air within the chamber. The formidable ionic wind will then be expelled. Ultimately, utilizing the principle of reaction force, kinetic energy will be generated. Perfect. We are merely awaiting the final assembly once everything is in place. Qinyang mused. After arranging everything, Qinyang took a rare moment to relax. At that moment, Zhang Jie and Pang Lijuan, who had previously received papers from Qinyang, emerged with expressions of exhilaration. Professor Chen, thank you. My paper has been accepted by science. Mine too. Science, the pinnacle of global journals, the ultimate ranking for scientists. Publishing a single paper is enough to achieve greatness and soar. Those nearby were astonished, filled with both amazement and regret. They were astonished that the papers had indeed been accepted as Qinyang had predicted, and they regretted not seizing the opportunity when Qinyang initially offered to submit their work. I even received a call from the lead reviewer at Science, inviting me to give a lecture at Yale University in the United States, but I declined, Zhang Jie excitedly exclaimed. I too received a call from the director of science education at Caltech, who expressed a desire to invite me as a visiting scholar for an exchange. I also declined. Pang Lijuan echoed. Yale Caltech? Cradles of Nobel laureates and top-tier global institutions. The envy and jealousy of those nearby were palpable. However, upon seeing Qinyang, they understood. Perhaps it was for the best that they had declined. Had they not, they might not have returned. Qinyang chuckled. Not return? What do you mean? Will they detain us? One can never be too sure, Qinyang replied with a smile. You need not ponder too deeply. Simply understand that abstaining is the wisest choice for you, Qinyang remarked with a smile. Indeed, the two responded enthusiastically, nodding in agreement. They exchanged glances and said, Professor Chen, we are profoundly grateful for this tremendous gift. However, upon reflection, we believe this paper may hold significant importance in the annals of scientific history. Thus, we would prefer to return this honor to you. Additionally, after our article is published, the Long Institute will reward each of us with 1 million, and we shall also be promoted to professors. We feel undeserving of such accolades. Therefore, we believe it is best for these accolades to return to their rightful owner. Zhang Jie addressed Qinyang. The title of a scientist is a revered one, yet most scientists live under modest circumstances. Figures like Wu Lao and Qian Lao are rare exceptions. Many, like Zhang Jie and Pang Lijuan, are recent Ph.D. graduates who have just entered research institutions. A fortunate few have secured titles, but the majority possess none. No titles, no wealth, no fame, only quietly contributing their efforts. Take these accolades. They are of no use to me, Qinyang said to the two. But you need them as well. After all, you are only a level 4 professor at present. With these 2 papers, you might even qualify for a level 3 professorship. They insisted. Chapter 69. He and she, ultimately from 2 different worlds having a title grants status and stability, which in turn provides a voice in future research project applications. I appreciate your sentiment, but I have no need for these accolades, since I have given them to you. They are yours. Pursue your titles and bonuses. It has been said that researching atomic bombs is less rewarding than selling tea eggs. Such occurrences must not transpire in our revival building. Qinyang then noticed that everyone nearby was looking in their direction. I assure everyone present that as long as you are here, each of you will have the opportunity to publish in science. Every one of you will surely obtain commendable titles. Upon hearing Qinyang's words, the crowd felt invigorated. Yet more so, they were moved. In academia, papers are the lifeblood. Wealth, reputation, and status stem from published works. And it is rare for anyone to relinquish their own research, as it is tantamount to surrendering their achievements. Yet, here was Qin Yang, offering his own papers and significant contributions for their titles and rewards. A profound silence enveloped the room as everyone returned to their tasks. But an undeniable spirit of determination lingered in their hearts. At the Long Institute, on Longyan Avenue, two grand banners proclaimed, "Warm congratulations to Song Ji on the inclusion of his article in Science," and "Warm congratulations to Gao Chun on the inclusion of his article in Math." The vibrant, eye-catching banners drew envy from all passers-by. My goodness, is this the same Song Ji who once struggled to graduate? Now he has published in Science. Has his ancestral grave caught fire? What ancestral tomb is ablaze? If not the one led by Professor Chen? I am left in disbelief. Had I known this would happen, I would have gladly swept the floors for Professor Chen. Someone lamented in despair. At this moment, Ma Rong and Yang Shui, walking along the road, cast a complex gaze upon the banner above, instantly feeling that their article with an impact factor of 4 paled in comparison. An article published in Science boasts an astounding impact factor of 60. Alas, Ma Rong, I do not mean to criticize, but how could you not seize the opportunity when you were matched with Professor Chen? If you had succeeded, not only would the article have been included in Science, but perhaps you could have graced the cover of the journal. Who knows, in a moment of joy, you might have even won a Nobel Prize, Yang Shui murmured softly beside her. Ma Rong's face flushed crimson, as if she had been dealt a stinging slap. In the bustling metropolis, at the home of Zhou Hui, and in turn at the Long Institute, the present Zhou Hui finds himself sprawled on the ground, howling in distress. You scoundrel! I have invested so much money to pave the way for you, and yet you prove utterly inept. How can you be so useless? If you had shown even a modicum of competence in front of Professor Chen, an article in Science would have been within reach. With that article, gaining admission to top-tier universities like Harvard, Yale, California, or Imperial College would be a mere formality. Just think of the brilliant minds you would encounter and the powerful connections you would forge. You are worthless. I could strike you down. Zhou Hui cried out in agony, his heart heavy with regret. He never imagined that Qin Yang possessed such extraordinary abilities, effortlessly producing work that was accepted by Science. Equally battered was Pan Jun, who had shared Zhou Hui's grievances against Qin Yang. At this moment, he too had been thoroughly chastised by his father and cast out from his home. In the laboratory, Qin Yang meticulously examined the various components of the engine when he received another call from Lu Mishing. Brother, I have prepared some items for you. Take a look later. If there's anything you dislike, just let me know, and I'll exchange it. Lao Lu, we are all in this together. No need for such formality, Qin Yang replied. Indeed, we are comrades, so do not hesitate to accept what I have prepared for you. To be formal would imply you do not regard me as one of your own. Qin Yang intended to decline, but found himself ensnared in Lu's insistence. Then I shall express my gratitude in advance. After all, we are comrades. No need for formality, Lu Minxing said with a smile. Then he shifted the topic. Oh, by the way, the improvements you made to the Divine Eye radar have completely resolved the crisis for Reactor. In pursuit of greater security, they have ordered another 20 units of Divine Eye, along with 10 cruise missiles. Reactor now holds negotiating leverage with the United States, and both parties have reached a ceasefire agreement. King Abla of Reactor is immensely grateful to us and plans to visit the Dragon Country in a month, accompanied by Prince Abuji. This time, King Abla wishes to meet you, the engineer behind the Divine Eye, to personally thank you. Do you think you could spare some time then? I think I shall decline, Qin Yang replied. My nuclear-powered engine is nearing completion and is at a critical testing phase. I cannot afford to leave. Lu Minxing paused momentarily upon hearing this, then replied, in truth, besides meeting our benevolent benefactor to encourage further purchases of their products, there is another significant individual who wishes to meet you. To be precise, they seek your assistance. Qin Yang remained silent for a brief while before responding, very well. However, I may only have 3 days available. Excellent. I assure you, it will not consume too much of your time. In a luxurious villa in Yanjing, the renowned superstar Michelle had just concluded filming and was now indulging in a facial mask. Nearby, her agent, Kong Luan, approached her. Sister Kong, will I be able to secure the CC advertisement? Have you finalized the negotiations with them? They are an international brand, aligning perfectly with my current persona and image requirements. And it would greatly aid my entry into the global market. Landing their endorsement would undoubtedly be a significant boost to my career, Michelle inquired, while delicately patting her face. Despite her current stature as a top-tier celebrity, she was still precarious in the entertainment industry. Without sufficient resources, she risked being swiftly eliminated. The negotiations for the CC advertisement are still ongoing. I am doing my utmost. However, I learned today that a prominent figure will be visiting Yinjing in a month. Rumor has it, a prince from the kingdom of Reactor. They will host a soiree, requiring some beautiful women to enliven the atmosphere. Socialites and dignitaries from all walks of life will be in attendance, providing you with an excellent opportunity to expand your network. You must seize this chance. Reactor, a prince? Weren't they recently embroiled in conflict? Michelle questioned. That is outdated news. I heard they acquired a formidable weapon from us that repelled the Americans. They are now in peace talks. They are a wealthy oil nation, famously extravagant. Kong Luan replied, grinning. When that event occurs, a plethora of celebrities will gather. If you can truly shine in such a grand setting, it will be an immense advantage for you. And if you manage to spark some rumors with the prince, it could propel you to unprecedented heights. Upon hearing Kong Luan's words, a glimmer of anticipation flickered across Michelle's face. Rest assured, Sister Kong, I will seize this opportunity. Oh, by the way, regarding the person you asked me to investigate, I could find no trace of them at Longyan Institute, just a vocational student, likely eliminated long ago. Do not harbor any illusions, Kong Luan informed. Oh, Michelle replied, her expression neutral. This revelation brought her a sense of relief, as it seemed the previous encounter had indeed been a misunderstanding. They were ultimately from two disparate worlds. Chapter 70. In the automotive realm, who can instruct the Longqi group on proper conduct? Qinyang meticulously reviewed every aspect once more, finding no issues, and thus felt reassured. At that moment, Wu Jingjing approached him. Old Lu has arrived and is waiting outside. Would you like to go see him? What? Old Lu? What brings him here? Qinyang pondered for a moment, shaking his head in disbelief. Nonetheless, he followed Wu Jingjing downstairs. Indeed, on the 6th underground level, within the secured area, they encountered Lu Minxing. Old Lu, what brings you here on such a leisurely occasion? Qinyang inquired. I came to present you with a gift, Lu replied. You casually helped us create a small gadget last time, and it has brought us great fortune. Lu Minxing exclaimed. I invited you to our Aerospace Research Institute, but you were reluctant to go. So, I have brought it to you. There's really no need. I have everything I require. My meals, drinks, and accommodation are all arranged by Elder Wu, Qinyang replied. What Elder Wu provided is his. What we offer is ours, Lu Minxing chuckled. This is a villa we previously acquired in the Magic City, and in light of your contributions, we are gifting it to you now. What would I do with the villa? I do not reside there. The 2-bedroom apartment allocated to me at the Longyan Institute is perfectly adequate, and it is close to my workplace. You must accept it as a token of our appreciation, he insisted. Oh, by the way, Old Wu mentioned that you young people tend to favor sports cars. I am uncertain of your preferences, so I have ordered one for you, a custom-made Parolini from Germany. Thanks to our partnership. As he spoke, a car cover was lifted, revealing a stunningly sleek vehicle. The globally limited edition Parolini. Only 5 units have been released worldwide. Wu Jingjing gasped. This car is worth 1.2 billion, and the issue is that even with money, one cannot acquire it. Old Lu, this gift is too extravagant. Qinyang remarked. You deserve it. Old Lu replied. Additionally, we have prepared for you a top-spec Longxiang helicopter. It is currently in processing and should arrive in 2 or 3 days, Lu Minxing added with a smile. Old Lu, you really need not be so courteous. Qinyang chuckled. Just tell me, do you like it or not? Lu Minxing inquired. To be honest? Of course, be honest. I am not particularly fond of it. It feels rather crude and low-end, Qinyang admitted. Having spent considerable time in the future library, Qinyang's perspective had broadened significantly. Upon seeing this vehicle, he felt akin to a modern individual who, accustomed to contemporary automobiles, was suddenly transported to ancient times, receiving a beautifully adorned palanquin. Regardless of its exquisite craftsmanship, he could not muster any affection for it. Crude? Low-end. The Parolini is a century-old brand, renowned for its automotive craftsmanship. Their techniques, design philosophies, and material selections are highly sophisticated, embodying the pinnacle of contemporary automotive engineering. I appreciate your goodwill, but I must insist you take this car back. I will keep the helicopter for now. How can you manage without a car? I will arrange for another one that guarantees your satisfaction. What boy does not love cars? Lu Minxing countered. Lu Minxing was correct. Qinyang did have an affinity for the vehicle. Very well, I thank you. If you truly wish to assist me, could you help me contact an automotive manufacturer? I would like to design a car for myself. Qinyang expressed. Having seen those futuristic vehicles, he was unable to contain his excitement and yearned to create one for himself. What? You wish to design a car for yourself? Have you done this before? Never. However, I can learn. Though I may not possess the expertise of professionals, it should still turn out well, Qinyang replied with a smile. All right. I will connect you with an automotive company, Lu Minxing said. Longqi Group, headquartered here. What? Lu Lao, are you joking with me? Is there really someone who intends to personally design and manufacture their own automobile? Yang Wanli, the general manager of Longyan Group, which dominates automobile production and sales in Longhua, could not help but express his astonishment. Well, when the time comes, he will provide you with the blueprints, and you can assist in processing, designing, and producing them. All right. No problem. I will promptly organize an expert team. Should there be any flaws in the vehicle design, our expert team will be ready to rectify and modify it at the earliest opportunity. Flaws? There shouldn't be any, Lu Mingxing replied. Just follow the designs directly when the time comes. What if, by chance, it turns out to be undrivable? Wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? You underestimate this individual far too much. Don't say I didn't warn you. Your opportunities are limited. When this person visits you, make sure to learn diligently. I assure you, it will be immensely beneficial, Lu Mingxing asserted. Although he had yet to see Chun Yang's designs, he firmly believed that there was nothing beyond Chun Yang's capabilities. Lu Lao, your assertions seem a bit exaggerated. When it comes to airplanes and missiles, we certainly cannot compete with you. But regarding automobiles, we take exception. Over the years, we have caught up in automotive manufacturing technology. As for the individual you mentioned, even if he has never worked in this field before, and even if it is merely a hobby for him now, he will still need to learn from us at Longyan Group. Yang Wanli's tone was filled with defiance. This was his pride. It was also the pride of the Longyan people. Oh, still not convinced. Very well. I hope that when the time comes, you can maintain such confidence and not falter. Impossible. Over these years, we have conquered various automotive technologies. Aside from some minor details that require improvement, we are not lacking in any other aspects, and we stand at the forefront of global automotive technology, Yang Wanli declared. All right. I await to see how steadfast you can remain, Yang Wanli said. After hanging up the phone, Yang Wanli felt perplexed. What kind of person could command such respect from his esteemed senior? Never mind. I truly do not believe that anyone in the automotive field can teach us at Longyan Group how to operate. Every field has its own intricacies. Regardless of how impressive someone may be in other areas, in the realm of automobiles, everyone is still a novice, Yang Wanli proclaimed confidently. Longyan Institute, Revival Building. Professor Chun. The nuclear power reaction chamber has been processed and completed. Report to Professor Chun. The nuclear propulsion chamber has been constructed. Report to Professor Chun. The energy converter for the nuclear reactor has been installed. One by one, the updates were conveyed to Qin Yang. A flicker of excitement crossed Qin Yang's face. Is it finally nearing completion? Contact the Aerospace Research Institute and arrange for engine testing. Qin Yang instructed Lin Ming, who was beside him. Since he had accompanied him on the last visit, he was more familiar with the procedures and processes than others. Yes, Lin Ming replied excitedly. Simultaneously, Qin Yang called for Wu Jingjing. Notify all shareholders. Inform them that the engine has been successfully developed and is now entering the testing phase. If they wish to observe, they are welcome to join us. Chapter 71. Is this an engine? It is nothing short of a work of art. Shareholders? Wu Jingjing was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained her composure. The news had been conveyed by her. What? The engine development has been completed? Is it confirmed to be an aircraft engine? Wu Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Confirmed. Wu Jingjing replied. Confirmed to be a nuclear-powered aircraft engine? Confirmed. Is it the one previously mentioned by Qin Yang? Oh dear. Old man. Are you ever going to stop? If you want to go, then go. If not, then forget it. Wu Jingjing said impatiently to her grandfather, Wu Xian. Go, go, go. We must go. Wu Xian hurriedly insisted to his granddaughter. After notifying Wu Xian, Wu Jingjing also dialed Shui Gang's number. Elder Shui. The engine has been manufactured and is scheduled for testing soon at the Aerospace Engine Testing Base. You are welcome to observe. Great. I'll be there on time. Shui Gang replied enthusiastically from the other end of the line. After hanging up, Shui Gang rushed to see old Hulu. Major General Feng Bin from the Aviation Department was also present. What? It's only been less than 3 months, and it's already done? How is that possible? Didn't you say that the engine would take at least 5 years to start, and 10 years for iterations? How did they accomplish this? Shui Dunzi. Did you not work diligently from the beginning? Feng Bin reprimanded Shui Gang. Shui Gang felt somewhat embarrassed. You know nothing. According to common logic, it should take that long. Then how did Qin Yang accomplish it? He cannot be measured by ordinary standards, Shui Gang retorted. Ultimately, it's still your inadequacy. Feng Bin shot back with a sharp tongue. Old Hulu observed the two arguing, accustomed to their bickering, and refrained from intervening. I heard that last time. Qin Yang casually tinkered with the radar, and upon equipping it, he managed to take down the American B-5 bomber? Now, countless countries around the globe have secretly equipped this radar. It has caused the American president to protest multiple times. The once boastful B-5 bomber, which used to intimidate the world, is now too frightened to show itself. I heard they are negotiating with us. hoping to control the quantity and distribution of this strategic-level equipment. Otherwise, a radar worth $200 million could suppress a B-5 that costs several hundred billion in American dollars, which is a significant loss for them. The most crucial aspect is the drastic reduction in deterrence, Shuigang stated. Although his voice was calm, his tone could not help but convey excitement. After the Dark Era, the Dragon Kingdom has never felt so proud. Excellent. This boosts our national pride. No wonder my brother Fongbin holds him in such high regard. Last time he left early. Next time, I must enjoy a drink with him, Fongbin declared passionately. This time you go and take a good look. If it truly succeeds, make sure to secure it for our Military Research Institute. Don't forget, we have invested in it. We cannot let those old men from the Aerospace Research Institute intercept it. Yes. Meanwhile, Lin Ming also called Lu Mingxing to arrange everything. I wonder just how formidable this engine will turn out to be, Lu Mingxing murmured to himself. Previously, Qinyang had enhanced the existing engine, achieving a remarkable increase in overall performance, elevating it to 5 or 6 times the original capabilities, even surpassing those of the United States. Yet, despite this achievement, Qinyang remained unsatisfied, yearning to develop a nuclear-powered engine, which piqued Lu Mingxing's curiosity about what made this engine so captivating to him. Soon, Qinyang prepared everything. Unlike the traditional massive engines, this nuclear-powered engine appeared lighter and more compact, with an overall weight of merely 34 tons, a length of 3 meters, and a diameter of 0.8 meters. The engine featured 9 small jet nozzles, each modest in size, rendering it visually unobtrusive. Its entirety was adorned in a sleek silver-gray hue, exuding a sense of futurism. Was this the arc reactor ion engine? It felt extraordinarily sci-fi, even more so than those depicted in science fiction films. The onlookers were exhilarated by this engine, a culmination of their efforts over the past 3 months. It was not merely an engine. It resembled a masterpiece, an industrial work of art. The flowing lines, graceful curves, and a lustrous sheen satisfied every sci-fi enthusiast's fantasy of a future engine. One could hardly imagine a more remarkable engine even in a fictional universe. Professor Chen, what do you intend to name this engine? Someone inquired. Qinyang paused, realizing he had not considered a name for it. How about Phylong No. 1? Qinyang responded with a smile. Phylong No. 1. The crowd pondered. It's not bad. It may be a bit common, but it rolls off the tongue, Wu Jingjing candidly remarked. Upon hearing this, Qinyang felt a bit embarrassed. He indeed lacked aptitude in this regard. 2 days later, Qinyang had everything ready. Under stringent protection, he headed to the Aerospace Research Institute. Professor Chen, we meet again. Lu Mingxing approached eagerly, shaking Qinyang's hand with a smile. If during Qinyang's last visit, Lu Mingxing felt a sense of mentorship, that sentiment had vanished entirely. In just a few short days, he had resolved issues that had eluded him for decades, and the results now far surpassed all expectations. He felt a newfound respect for Qinyang, akin to that of a student towards a teacher. Old Lu, I must trouble you once more, Qinyang said. What are you saying? It's all for our Dragon Nation. Besides, I would welcome such challenges daily, Lu Mingxing replied. Accompanied by Dragon War and other security personnel, Phylong No. 1 was swiftly transported to the testing base. This is the engine. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the elongated cylindrical structure. They had never encountered an engine with such a design. Lu Mingxing and Hu Yueming could not resist approaching to touch the engine. It's so smooth, so beautiful. This is a true work of art. Is this engine crafted from alloy? It's simply stunning, Lu Mingxing exclaimed, his excitement causing his hands to tremble. What magnitude of thrust can it provide? How much pressure can it withstand? For how many consecutive hours can it operate? We are on the verge of developing the 7th generation of fighter jets. I wonder if this engine can furnish sufficient power for the 7th generation aircraft. Lu Mingxing stood there, murmuring to himself. Soon, news of Qinyang's upcoming engine tests spread throughout the Aerospace Research Institute. Many rushed to witness whether the rumors of its extraordinary capabilities were indeed true. It is said that this individual is a scientific prodigy. I wonder if his reputation will continue to shine in the creation of this engine. I am confident it will yield surprises. It is rumored that previous groundbreaking inventions were accomplished with remarkable ease. If we succeed this time, we will truly achieve a remarkable leap forward. Chapter 72. Testing commences. Stable thrust of 50 tons. The entire Aerospace Research Institute is focused on this test. In the main control room, Lu Mingxing, Hu Yueming, Shuigang, Wu Xian, and Qian Siliang, among other prominent figures, took their positions in the observation area. At the forefront of these dignitaries stood a man in military uniform, his expression resolute and serious, hair graying, with a gaze sharp as a sword, steadfast as a mountain. He is none other than Tu Hongba, the head of the Ministry of Science and Technology of Longyan and the current leader of the Weapons and Equipment Department. Let us hope for success, Wu Xin murmured. Even if we do not succeed, it is of little consequence. We ought to afford our youth more opportunities, the man replied with a smile. However, his tone shifted as he continued. Yet, I hope we have more opportunities and more time. Unfortunately, our adversaries do not share this luxury. In the past year, the United States U-7 reconnaissance aircraft and B-5 bombers, once regarded as the pinnacle of technology, have been rendered obsolete by us. The world believed these to be their utmost combat capabilities, yet this is a misconception. Their display of combat strength is tiered. Their technological prowess far exceeds external estimations. According to the latest intelligence, following the assaults on their B-5 and U-7, they have unveiled the latest and most advanced models, potentially the 8th generation. It remains uncertain how formidable these 8th generation aircraft are, but their performance undoubtedly surpasses that of the 7th and 6th generations, based on previous simulations. If the generational gap between fighter jets exceeds 2, it results in a dimensional strike on the battlefield. Even with numerical superiority, they would merely become live targets. Therefore, the higher-ups hope you can expedite the development of the 7th generation fighter jets to alleviate the pressure caused by this generational disparity. Tu Hongba addressed the assembly. Upon hearing Tu Hongba's words, the expressions of the crowd grew grave once more. They had initially celebrated their advancements in certain areas, only to realize that what they deemed progress was merely a result of the U.S. deliberately holding back. In recent years, other nations have been rapidly advancing, while the U.S. has intentionally slowed the pace of generational transitions and weapon upgrades, serving as a smokescreen for their true capabilities. This time, had it not been for the complete destruction of the U-7 reconnaissance aircraft and the B-5 bombers, they might have continued to rely on these relics from years past to deceive the world. However, their actual capabilities have long surpassed these antiquated machines. Should a conflict arise, they would unleash a barrage of weaponry far superior to their contemporaries, executing a decisive strike that would overwhelm the involved nations. The War of the Sea Frogs serves as a prime example of this reality, remarked Tu Hongba gravely. Upon hearing this, a chill ran down the spines of those present. Over the years, they had fancied themselves catching up through their efforts, only to discover they had fallen victim to America's cunning schemes. Nonetheless, there is no need for excessive pessimism. Although the extent of their technological advancements remains unclear, achieving a decisive strike against us will not be an easy feat. Tu Hongba asserted. There is still hope and time, albeit the latter is rather pressing. He then shifted his gaze to the screen displaying real-time images from the engine testing chamber. May this genius bring us unexpected delight. The group resumed their focus on the screen before them. When the engine was pushed out, a spark of excitement ignited in the eyes of everyone in the control room. The design alone exuded an indescribable beauty, showcasing the pinnacle of industrial design. The inaugural test for the Flying Dragon No. 1 was a thrust test, the most crucial assessment of engine performance. Lu Minxing explained to Tu Hongba and the others that the current first-tier engines boast thrusts primarily ranging from 15-20 tons, with the Americans slightly ahead at around 20-30 tons. Recently, thanks to Chun Yang's modifications to our existing engine materials and processing techniques, we can now produce alloys capable of withstanding 40 tons of thrust. We believe our turbofan engines will soon surpass this threshold. Is it true that this engine is a nuclear-powered ion engine? Tu Hongba inquired. Indeed, this is a significant highlight. Compared to fuel engines, nuclear-powered engines offer greater longevity. Even if their thrust is slightly lower, that alone would be a remarkable achievement. If it can also reach 40 tons, that would be perfect. Tu Hongba replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, then he would be our great benefactor. It is unlikely we will reach 40 tons, if nuclear power is indeed realized. Around 10 tons of thrust is more plausible, a nuclear energy expert beside them chuckled. Hearing this conversation, Lu Minxing could not help but scoff internally. Not to mention 10 tons. Even 20 tons might not meet Qin Yang's expectations. After all, with the previously modified turbofan engine manufacturing techniques, it is already possible to withstand 40 tons of thrust. Why settle for less? What a farce. However, in front of Tu Hongba, he dared not voice his thoughts too boldly and could only silently pray. Qin Yang, the future of aerospace technology in our nation rests entirely upon your shoulders. The No. 8 Thrust Testing Laboratory. Following the base's requirements, Qin Yang has already mounted the engine onto the thrust testing apparatus. Not far from him, other engines that had already undergone testing stood in stark contrast. Compared to those engines, the Flying Dragon No. 1 appeared diminutive, even merely half their size. It hardly resembled a Titan. Are we ready? Qin Yang inquired calmly, his gaze fixed on the testing apparatus. A flicker of anticipation gleaming in his eyes as he addressed the auxiliary personnel beside him. Ready. Prepare. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Boom. A blast of icy blue flames surged forth like a serpentine tongue, and it felt as though the very air was being expelled. Then, silence enveloped the scene. There was no roar of the turbofan engine, no elongated shockwave, only a continuous stream of icy blue fire. The onlookers held their breath, captivated by the ethereal tail flame. Half a minute later, a power testing curve materialized before them. The colossal curve ascended sharply, reaching its apex in an instant. The peak figure was striking, 50 tons. Report. The engine thrust test is successful. From start to peak, the time taken was a mere 18 seconds. Peak fluctuation rate, 2. Thrust stability confirmed. With a steady thrust of 50 tons, the staff announced the final test results to the assembly. The control room fell into a profound silence, a dead hush. Everyone stood there, dumbfounded. Chapter 73. Is this the might of the nuclear-powered arc reactor engine? An activation time of 18 seconds? A peak fluctuation rate of 2? Effective stable thrust, 50 tons. Could this be a mistake? How could the activation time be so brief? How could the peak fluctuation rate be so minimal? How could the thrust be so immense? One individual, recovering from the initial shock, exclaimed in disbelief. A shorter activation time indicates that the aircraft can ascend more swiftly, allowing for rapid engagement in combat. In the fast-paced, time-sensitive battlefield, every second must be seized. The engines of the 6th-generation fighter jets have significantly improved activation times, yet they still languish beyond 60 seconds. The fastest among them barely manages 61 seconds. Yet this engine's activation time is a mere 18 seconds. 18 seconds. A remarkable enhancement of 42 seconds. In today's rapid combat paradigm, this could decisively influence the outcome of a battle or even a war. And the thrust. An astounding 50 tons. How can this be? It is so small. How can it possess such colossal thrust? The world's most powerful engines currently achieve only around 60 tons, and their weight reaches an impressive 10 tons. The turbofan extends a full 10 meters. Yet this diminutive creation weighs less than 1 ton, measures under 2 meters in length, and has a diameter of less than 1 meter. It hardly seems to belong to the same weight class. Such dimensions and weight. Imagine the terrifying energy if 4 of these were combined. Someone could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Tu Hongba, shaken from his stupor, confirmed the data repeatedly to ensure its accuracy, and then elation washed over him. Congratulations. Congratulations to all of you on this resounding success. Tu Hongba exclaimed, shaking Wu Xian's hand with fervor. You have nurtured a national treasure. Let us proceed. I can hardly contain my eagerness to meet this genius. In the control room, amidst the astonishment, everyone was filled with immense joy. A monumental breakthrough, undoubtedly a significant advancement. However, just as everyone was preparing to congratulate Qin Yang, it appeared that the experiment was not yet concluded. Wu Xian, observing the screen, exclaimed, "Look, the thrust curve seems to have increased once more." Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but shudder, turning their gaze back to the screen. What they witnessed was astonishing. The previously stable thrust curve, after a mere 2 seconds of ascent, had skyrocketed to a staggering 80 tons. My heavens! Can anyone elucidate this phenomenon? Is there a malfunction? Is it possible? In just 2 seconds, the thrust surged from 50 tons to an astonishing 80 tons. If applied to a fighter jet, it could almost instantaneously elevate its power by several Mach. Even for a fully loaded bomber, this would provide an immense boost in thrust and acceleration. Report. Confirmation. Thrust second-level test. Thrust has reached 80 tons. The crowd stared in disbelief at the data and graphical fluctuations on the testing apparatus, utterly dumbfounded. Lu Minqing finally comprehended why Qin Yang had previously referred to his work as mere trifles. He now understood the reasoning behind Qin's disdain for wasting time on such matters. The existing engine, when compared to the Dragon 1, which boasts 80 tons of thrust and is merely 1/3 of its size, seems nothing more than a toy. Is this the might of the nuclear-powered arc reactor engine? Tu Hongba felt parched, his words coming out dry and hoarse. The expressions on everyone's faces were strained. Yet, Wu Xian shook his head. It seems not. It appears to be accelerating further. As Wu Xian's words resonated, the crowd once again directed their attention to the screen. They beheld the thrust curve, which had just stabilized, continuing to surge upward. 90 tons, 100 tons, 110 tons, 120 tons, 150 tons. Beep, beep, beep. Just as the crowd was fixated on the shifting curve, it suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Then, a thunderous bang echoed through the room. The crowd jolted in surprise. What happened? Report. The thrust testing apparatus has reached its threshold. It has exploded. Exploded? It exploded. At the sound of this announcement, the crowd found themselves momentarily at a loss for how to react. They had previously established the maximum threshold of this aviation engine testing apparatus at 150 tons. They even considered this somewhat excessive, as typical engine thrusts generally range between 15 to 20 tons. Even during peak performance, they rarely exceed 25 tons. The decision to set the maximum threshold at 150 tons was made to ensure precision and avoid excessive strain. Furthermore, they did not anticipate needing this maximum capacity in the near term. However, they were left wondering if there could be an even greater capacity, and if so, they would replace it. Tu Hongba inquired of his colleagues. Report, this is already the maximum thrust testing apparatus provided according to their specifications. Any further testing would necessitate a composite engine testing apparatus. Then let us proceed with the composite engine testing apparatus, Tu Hongba stated. The so-called composite engine, previously utilized exclusively for collaborative propulsion among several engines, has unexpectedly been directly applied to a singular engine. Excellent. We shall commence preparations immediately. The supervisor addressed the crowd. He had made thorough arrangements, yet it was still the esteemed Wu and Professor Chun who designed this engine. What is its theoretical maximum thrust? Tu Hongba inquired of Wu Xian. That is difficult to ascertain. Based on the data I have reviewed, the maximum thrust of this engine should be around 180 tons. If we disregard longevity constraints, it could potentially reach 200 tons. Wu Xian responded. What? 200 tons? Tu Hongba was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. The surrounding individuals were equally incredulous. Nevertheless, the evidence lay before them. At 150 tons, the testing apparatus had already experienced catastrophic failure, yet the engine remained unscathed. Where is this engine intended to be deployed? Tu Hongba asked Wu Xian. The specific deployment location remains uncertain, but Chunyang asserted that the comprehensive performance of this engine could undoubtedly surpass all current engines. Wu Xian spoke with immense pride. Upon hearing this, the group could not help but gasp in astonishment. Had this been previously asserted, they would have been skeptical. However, now they believed wholeheartedly. Merely the sheer, formidable thrust possessed the potential to completely revolutionize the existing paradigm of engines. Report. The new testing apparatus has been fully equipped. Testing can commence. A voice echoed through the report. Testing. Expedite the testing. Tu Hongba's voice trembled with excitement. They had an inkling that today, in this very moment, they might witness a historic milestone in aerospace. Report. Preparations are complete. Requesting to proceed with the test. 3, 2, 1. Ignite. Boom. Another deep rumble resonated, followed by the sight of a breathtaking blue flame erupting from the 9 nozzles, resembling a magnificent blue dragon. Commenced the tertiary test. Yes. In the monitoring room, everyone fixated their gaze on the screen, witnessing the thrust test curve ascend directly from the lowest point to 150 tons, 160 tons, 180 tons, 200 tons, 200 tons achieved. This power, a single engine's thrust, equates to the maximum lift capacity of the most advanced U-7 reconnaissance aircraft. And it continues to rise. 220 tons, 250 tons. My heavens. 250 tons. A staggering 250 tons. One engine has surpassed the maximum lift capacity of the American U-7 bomber. Just as the crowd was in awe, a deafening crash reverberated. Oh no, the testing chamber is collapsing. Halt. Stop immediately. Chapter 74. The true ultimate version, capable of moving mountains and shifting seas. Boom. A tremendous noise erupted, revealing the specially designed concrete walls of the testing apparatus completely shattered. The room, anchored to its foundation, was torn asunder in that instant. 250 tons. This is the utmost limit that this laboratory can withstand. The report states a maximum thrust of 250 tons. The thrust is stable, with a fluctuation rate of 5, and the power output remains consistent. The experimental testing chamber has collapsed under the tremendous force. I request the immediate termination of the experiment. The voice of the tester trembles through the report. Having served in this role for many years, from engines imported from abroad to those developed in-house. Although the testing instruments have been upgraded, never has there been an instrument so brutally ferocious. The first time it exploded, the second time it uprooted the entire testing chamber. Witnessing the destruction of a testing room that cost tens of millions to construct naturally stirs a sense of sorrow, yet more so, a wave of exhilaration. This engine is explosive. It is simply astounding. Is this an engine? It is nothing less than a beast. Chao Hongba exclaimed excitedly to the crowd. How much power would this engine provide when mounted on a transport aircraft? I believe it could exceed the capabilities of a mere transport plane. If we were to install 4 of these engines at the corners of this building, we could fly away with it. Chao Hongba laughed with enthusiasm. Hearing this, Wu Xian smiled slightly. Director Chao, your vision is rather limited. What? Limited vision? The crowd could not help but inquire. Then tell us, what does he intend to do with this device? They pressed for clarification once more. He stated that this is merely a mini version. The true ultimate version will possess the ability to move mountains and shift the stars. Wu Xian articulated solemnly. What? Move mountains and shift the stars? That sounds exaggerated. What kind of engine could possibly move mountains and shift the seas? Does he intend to alter the orbit of planets? Chao Hongba asked, his expression one of shock. Why not? With sufficient power, a formidable thrust could indeed alter a planetary orbit. Moving stars and shifting celestial bodies is not out of reach. Moving stars and shifting celestial bodies? Why not? Why not? Why not? The crowd felt as though their minds were buzzing. Reflecting on the previous display, reminiscent of a monstrous entity, the impact was overwhelming. Wu Xian disregarded the crowd's astonishment and continued. Blue Star is the cradle of humanity. However, humans cannot remain in the cradle indefinitely. In the future, humanity must venture forth. Yet, the universe is vast, and relying solely on spacecraft will inevitably lead to insufficient supplies. We cannot transport the entirety of Blue Star, but perhaps we can utilize the countless celestial bodies in the cosmos to recreate a miniature version of Blue Star, allowing us to traverse the universe with this smaller blue star. Would this not provide superior resupply capabilities compared to traveling in a spacecraft? It would also offer greater maneuverability than transporting the entire blue star. This equates to creating a super self-sustaining yacht amidst the cosmic sea, ensuring that even if no other habitable planets exist, we would not be hindered by resource and energy depletion, halting our exploration. The crowd, still reeling from the earlier shock, felt as though they were struck anew by this revelation. Harnessing immense power to artificially recreate a planet suitable for human habitation and then embarking on a journey across the seas with this transformed world. Old Wu, please be honest with me. How did you conceive this audacious plan? In the control room, a scientist, taken aback by Wu Xian's words, was left speechless, stuttering as he spoke. Beside him, Tu Hongba, initially intent on examining the engine, found his mind equally overwhelmed by the magnitude of the revelation. The shock was profound, the information staggering. Wu Xian observed the crowd, a bittersweet smile flickering across his face. When he first heard his beloved granddaughter share these ideas, he too had felt similarly awestruck. What a grand vision it was. What a majestic ideal. Humanity. Humanity. This is not my plan. I lack even the courage to envision the next step. Qinyang. This is Chunyang's blueprint for the future. He stated that without supply stations and waypoints in our quest to explore outer space, even if humanity traveled at the speed of light for billions of years, we could never fully explore the cosmos. Moreover, the universe's boundaries continue to expand. To venture further, we must establish one outpost after another, using these stations as conduits for boundless expansion, creating land amidst the stars. As Wu Xian spoke slowly, the audience's eyes widened like saucers. Some even found their chests heaving, clearly unable to contain their excitement. If, prior to this moment, they regarded Chen Yang's words merely as a wistful dream of the future, now, witnessing the powerful thrust of the engine, they began to believe that this vision might one day materialize. After a considerable time, the astonishment of the crowd began to settle. Everyone, let us descend and meet this individual, who may very well elevate the entire aerospace endeavor of our nation and potentially support the future of space exploration. Perhaps, in years to come, our descendants will envy us for sharing an era with him and for having the privilege to be in his presence. Tu Hongba's voice trembled with emotion. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions grew solemn. This creator of the aircraft engine was indeed worthy of their hopes and dreams for the future. They swiftly made their way downstairs. Old Wu, I hear that your relationship with Professor Chun is quite extraordinary. It was your support that enabled his work to flourish when his endeavors were initially met with skepticism. It was merely my duty, Wu Xian replied with a smile. You are absolutely correct. I see that Old Wu has been setting a trap from the very beginning, and it appears he is now ready to reap the rewards, someone remarked nearby. Indeed, you have no idea. Professor Chen's schedule is now entirely managed by Jingjing. Her influence over him is far more potent than 100 of our words, another chimed in. Old Wu is truly a cunning strategist. They all stifled their disdain. They regretted not having realized this sooner. Hey, what are you all saying? Cunning fox? Speak with respect, or I shall tell my granddaughter that you are speaking ill of her. No, Old Wu. I still have a 50-year-old Maotai gifted by my disciple. I'll bring it to you next time. Old Wu, let me make it clear to you. I am not afraid of you. but I do fear Jingjing. As for the research project you mentioned, we can collaborate, but you must inform Jingjing and allow Professor Chen to join as well. Nonsense. Your so-called project is of no interest to Qinyang. Wu Xian, unyielding, engaged in a verbal duel with the scholars. In Chapter 75, Professor Chen exuded an air reminiscent of old revolutionaries. Since you and Qinyang are so close, old Wu, I expect you to enlighten us shortly, urged Tu Hongba, pulling Wu Xian along. Rest assured, this young man, Qinyang, is exceptionally talented and has a profound sense of patriotism, displaying strong awareness of the greater good. He would never hold back if it benefits the nation. Otherwise, with his previous strategic inventions, he could have negotiated with the state, yet he chose to contribute selflessly. Honestly, I find myself humbled by his selflessness. Wu Xian remarked to Tu Hongba. I wholeheartedly believe. Tu Hongba nodded in agreement. Soon, the group made their way towards the reasoning testing room with great enthusiasm. Upon arrival, they found Qinyang diligently examining data, not daring to disturb him. Tu Hongba and the others stood quietly, observing Qinyang deep in thought. As time passed, several elderly academicians began to feel discomfort, yet they persisted, fearful of disrupting Qinyang's train of thought. After nearly an hour, Qinyang finally concluded his data review. While the results met expectations, further refinements were necessary, as the meticulous details were still lacking, significantly hindering performance. Standing there, Qinyang mused aloud. The ionization efficiency in the reaction chamber remains somewhat inadequate. The energy converter requires further enhancement. After compiling all the data, he stretched his neck, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Upon lifting his gaze, he was surprised to see old Wu, Qian Siliang, Shui Gang, Lu Mingsheng, and Hu Mingyue standing not far away. When did you all arrive? Why didn't you notify me? Qinyang inquired with a smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed. They had been there for quite some time, hesitant to interrupt you. So they chose to wait quietly, explained Wu Jingjing. You really shouldn't have let them stand here for so long. Don't let it happen again. Qinyang admonished Wu Jingjing gently. Wu Xian, observing the interaction between his precious granddaughter and Qinyang, couldn't help but stand tall and proud. This is what it means to have face, he thought. With so many people present, only old Wu received an inquiry. Is this not a mark of respect? It's no trouble at all. We were just observing. Wu Xian waved dismissively at Qinyang. Allow me to introduce you. This is the commanding officer from the armed forces, who took time out of a busy schedule to witness your engine testing. Just call me old Tu. Tu Hongba stepped forward, his face beaming with admiration. A hero emerges in youth. Truly, a hero emerges in youth. At such a young age, he has achieved what others cannot accomplish in a lifetime. Remarkable. Old Tu, you flatter me. This is the result of our collective efforts. Qinyang humbly remarked with a smile. I have been closely monitoring the thrust test in the control room, and the thrust performance of this engine is truly exhilarating. With it, I feel we can easily surpass the United States and Europe. In terms of engine manufacturing, we will no longer be beholden to others. Thank you, old Tu. This engine still requires improvement, as it is not yet perfect, Qinyang added with a smile. Quite impressive. Truly remarkable. Tu Hongba gazed at Qinyang, his face radiating affection. The testing facility has malfunctioned, and we were unprepared with better thrust testing equipment. Next time, we must ensure that we are adequately prepared to avoid any interruptions in testing due to equipment issues, Tu stated. Old Hu, for the maintenance of this thrust testing apparatus, please have Professor Chen lead the next construction. We must fulfill Professor Chen's requirements for the testing facility. Spare no effort to meet Professor Chen's testing demands. All expenses will be directly covered by the military department. I will grant you special approval. Tu declared. Upon hearing this, Hu Yueming's eyes lit up with delight. Absolutely. I assure you there will be no further setbacks. We will ensure Professor Chen is satisfied. Nearby, Shui Gang, hearing this, felt a pang of jealousy and interjected. Report to Tu. Our military research institute also has an engine research department. Furthermore, this engine is a collaborative project between our military research institute and the Longyan Institute. We request that corresponding experimental facilities be constructed at the Military Research Institute as well. Additionally, we hope that after Professor Chen's engine assembly, our Military Research Institute will be granted the first opportunity. Tu Hongba smiled upon hearing this. Is that so? Qinyang nodded. Indeed, this engine project was made possible by the strong support of Wu Lao, Qian Lao, and the Military Research Institute. The research team consisted of dedicated individuals from the Military Research Institute who collaborated to bring it to fruition. Excellent. Very well done. You have all performed admirably. I will return to award you a collective first-class merit. As for you, Qinyang, it must be a special merit. Furthermore, I will reimburse all expenses incurred. From now on, Both of your organizations and Chunyang will have priority usage rights for this engine. Thank you too. Thank you too. Shui Gang, Wu Xian, and others expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Tuesday. The others looked on enviously at this scene. Let us proceed. We have arranged a celebratory feast for you. Chunyang glanced at the data in his hands and the engines undergoing testing, hesitating slightly. Wu Jingjing approached and tugged at him. Come on. We must balance work and rest. You cannot neglect your health. Otherwise, if you faint again, I will not be responsible for you. What? Professor Chen has fainted before? Tu Hongba asked anxiously. You have no idea how excessive he can be. Wu Jingjing began to recount Chunyang's transgressions to Tuesday. While working on the arc reactor, he went 3 consecutive days without food or sleep, ultimately fainting due to low blood sugar. It was the same during the engine project, where he collapsed at his computer desk while trying to modify existing processes. Wu Jingjing initiated a litany of complaints about Chunyang's deeds. Hearing this, Tu and others could not help but feel a mix of trepidation and respect. Professor Chun embodies the spirit of a seasoned revolutionary. However, it is imperative that you take care of your health and maintain a balance between work and rest. I am fine, young and full of energy. Chunyang replied with a smile. That is not acceptable. You must not excessively deplete your physical strength, Director Tu said seriously. Jingjing, I have a task for you. From now on, keep a close eye on him. If he fails to eat or sleep on time, report it to me, and I will enforce a mandatory break for him. Director Tu declared. All right, Wu Jingjing exclaimed joyfully. She then turned to Chunyang. Did you hear that? If you do not behave, I will inform Director Tu. Understood, Chunyang replied helplessly. Ha ha ha. The crowd could not help but burst into laughter. Subsequently, Director Tu turned to his secretary. Please make arrangements immediately. Professor Ling from the Central Health Group's 9th Division will be assigned to Chunyang to oversee his health monitoring and maintenance. Certainly, I will arrange it at once. Chapter 76. It is normal not to understand. After all, different fields are as distant as mountains. Arranging for the Central Health Group? What a privilege. The crowd was filled with envy. Even among academicians, only a select few enjoy such honors. With loyalty to the nation, one should treat such individuals with the utmost respect. This young man truly deserves it. Soon after, Chunyang set aside his work and proceeded to the celebratory banquet arranged by Director Tuesday. At the banquet, the atmosphere was lively and joyous. Although Chunyang was the youngest, he became the focal point of the event. Professor Chen, I heard from Old Wu that you plan to utilize this engine to explore grander designs. When do you intend to commence this ambitious plan? It is still early. Although the engine performs reasonably well, it is far from my vision. Therefore, I plan to first equip it onto an aircraft to derive some utility from it. Reasonably well? Far from my vision. To derive some utility? Why do these words evoke such frustration? Such an impressive engine receives this evaluation from Chunyang? If it were anyone else, they would receive countless reprimands from the esteemed figures present. Yet, Chunyang is an exception. Oh, equipping it onto an aircraft? How do you intend to do that? Director Tu forced himself to overlook Chunyang's embellishments and quickly inquired. Due to material constraints, the remaining resources can only produce 2 aircraft, and they must be fighter jets. Fighter jets? Director Tu's expression showed some confusion. While fighter jets possess formidable combat capabilities, they are not the optimal choice for our current nation, especially since having only 2 would not create a substantial deterrent. Moreover, now that Chunyang has enhanced the performance of the existing engines, the 7th-generation fighter jets are expected to be developed soon, meeting our current needs. If we can only produce 2 aircraft, could we not consider equipping other types, such as transport or reconnaissance aircraft? Tu Hongba suggested. Rest assured, Director, although they are fighter jets, their overall performance will see a significant enhancement, Chunyang stated. Significant enhancement? What does that mean? Director Tu found it somewhat difficult to comprehend. Very well. You are the expert in this area. Should you have any ideas, simply communicate them to them, and we will fully support your research. Thank you, Chunyang replied with a smile. Next, the clinking of glasses ensued. Everyone raised their cups to toast with Chunyang. Among those present, in terms of seniority, everyone surpassed Chunyang, yet none dared to assume an air of superiority. Within such a brief span, he had already achieved breakthroughs in numerous cutting-edge technologies, solidifying his position thoroughly. Moreover, there was an alluring quality about Chunyang that captivated all present. He appeared to possess an extensive understanding of nearly everything. This understanding was not merely superficial knowledge, but rather a profound expertise backed by a solid professional foundation. Were it not for the knowledge of his research in nuclear energy and engines, one might easily mistake him for a peer in the same field. Professor Chen, I hear you have guided a graduating class to publish 3 articles in science and 2 in mathematics? An academician inquired of Chunyang. Well, I merely provided a bit of guidance. The accomplishments are primarily the result of the students' efforts, Qinyang modestly replied. The audience could not help but roll their eyes at such excessive humility. This was Science, a premier global journal, not some obscure publication. If any graduate could publish there so easily, what would that imply for the reputations of the rest of us? Professor Chen, may I inquire if you have conducted any research on automotive engines? Old Professor Li Taishan asked Qinyang. He specialized in automotive engines and had heard of the significant breakthroughs Qinyang had made, hoping to glean insights that could be applied to automobiles. I have explored a bit, but I believe the future of automotive engines lies in the development of new energy sources. I intend to create a vehicle utilizing this new energy to replace traditional technologies, Qinyang replied with a smile. Professor Li nodded, acknowledging this mainstream perspective. However, he sought something more unique from Qinyang. He continued, currently, new energy sources, whether electric or hydrogen, face considerable limitations, which are unlikely to be effectively resolved in the short term. Therefore, I predict that for the next decade, fuel vehicles will still dominate the market. For our nation to secure a foothold internationally, we must vigorously advance fuel vehicles. If fuel efficiency is enhanced and progress is made in emissions treatment, the pollution issue can indeed be addressed. Moreover, we still possess ample petroleum resources and reserves. Professor Li, I believe that with current technology, it is entirely feasible to develop new energy sources that could replace existing resources, Qinyang confidently asserted. It appears that Professor Chen possesses exceptional expertise in military and aerospace engines, yet is not particularly well-versed in civil turbine engines and the current state of engine technology. Professor Li chuckled. However, this is quite understandable. After all, every field has its complexities. Li Taishan bore no intent to mock, merely expressing a small regret that Qinyang could not assist him in advancing the automotive sector for their nation. Old Li, one's energy is inherently limited. What Qinyang has accomplished thus far is commendable. Do not nudge him towards automotive pursuits. Even if he were to excel in that domain, it would pale in comparison to strategic engineering, Wu Xian remarked to Li Taishan. I know. No need to be so anxious, Li Taishan replied to Wu Xian. Li Taishan then turned to Qinyang and expressed his hope for him to continue making significant breakthroughs in the military industry and nuclear-powered engines, while leaving the automobile manufacturing to those specialized in it. I assure you, when the next generation of vehicles is released, you shall be the first to receive one. Thank you, elderly, Qinyang replied with a smile, refraining from countering his statement. Professor Li, not obtaining the desired outcome from Qinyang, felt a tinge of regret. However, after engaging with Qinyang, others were visibly enlightened. Each person seemed to have gained newfound clarity, as if illuminated by a guiding light. The more this occurred, the more Li appreciated Qinyang, and he found himself enviously regarding Wu Xian's relationship with him. Old Wu, you have indeed raised a fine granddaughter. He chuckled. If you possess the capability, why not join us? Wu Xian replied with pride. As the evening concluded, Tu Bu sought Qinyang privately. Professor Chen, I extend my gratitude for your contributions to the aerospace endeavors of Longhua. We are aware of your capabilities. However, I wish to inquire about the timeline for the production of the 2 fighter jets you mentioned. That is indeed difficult to ascertain, Qinyang candidly responded. What do you require? I need to examine the current production technology to assess the extent of modifications and upgrades necessary to adapt the existing production line for the new fighter jets, he elaborated. Understood. I shall deliver that to you immediately. Is there anything else you require? Tu Hongbo inquired, his spirits lifted by Qinyang's words. The prospect of merely upgrading the existing setup to produce new fighter jets promised a swift turnaround. For now, I have no other requirements, Qinyang replied with a smile. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to inform me, Tu Hongbo assured him. Following this, various performance tests were conducted. While these attributes were indeed significant, the ability to withstand such immense thrust spoke volumes of the engine's formidable prowess. 3 days later, Qinyang concluded the engine performance tests, the results of which were sealed as top secret. A select few were aware that the thrust testing apparatus had been damaged and that a thrust testing laboratory had been dismantled. As for the specific data, only those who were directly involved were privy to it. Nevertheless, the general sentiment was one of jubilation, as many proclaimed their intent to surpass the United States. Qinyang returned to Longyan Institute, bringing along the current manufacturing technology and processes for fighter jets. His aim was to seamlessly integrate the production of the new engine with the existing manufacturing facilities and methodologies. This approach would maximize cost efficiency, enhance productivity, and significantly reduce labor. This lad seems to have lost weight, Wu Xian remarked, observing Qinyang with a hint of concern. You ought to pay more attention. If you fail to cherish this now, there will come a time for you to regret it, Wu Xian admonished his granddaughter. Wu Jingjing's cheeks flushed a deep red. Grandfather, What are you saying? If you continue with such nonsense, I shall ignore you. Her face resembled a ripe apple, and Wu Xian chuckled, opting not to pursue the topic further. At present, the construction of the Black Dragon No. 1 is nearing completion, and it is anticipated that it will be finished in 3 months. A test will be conducted at that time, and if all goes well, a ribbon-cutting ceremony will be held. You should clear your schedule for that day and not get distracted by other matters, Wu Xian advised his granddaughter. 3 months? Given his current busyness, I'm uncertain if he will have time then, she replied. Just pencil him in. Consider it a request from your grandfather, Wu Xian insisted. It was well known that this precious granddaughter was the chief steward for Qinyang, handling all arrangements herself. Very well, but do not overload him with too much work, as his time is limited. Hey, before we even begin, you're already trying to circumvent the plan? If you keep insisting, I'll fill up his schedule for 3 months from now, or else he might not show up. All right. Grandfather was wrong. Grandfather was wrong. Wu Xian quickly begged for mercy. A granddaughter is hard to keep. Wu Jingjing's face flushed once more. Just then, Zhang Jie and Pang Lijuan rushed in from outside. Secretary Wu, it's terrible. What's the matter? Look at this. We published 2 articles using Professor Chun's data, and now we've been reported by the Koreans. They accuse us of plagiarism and copying. They claim they have developed a similar electromagnetic weapon, asserting that our data was stolen, demanding that our institute retract the papers and apologize. The Koreans? Outrageous. This data was painstakingly compiled by Professor Chun's students. How is it related to them? However, they have presented evidence, claiming they possess the original data, Zhang Jie stated, handing over a photograph. The image contained numerous data points and contents, including foundational data from each experiment, which indeed appeared to be original material. Outrageous. Utterly shameless. Who is this despicable person? To steal data, and then turn around to accuse us? Wu Xian exclaimed, seething with anger. It is Professor Park Buching from the Samseon Group in Korea. He has also been researching electromagnetic attenuation, but has achieved little. Now, seeing our electromagnetic wave paper, he has resorted to slander and theft, Zhang Jie explained indignantly. The chief reviewer of science has accepted their case and is currently reviewing it. However, the Koreans dominate the media narrative, not only accusing us of plagiarism domestically, but also publishing multiple articles on various platforms, flaunting their evidence, inciting public outrage, and demanding our retraction while pursuing accountability. Upon hearing this, Wu Jingjing clenched her fists and coldly stated, this matter can only be resolved by Qinyang. We lack the capacity to handle it. The others nodded in agreement. It was indeed Qinyang who could clarify the situation. Soon, Wu Jingjing led the group before Qinyang and recounted the unfolding events, expecting him to be enraged. They were taken aback by his relatively subdued reaction. Indeed, they are shameless. Stealing and then accusing others has become their habit. Qinyang scoffed. What do they want? They requested us to confront them directly in front of the main reviewer of science and other experts. How audacious. Qinyang scoffed. International physicists are also monitoring this situation, for previous reasons have led them to suspect that we may indeed be guilty of plagiarism. Moreover, they claim to have preemptively resolved the issue of attenuation in electromagnetic transmission based on their electromagnetic decay theory, completing the design of the electromagnetic cannon, which they expect to manufacture soon. When the time comes, they will conduct an experiment before the world, exposing our alleged infringement. Upon hearing this, Qinyang's brow furrowed once more. He had encountered distasteful behavior before, but this was unprecedented, secretly appropriating data to design a weapon and then attempting to seize the original intellectual property. I understand, Qinyang said calmly. What do you plan to do? Will you engage in a debate? Wu Jingjing inquired of Qinyang. There is no time. Aren't they about to test the electromagnetic cannon? Let me know when the experiment is scheduled. Very well. Wu Jingjing was uncertain of Qinyang's intentions, yet she trusted that he must have a strategy in mind. After parting from Qinyang, Wu Jingjing's countenance darkened. She was aware of Qinyang's reluctance to be distracted by trivial matters, but she could not ignore the issue. Please investigate all surveillance footage from the laboratory and also look into everyone Pan Jun and Zhou Hui have interacted with over the past 2 years. Send the information to my email and do it swiftly. Wu Jingjing instructed Longyan. Understood. Longyan nodded. 3 hours later, Wu Jingjing received the data sent over by Longyan. She began to review it. It wasn't until evening that she finished examining the information. These 2 individuals had extensive social circles, indulging in various vices, yet there were indeed findings to be had. While reviewing the footage, she discovered a suspicious detail. Pan Jun and Zhou Hui returned every Friday, favoring a particular bag, and one video revealed that it contained paper documents. Upon further investigation, it became clear that they frequented a bar called Tianhe, located 5 kilometers from Longyan Institute, every Friday. Chapter 78. Balancing Work and Rest. You must not deplete your body further. Tiana Bar? Wu Jingjing pondered. Please provide me with background information on Tiana Bar. 20 minutes later, Longyan forwarded the investigation details to Wu Jingjing. Tiana Bar is owned by Cui Mingzhu, a student from H country, and she is the daughter of Cui Haoming, a board member of the Sanqing Consortium. If all goes as expected, the data should have originated from this location, Longyan informed Wu Jingjing, his voice tinged with admiration. Upon learning that it was indeed Zhou Hui and Pan Jun who had leaked the data, Wu Jingjing could not contain her fury. Incompetent fools who achieve nothing but cause ruin. Brother Long, I leave their matter in your hands. Determine how to handle it. Wu Jingjing stated. Very well. As adults, they must bear the consequences of their mistakes. Additionally, please keep a close watch on developments in H country. Knowing both ourselves and our adversaries will keep us well informed, Wu Jingjing added. Rest assured, I will ensure that information is collected and reported to you at the earliest opportunity. Longyan replied. After Wu Jingjing resolved the issue of information leakage, she returned to the laboratory once more. How is it going? Is there any difficulty with the Phylong No. 1 equipment on the current aircraft model? Indeed, there are some obstacles. The existing aircraft design is rather conservative. I initially intended to make improvements based on the original design, but it seems that this may not be feasible, Qinyang replied. Are you planning to redesign it yourself? Yes. Due to our limited materials, the aircraft we can manufacture is also constrained. We can only retain the original manufacturing process as much as possible to meet the current engine requirements. I believe you will certainly do well. Wu Jingjing smiled. However, for 3 consecutive days, Qinyang could not arrive at a satisfactory design concept. Around 7 in the evening, after finishing dinner, he contemplated returning to continue his experiments. No. You must rest now. A balance between work and relaxation is essential. You must not overexert yourself. You've been busy all day. It's time to take a break. How about we go play some ball? Wu Jingjing suggested. What kind of ball? Any kind will do. How about tennis? I don't know how to play. Then what sports do you know? I don't know any. Qinyang replied awkwardly. What about other activities? Swimming, skipping rope, and so on. I don't know any of those either. Qinyang blushed. He had never been athletic, having focused solely on his studies since childhood. Let me teach you. There's a badminton court nearby, and we can play badminton. It's not too demanding, and the physical activity is reasonable, Wu Jingjing proposed. I'd rather not. Qinyang hesitated. Come on. We're going, whether you like it or not. We can't stay here any longer. We'll meet at court number 7 shortly. I'll go change first, Wu Jingjing said before turning to leave. 20 minutes later, Qinyang met Wu Jingjing at the court. At that moment, she wore a white sports skirt and had her hair tied in a ponytail, exuding youthful vitality. Qinyang was momentarily taken aback. Why haven't you changed your clothes? I knew you wouldn't, so I bought you a shirt. Try it on and see if it fits, Wu Jingjing playfully scolded him. Thank you, Qinyang smiled. 5 minutes later, he emerged from the changing room. It fits quite well, Wu Jingjing said with a smile. She then explained the essential techniques for badminton, demonstrating a few moves before they began their match. At first, Qinyang was utterly defenseless against Wu Jingjing, a versatile player, but after half an hour, he began to show considerable improvement. Not bad. You're progressing quickly, Wu Jingjing remarked with a smile. Meanwhile, Qinyang felt a surge of excitement. Congratulations, host. Through exercise, the efficacy of the neuronal stimulation factor has been further enhanced, resulting in a 30 increase in neuronal count. Memory, analytical ability, and reaction time have all improved. Please continue. The results surprised Qinyang. He had not anticipated the benefits of exercise to be so pronounced. The last exchange of the neuronal stimulation factor significantly enhanced my research capabilities. I initially thought the effects had faded, yet to my surprise, remnants linger, and further stimulation can be achieved through exercise. 2 hours later, Qinyang accepted the towel handed to him by Wu Jingjing, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. How do you feel? Isn't it much more pleasant after some exercise? Wu Jingjing inquired. Indeed, my mind feels clearer, and my thoughts are more agile. I previously had no ideas regarding the modification of the aircraft model, but now, inspiration has struck, Qinyang replied. Wu Jingjing was somewhat speechless. She intended for him to relax, but unexpectedly, right after their workout, he had returned to his thoughts. Aware that Qinyang's mind was racing with ideas, she dared not impose any hindrance. Such flashes of inspiration are exceedingly rare. After a brief shower, Wu Jingjing, neglecting her own rest, hurried to the kitchen to prepare soup for Qinyang. Upon returning, she found him deeply engrossed, furrowing his brow as he sketched diagrams while his fingers danced across the keyboard. One diagram after another emerged, along with a succession of characters being typed. Wu Jingjing silently stood by, continuously providing him with materials. The following morning, Wu Jingjing awoke to find herself on the office bed. She quickly rose. "You're awake?" Chen Yang greeted her with a warm smile that radiated like sunlight. "When did I fall asleep?" she asked, puzzled. "I'm not sure. I noticed you dozing at your desk and moved you to the bed." Chen Yang chuckled. "I intended to stay up with you. I didn't expect to fall asleep in the middle of the night." Wu Jingjing felt a twinge of guilt. "It's all right. I can manage alone." "You should aim to sleep earlier next time," Chen Yang advised. "How can that be? You haven't slept. How could I possibly rest? I have to wait for you," Wu Jingjing declared, her face flushing with embarrassment. "It's fine. I am different. I'm full of energy," Chen Yang replied with a grin. "Could you help me organize these materials?" He transitioned the topic. No one was more adept than Wu Jingjing. She instinctively understood what was needed and the order in which she had arranged the documents. "Of course. I'll get started right away. You should go eat," she instructed Chen Yang as she moved towards the materials. However, upon seeing the documents, she was utterly astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Did you complete the modifications and design for the aircraft model?" Wu Jingjing stammered, her voice trembling with awe. "Yes. Once you prepare the materials, we can contact the higher-ups and inform them that the new model has been finalized and is ready for production," Chen Yang explained. Wu Jingjing gazed at the exquisite design blueprints, the intricate calculations, and the detailed processes, rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of what he had accomplished overnight. "You designed this fighter jet in just one night?" Chapter 79. Chen Yang's influence within the research institute is undeniably formidable. However, it cannot be classified as a design. Rather, it should be regarded as an enhancement. An upgrade has been made upon the foundations laid by predecessors. To completely overhaul a fighter jet involves an extensive array of technologies and materials, which we have yet to achieve. It is merely an enhancement of the existing aircraft. The original jet's engine has been replaced with a contemporary variant, and some minor adjustments have been made to its functionalities. Upon hearing Chen Yang's words and observing the distinctly different design of the aircraft compared to the previous sixth-generation Xiaolong fighter, one cannot shake the feeling that the aircraft depicted in the blueprints is far more complex than Chen Yang suggests. He subsequently placed calls to several individuals, and soon, Chen Yang's blueprints were delivered to the Aerospace Research Institute. Lu Minxing received the documents and abruptly rose from his seat. "Is this what you refer to as a mere minor modification? Is this truly just an optimization? I did not undertake a complete redesign. If you observe the aircraft's silhouette, it retains its original form," Chen Yang replied with a smile. Lu Minxing gazed at this seemingly harmless young man, struggling to harbor any resentment. The materials required for this aircraft also necessitate rare elements. Although the demands are not as extensive as those for the engine, achieving stealth capabilities that absorb various wavelengths still requires a considerable quantity of these materials. Based on my preliminary analysis, even if we were to extract all the resources from the meteorites, we would only be able to produce 2 such aircraft, Chen Yang lamented. 2. Lu Minxing echoed, filled with regret. To think that such a national treasure of a fighter jet could only exist in a pair is truly disheartening. "You are undoubtedly the chief engineer for the development of the Tianlong generation," Lu Minxing declared to Chen Yang. "I cannot bear such a significant responsibility. It must be you who presides over this project," Chen Yang demurred. "That is not acceptable. Rest assured, the Tianlong generation is an enhancement of the original Xiaolong 6th generation. The overall manufacturing process remains largely unchanged, and regarding material advancements, I will arrange for Lin Ming to assist, as he is quite familiar with this area, relieving you of undue burden," Chen Yang assured. Chen Yang then meticulously pointed out several details, leaving no stone unturned. Although he had previously mentioned that he was making simple improvements upon the original framework, it was evident that he himself harbored some reservations. For certain enhancements were markedly different from the original design. "Regardless of the circumstances, the title of Chief Engineer belongs to you. I shall assume the role of Deputy Chief Engineer, handling minor matters while you address the significant ones," Lu Minxing stated. "I truly do not deserve such recognition. If you do not deem yourself worthy, then who could possibly be? Besides, you only need to oversee the broader direction. I will manage the rest. Furthermore, in terms of prestige and reputation, although you may not yet be considered a member of the Aerospace Research Institute, your standing here is by no means insignificant. No one dares to underestimate you. Moreover, from the inception of our Aerospace Research Institute, there has existed a commendable tradition of collaboration, so you need not harbor excessive concerns," Lu Minxing reiterated to Chen Yang. Upon hearing these words, a look of relief washed over Chen Yang's face. "I shall boldly take on the role of Chief Engineer, even if only in name. Should I ever feel unfit for the position, I will graciously step aside," Chen Yang remarked with a smile. "Appropriate. Always appropriate," Lu Minxing replied. "What suggestions do you have regarding the team personnel?" Lu Minxing inquired of Chen Yang. Not much to offer, as this design is a modification based on the original framework. Thus, most elements remain similar. However, following certain enhancements, the precision of processing has significantly improved, necessitating a slightly higher technical requirement than before. Furthermore, this transformation and the revised parameters involve substantial mathematics. Ideally, it would be advantageous to have individuals proficient in mathematics and engineering physics involved, as this would enable a thorough understanding of the design intent and objectives when faced with any uncertainties in the design process, allowing for more effective modifications to the aircraft. Qinyang explained. Great. I have noted that down. Rest assured, I shall expedite the development of a tangible fighter jet based on your design. Just envisioning its superior performance and formidable power makes Lu Mingxing yearn for an aircraft transformed according to Qinyang's plans to manifest before him immediately. By the way, you mentioned wanting to design and manufacture your own vehicle. I have already contacted Yang Wanli, the chairman of Longqi Group. If you have any ideas, you may discuss them with him. As long as they align with existing conditions, I assure you, he will accommodate your requests, Lu Mingxing added. All right. Qinyang responded with a smile. No man is devoid of a passion for automobiles. If one exists, he likely has never experienced their allure. Yet, the current performance of these vehicles falls far short of my aspirations. News of Qinyang's completion of the aircraft design swiftly circulated throughout the research institute, stirring excitement among all. After all, the individual who had previously managed to construct an engine in such a brief span was now poised to enhance the design of an entire aircraft, inevitably raising the anticipation of everyone involved. However, when they eagerly sought to view the blueprints, they were obstructed by Hu Yueming and Lu Mingxing. This is classified information. Only those participating in this project may access it, Lu Mingxing asserted. We're simply curious about the modifications. Can they truly unleash the full potential of its performance? Someone inquired with great eagerness. In their eyes, Qinyang's Dragon 1 engine was undoubtedly a top-tier creation, and only a flawless aircraft could fully realize its capabilities. I can only tell you that once this fighter jet is unveiled, it will undoubtedly redefine the rankings. If it can debut at the upcoming Longwa Aviation Expo in 6 months, it shall undoubtedly emerge as the most dazzling star, Lu Mingxing proclaimed with confidence. His words only heightened the intrigue among the crowd. What sort of design could inspire such unwavering confidence in Lu Mingxing, even dismissing the might of the United States? Just wait and see. Lu Mingxing addressed the assembly. Now, I offer you an opportunity. Who wishes to participate in this project? Please submit your applications. I can only tell you that you stand at the precipice of a magnificent era. Prior to this moment, we have been fervently pursuing our goals. And in the times to come, we shall rise above all. As Lu Mingxing concluded his statement, the crowd could hardly contain their enthusiasm. I want to join. Count me in. I cannot miss such an extraordinary opportunity. Shortly thereafter, numerous individuals expressed their desire to participate. Lu Mingxing and Hu Yueming exchanged wry smiles. Indeed, Qinyang's influence within the research institute was no less formidable than their own. While Qinyang was in the process of assembling his team and preparing to commence work, Wu Jingjing approached him to report on the situation regarding the electromagnetic attenuation paper from the Korean side. The Koreans were once again making noise. They were preparing to conduct an electromagnetic cannon test in 3 days, intending to use the results to embarrass us on the global stage. The editorial board of science in the United States also issued a statement, declaring that if the Korean electromagnetic cannon test proved successful, they would label us as plagiarists, retract our manuscript, and permanently refuse to publish our papers. Chapter 80. A ship may sink, I may fall. But Qinyang must not be in danger. Label us as plagiarists? Retract our manuscript? Permanently refuse to publish our papers? Huh, such audacity. Qinyang scoffed. Where did you say he was from? Professor Park Buching from the H Country's Sanxing Group, specializing in electromagnetic physics. H Country, Sanxing Group, Park Buching. Very well, I understand. I shall settle accounts with them in 3 days, Qinyang replied calmly. Settle accounts together? Wu Jingjing inquired, unable to conceal her disbelief. Yes, together. All right. I believe in you. Let them prance about for another 3 days. At that moment, Park Buching was holding a press conference. Facing the cameras, he expressed righteous indignation, portraying himself as a victim, while the international academic community, particularly within the field of physics, was keenly observing the developments. They were eager to see how this matter would unfold. From the evidence currently presented, Zhang Jie and Pang Lijuan appeared to be at a disadvantage. Moreover, H Country possessed original data and had already produced authentic results. Indeed, some had even confirmed that the matter involved prior plagiarism by Long Country. Such occurrences were not unprecedented in the academic realm of Long Country, and it was hardly surprising. How shameless. Someone remarked with sarcasm. Do they truly believe others are blind? This time, they must pay the price. The attendees of the press conference and researchers from each country were fervently rallying behind Park Buching. Meanwhile, the entire Dragon Academy was incensed as they watched the live broadcast, fully aware that the work was indeed the product of Chun Yang and his team. Chun Yang, rest assured, we have ample evidence. If they dare to act recklessly, we shall take them to the international court, someone assured him. They were concerned about Chun Yang losing control of his emotions, for such a repugnant situation would unsettle anyone. Fear not, I am quite well. Chun Yang replied with a smile. Aren't they planning to conduct an experiment? We can likewise proceed with our own. Allowing us to ascertain the current stage of each country's progress, Chun Yang suggested with a grin. Subsequently, Chun Yang directly dialed Shui Gang's phone. I have tinkered with a small gadget and wish to test it, preferably in international waters where there are no sovereignty disputes. A gadget? What kind of gadget? Can it be equipped? Shui Gang inquired eagerly. It should be feasible, Chun Yang replied with a smile. Excellent. Just wait. I assure you I will find such a location by tomorrow morning, Shui Gang declared confidently. The following day, Shui Gang's call was made early to Wu Jingjing. I have located the site, a suitable area in the East China Sea, characterized by mild winds and, according to the weather forecast, no significant storms in the next few days. Thank you, Lao Shui. What are you planning to do? Shui Gang asked with a grin. I intend to prove that this device is of our making. How will you manage to get out to sea, particularly in international waters? That will lend greater credibility, Chun Yang chuckled. On the third day, a cacophony filled the sky, as 3 helicopters descended onto the rooftop of the Longyan Institute's Fuxing building. Professor Long, are we ready to depart? Yes, Chun Yang replied as he boarded one helicopter. Zhang Jie, Pang Li Juan, and others boarded another, while the third helicopter was hoisting a 3-meter square crate, concealed beneath a cloth, obscuring its contents. In the East China Sea, Captain Lu Zhan of the Qinglong fleet was answering a call. Chief, what are we waiting for here? Lu Zhan inquired over the phone. A highly significant scientist will be conducting experiments in your vicinity. Your full cooperation is essential. Fleet Commander Zhou Jinghao stated on the line. A scientist conducting experiments? Why is our fleet involved? Lu Zhan questioned, puzzled. Recently, the Americans have been flaunting their might here and have been quite active. If we do not remain vigilant, we risk being outmaneuvered by those foreign devils, Lu Zhan expressed with concern. It is precisely due to the American activities that we are tasked with providing escort. The Dragon King has emphasized that this scientist is of utmost importance. One individual can be as valuable as 1,000,000 soldiers. We must ensure that no unforeseen incidents occur. If genuine danger arises, any necessary measures may be taken. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhan's expression turned serious. Any necessary measures? Are we preparing for combat? If it comes to that, even opening fire would be an option. Moreover, Lu Zhan, let me be clear. If it comes to that point, your ship may sink. But this scientist must remain unharmed. Do you understand? Zhou Jinghao reiterated firmly. Lu Zhan suddenly felt the weight of his responsibilities increase, and this order seemed rather abrupt. With no prior indication, was this perhaps an overreaction? Overreaction? Huh. Do you have any idea that to facilitate this experiment, within your 50 nautical miles, we have deployed 2 of our nuclear submarines, 2 destroyers, 2 frigates, 3 supply ships, and a complete aircraft carrier group on standby. Even the coastal defense forces are fully prepared. Lu Zhan's face was filled with shock. Chief, could you possibly divulge more details? What experiments has this scientist conducted? It remains unclear. What? Unclear? Is it due to your insufficient rank? Lu Zhan provocatively remarked with a ghostly smile. It's not just me. Even the Dragon King is in the dark. What? You are unaware, yet have orchestrated such a grand affair? Lu Zhan expressed his confusion. We all have faith that he will not disappoint us, Zhou Jinghao stated. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhan felt a surge of respect, yet his curiosity deepened. Commander, who is this scientist of such esteemed stature? Lu Zhan inquired with both curiosity and gravity. In the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom, there are only a handful of individuals deserving of such treatment and wielding such influence. Once he arrives, you shall see. Remember, it is imperative to ensure the safety of this scientist. Yes, the ship may sink, I may perish, but this scientist must not encounter any issues, Lu Zhan declared earnestly. 2 hours later, Lu Zhan received a call informing him that the scientist had arrived. Except for the station personnel, everyone else should line up to welcome him. Lu Zhan, accompanied by the others, stood at attention on the deck like a spear. Shortly after, 3 dark figures appeared on the sea not far away. The dark shapes drew closer, enlarging, revealing the very scientist they awaited. The thunderous roar of the helicopter engine approached. Soon, it landed directly on the deck of the Dragon 88 destroyer. Lu Zhan stood there, gazing at the helicopter's door, his eyes filled with anticipation, eager to see which esteemed individual had come this time. Finally, the door opened, and a young figure emerged. He initially assumed it was a junior assistant still waiting. "Hello, are you Captain Liu? I am Chen Yang." Chapter 81. A small gadget. Liu Zhan was taken aback. He thought there was something wrong with his hearing. Is this the scientist coming to conduct experiments? The very scientist he was to protect with all his might? How could he appear so unassuming? It was only when the accompanying personnel presented the documents signed by Shui Gang and others from the military that Liu Zhan looked at Chen Yang in astonishment. You are truly the leading scientist for this experiment." "Chen Yang? Indeed, it is I, no mistake about it," Chen Yang replied with a smile. Hello. I never expected, truly never expected, that you would be so young." Captain Liu Zhan of the Dragon 88 destroyer welcomes Professor Chen to our midst. "Line up. Salute. Clap." Everyone on the deck saluted Chen Yang. Chen Yang looked at these soldiers guarding the maritime frontiers of the Dragon Kingdom, feeling equal admiration. "Thank you all for your hard work." Chen Yang reciprocated the salute. Though imperfectly executed, it was filled with sincerity. "Professor Chen, how may we assist you?" Liu Zhan inquired. "Please assist in removing the outer layer of this equipment." "I need to install the gear inside," Chen Yang said. "Certainly." Wu Guiqing. "Gather a few people to dismantle this according to Professor Chen's instructions and see how to install it," Liu Zhan commanded. Upon Liu Zhan's instruction, several individuals approached and swiftly removed the outer packaging. Once the packaging was removed, Chen Yang immediately began assembling the equipment. The individuals nearby gazed upon the formidable machine, perplexed and uncertain of its purpose. "Professor Chen, what treasure are we assembling?" Liu Zhan inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "A small gadget, an electromagnetic pulse cannon." Chen Yang replied with a smile. "What? An electromagnetic pulse cannon?" Liu Zhan exclaimed in astonishment. He had heard tales of the electromagnetic cannon, rumored to have originated from the United States. However, technological and material limitations had hindered its development into a weapon of significant battlefield potency. It was said that the most advanced electromagnetic cannon from 2 years prior could only achieve a range of 200 kilometers, far from being combat ready. To be precise, this was not an electromagnetic cannon, but rather an electromagnetic pulse cannon. The energy loss associated with electromagnetic cannons was too severe. Employing an electromagnetic pulse cannon would yield more stimulating results, Chen Yang elaborated. Liu Zhan's face lit up with delight upon hearing Chen Yang's words. The electromagnetic pulse cannon was considered far superior, with reports indicating that during previous nuclear tests, all electronic devices 1,000 miles away had been obliterated by the electromagnetic waves emitted. Similarly, during American experiments, electronic devices across an entire state, 300 kilometers away, had suffered complete destruction. Eventually, it became clear that these electromagnetic waves unleashed during nuclear explosions possessed a lethal capacity against electronic devices and components. The significance of electronic devices was self-evident. They served as the brain, the eyes, the nerve center. If the user could incapacitate those, victory would surely be assured. Liu Zhan could hardly contain his excitement at this thought. "What's the situation over there?" Chen Yang inquired of Wu Jingjing after the equipment was installed. They had already entered the conference hall of Sanqing building, and the press conference was about to commence. High-ranking officials from Sanqing as well as military leaders from Country H were in attendance, along with representatives from the International Academic Integrity Committee. "A bunch of clowns, mere buffoons," Chen Yang remarked with a cold smile. "Let us wait for them and see what these individuals can concoct." In the capital of Country H, atop the observation hall of Sanqing building, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement as prominent figures gathered and journalists filled the seats. On such a grand stage, Park Buching emerged as the focal point, standing confidently under the gaze of the world. At that moment, he brimmed with pride. Having resolved the most challenging issue of electromagnetic attenuation and constructed the world's most advanced electromagnetic cannon, he felt justified in his pride. The press conference commenced. Silence enveloping the hall as flashes of light erupted, all eyes fixed on Park Buching. He stood tall, his countenance radiating satisfaction. "After today, my name shall resonate throughout the world. And perhaps my discovery will etch my name in physics textbooks as the Park Buching electromagnetic attenuation formula. Future generations will study it and remember me." Park Buching's heart raced at the thought, filled with exhilaration. "Professor Park, how do you assess the fact that scientists from Long Country dare not confront you directly? Can we confirm their plagiarism?" a reporter inquired. "Absolutely." They felt a pang of guilt, caught red-handed. How could they dare to argue? Park Buching let out a cold laugh. "Moreover, given their understanding of electromagnetic theory, any attempt to debate with me would only further expose their ignorance. Ha ha ha, the researchers and representatives from H country. along with the journalists, could not suppress their laughter. What do you intend to do? Another journalist inquired. I demand they retract their paper immediately and issue a public apology on the front pages of major media outlets worldwide. Furthermore, I want them barred from engaging in electromagnetic research for life, for they are unworthy, Park Buching stated icily. Indeed, plagiarism is shameful. They are unfit to study electromagnetism. Someone echoed from the crowd. Shameful dragon country. They have stolen our rice dumplings, appropriated our dragon boat festival, pilfered our kimchi. And now they seek to claim our achievements in electromagnetism. Do they have no shame? Yes. Let them apologize. The people from H country shouted in unison. Professor Park, I hear you have developed an electromagnetic weapon? Indeed. Based on this discovery, I have created an electromagnetic weapon capable of effective attack. Since everyone is here, I shall demonstrate it for you. To clarify whether Dragon Country has indeed stolen my results, bring forth the electromagnetic cannon. Suddenly, a weapon resembling a long projectile came into view. Is this the electromagnetic cannon? A reporter asked Park Buching. Certainly. This is the electromagnetic cannon we developed earlier. Utilizing electromagnetic effects, it accelerates objects to speeds of tens of thousands of meters per second, allowing for rapid feedback and response. Compared to traditional artillery, the electromagnetic cannon boasts a longer range, higher initial velocity, lower cost, and greater safety and reliability. It has numerous advantages. The most advanced electromagnetic cannon from the United States has an effective strike range of only 300 kilometers. Our version can strike at 700 kilometers. That is double the range of the U.S. model, and it possesses even greater power, more advanced than the American electromagnetic cannon. The audience, upon hearing this, was nearly ecstatic. Now, let me show you the power of this electromagnetic cannon. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted with excitement. It seemed that if this electromagnetic cannon succeeded, they would truly surpass the United States. Chapter 82. Experience the ultimate power of electromagnetic damping theory. Now I declare, activate. As Park Buching's voice faded, the long cannon tube began to emit a buzzing sound, a tremendous noise resonating from within. Fire! Park Buching shouted. Boom! A deafening explosion followed. The crowd witnessed a shadow flying out from the cannon's chamber. The shadow moved with such speed that they barely had time to react. The projectile shot upwards and vanished in the blink of an eye. Look, the Starlink 8 satellite has captured the image. The speedometer indicated it was traveling at 60,000 meters per second, 60 kilometers per second, 176 Mach. Its velocity was several times that of a missile. My heavens! Is this the electromagnetic cannon? Absolutely incredible. The crowd stood in astonished silence, then turned their gaze to the screen. As the projectiles continued their rapid flight across the screen, a colossal shockwave erupted above the East China Sea mere moments later. The gathered crowd gazed at the explosion, unable to quell their astonishment. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Is this the prowess of electromagnetic weaponry? Indeed, this is electromagnetic weaponry. I hereby proclaim that from this day forth, our nation, H, officially enters the era of electromagnetic arms. With this technology, even missiles are rendered mere toys in its presence. Professor Park Buchung declared with immense pride. Applause erupted from the audience, reverberating like thunder. The citizens of H were particularly electrified. A hero. Professor Park is the nation's hero, they cried out, their fervor bordering on frenzy. Professor Park surveyed the crowd, a momentary flash of pride illuminating his face. Now, witnessing this electromagnetic cannon, you should recognize who established the theory of electromagnetic attenuation. He taunted the assembly. Facts speak louder than words. Is this not irrefutable proof? Upon hearing this, members of the International Academic Committee seated below could not help but nod in agreement. At that moment, a secretary approached. Professor Park, there is a behind-the-scenes advisor from Long Nation who wishes to speak with you. Humph. Only now do they seek my counsel? Do they not think it too late? Professor Park scoffed. He then instructed his assistant, connect the call and put it on speaker. I am eager to see how they plan to wriggle out of this. The call was connected, revealing an unfamiliar voice from Long Nation. I just witnessed your electromagnetic cannon, and I am quite disappointed. You copied the theory, yet you executed it poorly. Such a sophisticated manuscript, and you produced this third-rate imitation? Chen Yang remarked, his tone tinged with frustration. Behold, soon you will truly experience the ultimate power of the electromagnetic attenuation theory. Chen Yang sneered. Ultimate power? Humph. You likely missed the recent satellite broadcast. Initial velocity of 60,000 meters per second, 176 Mach. Do you know of any missile that can match that? Have the courage to debate face-to-face, hiding in the shadows and resorting to petty tactics? What does that amount to? Park Buchung retorted, addressing Chen Yang directly. Debate? Confrontation? You are not worthy. If you wish to prove your claims through tangible evidence, coincidentally, I also have some minor achievements to share. Qinyang mused. You too? Humph. Indeed. Long Nation's capacity for imitation is unparalleled. It hasn't been long, and you've already replicated something. Park Buchung sneered. If you have something to show, then bring it forth. Turn on the camera, and let me see what you have created. Want to see? Qinyang scoffed. You are not worthy. However, you will soon experience it firsthand. Humph. What a charade. Long Nation delights in boasting and making grand claims. When it comes time to deliver, they have nothing to show. The audience from H, hearing Qinyang's words, exchanged knowing smirks. Just as the crowd engaged in their banter, the live broadcast abruptly ceased. What is happening? Why is there no signal? Why can't we connect? The once serene observatory hall suddenly descended into chaos. A significant portion of the audience found their phones devoid of signal. Faced with this unexpected situation, Li Junyi, who had been seated in the audience, abruptly rose to his feet. At that moment, a technical supervisor rushed in from outside. Boss, it's bad news. We've just received information that our No. 8 communication satellite is suddenly experiencing unknown radiation interference and has completely lost contact. What? Lost contact? It was functioning fine just a moment ago. Indeed. But it has inexplicably gone offline. The Aerospace Center has reported that no signals can be detected and all backup lines have been severed. Li Junyi's expression grew tense. It was utterly unacceptable for such a critical event to lead to a signal disruption. However, he was also filled with doubt. When initially designed, the satellite might encounter malfunctions. But a total loss of contact was simply inconceivable. Investigate. Conduct an immediate inquiry. The chairman of the Sanxing Group, Li Junyi, wore a grave expression. Today was meant to be a day of global visibility, yet such a calamity had befallen them, igniting his fury. Before long, someone returned with alarming news. Chairman, it's worse than we thought. Our Tianyan number 8 satellite has been rendered inoperable. What? Please repeat that. Li Junyi, who had been seated, sprang to attention, staring incredulously at the messenger. Chairman, it has indeed been scrapped. This information just arrived from the satellite. Multiple electronic components have been incinerated, and the optical sensors and signal receivers have sustained irreversible damage. All signs indicate that the satellite is beyond repair. What caused this? We suspect it has been subjected to powerful electromagnetic interference from a solar flare, which directly destroyed the satellite. Li Junyi sank back into his chair, his expression a tumult of emotions, but he quickly regained his composure, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Quickly, activate other satellites. We must ensure that today's broadcast goes live. No matter what, we must preserve the image of Sanxing Group. He instructed his subordinates. Understood. They replied, promptly notifying the group to activate other satellites for signal transmission. Minutes later, the signal was restored. My sincerest apologies, everyone. We encountered a minor hiccup. Park Buchung's face regained its arrogant demeanor as he addressed the camera with disdain, asserting, I advise you to apologize immediately. Otherwise, not only will I ensure your utter defeat, but I will also completely annihilate your reputation. Qinyang, observing Park Buchung through the lens, was momentarily amused, a cold smile flickering across his face. How obstinate you are. Since you insist, I shall grant you an opportunity. Within 2 minutes, you must confess your plagiarism and then kneel, striking your own face thrice while berating yourself as a fool. Perhaps I might spare you, otherwise. I cannot guarantee that the previous incident will not repeat itself. Chapter 83. Another 3 rendered inoperable upon hearing Qinyang's words. Park Buchung's expression twisted into a mocking sneer. What incident are you referring to? Such theatrics. I warn you. You despicable individuals from the Dragon Nation shall pay for your insolence. A piercing sound suddenly erupted, cutting off the broadcast entirely. The crowd, which had only just settled, was now in disarray. What was happening? The signal was abysmally poor, and once again, they found themselves without connectivity. Complaints echoed among the group. Seated at the forefront, Li Junyi, the president of Sanxing, wore a grave expression, an ominous premonition enveloping his mind. Before long, a technical supervisor rushed towards him in a state of urgency. President, it's bad news. Our satellite has malfunctioned again. Li Junyi erupted. What? We've lost 2 satellites in a single day. This is catastrophic. Realizing his outburst, he quickly lowered his voice and demanded, explain this to me clearly. It's likely that we've encountered another magnetic storm. Our satellite number 9 has failed once more. The supervisor cautiously replied, are you certain it was a magnetic storm? Li Junyi barked back. From the images and data transmitted by the satellite, it appears to be caused by a magnetic storm. However, we must conduct further investigations to ascertain the specifics. Li Junyi's expression darkened. Immediately mobilized the B-10 satellite. Yes. His heart raced with anxiety as he recalled the words from the other end of the video call. Soon, the satellite adjusted its orbit and resumed its signal transmission mission. The video connection was re-established, and Chunyang's voice resonated once more. What is the situation? Have you reached a decision? Should we let another one go down? His tone dripped with disdain. What are you talking about? I warn you, if you fail to issue a formal statement today, prepare to face retraction and be permanently banished from the realm of research. Pu Buqing's voice seethed with anger. Haha, it seems you didn't receive my earlier signal. Perhaps I should send it again. Chunyang's voice, now altered, carried an unmistakable edge of menace. Such theatrics. I'll be waiting to see what disgraceful schemes you, the shameless Dragon Kingdom, can concoct. Pu Buqing scoffed, a cold smile on his lips. Li Junyi observed Pu Buqing's brazen display with an unsettling sense of foreboding. Rising from his seat, he prepared to return to his office. Minutes passed, and this time the signal was strong, with no issues whatsoever. Perhaps he had been overly anxious. How could they possibly interfere with satellites in space? Li Junyi pondered as he returned to his office. At present, the only conceivable threat to satellites in space was a missile. And a missile, from launch to impact, could never go unnoticed. Nor could it escape the scrutiny of nations worldwide. It seemed he was merely unlucky. Perhaps the magnetic storm truly was responsible for the failure of 2 satellites, he mused. Just as he began to relax, however, he heard hurried footsteps approaching, the sound echoing ominously. It was the supervisor responsible for satellite communications. Li Junyi felt an urge to strangle the man as he approached. Speak. What is it now? The supervisor's face was ashen, his eyes darting nervously as he stammered. Too frightened to articulate his thoughts. Out with it. What haven't I seen before? Just tell me the truth. President, our Xinglian satellites, numbers 4, 6, and 13, they're all down. At present, communication in various regions of country H has been entirely severed. What? What did you say? Please repeat that. Startled, I sat up abruptly, seizing the chairman as our Star Alliance satellite network has just lost 3 satellites, rendering global communication impossible. The supervisor, wearing a sorrowful expression, reported to Li Junyi. Bang. Upon hearing this news, Li Junyi collapsed into his chair, his face as pale as a sheet. Chairman, please wake up. The supervisor shouted frantically. Those nearby, witnessing the scene, rushed over. The attending physician hastily administered back compressions, and with a shot of adrenaline, Li Junyi gradually regained consciousness. After a considerable time, he slowly calmed down. Chairman, how do you feel? The beautiful secretary inquired of Li Junyi. Ignoring her, he fixated on the television broadcast. The press conference was still ongoing. The representatives from Dragon Country seemed particularly anxious. Aside from their initial theatrics, they showed no further reaction. Meanwhile, the online discourse was rife with commendations for Professor Park, with some even proposing he be hailed as a national hero. Li Junyi paid her no heed. His gaze once again glued to the screen. At last, the voice from Dragon Country re-emerged. How was that gift? Isn't it more thrilling to receive 3 at once rather than 1 by 1? Your opportunities are dwindling. I will grant you 2 more minutes. Should you fail to seize this chance, I wonder if we might witness a 5-star alignment. The audience watching the broadcast, including Park Buqing, wore expressions of bewilderment, their faces marked by mockery and disdain at Chunyang's words. However, to Li Junyi and the supervisor, this voice struck like thunder. Li Junyi sprang from his chair and dashed toward the rooftop. 13 satellites had already been rendered inoperative, with only 8 remaining. There could be no further mishaps. It was imperative to avoid any more unexpected events. On the Donghai, aboard the destroyer 088, Lu Zhan and others watched the live feed of Park Buqing, their fists clenched, wishing they could launch anti-aircraft fire at him. Professor Chen, is there a malfunction with your apparatus? Why is there no response at all? Just moments ago, they had seen Chunyang firing 3 shots from the electromagnetic pulse cannon skyward. Yet, it seemed to have had no effect, as Park Buqing from Country H appeared unfazed. Don't rush. Let the bullets fly for a while, Chunyang replied with a smile. In Country H, upon hearing Chunyang's remarks, Park Buqing's expression grew even more contemptuous. Cowardly dragon people, too ashamed to show their faces. Are they too humiliated to admit their plagiarism? Those journalists below were incessantly snapping photographs, affirming that this time, the evidence of Dragon Country's plagiarism was irrefutable. How disgraceful. They possess no academic integrity. It is shameful to be associated with them. Standing below, the citizens of Country H gazed up at Park Buqing with admiration. To boldly denounce Dragon Country in front of so many media outlets, Professor Park deserves to be the first. We need heroes like Professor Park. As Park Buqing stood on the stage, he reveled in the admiration of the audience, brimming with confidence. At that moment, he felt the world's gaze upon him. However, Amidst his exultation, a sudden voice pierced through the atmosphere. "Shut your mouth, you scoundrel!" Li Junyi shouted, fury evident in his tone. Chapter 84, President. "It is I, Park Buching. What seems to be the problem?" Suddenly, a cane swung towards his face with great force. Just moments ago, Park Buching, who had basked in the adoration akin to that of a hero, was now brought low by a single strike of the cane. The onlookers were left utterly bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. The security personnel, witnessing the assault, initially rushed to intervene, only to freeze in place upon realizing it was their superior, Li Junyi, who had delivered the blow. The online viewers were equally astonished, erupting in disbelief. "How dare he strike our Professor Park? Is this man insane?" The comments flew in with fervor. "Watch your words. Do you believe your phone 1T explode because of that statement? Oh no, I was wrong. This is my father, Li Junyi. I beg your pardon, father, for my disrespect. Why did you strike Professor Park?" Everyone was left in a state of confusion. In the midst of this chaos, Park Buching, still reeling from the blow, shouted towards Li Junyi, "President, it is I, Park Buching. What is going on? Park Buching, you are the very one I sought to strike. You have caused me immense suffering. You've made me lose 5 satellites, 5 in total. My painstakingly constructed Starlink communications has been ruined by your actions." Li Junyi roared in wrath. On board the Dragon 88 destroyer, Lu Zhan and his companions, who had been seething with rage moments ago, now fell silent, their expressions mirroring their confusion. They gawked at the scene, astonished that Li Junyi's cane had nearly incapacitated Park Buching. What transpired? How did this old man end up being struck? Lu Zhan inquired, bewildered. Professor Chun, however, refrained from answering Lu Zhan's questions. He spoke into the phone. "That was a rather decent strike. Yet, it appears you did not fully comprehend my earlier words. I feel it is necessary to remind you once more. Jingjing, unleash 2 more shots for them," Qinyang said with a smile. Hearing this, Li Junyi, live on camera, was instantly struck with fear, his face turning pale. "Do not fire again. Please. We were mistaken. We truly understand our errors." The once mighty Li Junyi now pleaded before Qinyang. He then turned and struck Park Buching once again, landing another blow to his face. The viewers of the live broadcast were left utterly horrified. What just happened? Why has he struck him again? What did I miss while I stepped away for a moment? I've been watching intently and still cannot grasp the situation. The audience from H country was entirely at a loss. In this moment, Li Junyi, leaning into the camera, pleaded with Qinyang. "We have come to realize our mistakes. This scoundrel. It is all this scoundrel's fault for the plagiarism. He has plagiarized your work and yet has the audacity to turn the tables, urging me to support him. Not only has he harmed you, but he has also jeopardized me." Li Junyi accused Qinyang vehemently. Park Buching, who had been struck down, was utterly bewildered. How could his own boss, who was previously in good standing, suddenly betray him, and in front of the entire world's media no less? "We were wrong. We should not have provoked you. I assure you, I will apologize and clarify this on all major websites and platforms. This electromagnetic attenuation theory was discovered by you. Park Buching is a thief." Chapter 85. Not a single paper will be published in Nature and Science, for you are undeserving. Li Junyi was thoroughly terrified. There are only 13 satellites in total. If they all malfunction, it won't just disrupt communications, but the entire commercial empire may collapse. Everyone present was left dumbfounded, gazing at this unexpected spectacle in sheer astonishment. How could the president of the prestigious Sanxing Group engage in such conduct? It was all his doing. Li Junyi shouted at the screen. Then, he turned and dragged the already fallen Park Buching over. "Speak. How did you plagiarize the achievements of Longhua, and how did you deceive us step by step into investing in your electromagnetic cannon?" Li Junyi roared at Park Buching, resembling an interrogator. At this moment, the crowd was also bewildered, but soon erupted into a frenzy of applause. Hearing Li Junyi's words, Park Buching wore a bitter expression, looking at the cameras, then at Li Junyi's face, and finally at the onlookers' gazes, which were akin to that of spectators observing a spectacle. His face turned ashen. He had thought that today would bring him fame, yet it resulted in utter disgrace. He was unwilling to accept this. What has happened? What on earth transpired? "Boss, please tell me, so I may comprehend my fate." Park Buching pleaded with Li Junyi. "I have always loathed plagiarists, and yet you chose to steal from others. How dare you inquire about what transpired?" Li Junyi rebuked Park Buching furiously. Park Buching could only manage a bitter smile. "Is it true that you made some deal with them?" Park Buching questioned Li Junyi. "Even at this juncture, you still feign innocence. Where did you acquire this information? You had made no progress in electromagnetic physics previously. How did you achieve such a breakthrough so suddenly? Do not think that I am unaware of your dealings with Cui Haoming. I had my suspicions, and now, upon this gentleman's hint, I have come to a startling realization. I detest people like you. You must kneel and apologize. You are a disgrace to the entire field of electromagnetic physics and to the scientific community of the H country. Today, we must provide an explanation to everyone. Li Junyi was enraged, wishing he could devour him whole. If you must indulge in treachery, at least do so discreetly. How infuriating that I believed your deceitful words. Is this what you refer to as Longwa being unable to do anything about you? Is this what you call absolute safety? Scoundrel. Boss, you cannot treat me this way. You once called me a bastard, and yet you dare to speak so recklessly. Another blow struck fiercely across his face. Confess honestly, how did you plagiarize these papers? How did you steal the achievements of others? Dare to mispronounce a single word, and I will end you right now. Li Junyi thundered at him. Initially prepared to continue his argument, Park Buching's eyes flickered with fear. While others may not grasp the terror emanating from this man before him, he understood all too well. At this juncture, although he was uncertain why Li Junyi was so frightened, one thing was clear. He had become a pawn, with no chance of redemption. It's my fault. All my fault. I was blinded by greed. I exploited Shui Mingzhu and, as a student abroad, stole the achievements of Longyan Institute. I am to blame. I am guilty. I should not have acted this way. Park Buching began to repent before the camera. Meanwhile, online, those who had once held high hopes for Park Buching, even lauding him as a scientist, were now left in shock. They quickly turned to vitriol. How could such a scoundrel exist in our great H country? How could someone like you call yourself a scientist? Why don't you just die? What purpose do you serve by continuing to live? At the scene, the crowd erupted in outrage. They had initially believed that Park Buching could fulfill the nation's pride and bolster their sense of national dignity. But now, that fragile hope lay shattered. Repeat that. Did you or did you not plagiarize? Someone shouted, hurling an object at Park Buching's face. The confidence and arrogance he once exuded vanished entirely. Park Buching lay on the ground, bloodied and bruised, while the surrounding crowd mercilessly assailed him. Li Junyi faced the camera, his expression one of remorse. On behalf of Sanqing Group, I extend my sincerest apologies to the authors of the stolen papers, and personally, I will compensate with 5 million USD. Furthermore, we will issue a clarification across major media outlets. I am deeply sorry. Li Junyi bowed respectfully, his demeanor reflecting utmost caution and deference. Those members of the so-called Academic Integrity Committee present were taken aback by this sudden turn of events, astonished at how swiftly the tides had changed, leading to an admission of guilt. They remained unaware of the intricacies that had unfolded. However, there was no turning back now. Even Park Buching, who had summoned them, was now lying prostrate on the ground. What more could they do? Turning to the foreign cameras, they proclaimed, "We are currently verifying. The article on electromagnetic attenuation originated from Longwa and bears no suspicion of plagiarism. We welcome the authors of that paper to continue submitting their work, yielding even more remarkable achievements." Upon hearing this, Qinyang on the other end of the line let out a cold laugh. Return and inform your editors and chief reviewers that from now on, no articles from the revival building of Longyan Institute will be published in Nature or Science. For you are unworthy. Qinyang's voice was frigid, laced with undeniable arrogance. The experts from the Integrity Committee, seated below, immediately furrowed their brows upon hearing this. Some were even infuriated. What is this Longwa person saying? Translator, are you certain you haven't made a mistake? The translator nervously wiped the sweat from his brow. I confirm that I have not misinterpreted the translation. He declared that he shall no longer publish any articles in those Western journals. He asserted that you are unworthy. How audacious! Does he truly comprehend the implications of his words? Does he wish to sever ties with the entirety of Western civilization? Has he perhaps become excessively arrogant? Merely having published a couple of minor articles has led him to consider himself a figure of significance? The deputy editor of science, seated there, wore a grim expression. He then promptly seized the nearby microphone, his demeanor icy. Dragon Country individual, you must contemplate the consequences of your statement. I now grant you another opportunity. Apologize immediately, and I shall pretend you never uttered those words. The chief editor coldly addressed Qinyang. You are unworthy. Do you hear me? Qinyang's voice resounded once more, chilling and resolute. Boom. Upon the utterance of these words, the entire assembly was left in utter shock. Such a declaration was akin to a heavyweight bomb detonating in the atmosphere. Who dares to openly challenge authority? Who dares to proclaim a refusal to publish in the West? Very well. You had better remember your words. I shall have a thorough discussion with your superiors. I hope your statements will be well received by them. The deputy editor Sullivan coldly threatened over the phone. Chapter 86. What transpired? He understood the Dragon Country individuals all too well. Employing dragons to contend with dragons was indeed the most effective strategy. To engage personally in the fray could not only lead to failure, but also result in severe injury. I await your arrival. Qin Yang's voice echoed coldly once more. Aboard the Dragon Country 088 destroyer. Qin Yang coldly ended the call. Nearby, Lu Zhan, Zhang Jie, and Jingjing were all taken aback. They had not anticipated that Li Junyi would be so resolute, completely discarding Park Buching at a critical moment. Even more astonishing was Chun Yang's audacity to confront the Research Integrity Committee, boldly declaring his intention to cease publishing with them. Professor Chun, well done. What courage. Old Lu admires you. Lu Zhan expressed his admiration for Qin Yang. So bold, so perfectly aligned with his temperament. Life and death are trivial. If one does not comply, then one must fight. Fear is irrelevant. The Dragon Country needs individuals of his caliber. However, the expressions of Zhang Jie and the others were tinged with concern. Professor Chun, the entirety of academic authority and standards still resides in the Euro-American West. If you truly sever ties with science and nature, you may face isolation from the entire West. And even some domestic scientists may find this detrimental to your future development. Rest assured, I possess my own judgment. We publish so many articles and achieve numerous accomplishments each year, yet the ultimate decision-making power and standards lie in their hands. It is both unfair and suffocating. Our work should be determined by us. From now on, all our articles shall be published in our own journals. In our own journals? Zhang Jie and the others exchanged wry smiles. They feared that outsiders would be reluctant to publish with them and would certainly not reference the articles, thus diminishing the value and significance of scholarly exchange. In the realm of domestic journals, credibility is often lacking. A veritable melange where many students seek to obtain diplomas and numerous adults vie for professional titles. Truly valuable publications are scarce. Moreover, the essence of journal publication lies in the convergence and circulation of ideas. It is akin to establishing a marketplace. Unless other vendors choose to sell their wares there and buyers flock to it, such a marketplace cannot thrive. Otherwise, it merely becomes a soliloquy, devoid of recognition. In the present scientific landscape, discoveries are often claimed by the first to publish, ultimately granting them ownership. However, should one's work be relegated to an obscure journal without external validation, the repercussions can be dire. Rest assured, there will come a time when others will seek to engage with us. As for recognition, they will have no choice but to acknowledge our contributions. Qin Yang gazed out over the distant sea, his visage brimming with confidence. The notion of others seeking collaboration was met with incredulity by those nearby. The Western arrogance and hegemonic structures did not form overnight. The epicenter of scientific discovery has long resided with them. Thus, coaxing them into a dialogue with us is no trivial endeavor. No matter. If they refuse to publish our findings, so be it. It is of no great consequence. The laws of physics exist as objective truths, impervious to their denial. I support you, Wu Jingjing declared. Upon my return, I shall prepare the establishment of a journal. If we are to embark on this journey, let us create a publication that surpasses science and nature. Let those foreigners gain a broader perspective. Wu Jingjing spoke with equal fervor. Upon hearing her words, Qin Yang's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, Jingjing understood my intentions. I, too, share this sentiment. We have long been constrained by them, to the extent that even our domestic research environment has been tainted in certain respects. It is time for the power of discourse and evaluation to return to us. If they refuse to accept our contributions, we shall forge our own path. Consider this instance. Had Qin Yang not developed the electromagnetic pulse cannon, had he not substantiated his claims with undeniable evidence, this invention might well have fallen into the hands of country H within their established framework. While such occurrences are rare, one such instance is sufficient to provoke deep discontent. As the conversation unfolded, a soldier approached, whispering urgently into Lu Zhan's ear. Lu Zhan's expression shifted, and after exchanging a brief greeting with Qin Yang, he hastily made his way to the operations room. I am Lu Zhan of the Destroyer 088. Please provide instructions. I am Admiral Zhou Zhenghao, commander of the aircraft carrier. What transpired moments ago? Why have American vessels and aircraft suddenly retreated from within 30 nautical miles? Commander Zhou inquired, striving to suppress his surging emotions. The American Ninth Fleet had been patrolling nearby, occasionally engaging in confrontations, the most recent of which occurred at a mere few nautical miles away. What further irked Zhou was their reliance on superior equipment. They often exploited electronic reconnaissance aircraft to operate brazenly in the skies. Gathering intelligence on the surrounding hydrological conditions and our fleet's capabilities, amassing critical operational data. However, constrained by various factors, one could only watch helplessly. Even today, these individuals boldly collected data right before their eyes once more. Just moments ago, an alarm suddenly blared from the aircraft carriers. With the sound of the alarm, the electronic reconnaissance aircraft, which had been soaring freely in space, made an emergency landing on the aircraft carrier, along with the F-56 fighter jets. The fleet, which had initially exhibited a show of strength, abruptly changed course and began retreating. Moreover, their withdrawal was swift, almost as if they were hastily escaping. Zhou Jinghao had never witnessed such a scenario and suspected that something significant had transpired internally in the United States, even pondering whether they had engaged in conflict elsewhere. He promptly reported this news to the military headquarters. After thorough analysis, the military confirmed there were no issues. The only plausible explanation was that Professor Chen's experimental weapon had exerted a formidable deterrent effect on them, causing them to flee in fear. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jinghao was utterly astonished. As the fleet commander, he had long been accustomed to the arrogance of the Americans, who treated the oceans of the world, be it the Pacific or the Atlantic, as their own swimming pools, coming and going as they pleased. Yet now, they had been frightened away by an experimental weapon. Zhou Jinghao could hardly believe it. Therefore, after hanging up the phone, he immediately called Lu Zhan to inquire. "We haven't done anything," Lu Zhan responded, somewhat perplexed. "Haven't done anything? Did not Professor Chen conduct an experiment there?" Commander Zhou questioned Lu Zhan. Chapter 87. A future of caution. Upon hearing Commander Zhou's words, Lu Zhan's expression shifted. The specifics of the experiment were unclear, but Professor Chen mentioned it was an electromagnetic pulse cannon. To be honest, that thing is incredibly powerful. A few shots were fired into the sky. I felt nothing. And guess what? Li Junyi, the chairman of the Sanxin group in H country, hundreds of kilometers away, was utterly terrified. He knelt down, pleading for forgiveness. "If you search now, you will see that H country has lost face on a global scale. I have never felt so triumphant," Lu Zhan excitedly told Commander Zhou. "A few shots fired into the sky. Yes. What exactly was targeted, I did not see. I didn't even catch a glimpse of the actual projectiles, only a beam of light shooting into the sky. I have no idea what Li Junyi of H country was afraid of," Lu Zhan explained to Commander Zhou. After hanging up, Commander Zhou's face reflected a deeper confusion. Subsequently, he directly called the military headquarters again. "It might be related to Professor Chen. I heard he fired a few shots. However, I don't know what was targeted." "Do you have any information?" Commander Zhou inquired of the military headquarters. "We have learned that H country's extensive communications facilities have been affected, suspected to be due to satellite malfunctions, resulting in many areas losing signal. Additionally, before firing, Professor Chen had inquired about the coordinates and trajectory of H country's satellite system. Thus, we boldly speculate that the satellite malfunction may be related to Professor Chen." The military officials addressed Commander Zhou. "What? Before firing? We inquired about the satellite's trajectory and coordinates, and after firing, the satellite malfunctioned. Could it be that he has disabled H nation's communication satellite?" Commander Zhou looked utterly incredulous. "This is simply outrageous. They casually brought over a device and, from the destroyer, fired at the sky, damaging several satellites after just a few shots. This is not merely the destruction of satellites. Rather, it is the utilization of powerful electromagnetic interference, utterly crippling the internal components. Although those satellites remain in orbit, they have now become inert celestial bodies. According to observations from astronomical telescopes, an immense burst of electromagnetic waves was suddenly emitted from Earth, possessing tremendous energy and exerting a powerful disruptive effect on satellites. However, since the launch site is the same as our Dragon 88 destroyer, we can rest easy. If we can ascertain this, then the Americans must have detected it as well. Therefore, we deduce that the U.S. Ninth Fleet has just been frightened away." "What? Frightened away?" "Indeed. Since Professor Chen's weapon can threaten satellites in space, it can likewise disrupt the electromagnetic systems aboard aircraft carriers. Although aircraft carriers can shield against such interference to some extent, the fighter jets and electronic reconnaissance aircraft in the air have no countermeasures. If they do not retreat, we could, at our discretion, obliterate their electronic equipment. A fleet devoid of fighter jets and reconnaissance aircraft would be nothing more than a sitting duck on the ocean," the military officials remarked to Zhou Jinghao. Upon hearing this, Commander Zhou felt a surge of excitement. He finally comprehended the weight of Longyan's words. The destroyer may sink, but Professor Chen must not encounter any mishaps. Their immense fleet did not scare off the Americans, yet a mere weapon from Professor Chen sent them fleeing in panic. Truly a national hero. On board the Dragon 88 destroyer, Lu Zhan gazed longingly at the enormous box. He had already heard about Commander Zhou's disclosures. This device could shoot down satellites from thousands of miles away and instigate the Americans' retreat. "Professor Chen, might I request this weapon for myself?" Lu Zhan asked somewhat shyly. He knew that such weaponry required special approval, yet this particular device was irresistibly alluring. If they could equip themselves with such a weapon, who would dare to challenge them again? Chen Yang chuckled. This device merely catches one off guard. Now that the Americans have discovered its existence, they will undoubtedly hasten their research into counter-strategies upon returning. As the electromagnetic pulse cannon primarily operates through electromagnetic resonance to amplify and concentrate signals, it can be easily deciphered. And I believe they will soon devise preventive measures. At the very least, they will find a way to counter this weapon. Therefore, your staying here would serve little purpose. If one truly desires it, I shall return and refine the frequency of the electromagnetic wave bands, enabling them to penetrate shielding layers. At that moment, we shall possess an even greater deterrent capability. Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, Lu Zhan felt an unspoken admiration. Very well. I eagerly await your promising news, Professor Chen. I firmly believe that with your innovations, we can certainly intimidate any nefarious adversary. Lu Zhan saluted Chen Yang, exclaiming, a single individual can rival 1,000,000 soldiers. Such is the caliber of a person like him. Subsequently, under the escort of Longyan, Chen Yang departed once more, while Lu Zhan dispatched armed helicopters to accompany him throughout the journey. As he articulated, should any risk befall you, Professor Chen, in my care, I would become a timeless sinner of Dragon Country. In the Pacific, within a certain maritime region, the commander of the Ninth Fleet, who had already fled, sat in the operations room. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. For the first time, this marks my inaugural retreat since taking command of the Ninth Fleet. A disgrace. It is a humiliation I shall carry for life. Sora, if you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I assure you, I will unleash a barrage of rocket fire upon you. The fleet commander, 4-star Admiral Plaque, stood there, bellowing into the phone. You claim that Huaxia possesses weaponry capable of annihilating our Ninth Fleet. What is it exactly? Why was I not informed of this prior? Meanwhile, on the other end of the satellite video call, sitting within the White House, scientific advisor Sora bore a similarly grave expression. For the Ninth Fleet, this was unprecedented. For him, it was no different. American warships have always been invincible, bulldozing their way through. When has there been such a disarray as today? However, we have just received word from H country that 3 satellites belonging to the Sanqing Group were destroyed, the destruction site suspected to be near the East China Sea. With the weaponry used remaining unknown, possibly electromagnetic in nature, President's scientific advisor Sora spoke somberly to Plaque. And so what? Plaque remained unconvinced. We possess electromagnetic weaponry as well. Though it has numerous advantages, it equally has its shortcomings. This apparatus is merely a toy and cannot determine the outcome on the battlefield. Their weaponry is not a physical assault like an electromagnetic cannon. Instead, it is an electromagnetic attack. It can instantly annihilate all electronic devices through an electromagnetic pulse. Just a single strike could render your entire aircraft carrier's electronic systems inoperative, leaving you unable to make even a phone call. The radar would become blind, the central system paralyzed, and the children aboard the nuclear submarine would perish due to system failures leading to oxygen supply disruptions, suffocating all soldiers within. Scientific advisor Sora articulated to Plaque. Upon hearing Sora's words, Plaque was utterly taken aback. Is it truly that formidable? It may well be even more so. Plaque fell silent, sitting in his chair, lost in thought for an extended period before gradually regaining his composure. Must we henceforth merely circumvent them? Plaque asked, unwilling to accept this fate. We are diligently researching counter-strategies. However, until a viable strategy emerges, we must avoid confrontation to prevent incurring greater losses. Sora responded gravely. Damn it. Hearing this, Plaque slammed the table in frustration. Chapter 88. The First Gift. One must not allow Professor Chen to feel undervalued. The United States has been thoroughly intimidated. Meanwhile, the H country's Sanqing Group, as the central figure in this incident, is desperately striving to conceal the news. The sudden loss of 5 satellites, particularly crucial communication satellites, constitutes a catastrophic blow, raising serious doubts about the security measures surrounding these satellites. Yet, often, the more one attempts to hide, the more swiftly the truth is exposed. The entire world has become aware that 5 satellites belonging to H country have been obliterated, rendered utterly inoperable. Initially, Li Junyi of H country sought various means to obscure this reality. However, once the professional evaluations were released, concealment became impossible. Stock prices plummeted dramatically, evaporating 200 billion US dollars overnight. What piqued global curiosity was the inquiry into the cause behind the simultaneous loss of 5 satellites. Soon, connections were drawn between this event and the recent press conference held by Sanqing Group on the rooftop. Could it be that Long Country has developed sufficiently powerful weapons capable of instantaneously destroying satellites in space? Speculation ensued, prompting some to approach Sanqing Group for confirmation. The Sanqing Group remained tight-lipped. Their silence was tantamount to an admission. Consequently, the world became acutely aware of the situation. Furthermore, some individuals even sought verification from the United States, as observers noted that their Ninth Fleet had withdrawn from the East China Sea, retreating to a considerable distance. Was this retreat a response to the threat posed by the unidentified weapon? Such rumors are utterly unfounded. We merely sought to make strategic adjustments. Our strategic deployment has been completed. As for any weapon, I have never heard of it. I firmly believe that the United States possesses both the capability and strength to confront any challenge. Regarding the so-called electromagnetic pulse cannon, it is entirely fictitious. Mr. Spokesperson, I believe I did not mention any electromagnetic pulse cannon. The mention of this fantastical weapon sent shockwaves through global discourse. Astonishment ensued. The Ninth Fleet of the United States retreated from the Pacific, allegedly due to this weapon. The future is upon us. Electromagnetic pulse weaponry has been integrated into the entire military of Long Country. A seismic shift in global military power dynamics has commenced with the advent of electromagnetic pulse weapons. In an instant, information spread like wildfire, and rumors proliferated. The military and scientific communities have been set ablaze. The notion of space warfare has been broached since the 1950s. Yet conditions have never been favorable for its implementation. The number of nations capable of launching into space is exceedingly limited. Moreover, the establishment of a space force for the purpose of engaging in space warfare seemed far-fetched. However, the instantaneous destruction of Sanshin Group's 5 satellites has struck a chord with everyone. It is imperative to spare no effort in uncovering the principles behind this electromagnetic pulse cannon. A project must be initiated immediately. Others have already developed tangible entities while we remain in the dark about this phenomenon. The commander at the Pentagon pounded the table in fury at his subordinates. Meanwhile, the article on electromagnetic attenuation published in Science has been scrutinized countless times by military research divisions across various nations. It is profoundly intricate. Initially, we believed we had grasped the concept, yet our understanding was merely superficial. Employing electromagnetic attenuation theory to construct an electromagnetic cannon is akin to refining petroleum solely for the purpose of kindling a fire. How remarkable! I propose that, should the opportunity arise, every conceivable effort should be made to invite Professor Chen Yang to the United States. With just this single paper, Professor Chen has secured a significant place in the annals of physics development. Meanwhile, King Abdullah II of Iqtar has also been apprised of this news. A weapon capable of directly incapacitating satellites on Earth? Immediately contact the Dragon Kingdom. We must have it. No matter the cost, we can afford it. Abdullah declared to his minister, Agub. Presently, Iqtar, equipped with specialized radar and the latest cruise missiles from the Dragon Kingdom, is more than capable of confronting any external adversary. Even the most advanced B-5 bombers from the United States no longer dare to approach. Fighter jets are equally deterred from their reckless pursuits. As for the ground forces, do they truly consider the people of Iqtar to be made of clay? I have heard that this is the latest weapon from the Dragon Kingdom, and the military has yet to formalize its registration. It seems we may not be able to procure it. Agub remarked to his brother. However, I have heard from external sources that this weapon was developed by the same scientist who created the Divine Radar last time. What? The same individual. Establish contact immediately. This time, regardless of the circumstances, we must pay a visit to this esteemed scientist, our great benefactor. Abdullah stated to his brother. Let us express our respect and gratitude in the simplest manner possible. Melt my crown and craft a trophy for Professor Chun. That crown weighs a staggering 78 pounds. Agub replied. Let us instead forge it into a small ding, as I hear the people of the Dragon Kingdom have a fondness for such items. Let us also embed the diamonds atop it. As it is our first gift, we cannot allow Professor Chen to feel it lacking. Certainly. Dragon Kingdom. Yinjing. In a villa. Michelle sat upon her bed. I have cancelled all your engagements. For the next 2 weeks, you must take good care of yourself and seize the opportunity to rest. Prepare to welcome our most esteemed guest with the utmost enthusiasm and energy, Kong Luan advised Michelle. Understood, Michelle replied. I have heard that this banquet will be attended by the young heir of the Longyan Group, as well as numerous second-generation affluent individuals and military descendants, figures whose mere presence could shake the capital. Even the host for this evening's event is a retired variety show presenter. The program has been meticulously arranged by the director, representing the highest standards. Not to mention, merely participating in such a gathering is already a tremendous opportunity. You must cherish it. Who knows, after this event, you may find even greater prospects, perhaps even catching the eye of those influential figures. If they choose to support you, not only could you soar to great heights domestically, but you may also secure a place on the international stage. Rest assured, Sister Kong, I will treasure this opportunity and prepare diligently. Tomorrow, I shall check on the custom-tailored outfit. Very well. I have already made arrangements for you. Oh, by the way, there are 3 others from the company who will also be participating. They are all your competitors. Whether you can seize the opportunity will depend solely on your own efforts. Kong Luan remarked. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anxiety crossed Michelle's face. She had initially believed that entering the entertainment industry would allow her to establish herself swiftly. However, the pace of change was too rapid. Without the right exposure and acclaim, coupled with a lack of noteworthy works, she risked being supplanted. Once she had been a leading figure among her contemporaries, yet now she felt the encroaching presence of newcomers. Yes, Sister Kong, I will. I will certainly grasp this opportunity. Michelle resolved inwardly. Chapter 89. We can endure even the heavens collapse. Qinyang returned to the Longyan Institute from the Dragon 88 destroyer. The revival building of the Longyan Institute was now heavily guarded, with the adjacent structures having been cleared. The scope of the revival building had been expanded once more, all due to Qinyang's growing team and influence, as well as the significant accomplishments he had achieved, which had drawn attention from higher authorities. Qian Xilang, Wu Xian, Yuan Dawei, and other prominent figures within the Longyan Institute hurried towards the revival building upon hearing of Qinyang's return, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. As they approached the entrance, they were intercepted by Wu Jingjing, who stood like a sentinel before them. What do you wish to do? Wu Jingjing inquired, blocking their path. We seek to speak with Professor Chun to understand the situation, Wu Xian replied playfully, addressing his cherished granddaughter. That is not permissible. Professor Chun is far too fatigued. He has scarcely rested these past few days. If you have matters to discuss, it would be best to wait until he has recuperated, Wu Jingjing asserted. But we are anxious. We only wish to ask a few questions, Wu Xian insisted. Yes, we will merely inquire and depart, Qian Xilang added with a smile. That is out of the question. I know you well enough. You are certain to pry until every detail is revealed, Wu Jingjing retorted with dissatisfaction. We promise we won't. Wu Xian raised his hand in a gesture of assurance towards Wu Jingjing. Humph. Just because you are my grandfather does not mean I am unaware of your intentions, Wu Jingjing replied, her lips pursed in discontent. Let Grandpa pass. He will have Grandma prepare your favorite braised pork in return, Wu Xian suggested. Huh. You only invoke my name when you crave braised pork. Do you think I do not know? Wu Jingjing pouted, clearly displeased. Wu Xian's face turned crimson at that moment. Just then, Qinyang emerged from within. What is the matter? Elder Qian, Elder Wu, why do you stand outside? Please, come in, Qinyang greeted them. We were just taking a stroll, Wu Xian said cunningly. We feared we might disturb your rest, and we're about to leave. No worries, please come in, Qinyang encouraged. Are you not resting? Wu Jingjing chided Qinyang. You have gone 3 days without sleep. Are you not on the verge of fainting? I am fine, Qinyang replied with a smile. I am indeed a bit weary now, especially after such a lengthy helicopter ride, which has left me even more fatigued. Although my body has been strengthened, being at sea for so long has made me somewhat queasy. I am not feeling quite well. However, seeing Elder Qian, Elder Wu, and the Dean here, how could I bear to refuse? Never mind. Please, all of you, come in, Qinyang reiterated. Apologies for the misunderstanding. Hee, Wu Xuan remarked with a hint of annoyance. Let us not linger too long. Wu Jingjing gritted her teeth as she faced Wu Xuan. After her departure, Wu Xuan got straight to the point. Professor Chun, what have you accomplished on this occasion? The entire world is rife with speculation, inundated with both genuine and fabricated reports. Wu Xuan addressed Qinyang. The young man before him, barely older than his granddaughter, seemed utterly peculiar. Qinyang chuckled lightly. We didn't do much, really. A while back, I published a paper that was plagiarized by some individuals. It was infuriating enough that I decided to create a little something as a form of retribution. A little something? Again with the little something? Wu Xuan and the others exchanged glances. Previously, when Qinyang had mentioned a little something, he had developed the divine radar that had enabled them to eliminate the so-called most advanced stealth bomber, the B-5. Now he was speaking of another little something. Is that little something a nuclear-powered electromagnetic pulse cannon? Wu Xuan inquired. Indeed, you could say it's a straightforward application of that theory, aimed at reducing the decay of the electromagnetic pulse during transmission. Simultaneously, it enhances and focuses the electromagnetic signals through resonance effects, allowing for long-range strikes. This recent act of plagiarism, according to Jingjing, was orchestrated by the Sanqing Group from H country. I learned from Old Shui that their communication satellites are currently in orbit, clearly positioned without any obstructions. Conveniently, they are hovering over our East China Sea, so I thought to give them a few shots as a minor reprimand. A few shots? A minor reprimand? Are you implying that you truly disabled their satellites during this experiment? Wu Xuan asked, adjusting his demeanor. Sort of. At such a high power, no electronic device should be able to escape unharmed. Qin Yang replied nonchalantly, as if he were discussing the demise of 5 satellites worth billions, rather than 5 insignificant birds. Gulp. The three exchanged glances, unable to suppress a gulp of astonishment. Did you really incapacitate all 5 of their satellites? Qian Siliang asked, unable to contain his need for confirmation. Seeing their reactions, Qin Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was I perhaps a bit too impulsive? Have I caused the nation any trouble? If my actions led to interference or complications for the country, that would be a grave misstep. The others, initially shocked, immediately shook their heads in response to Qin Yang's concerns. Trouble? Absolutely not. Quite the contrary. Well done. Splendidly executed. Those despicable plagiarists, we've longed to deal with them. Let us see if they dare to steal again. Now they don't even have the audacity to utter a word. They can't even admit that their satellites have been taken down. Wu Xuan declared, visibly relieved. Indeed, these shameless scoundrels deserve this. And let me tell you, not only has H country been thoroughly alarmed, but even the United States has retreated. They have long stationed the 9th Fleet beyond the island chain. And after your electromagnetic cannon was fired, they detected an enormous electromagnetic interference signal. Realizing their vulnerability, they wisely chose to withdraw early. You have accomplished what we could only dream of. Truly remarkable. Qian Siliang added. We have come to seek your verification. Now that we have received our answer, we can rest easy. It was stated above that you should unleash your potential, and we, as a nation, can withstand whatever challenges arise. Yuan Dawei chuckled. Thank you all. It is we who should express our gratitude to you. Your recent endeavors have allowed us to regain our pride and wash away our humiliation. Wu Xian remarked. By the way, the military would like us to inquire whether your electromagnetic pulse cannon can be produced in bulk. Is there a possibility that other nations could swiftly catch up? Equipping the entire army may prove to be a formidable task. As the synthetic materials used in the electromagnetic pulse cannon are derived from alloys made from space meteorites, extracted by the Aerospace Research Institute, the materials are limited, and we can only produce 3 or 4 units at most. To procure more, we must seek additional resources. Chapter 90. A journal more authoritative than science and nature 3 or 4 units. That will suffice. Wu Xian exclaimed with excitement. As for other nations attempting to replicate it, while it is not impossible for them to create an electromagnetic pulse cannon, achieving one of this size will undoubtedly be challenging. The immense power output cannot be supported by ordinary energy sources. In addition to addressing the electromagnetic material issues, we must also resolve energy and energy conversion challenges. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be able to produce such a device within 2 to 3 years, and even if they did, it would likely be a colossal version. Qin Yang stated. Hearing Qin Yang's words, the others nodded in agreement. Now we can rest assured. We were concerned that they might attempt to plagiarize this technology. Wu Xian said. Have no worries, I am well aware of the situation. Qin Yang replied with a smile. Rest assured. You handle things, and we will feel secure. Ha ha. Wu Xian could not help but chuckle. True heroes emerge in youth. We have aged. Qian Siliang remarked. I lack experience and will need your guidance moving forward. Ha ha. We wouldn't dare to give you errant instructions. He then turned serious and said, Qin Yang, your future knows no bounds. Pursue your endeavors boldly. We will support you. The higher authorities will support you, and the entire nation will stand behind you. Do not harbor any reservations. Indeed, we possess the strength to do so now. Qin Yang gazed at the group, visibly moved. Thank you. Qin Yang expressed his gratitude once more. Oh, by the way, I heard that you confronted the International Academic Integrity Committee and Sullivan, the deputy editor of science? Wu Xian inquired. Yes, I believe their evaluation system is unfair to us. And if we wish to have a voice in the academic world, we must establish our own foundation. It is imperative that we create our own academic journal. Qin Yang responded. Ha ha ha, you have aligned your thoughts with us old-timers. Currently, our nation produces so many achievements annually, yet many of these must be judged by the West, which is quite disadvantageous for us, not to mention the challenges we face with English writing, which greatly hinders us. Many manuscripts have been rejected for not adhering to proper English standards and required revisions. English is not my native language, so how could it possibly be authentic? Even more frustrating is that while some are hindered by submission issues, others are able to publish effortlessly, thus unfairly gaining an advantage. In such situations, many achievements slip through our fingers. We support you in establishing our own journal. Whatever personnel you require, we shall provide. Should you need any resources, feel free to communicate directly with us. Wu Xian declared to Qin Yang. Qin Yang was already overwhelmed with work. Must you add to his burdens? At that moment, Wu Jingjing entered with a teacup in hand. Establishing a scientific journal is indeed a significant endeavor, yet he lacks the time to undertake such tasks. Let us handle it, managing it ourselves while he focuses on branding the journal and reviewing submissions. He can serve as a special review expert, Wu Jingjing suggested to Qin Yang. Upon hearing Wu Jingjing's words, Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Indeed, Jingjing is correct. I truly do not have the time for this, Qin Yang smiled. This is not to say that the journal is a trivial matter. In fact, compared to other research, this journal may hold even greater significance. However, it is not my area of expertise, and if it were entrusted to me, I might not excel. How about this? I promise to publish an article after you launch the journal. As a token of our first meeting, Qin Yang smiled. If anyone else had said such a thing, they would likely be met with skepticism, but when it came from Qin Yang, those around him could hardly contain their joy. Excellent. It's a deal. You must personally write it, and it has to be the first one. Qin Yang agreed cheerfully. Old Qian, I have a feeling that as long as Qin Yang is at the helm, it will be difficult for our journal not to succeed. Consequently, we must raise the publication fees. Without our authorization, no one shall use or cite our work. Wu Xian proclaimed. Very well. We will prepare immediately. Qian Xiling responded. Soon, the proposal for the journal's establishment was put forth, and upon receiving the news, the entire academic community was astounded. The Dragon Kingdom is to create its own scientific journal, aiming to rival science and nature? What a joke. Who doesn't know that the Dragon Kingdom is notorious for plagiarism and superficiality? They resort to recycling old ideas and blatant copying in their quest for publication, leaving no stone unturned. Now they wish to establish their own journal. Is this merely to facilitate their own plagiarism? James, a fellow of the Royal Society of England, scoffed. It is but a gimmick. Merely a result of a few newly wealthy individuals wanting to spend their money. As for starting a journal, it's nothing more than a farce. Do they truly believe that wealth grants them unrestrained freedom? It's merely the Dragon Kingdom's usual tactics. However, I must state in advance that I will not agree to serve on the editorial board. An esteemed member of the American Academy of Engineering expressed his stance. Although the Dragon Kingdom's technological prowess has improved, its academic standards still lag far behind those of the West and the United States. If they cannot meet their own standards, what qualifications do they possess to create a credible journal to evaluate others? The vice president of the International Science Council remarked during an interview. The national academic community is eagerly awaiting the spectacle. They mocked, ridiculed, and even resorted to outright slander and abuse. Support was scarce. It was utterly intolerable. Director of the Science and Technology Bureau, Peng Tianfang, was infuriated as he tossed the newspaper onto the table upon seeing those reports. We were once backward, but we cannot remain so forever. They claimed we would not succeed in establishing this journal. Thus, we shall defy such skepticism. Go. Inform Wuxuan that the Science and Technology Bureau shall offer unwavering support. Financial aid, personnel, whatever is required. We aim to transform this journal into the hallmark of our bureau. We shall blind those who look down upon us with their narrow-mindedness. Peng Tianfang declared with indignation. What? Professor Chun intends to establish a scientific journal? Quickly, contact Professor Chun. Our Military Industrial Research Institute wishes to be a founding member. Furthermore, we are prepared to invest 10 billion. Shuigang stated. Are there any specific title requirements? An assistant inquired. Title? What do you mean? Do you not comprehend? This is initiated by Professor Chun, and it will not only set the standard for the entire Dragon Nation, but will also become a benchmark globally. Our future staff will publish articles here. And even if the standards are not lowered, the priority for review alone represents a tremendous benefit for us. Imagine, if this journal were to evolve into a colossal entity akin to science or nature, and we were founding members, what an extraordinary achievement that would be. Shui Gang exclaimed with excitement. Barely had he finished speaking when the old leader, Lu Laohu, called. Prepare 20 billion. Open all channels, and provide full support for this journal. Moreover, our Science and Technology Bureau cannot monopolize this journal. We must hold shares. Lu Laohu insisted. 20 billion. Shares. Shui Gang was astonished at how ambitious the old leader was. Not only wanting to be a founding member, but also to stand on equal footing with the Science and Technology Bureau. Chapter 91. New Journal. Please name it, Professor Chun. Aerospace Research Institute. Have you seen the video of Professor Chun fiercely confronting those foreigners the day before yesterday? We shall never again publish an article in their journal. Indeed, it was so gratifying, truly exhilarating. By heavens, I have never felt so empowered. Those people act as if they are lords. Yes, only Professor Chun possesses the confidence and capability to tell them no, to send them packing. Now that Professor Chun has announced his intention to create a journal, what do you think we should do? Professor Chun is our honorary professor and the chief engineer of our new aircraft. Naturally, we must support the journal he establishes without question. Lu Mingxing remarked. Excellent. I will promptly draft a proposal to establish this journal in our name. Appointing Professor Chun as the editor-in-chief. Lu Mingxing stated. Good. Hurry and write it. Once it's completed, we will submit it. Additionally, I will convey our support to Professor Chun. Commander Zhou Jinghao of the East Sea Fleet has received reports from his subordinates and is equally aware of their intention to establish a journal. Support. Strong support. What do you need? Just say it. In the future, for all weapon trials, our Navy will provide full backing. I will report to the Dragon King, requesting Professor Chen to serve as our scientific advisor. Behind the red walls, Minister Sun, who oversees scientific innovation, held several reports in his hands. A wry smile adorning his face. A group of cunning old foxes. Each one seeks to capture the illustrious Professor Chen for themselves. Their aspirations are rather fanciful. Indeed, Professor Chen's brilliance is unparalleled. In less than a year, he has already bestowed upon us a multitude of surprises. Now, even if we were to grant him the title of academician as an exception, there would be no dissenting voices. Assistant Li Jun remarked with a smile. Indeed, from the controllable nuclear fusion of the Black Dragon project to the arc reactor that can equip submarines and aircraft carriers, and later the super laser launcher and divine radar. Each of these achievements alone is worthy of an exceptional admission as an academician. May the heavens bless our Dragon Nation. A child of destiny. I have come to believe this is indeed a sign of our national fortune. Whenever our Dragon Nation is in need, there is always someone who rises to the occasion. This is a blessing for us all. Li Jun continued, smiling. Yes, a blessing for the Dragon Nation. As for this journal, which institution should take the lead? It seems there are justifiable reasons for any one of them to be entrusted with this task. After all, Professor Chun has profound ties with these institutions, and given his versatility, he could contribute significantly to any of them. Li Jun added with a grin. Thus, we must orchestrate a unified approach. Return and inform them that no institution shall participate in this journal. It will be directly managed by the Dragon Nation and belong to the Department of Scientific Innovation. All funding and personnel will be provided by us. As for the journal's status, it will be equivalent to a national media outlet, on par with the Central Daily of the Dragon Nation. I shall serve as the inaugural president, Minister Sun declared. Upon hearing this, Li Jun's face was one of astonishment. Chief, should we not report this to the top brass? Li Jun cautiously inquired. Establishing a ministerial journal is an enormous undertaking. This is precisely what the top brass intends. What? The top brass's intent? Li Jun's expression was one of sheer shock. We have always harbored this ambition, but previously lacked the necessary strength, persuasiveness, and influence. Now, with Professor Chun, we believe we are poised to fundamentally disrupt the Western dominance in journal authority. Minister Sun asserted. Science and technology are the foremost productive forces. How could the top brass be unaware of this? Furthermore, they have already instructed that Professor Chun be included in the core leadership candidate list of the Dragon Nation. Once the timing is right, he will undoubtedly receive immense honors. Hearing this, Li Jun was utterly astounded. Not yet 20 years old. He is not even 20. What shall we name this journal? Since it centers around Professor Chun, let us defer to his opinion. Minister Sun replied. Li Jun felt a renewed wave of astonishment. The naming rights of a national journal have been bestowed upon Chun Yang. Such an honor is perhaps unparalleled in the world. Excellent. I shall proceed with the arrangements immediately. Li Jun declared. As for Professor Chun, you shall represent me and pay him a personal visit. Understood. Soon, an official document was dispatched to various research institutions. In order to better promote academic development, the Department of Scientific Innovation will lead the establishment of a scientific journal. With Minister Sun appointed as the first president and Professor Chen Yang as the first special advisor and honorary editor-in-chief. This news spread rapidly throughout the Dragon Nation. Akin to a hurricane, the academic community was swept up in a whirlwind. At last, we possess our own prestigious journal, daring to stand shoulder to shoulder with those Western publications. The era of academic hegemony is ripe for termination. Support. Unwavering support. Countless researchers applauded in jubilation. However, amid the applause, some voices of concern emerged. Could this leap be too ambitious? If the state falters, the repercussions for the scientific community of the Dragon Nation could be significant. Should we not exercise greater caution? The establishment of a scientific journal in the Dragon Nation naturally brings immense joy to all. The academic realm has long suffered from linguistic barriers. Should the journal be published in our native tongue, efficiency would undoubtedly multiply. Yet, unlike the researchers, those from the Dragon Academy, the Military Research Institute, and the Aerospace Research Institute felt as though they had been usurped. Wu Xin exclaimed, "This is utterly unfair. How could Minister Sun act in such a manner?" Shui Gang added, How could they intercept our opportunity? Hu Yueming remarked. This is truly inconsiderate. Despite their initial outcry, they soon reconciled with the reality. Upon reflection, it became evident that only with guidance from above could this endeavor be executed to its fullest potential. After all, while their influence was not insignificant, it paled in comparison to that of the upper echelons. Professor Chun is to be the editor-in-chief. How remarkable. We are all part of Professor Chen's extended family, which certainly comes with its advantages, remarked Yuan Dawei. Although Qian Xiliang and others felt a sense of reluctance, they resigned themselves to fate. Soon, Li Jun arrived with an official document, representing Minister Sun in delivering it to Qin Yang. The minister intended to come himself, but a meeting arose unexpectedly. Hence I was sent in his stead, Li Jun explained. The minister is too kind, Qin Yang responded with a smile. Professor Chun, the higher-ups wish for you to propose a name for this journal. What do you believe would be fitting? Li Jun inquired cheerfully. While I am grateful for Minister Sun's trust and kindness, I truly lack the qualifications for such a nomination. I am but a novice. With esteemed teachers and predecessors who have made significant contributions to the scientific endeavors of the Dragon Nation, I am unworthy to suggest a name for this journal. Perhaps it would be best to seek someone else for this task. I truly lack the credentials. Qin Yang humbly declined, fully aware of the nomination's importance, as it could very well mark a historic moment destined to be recorded in the annals of history. Chapter 92. Academic Hegemony. Seeing Qin Yang's demeanor, Li Jun couldn't help but regard him with even greater admiration. So talented, so humble. Is he really only 20 years old? At that moment, Li Jun's phone rang, and upon answering, his expression shifted dramatically. He quickly handed the phone to Qin Yang. It's a call from Minister Sunday. Minister Sun, greetings. Hello, Professor Chun. A warm voice resonated from the other end. Minister, I am truly grateful for your trust. I cannot possibly accept this nomination. Professor Chun, I implore you not to decline further. This is the directive from the top. What? Qin Yang responded with a newfound respect. The top has asked me to convey a message to you. Qin Yang stood tall, embodying the spirit of a national hero. Professor Chun, you are the pride of the Dragon Nation. On behalf of the people of the Dragon Nation, I express our heartfelt gratitude for your contributions to our country. May you continue to ascend the heights of scientific achievement, leading the Dragon Nation's technology to even greater realms. Pursue your endeavors with vigor. The Dragon Nation stands as your steadfast support. Upon hearing the message conveyed by Minister Sun, Qin Yang's expression shifted dramatically. The onlookers were equally astonished. In such a complex international landscape, amid the busyness of number one, it is remarkable that there is still gratitude expressed. Minister Sun, please convey to him, with me. Qin Yang, here, I shall not permit any petty forces to stifle our nation's voice. Excellent. Such ambition. Minister Sun could not help but praise. Li Jun patted him on the shoulder, while others, including Wu Xian and Qian Xiliang, nodded in agreement. With such spirited individuals, the Dragon Nation shall surely thrive. After ending the call, Qin Yang pondered for a moment and proposed to the group. What about naming it Dragon Rise? Dragon Rise? The group contemplated, savoring the significance of the name, and could not help but nod. However, a hint of concern flickered across their minds. The role of a journal lies in fostering communication. Science knows no borders. Thus, esteemed journals such as Science, Nature, and Cell were named for their scientific mission from the onset. Would naming it Dragon Rise evoke negative sentiments among foreign scientists, making them less inclined to publish their work here? Wu Xian voiced his apprehension. Elder Wu, there is no need for such worries. I will ensure that they compete to publish here, for being featured in this journal will be their honor. They must realize that only here can they receive the highest recognition and prestige. Qin Yang spoke with unwavering confidence. Witnessing Qin Yang's conviction, the group dispelled their doubts. Very well, let it be called Dragon Rise. We shall produce articles that represent the pinnacle of human technological advancement, becoming a benchmark of our era and a spokesperson for the annals of science, leading the way for science and nature. Li Jun echoed with immense enthusiasm. Professor Chun, it is settled. As the special advisor and honorary editor-in-chief, you will publish the inaugural article and select and review the content for the first issue. Rest assured, I shall not fail in my mission. Qin Yang replied with unshakable confidence. 2 days later, a piece of calligraphy was delivered by a guard to Minister Sun's office. Minister Sun carefully opened it to reveal the elegant characters, Dragon Rise. Minister, is this handwritten by number one? Li Jun exclaimed in awe. Indeed. Minister Sun mused over the calligraphy in his hands. Dragon Rise. Dragon Rise. After a century of silence, revival is inevitable. Through the efforts of generations, the baton has been passed to us. The monumental task of Dragon Rise shall surely be accomplished by our generation. The journal Dragon Rise is officially established. spearheaded by the Ministry of Science and Technology, with Chunyang as the editor-in-chief. Dragon Rise? What does that mean? Why do I feel it lacks professionalism? Resembling a mere self-indulgence? Scoffed, president of the American Academy of Sciences. I find the name somewhat reminiscent of a jester. I have issued a notice explicitly prohibiting fellows of the Royal Society of England from serving as reviewers for this journal, stated Banaway, the president of the Royal Society of England. Our Royal Swedish Academy has similarly released a notification, indicating that articles citing their works will undergo heightened scrutiny. For the credibility and authority of their data have been significantly compromised. We must observe further. Our Imperial College will not allow such a journal to flourish unchecked. Any scientists associated with them will be subject to rigorous review, as we suspect they have vested interests with the Dragon Country. The director of the French Academy has likewise expressed his stance. Subsequently, several prominent scientific research institutions in the United States and Europe, through the International Academic Exchange Committee, issued a joint statement. Authors published in the Dragon Rising Journal should exercise caution. We question the professionalism and authenticity of those who have dealings with this journal. This news swiftly ignited a firestorm domestically. This is blatant academic hegemony. This is academic bullying. What do they mean? A choice must be made? Are they attempting to monopolize academia? Excessive. Utterly excessive. Just as we successfully launched the journal, must they seek to extinguish it? Many researchers who originally intended to publish in Dragon Rising hesitated upon seeing the joint statement from the International Academic Exchange Committee. Arrogant youths from the Dragon Country. They must be made to understand who truly reigns in this world, who embodies the truth. A member of the Academic Integrity Committee, Sullivan, the deputy editor of Science, sipped his red wine, a flicker of smugness crossing his face. The issuance of this statement is tantamount to declaring an international academic embargo. Not only will foreign academic achievements be excluded from publication, but even the Dragon Country's own scholarly contributions are likely to be barred. Science knows no borders, and scientists possess their own stances and representations. This incident reaffirmed that notion. On the surface, they appear amicable, yet behind the scenes, they harbor their own petty calculations. Do they wish to stifle us in our cradle, to isolate us completely? Chunyang scoffed repeatedly. This was his first encounter with such a situation. He had initially thought that founding a journal would propel scientific advancement, never anticipating such fierce resistance. Much of scientific research is funded by large conglomerates and enterprises, with numerous international political forces vying behind the scenes. Now, as we seek to disrupt the status quo and establish our own foothold, it is akin to attempting to shift the scientific epicenter, dismantling the existing academic structure. How could they possibly consent? Wuxuan looked at Chunyang and spoke to him. However, you need not worry. At least within our Dragon Country, we will provide you with unwavering support. The entire Dragon Academy, the Military Industry Research Institute, and the Aerospace Research Institute will back you, and when it comes to national grading assessments, this journal will be given special consideration, said Qian Xilang to Chunyang. I am untroubled, Chunyang replied with a smile. I merely did not expect them to be so narrow-minded. Chunyang said with a hint of helplessness. In truth, many scientists possess a profound purity, driven solely by an insatiable thirst for truth, and refrain from engaging too deeply. However, their overseers often intervene excessively, resulting in a form of technological hegemony. In that case, we must exert our utmost efforts, Chunyang remarked with a smile. What do you intend to do? They refuse to acknowledge it? Then we shall compel them to do so, Chunyang declared with unyielding confidence. Chapter 93. Acceptance rate a mere 1. Compel them to acknowledge it? Upon hearing Chunyang's words, Wu Xian and Qian Xilang, who stood nearby, exchanged puzzled glances. These individuals were as obstinate as mules. If they were unwilling to engage, would they be subdued and bound, or threatened at knife point? Was there an excess of confidence here? It must be noted that the funding for such research was predominantly provided by the West. Would those individuals permit such actions? Chunyang's assertions seemed to defy belief. Scientists pursue truth relentlessly. When they realize that we possess the ultimate truth they have sought all their lives, no multitude of reasons can deter their approach, Chunyang asserted with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this, the two men fell into contemplation. The approval process across various departments moved swiftly, akin to a green light. And the Longyan Journal finally launched successfully under the watchful eyes of all. Almost every prominent figure in domestic scientific research rushed to extend their congratulations. Traditionally, when a scientific journal is established in Long Nation, databases from the United States, the United Kingdom, or the European Union would typically send congratulatory letters, as they would evaluate the journal for potential inclusion of articles. Inclusion would expand their database. while the contributors would gain access to a broader network for better discourse and dissemination of their research. However, this time, the SCI database remained utterly silent. Not even a collaboration invitation was extended, and neither did other databases like EI respond. This rendered Longxing somewhat forlorn on the international stage. Yet domestically, the atmosphere was vibrant. With the successful launch, another document was dispatched from the ministry to various research institutions, academic establishments, and organizations to better facilitate academic exchange and showcase results. A notification was issued encouraging universities and researchers to publish their latest articles and findings in the Longxing Journal. Naturally, this was an opportunity that had to be seized. Before long, nearly 300 to 400 articles had accumulated at Chun Yang's desk. However, upon reviewing them, he could not help but shake his head. Retain these 3 pieces. Reject the rest. The decision left Wu Jingjing and others utterly astonished. Out of 300 to 400 submissions, only 3 were accepted, resulting in an acceptance rate of less than 1%. Moreover, many of the submissions came from renowned figures in various institutions. This situation soon unsettled those who had initially intended to support the journal enthusiastically. It was simply outrageous. I intend to submit this manuscript to Science and Nature. Yet you have outright rejected it. Are you more formidable than either of those journals? Mine was also rejected. I have already received revision instructions from Nature. As long as I am willing to revise, I can resubmit and have my work accepted, but now, upon submission, I face rejection. If I do not receive a satisfactory explanation, I shall accuse them of lacking discernment. I am genuinely curious about what caliber of article garners their approval. Initially, we all approached this with fervor, only to be doused with cold water. Many have called Wu Xian, seeking an explanation. Wu Xian and Qian Si Liang have been offering comforting words, yet they too are perplexed, while others may be overlooked. A few individuals possess research achievements of the highest caliber. I have heard that for this inaugural issue, they even presented their years of findings to support Longxing, yet unexpectedly faced rejection. How could one not feel indignant? Soon, the two returned to Qin Yang. At that moment, his desk was strewn with numerous manuscripts, overwhelmingly many. Qin Yang, how is the selection process going? Wu Xian inquired with a smile. Not well. Many studies appear promising on the surface, yet they have strayed into misconceptions. Some are even forced interpretations, while others are mere strokes of luck. Although the results align with the research objectives, the methodologies are flawed. If the variables were altered, replication would be impossible, Qin Yang replied. How many papers have you selected thus far? Aside from my own, I have chosen 3 additional commendable articles. I initially hoped to select a few more, but I simply cannot find anything of quality. If this continues, we may have to publish just 4 articles in the first issue, Qin Yang stated. What? Only 4 articles? Wu Xian and Qian Si Liang exclaimed in astonishment. Is it customary to launch a publication with just 4 pieces? Isn't that rather scant? Qian Si Liang suggested delicately. Indeed, Qin Yang, you must reconsider. This time, the former leader has endorsed you, mobilizing the nation to produce such a wealth of contributions. Next time, luck may not be so favorable. If you tarnish your reputation, it will be regrettable. We must adhere to the principle of quality over quantity. That is our standard. If submissions do not meet our criteria, I would prefer to suspend publication, Qin Yang asserted. The two understood Qin Yang's character. He was generally amiable, yet unyielding when it came to principles. Recognizing his stance, they realized they could not sway his decision. Very well, if that is the case, we shall abide by your judgment. Quality over quantity it is, Wu Xian remarked to Qian Si Liang. However, since everyone has approached this with such enthusiasm, when you issue rejections, please provide reasonable explanations or constructive suggestions, so that people may feel satisfied. Otherwise, we may incur grievances regarding the review process of our journal. Upon hearing these words, Qin Yang furrowed his brow slightly. Yet he ultimately replied, very well, if there is some value to it, I shall respond. If not, I will simply reject it. Wu Xian and Qian Si Liang exchanged a bittersweet smile at this. All of them belonged to the same circle, and collaboration was often necessary. After all, the community was quite small, and one must be considerate of others' feelings to avoid future embarrassments. However, it seemed that Qin Yang was oblivious to this notion and had no intention of accommodating it. Nevertheless, they did not plan to correct him. The more innocent a person is, the better they can engage in research. The more cluttered one's mind becomes, the less clarity they possess. Oh, by the way, you mentioned you would be publishing a paper. Is it ready? It is, Qin Yang replied with a smile. Oh, do share it with us. Do you truly wish to see it now? Of course. Your paper is a rare gem, Wu Xian and Qian Si Liang said with eager smiles, their faces brimming with anticipation. Chapter 94. The pinnacle of physics. Since their acquaintance with Qin Yang, despite the numerous significant breakthroughs he had achieved. He had not published many papers. Thus, the news of his impending publication in Longxing stirred great excitement. Moreover, there was another layer to their eagerness. They wished to scrutinize his work. Although Qinyang was a genius, his limited publication history meant that if there were any flaws or inappropriate topics, they could offer constructive feedback. Most importantly, having rejected so many submissions himself as the editor-in-chief. If the quality of his paper fell short, it could tarnish the journal's reputation irreparably. All right, please wait a moment while I fetch the paper, Qinyang said. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a thick stack of A4 sheets in hand. The two of them gazed at the substantial pile, estimating it to be around 20 pages. Is this your paper? Qianxi Liang inquired with a grin. This hardly resembles a paper. It nearly rivals a monograph, Wu Xian teased with a chuckle. They then began to peruse the document, while Qianxi Liang donned his reading glasses to scrutinize it. However, upon turning to the first page, their expressions abruptly shifted to one of gravity. Their bodies trembled, and their breaths quickened. Qinyang, are you certain you wish to pursue this topic? Do you comprehend the implications of your subject matter? Please continue reading. Let us discuss it afterward, Qinyang replied with a smile. Suppressing their impulses to speak, the two resumed their reading. Yet, as they delved deeper, their astonishment only grew. Their breaths became increasingly rapid, their hands trembled, and beads of sweat dripped from their foreheads. Like sorcerers entranced by their craft or mere mortals peering into celestial secrets, their quivering hands turned each page as if they were unveiling the doors to a new world, heavy with significance. Nonetheless, despite the overwhelming nature of the content, they were unwilling to pause, fixating intently on the words, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Their bodies remained rigid, transfixed in place. Beside them, the two assistants stood still, equally hesitant to move. 10 minutes passed, then half an hour, 2 hours. 4 hours, 6 hours. Just before the 7th hour, they finally finished. The eyes of the two men were bloodshot, their bodies trembling with excitement. As if they had glimpsed the secrets of the universe. They muttered nervously to themselves, unbelievable, unimaginable. To witness such a monumental discovery before my demise. To hear the path of enlightenment in the morning and die at dusk is enough. I have no regrets in death. Wu exclaimed fervently. With this single paper, Professor Chen could surpass Newton and Einstein, becoming yet another towering figure. How fortunate I am to live in the same era as you. How unfortunate, too, to share this time. The pinnacle of physics. This is the zenith of physics. The two were utterly exhilarated, their words tumbling over one another. Perhaps due to physical exhaustion, or perhaps overwhelmed by their fervor, they suddenly collapsed to the ground. Wu and Qian's assistants were aghast, rushing forward to help. Qinyang, noticing the two elders engrossed in their discovery, refrained from interrupting and returned to his own tasks. Immersed in work, he lost track of time. Soon, someone came running to find Qinyang. It's terrible. Both Qian and Wu have collapsed and have been taken to the hospital. Upon hearing this, Qinyang quickly set aside his work and dashed outside. When he arrived, he saw the two elders being loaded into an ambulance. Wu Jingjing stayed close by, unwilling to leave their side for even a moment. They were swiftly taken to the hospital, and Qinyang followed closely behind. Upon arrival, the two underwent emergency examinations. After the assessments, Director Zhang observed their conditions with a grave expression. Doctor, how are my grandfather and grandfather Qian? Wu Jingjing asked, her voice trembling with emotion. Their conditions are not optimistic. They have evidently suffered significant shock, Director Zhang sighed. Do you know what they experienced before their collapse? He inquired. Wu Jingjing looked puzzled. And before she could respond, she saw Qinyang walking in from outside. Seeing the two lying in the hospital beds filled him with astonishment. They were usually in good health. Such a situation was unexpected. Wu Jingjing hurriedly rose as Qinyang approached. Qinyang, please, take a look at Grandpa and Grandfather Qian. After they read your paper, they ended up like this. What did you show them? What was written in your paper? She implored. At that moment, upon hearing Qinyang's name, both Wu and Qian shot upright in bed as if resurrected, each grasping one of Qinyang's arms tightly. This sudden movement startled everyone present. Qinyang, is it truly you? Yes, it is me. Qinyang replied. Tell me, have you glimpsed the essence of the universe? Have you uncovered its mysteries? Qinyang, tell me, have we reached the end of physics? Will there be no further significance in researching physics? Wu Jingjing and Din Zhang, who stood nearby, were utterly taken aback by the remarks of the two individuals. The essence of the universe, the mysteries of the cosmos, the culmination of physics? Qinyang's paper? Could this be the very catalyst behind their current state of turmoil? Had that article, by reaching the apex of physical understanding, shattered their beliefs and foundations? Leading to this moment, the doctor and Wu Jingjing exchanged glances, rendered speechless by the gravity of the situation. Under normal circumstances, they might offer guidance to others. But in the presence of the esteemed scientists, Qian Lao and Wu Lao, they found themselves at a loss. They were unaware of the whereabouts of the so-called culmination of physics, or the mysteries and origins of the universe, let alone how to provide answers. The more astute individuals often find themselves ensnared in their own labyrinths. In various literary works, there are accounts of eminent physicists who, having made groundbreaking discoveries, ultimately succumbed to despair upon realizing their inability to elucidate the phenomena they had uncovered, leading some to tragically end their own lives. Similarly, great philosophers have often found themselves in the throes of existential crisis, seeking solace in death when their inquiries remained unresolved. Contemplating this, Wu Jingjing and the doctor gazed at Qianyang as if he were their last hope. The one who tied the knot must be the one to untie it. The paper was pinned by Qianyang. Only he could unravel the entanglement of their minds. Observing their plight, Qianyang couldn't help but chuckle ruefully, surprised that his paper had cast such a profound spell over them. Was their reaction not a tad excessive? Chapter 95. The first step towards the cosmos. Initially perplexed by their demeanor, Qianyang soon grasped the root of their distress upon hearing their words. Qian Lao Wu Lao. How could such astute minds find themselves trapped in such a conundrum? He mused. In years gone by, Newton believed he had discerned the laws of the universe. Yet he could not fathom their origins, attributing them to divine intervention, which led him to theology. However, he was merely skimming the surface of a grander truth. Later, Einstein, too, unveiled the intricacies of the cosmos at a microscopic level, propelling physics further into the unknown. Yet, in his twilight years, he faced similar dilemmas, feeling as though unseen forces were orchestrating the universe, ultimately leading him to a theological perspective as well. They remained oblivious to the fact that they were only witnessing the tip of the iceberg. Likewise, the paper I authored does not signify the end of the universe. Rather, it marks the inception of our journey into the cosmos. With this revelation, we can finally break free from the cradle of Earth and take our first step into the universe. Is this merely the beginning? Have we only just emerged from our cradle? Our physics still has much to explore. We have not yet reached the end, the two murmured, their once clouded eyes gradually regaining clarity. Their flushed faces began to return to their natural hue, and even their breaths steadied. The first step into the cosmos. Are you suggesting we have only just begun? We have so much further to go, Qianyang affirmed. Upon hearing these words, the two individuals, who had been driven to the brink of madness, seemed to regain their composure in that instant. Rest assured, there remains vast territories in the realm of physics yet to be explored. We shall ultimately confront the cosmic expanse. The moment they heard this, it was as if a tranquil balm had been administered to their anxious minds, and all their vital signs returned to normal. Witnessing their revival, Wu Jingjing joyfully turned to embrace Qianyang, exclaiming, "You nearly scared me to death." I thought. Qianyang gently patted her back, reassuring her, "Do not worry. All is well." It was merely an overwhelming surge of emotion. He chuckled softly. "What exactly did you show them?" "Just a slightly advanced paper," he replied with a smile. That very article has been designated as one of the top 10 papers influencing the trajectory of humanity within the future library. It is fundamentally pivotal for humanity's foray into outer space. Thanks to this paper, humankind has truly entered the interstellar era. Remarkably, the paper's actual publication date is the year 2886, 8 centuries hence. It was a collaborative effort undertaken by numerous nations only after mathematics, philosophy, physics, and astronomy had reached their zenith. The complexity of the mathematical proofs is beyond imagination. No wonder they reacted with such astonishment. "It's all right now, there's no need for concern." Qianyang consoled Wu Jingjing once more as she leaned against him, only to realize her excessive tension and bashfully turned away. Observing their interaction, the ailing Wu Lao and Qian Lao could not help but chuckle. "You too, instead of lingering here with me and the old man, why not step outside for a stroll? You're always cooped up in the lab, engrossed in research, with hardly any time to venture out. The shopping mall is right nearby. Go indulge in some food, catch a movie, or enjoy a concert," Wu Xian suggested to Qianyang and Wu Jingjing. Hearing her grandfather's words, Wu Jingjing's cheeks flushed crimson. She coyly shifted her petite frame, retorting, "Who said I was going to the movies with him?" After saying this, she stood up and headed toward the exit. Turning back to Qianyang, "What movie do you want to see?" Lying in bed, Qian Sailing could not suppress a complex expression directed at Wu Xian. Goodness, such a wonderful young man, and he will soon belong to the Wu family. He mused. "What? Not satisfied? If you're not, go find someone for yourself." With that, he rolled over, unable to contain his laughter. "My dear granddaughter, I shall find you a genius in physics. a top-tier figure capable of completely altering the course of the history of physics. 10 years from now, a century from now, 500 years hence. This world will have undergone profound transformations, yet his name shall shine like the stars in the sky, eternally radiant. Chapter 96. The inaugural issue of the unified field theory. After departing from the hospital, Qin Yang and Wu Jingjing intended to find a place to unwind, but unexpectedly received another phone call. Professor Chen, are you truly certain about publishing only these 4 articles? Deputy Editor Yang Lu sought confirmation from Qin Yang once more. To launch with just 4 pieces is exceedingly few. It is unprecedented. Furthermore, given the immense interest surrounding this journal, should it falter, I would be at a loss for explanations. Therefore, I wish to reconfirm with you. No problem. Proceed with the planned length for publication, he replied. Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, Yang Lu felt a bitter taste in her mouth. Could this truly be feasible? Nevertheless, she chose to comply. Qin Yang, as the chief editor, held the ultimate decision-making authority. Very well, shall we officially publish tomorrow? The first edition will print 2,000 copies. What do you think? Yang Lu inquired once more. That sounds agreeable. After ending the call, Qin Yang offered a sheepish smile to Wu Jingjing. Are you wishing to return and review all those submitted papers? Wu Jingjing asked. Qin Yang nodded apologetically. These manuscripts represent the dedication and achievements of esteemed universities and professors. Their willingness to entrust me with their work is a testament to their faith in me. Although they may not be published, I still owe them an explanation. Furthermore, I have found numerous errors among them that warrant correction. Otherwise, they may stray further down the wrong path, squandering both resources and their efforts. All right then. Wu Jingjing felt a twinge of disappointment, but soon smiled brightly. Come, I'll accompany you. It was November 18th, 2038, a seemingly ordinary morning, devoid of any noteworthy events. News professionals found themselves resorting to rehashing old stories and celebrity gossip. Yet, within the academic realm of Longhua, a significant event was unfolding. At 10 o'clock that morning, the highly anticipated first issue of the journal Longxing was set to be released. The first to receive the news were the domestic researchers, particularly those who had faced rejection of their submissions. In this moment, they were all keenly focused on this publication. My submission was rejected. Yet I am eager to see what caliber of articles made it to print. I must ascertain whether it truly meets the expectations we placed upon it. If it fails to convince me, I shall have words with them. Not only the researchers, but also renowned professors, and even academicians harbored a sense of indignation. After all, it is unbearable for anyone to have their fervor doused with cold water, especially when it is their years of hard-won academic achievements that are being dismissed. The journal was pre-ordered by numerous universities and research institutions from the very moment it was published. What? It requires mailing? No need for that. Drive it over to me. I'll pay you double for the fuel, exclaimed an elderly professor. The newspaper office is near my home. I'll go pick it up myself. Don't delay. I want to see this issue at the earliest opportunity. Similar scenes unfolded in various locations. They were eager to discover what this journal had published, while also harboring a simmering resolve, should the articles within fail to earn their respect. Before long, the journal found its way into the hands of scholars and experts. However, upon seeing the title, they were utterly astounded. On the opposition and unity of the unified field theory, gravity, electromagnetism, strong force, and weak force. Was there a mistake in the title? Is this truly the correct topic? The unified field theory has been proposed for a century. Countless individuals have toiled in its pursuit. Yet no one has succeeded in actualizing it. Some even questioned whether this was a misguided endeavor. Einstein himself devoted his final days to this theory, striving to bring it to fruition. Following Einstein, the most illustrious scientist in the realm of physics, Professor Yang, has firmly established his position at the forefront of the discipline by unifying 3 fundamental fields. Remarkably, the Yang theory alone has directly inspired 10 Nobel Prizes in physics. Countless individuals have dedicated themselves to the pursuit of unifying 4 fundamental forces, seeking a universal principle articulated through a singular equation. However, all have met with failure, often lacking even the faintest direction. The introduction of an additional field exponentially increases the complexity of the endeavor. Without guidance, one finds oneself utterly at a loss. This represents a century-old quandary, with some positing that the grand unification theory touches upon the very essence of the universe, even approaching the limits of physics itself. In recent years, despite the seemingly ceaseless advancements in physical research, these developments have largely built upon previous foundations, with little exploration of new territories. Yet, no matter how intricate the work, significant breakthroughs remain elusive. It is reminiscent of millennia past, when, prior to any groundbreaking discoveries, The most skilled artisans could craft only sophisticated tools, incapable of producing an automobile, an invention born of two foundational principles of physics. Those who received the journal were profoundly struck by the name within. They yearned to ascertain whether the author truly achieved unification as the title suggested. Many, much like the initial reactions of Wu Xian and Qian Siliang, after experiencing the initial shock of the title, cautiously turned to the first page. What greeted them was a discourse on the general principles, accompanied by maddeningly complex mathematical formulas. Merely the first page proved perplexing to the majority. Even though Chun Yang endeavored to articulate his theory with utmost clarity, its intricacy and profundity remained formidable. The initial formula alone instilled trepidation in all who encountered it. Those with a limited mathematical background, despite their anxiety, found themselves unable to penetrate its depths. Conversely, even those proficient in mathematics, but lacking advanced knowledge in physics remained equally bewildered. Moreover, this is not merely a single discipline of physics, but rather a composite of several existing branches converging into one. What does this formula signify? How does one transition from the first step to the second? Why does this transformation validate the change in the physical quantity? What do these symbols represent? If you inquire of me, whom shall I consult? You, who study electromagnetic physics. Do you not recognize this symbol as representing electromagnetic flux? Why do you turn the question back to me? I acknowledge it as electromagnetic flux. Yet why does it differ so fundamentally from my prior understanding? I recognize each character, yet I remain perplexed by the overall meaning conveyed. What is this mustard seed particle? Is not the smallest known particle a quark? Where does this mustard seed originate? The article suggests that from the derived formulas, one can deduce that post-proton collisions. In addition to producing the already known bosons responsible for weak interactions, one could also generate microquarks and even smaller mustard seeds, of which I am familiar with bosons. But what in the world are these microquarks and mustard seeds? Chapter 97. In this world, gold is everywhere. I do not comprehend. I simply do not understand. It is too perplexing. Who will elucidate this for me? What does this passage signify? During the collapse of a black hole, it is posited that microquarks are generated internally. And according to the unified equations, one can deduce the trajectory of these microquarks. Microquarks, what are they? Could they possibly be a new type of particle? Gravitational wave radiation resulting from black hole collapse? Gravitational waves are merely a representation of spatial distortion caused by an excessively massive black hole. They are fundamentally not waves. How can there be waves? And how could there be radiation? Is there a misunderstanding? It is asserted that the radiation even carries the essence of microforces? Microquarks? No, it cannot be wrong. The gravitational waves discussed in this article are indeed genuine waves. Unlike the current conceptualization of gravitational waves, Professor Fong from the School of Physics at Huaqing University comprehends this, and at this moment, he is overwhelmed with excitement. If what is stated in this article is true, it will completely dismantle the prevailing notion that nothing can escape a black hole. Both microforces and microquarks can indeed escape. According to this theory, heat can trace back the two types of fluctuations to infer the position of the black hole. Yes, it must be so. Professor Fong rubbed his weary eyes, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed within them. He had spent a full 10 hours merely reading half of the article. Yet he was already profoundly shaken. This article spans over 30 pages. And the first 3 pages have already predicted 2 new types of particles and a novel form of radiative fluctuation, in addition to offering methods for black hole detection. What? Does that imply that if we can validate the existence of these 2 particles, we can substantiate the accuracy of this article? His student immediately exclaimed. Precisely. Precisely. As long as we can locate the microquark, we can affirm this grand unified field theory. Quickly, apply for the use of the Superlarge Particle Collider experiment. Commence the trials at once. Furthermore, hasten to summon Professor Hua Fan from the mathematics department. The derivation of this formula is exceedingly complex. We cannot grasp it fully. We urgently need Professor Hua Fan's assistance. Indeed, Professor Fong rubbed his hands together, preparing for an ambitious undertaking. However, shortly thereafter, the student returned. Professor Wu Ziming has already reserved this time for usage. His student claims he is prepared. What? The high-speed collider is occupied. Call me, I will speak with him. Old Wu, relinquish the collider to me. I must validate the greatness of a historic article. There can be no delay, not a moment's delay. While those foreign colleagues are still oblivious to Chinese, before they catch on, I must seize this opportunity. This is of utmost importance. I assure you. Once this experiment concludes successfully, it will undoubtedly yield at least a Nobel Prize in physics. I have granted you permission, yet you will not utilize it. The American team has also requested to use it afterward. What? The foreigners wish to use it too? Let them get lost. I am a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. I possess the right of priority. This was the rule established from the very inception of its construction. A tremendous amount of human resources, materials, and finances were expended to build this super-large collider, precisely to facilitate more convenient access for us, the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Simultaneously, in Qianzhou province, astrophysicist Zhou Tian was likewise incensed at the planetarium. Director, the FAST telescope is the most advanced of its kind, established by Professor Nan with the intention of propelling our astronomical research to new heights at critical moments. We hope to redeem our past failures and surpass Western nations. Years have passed, and at last, our time has come. Look, here, Professor Chen's Grand Unified Field Theory. On the third page, it predicts that we can trace the existence of black holes through gravitational wave radiation. Previously, during our observations, we encountered various interference peaks that we mistakenly believed to be signals from extraterrestrial civilizations. But no, that is not the case. I suspect these are the gravitational waves predicted by Professor Chen in his Grand Unified Field Theory. The usage rights of FAST must be granted to me. No questions asked. I am a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. From its inception, it was established that the needs of the Dragon Kingdom must be prioritized before any international collaborations. Let those who have made reservations step aside. Director, I implore you. This Grand Unified Field Theory is published in our native language, and those foreigners are still unaware. We still have time. We shall be the first nation to establish black hole observations, and we will undoubtedly make history upon the shoulders of Professor Chen. Is this not what Professor Nin has long wished for? Very well. I will trust you this once. However, I must warn you, if you fail to find results, I shall not let this matter rest. Moreover, we must secure early results. Rest assured, this time, I guarantee they won't even get a taste. Furthermore, this is in our native language. Do those foreign devils understand? Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom's Mathematical Research Institute has gathered the most formidable mathematical masters. What? They still seek our mathematical support? Absolutely not. We are already overwhelmed with our own work. We have neither the time nor the manpower to assist them. Director Wei Dongyue said to the person on the phone, "This is untenable. Without your assistance, we cannot comprehend these mathematical derivations, which severely hampers our research. To speak candidly, we are also investigating these mathematical equations ourselves. The algorithms contained within are entirely absent from prior mathematical theories. We are engaged in research and derivation. If we succeed, we could develop an entirely new branch of mathematics from this paper, significantly advancing the field. No, we cannot afford to wait. By the time you grasp all these mathematical equations, it is possible that those foreigners may have already obtained the paper, at which point our initial advantage would dissipate, and many significant results could be snatched away from us." Upon hearing this, Wei Dongyue's expression darkened. Ultimately, in a state of helplessness, he could only spare a few mathematical experts to assist various research institutions. Some institutions and academies found it even simpler, directly extending an invitation to Qinyang. Hurry to the Longyan Academy of Sciences and invite Professor Chen. This paper, if he does not explain it, I fear very few in the nation will comprehend it. Not only in the nation, even on a global scale, there are likely few who can understand it. We have invited him several times already, but Professor Chen has said he has no time. Chang Zijian, has that fellow gone to see Professor Chen? Please, fetch him. Quickly. He has already been taken by the Physics and Mathematics Department of Huqing University. Where is Gao Chen? I recall that Professor Chen had previously mentored a student from the Mathematics Department. Gao Chen hails from the Dragon Science Academy. Do you believe those elders there would allow him to leave? If they refuse, then one must resort to excavation. If that proves futile, then one must resort to appropriation. And if that fails, then one must resort to thievery. At this juncture, what is there left to consider? Those who were initially filled with resentment, upon witnessing the paper, have cast aside all else. They are solely focused on delving deeper into the foundations laid by this work. Qinyang has seemingly opened the gates to a magnificent realm, wherein gold is abundant. Whoever can traverse the threshold crafted by Qinyang shall claim the ensuing riches as their own. Can one refrain from feeling exhilarated?